having them observe and acknowledge each other's unique analyses and performances, thereby fostering a more flexible atmosphere, both internally and externally. To put it simply, it was a preemptive measure to block unnecessary gossip and nonsense. Additionally, director On Jae-bok had another thought in mind. If Woojin secures a role there was a high likelihood that baseless rumors, such as his involvement in Woojin's casting, would spread. Such rumors would severely damage not only director On Jae-bok's reputation, but also Kang Woojin's. It was something he absolutely had to avoid for his first Hollywood project. Director On Jae-bok then spoke again. Lastly, I want to confirm whether the actors are truly eager and ambitious for the roles they're aiming for. In other words, it was about witnessing the desire to secure a role, setting aside pride and other factors. This was purely a part of director On Jae-bok's stubbornness. However, he wasn't being obstinate. It's just a suggestion. It won't be a problem if it doesn't proceed publicly. Thanks to the female producer's handling, a brief discussion among the key staff ensued. Opinions were varied, but there were slightly more in favor of director On Jae-bok's idea. Soon, the female producer folded her arms and made a decision. We'll respect the director's suggestion and relay it to the candidate actors. At this moment, one of the foreign key staff, a plump man, raised his hand to ask a question. Well, I doubt most of the actors would be too shaken by this. But what about Kang Woojin? Since it's his first time in Hollywood, won't everything feel unfamiliar to him? Director On Jae-bok was quick to answer. He'll be fine. No, actually, out of all the actors, Kang Woojin is likely the calmest. Dozens of key staff members tilted their heads in doubt. Meanwhile, a subtle smile had already crept onto the wrinkled corners of director On Jae-bok's lips. That was because the image of Kang Woojin's resolute face came to mind. If anything, he'll welcome it. After all, I've set up a stage for a monster to unleash itself. A few hours later, by the time night had fallen over LA, some of Hollywood's top actors received slightly unexpected news. The source was one of Hollywood's Big Five, Columbia Studios. Specifically, they were seeking opinions from the candidates for the lead male role in Pierrot. The Hollywood top actors who had already passed the preliminary meeting for Pierrot naturally reacted with astonishment. What? An audition and screen test conducted publicly? Yeah, I just got a call from Columbia Studios. It didn't feel like a finalized decision. They seemed to be gauging our opinions. What's that supposed to mean? Going public, doesn't that mean we'll have to watch each other's performances? Exactly. That's uncomfortable. Is there really a need for that? Not at all. But then again, there's no particular reason not to do it either. And why's that? Because we're confident. Still, they didn't react with outright resistance. At present, Columbia Studios had officially announced the male lead candidates for Pierrot to the world. In other words, the actors were already aware of their competitors and were in the midst of investigating them. And rejecting this idea might make us seem like we're running away. Oh, there's a good chance the other actors will take it in stride. Especially Chris Hartnett. He loves challenges. And asking the other actors what they think would be weird. If, by any chance, we're the only ones to reject this idea then I'd come across as the one who's scared. Exactly. Of course, if you don't want to participate in this project, there's no need to agree to it. What are you talking about? I've already told you. Pierrot's script is one of the best I've seen in years, better and more entertaining than anything I've read recently. I want this badly. For that reason, the Hollywood actors gradually leaned toward accepting the idea. Naturally, Kang Woojin's name also came up in the conversation. This is perfect. I've been curious why that Kang Woojin was included in the mix, but now I'll get to see for myself. Not only was he the only Korean actor in Pierrot, but rumors about him were also swirling wildly among Hollywood actors, making him an even more intriguing figure. Chris Hartnett, in particular, showed an almost excessive enthusiasm compared to the other actors. A public audition means we'll get to see Kang Woojin's acting, right? I'm all for it. This is great. Honestly, I was hoping for a public setting anyway. I was planning to ask if I could observe his performance when he acts. But if everyone gets to watch fairly, there's no reason to object. Chris, who had a slight connection with Kang Woojin and had been deeply impressed from their very first meeting, was the quickest to give his answer. Let them know I'm all for the public audition. In the end, Most of the actors arrived at a similar conclusion. Though their circumstances varied, from Columbia Studios' perspective, there were no issues. And then, Woojin. This news was also relayed to Kang Woojin in Korea. It was around the time when the entire nation was abuzz about Woojin's entry into Hollywood. While the time difference meant it was the afternoon of the following day in Korea, it was practically simultaneous. Kang Woojin was in the middle of a commercial shoot after wrapping up his morning schedule. Yes, Seonim. Choi Sung-gun didn't mince words. An urgent email just came from Columbia Studios. They're asking what you think about doing the audition and screen test for Pierrot publicly. Kang Woojin, his face as indifferent as ever, thought to himself. So what? Is this really something urgent enough to ask me? Is it because it's Hollywood? To him, it didn't matter whether it was a meaningful detail or just for show. Public or private, it made no difference whatsoever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I figured as much. But you know, right? When they say public, they literally mean that the Hollywood A-listers, key staff, and executives will all be gathered to watch your performance. Woojin's response didn't change. In fact, it was even firmer than before. That just means I can handle everything in one go. Time flowed by. Before long, Wednesday, the 15th, had dawned. Around this time, Columbia Studios, which had sent the unexpected news to the candidate actors just a few days prior, finalized the decision for a public audition and screen test. How about holding the audition and screen test at the end of January? It'd definitely be better to wait until after the year-end and New Year's festive mood settles down. Then, January 28th, they were setting the official date for the audition and screen test. At the same time, Hollywood was buzzing about Pierrot. It had already been a hot topic since Columbia Studios' new project was on an enormous scale. But now, with the announcement of the project's title and the male lead candidates, it became a sensation once again. Though Hollywood actors like Chris Hartnett were frequently mentioned, foreign media outlets also repeatedly brought up Kang Woojin's name. Rumors within Hollywood were rampant. That was because Pierrot represented many firsts or bold moves for Columbia Studios, a major studio. In any case, Hollywood's year-end buzz was undoubtedly dominated by Pierrot. On the 16th, Kang Woojin could be found at a large year-end party hosted by a major domestic corporation. As their commercial model, his attendance was natural. However, the reporters attending the party wasted no time. Woojin SSI, please share some information about Hollywood. When are you heading over? Have you been in touch with director Angie Bach? You're competing against the announced Hollywood A-listers, right? Are you confident? What kind of story is Pierrot about? Are there any talks about other Hollywood projects as well? You're about to become the first Korean actor to debut in Hollywood. How does that feel? Woojin SSI? Kang Woojin SSI. Just a quick comment, please. Actors and other attendees bombarded Kang Woojin with similar questions. Equipped with his poker face, Woojin was, frankly, starting to get annoyed. Ugh, my ears hurt. Well, I understand since it's the first time something like this is happening, but it's chaos everywhere I go. This is getting tiring. All right, let's retreat to the void space. But he had to endure it. Those who ascend the throne must bear the weight of the crown. Until now, while it wasn't unheard of for Korean actors to venture into Hollywood or similar opportunities, no Korean actor had ever taken on a leading role in a Hollywood production. In fact, even across all of Asia, there were only a few cases. And for a second-year actor, even more unprecedented. However, this was only the beginning. Of course, only a few, including Kang Woojin, were aware of this. During his recent trip to Hollywood, there were talks with 3 studios: Columbia Studios, Joseph's, Universal Movies, and World Disney Pictures. Listing them out, it became clear that 3 of Hollywood's Big 5 were tied to Kang Woojin. Well, if there's this much chaos just from Pierrot when the rest get announced, it'll be like a volcanic eruption or worse. In this way, while Kang Woojin continued to stand out, matters related to him were also steadily progressing. Hollywood debut Kang Woojin's Beneficial Evil enters full-scale editing while again being covered by foreign press. Leech, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, nearing simultaneous Korea-Japan release. Kang Woojin actively promoting. Around this time, a peculiar rumor began circulating on a domestic film-related community forum. Hey, Did you hear the rumor about Disney making a live-action version of one of their classic masterpieces? Dash, what are you suddenly talking about? There hasn't been a single rumor like that. Dash, this post feels like another attention seeker showing up. Dash, when Disney live-action rumors spread, foreign press obviously goes crazy, right? Now it's only talk about Pierrot and Kang Woojin. Dash, what's the rumor? Just say it already. Dash, it's bait. Don't feed the troll. This community, which discussed both domestic and foreign films, was the largest in Korea in terms of user base. I'm not trolling, I live in LA, and there's a legit rumor going around that Disney is preparing a live-action version of Beast and the Beauty. For some reason, Beast and the Beauty came up. Chapter 381, Overwhelm, 10. World Disney Pictures boasts an enormous fandom, not just domestically, but worldwide. Its scale is indescribable, regardless of age, gender, or nationality. This is because it has countless signature animated films and an overflow of wildly popular characters. Of course, these characters remain beloved even decades later. These are the strengths and driving force of World Disney Pictures. Thus, whenever a new animated film or sequel is released, fans from all over the world flock to it. Naturally, the same applies to live-action adaptations of animated films. In particular, the more popular the original animated film is, the more feverish the atmosphere becomes. And Beast and the Beauty is one of the representative works of World Disney Pictures that everyone worldwide knows. Just hearing its title makes people recall its OST. That Beast and the Beauty suddenly. Dash, I'm not trolling, I live in LA, and there's a legit rumor going around that Disney is preparing a live-action version of Beast and the Beauty. It began to be mentioned on a Korean online community. It was the largest film-related community in Korea, with a substantial number of users. Of course, Kang Woojin's works like Drug Dealer, Island of the Missing, and Leech were also discussed and received plenty of feedback here. Now, it was Beast and the Beauty that was the hot topic. In an instant, a massive number of users swarmed in. Dash, what? Beast and the Beauty? For real? If this isn't a lie but true, I'm so excited. It was an unusual sign. Meanwhile, in LA, a massive studio complex, currently bustling with people coming and going. One of the big 5 film companies, also a famous tourist attraction in LA, with a familiar round sculpture featuring its iconic logo displayed at the entrance. Dash, World Disney Pictures. It was World Disney Pictures. Like other major film companies, the scale of World Disney Pictures was so massive that it could rival a theme park. From warehouse-style stages for filming to outdoor shooting locations, it had facilities that could make other film companies envious. The difference, however, was the familiar characters scattered all around the premises of the studio. Inside one of the large offices at World Disney Pictures, a zero-shaped desk surrounded by numerous chairs, with multiple monitors and a large screen orderly arranged in front. At first glance, it might seem like an editing room, but seeing the foreigners filling the desk, it might be a meeting room disguised as a studio. On the desks of dozens of foreign staff members lay tablets and scripts. Dash, Beast and the Beauty. These individuals were the team in charge of the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty at World Disney Pictures. As they flipped through their tablets, they engaged in serious discussions. The screens of their tablets displayed Hollywood's top actors and actresses, regardless of gender. Miley Cyrus's face had just appeared moments ago. Has there been a response from Miley Cyrus's side? No, not yet. Wasn't she the actor we wanted the most? Did we hold back too much when we proposed the offer? Not at all. We even told her she's our top pick. She seemed interested during the meeting, but it looks like she's taking more time to consider than expected. If we don't hear from her by today, try following up once. Understood. Leaving aside the female actors who had not yet had pre-meetings, the conversation shifted to the male actors, whose pre-meetings had already concluded. The names of highly prominent actors were brought up, and the discussion became more intense. All right, the pre-meetings with the male actors went smoothly, right? Did we receive confirmation from all of them? Yes, we can proceed with auditions and tests for the Beast role. Is the OST for the vocal tests ready? It'll be ready soon. If it's difficult, can't we use the OST from the original animated film? That's an option, but it'd be better to use the rearranged version if it's completed. True. What about the piano piece? That'll take a bit more time. As various issues related to the auditions and tests were discussed, a hot actor's face popped up on the Beast and the Beauty team's tablets. Kang Woojin. What are we going to do about him? A few days ago, Kang Woojin had already completed a pre-meeting with the team for Beast and the Beauty. However, right after the pre-meeting, Columbia Studios announced Kang Woojin as a candidate for their movie Pierrot, creating a slightly awkward situation. Who would have thought that Columbia Studios was also after him? They must have handled it as secretly as we did. We should have approached him a bit earlier. The faces of the gathered foreign staff were filled with concern. Do we push forward as is? Or should we exclude Kang Woojin from the Beast role? It's a tricky situation. There's also the possibility that the schedules of the two projects might clash when production begins. Can he handle two projects? While it might theoretically be possible, realistically, it's rare in Hollywood to work on two films simultaneously. The actor's stamina probably wouldn't hold up. At this moment, a member of the casting-related CD team joined the conversation. But Kang Woojin is famous for working on overlapping projects in Korea. In fact, Leech, which turned Can Upside Down, was filmed concurrently with other projects. Oh, really? However, the production systems in Korea and Hollywood are vastly different. It's tough. Among the foreigners, a man with a long face, exuding the aura of a decision-maker, spoke. Whether to proceed with him or exclude him, let's take another look at the video from the pre-meeting. Soon, a few staff members moved, and before long, a video was displayed on the largest monitor among the several in front of them. A man with black hair and an indifferent expression appeared. It was Kang Woojin. Speaking fluent English with the foreigners, he suddenly stood up and moved. He sat down at a black piano and began to play calmly. During the pre-meeting, the Beast and the Beauty team had asked Woojin to play the piano, and Kang Woojin accepted their request without a moment's hesitation. Soon, the sound of Woojin's piano filled the meeting room. The piece he played was one of the hit OSTs released by World Disney Pictures. It was an incredibly famous piece, but somehow, it feels completely different. Right? It's a performance infused with his own color. Even now, it's astonishing. Is he really an actor? When Kang Woojin played, it sounded so unique that the familiar tune felt like a completely different piece. The team listened to the piano performance for a few minutes until, suddenly, the music stopped. The video was paused. Then, the long-faced foreigner clasped his hands together and spoke. It's possible for projects to overlap. It happens often enough in Hollywood. Of course, the fact that the overlapping project is with Columbia Studios is a bit concerning. But after hearing that performance, who could give up on Kang Woojin? The foreigners closed their mouths, and the atmosphere grew silent. We asked all the candidate actors for the Beast role to play the piano, but the only one who captivated my ears was Kang Woojin. Isn't it too much of a waste to give up on him over something like overlapping projects? We haven't even heard his vocal abilities or seen his full acting yet. Most importantly, the long-faced foreigner spoke decisively. His piano performance had a unique color, as if the Beast himself was the one playing. At this time, two large vans driving through downtown LA. In the front car, a familiar blonde woman was visible. With her legs crossed, she gazed out the window. It was Miley Cara. She was on her way to attend her next schedule, a year-end fashion show. However, Cara's face showed signs of concern. It wasn't about the fashion show, but something else. Should I really give up on Beast and the Beauty? It was about the recent proposal she had received regarding Beast and the Beauty. Since then, Cara had been lost in thought. She considered what she had heard from the Beast and the Beauty team, her current situation, and her growing ambition. After a long deliberation, she brushed her cascading blonde hair aside. Kang Woojin has already been shortlisted for Pierrot. Even if he's just a candidate, with his momentum, he's likely to land the role. That means he's already secured a project in Hollywood. Considering Joseph's project as well, his schedule for next year is pretty much full. Conversely, Miley Cara, whose schedule was already packed with a new album and various other commitments, thought that if she accepted Beast and the Beauty, her schedule for next year would be completely consumed. Furrowing her brows as if she had a headache, she sighed deeply. Soon, at a hotel in downtown LA. That is, when she arrived at the fashion show venue, she grabbed her coat and got out of the van. The entrance was packed with hundreds of reporters and staff. Accompanied by her team and several foreign guards, she reached the stairs crowded with reporters. Miley, a man's voice called out from behind. She turned around to see a Hollywood actor with curly brown hair, someone she was quite friendly with, waving at her. Thanks to him, the guards around Kara created some space, and the smiling actor approached her and suddenly whispered, "You got an offer for Beast and the Beauty, right?" "So did I? But how did Kang Woojin end up shortlisted for the Beast role? You're kind of close to him, aren't you?" For a moment, Kara's blue eyes widened. "Wait, what did you just say?" "In Beast and the Beauty, the main roles are the Beast and Belle the Beauty. Among these, the role of Belle was one of the most popular female characters in the history of Walt Disney Pictures. In the original animated movie, Belle was a stunning blonde with an eccentric charm. This eccentric charm was one of the reasons Miley Kara was offered the role as the top candidate. Of course, her acting skills, popularity, vocal abilities, and musical talent were undoubtedly factors as well. Globally, there are few superstars who balance careers as both actors and singers, and even among them, Miley Kara was considered top tier. Including Kara, there were 5 candidates for the role of Belle. Similarly, there were 5 candidates for the role of Beast, including Kang Woojin. While the male actors had already completed their pre-meetings, the female actors, including Kara, had only received offers. No pre-meetings had been held yet. According to the order of the process, the male lead's audition and screen test would likely come first. Although Walt Disney Pictures was eagerly pursuing Kara for the role, she was leaning more toward declining the offer for various reasons. But that thought had just been shaken. Kang Woojin landed the role of the Beast. It was due to a comment made by the Hollywood actor with curly brown hair, someone Kara was quite friendly with, at the fashion show venue. Soon, Kara stopped abruptly on the staircase crowded with hundreds of reporters. Her blue eyes widened, and she looked at the smiling Hollywood actor beside her with a surprisingly serious gaze. Noticing something strange, the actor asked again, What's wrong? Has it been so long since we met that you're stunned by how handsome I am?" Although he joked, Miley Kara's serious expression didn't waver. "Wait, move quickly." "Huh? Oh, okay." Suddenly, Kara grabbed the actor's arm and quickly climbed the stairs. The actor, confused about what was happening, simply let her lead him. A few minutes later, the two managed to get away from the hundreds of reporters and entered the lobby of the building where the fashion show was being held. Although there was still a large crowd here, there were far fewer reporters. After scanning her surroundings, Kara quickly turned her head and spoke to the actor again, lowering her voice as much as possible. "Kang Woojin? Did you say Kang Woojin earlier?" The actor scratched his curly brown hair as he answered. "Ah, yeah, I did. You didn't know?" "Oh no." He looked slightly flustered. And understandably so. It seemed like he might have carelessly let slip a secret. In reality, the male and female candidates who had been offered or confirmed for roles in Beast and the Beauty were supposed to remain confidential. However, rumors and chatter often circulated among the actors themselves. Naturally, this applied only to those who had received offers or were confirmed as candidates. Miley Kara also had a rough idea of the Hollywood actresses, other than herself, who had received offers. But this was the first time she had heard of Kang Woojin. There hadn't been much information sharing yet between the candidates for the roles of Beast and Belle. Additionally, the casting process hadn't progressed very far, which was also a factor. In any case, it wasn't uncommon for rumors to spread among actors in Hollywood. That's why the actor in front of Kara had brought it up so casually. "Just pretend you didn't hear that. I only asked because I thought you were pretty close to Kang Woojin. I already heard it. Don't worry, I'll keep it to myself. But are you sure Kang Woojin is a candidate for the Beast role?" "I'm not sure about the results of the pre-meetings, but I know for sure that both he and I were offered the role." Miley Kara spaced out momentarily and muttered to herself, though inwardly, "If this is true, it's going to shake things up. Hollywood. No, the entire world, several times more than it already is." Chapter 382. Overwhelm. 11. Surprised, Miley Kara brushed back her blonde hair. In the meantime, various thoughts crossed her mind. Kang Woojin, who was the first Korean in the history of Walt Disney Pictures to be offered the lead male role. Beast and the Beauty, a film with an immense global fandom. And isn't this the first time the big 5 film companies are all chasing after a single actor? And at the same time, even for Miley Cara, an ultra-level superstar in Hollywood, this was unprecedented. Including Joseph's side, 3 out of the big 5 were in the race. I never even imagined something like this. At this moment, the male actor standing next to Cara cut into her thoughts, speaking in an even lower voice. Kang Woojin was recently confirmed as a lead male candidate for Pierrot, so I was curious. It's true that he achieved something incredible at Cannes, but it's still surprising that 2 of the big 5 are showing such strong interest in him. And, more than anything, the role of the Beast, well, the original work is just so powerful. For a Korean actor to be confirmed as the lead male candidate for 2 projects here, honestly, this is my first time seeing it. It feels like the film companies are trying to act bold and experimental. With opportunities pouring in for Kang Woojin, it feels like he's just grabbing them all. Though it's unlikely, if he were to succeed in both projects, he'd have to give up one. No, not at all. Miley Cara's thoughts were the complete opposite of his. Give up one? No way. If what he's saying is all true, Kang Woojin is planning to take on both projects. In other words, her concerns about Beast and the Beauty were rendered meaningless. At this point, the Hollywood male actor next to her spoke again. Whether it's Pierrot or Beast and the Beauty, if they're using Kang Woojin for promotional purposes, it's already successful. He's already a hot topic among us, and the media and public opinion got so loud just from Pierrot, didn't they? But if Beast and the Beauty is announced too, interest will explode. Hearing this, Cara swept her blonde hair again and chuckled. You really live up to your loose-lipped reputation, talking so much even when I didn't ask. It seemed the male actor already had an image of being loose-lipped. Still, he was a top actor in Hollywood who also performed in musicals. In terms of recognition, he wasn't far behind Chris Hartnett. That same actor frowned slightly and stammered as he spoke. No, I was just... Anyway, what you're saying is that you'll be competing with Kang Woojin? Cara cut off his words. With your current attitude, you'll get crushed, What? And quite ruthlessly, too. I'm giving you advice as a friend. Also, hold your tongue a bit. You're coming off as too frivolous. Still, you've been very helpful. After finishing her words, Cara left the stunned male actor behind and started walking. Soon, she found herself imagining Kang Woojin transformed into the Beast. That monstrous acting talent, those spine-chilling musical abilities, it suddenly amplified her sense of anticipation. At the same time, she thought, how disappointing. It meant that Kang Woojin was being too much. Woojin was already someone who didn't care about others' opinions. On top of that, he was extremely reticent. Even if information about Beast and the Beauty was highly classified, couldn't he have given me a tiny hint? Muttering complaints like this to herself, her team members, who had been dispersed, gathered around her. Among them, Miley Cara murmured to the main manager, Jonathan, "Tell the Disney side that I'll do it." December 17th, afternoon, in Korea. While the internet was bustling with news about Kang Woojin. Star Talk, Hollywood-bound Kang Woojin, expected to depart for Hollywood early next year. Kang Woojin takes on Hollywood challenge to fulfill Can acceptance speech. Foreign media also paying attention. From the morning, new issues kept catching people's eyes. Film Festival, Blue Dragon Film Awards opening at 6 p.m. today. Kang Woojin's attendance confirmed for Island of the Missing, Leech. It was the Blue Dragon Film Awards. The reason was simple. In about an hour, this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards were set to begin. This year, the film industry was already rocked by numerous nuclear-level bombshells. On top of that, several records were broken. As a result, the level of interest from the media, the entire Korean entertainment industry, and the general public was higher than in any other year. This year's Blue Dragon seems like a party for the two 20 million viewer films. How many trophies will Kang Woojin take home this time? Following last year. The venue was a large art center in Seoul. In front of the entrance to the massive art center, where a long red carpet was already laid out. Pababababak. Pababababababab. An overwhelming number of reporters were frantically pressing their shutters. The red carpet walk had long since begun. Thus, while countless reporters were busy snapping photos, the screams of hundreds of onlookers surrounding them filled the area around the red carpet. Kaiwea. Woa. Amazing. He looks insane in person. Appa. Hello. Please wave to us. As stars arrived one after another in vans, SUVs, or other cars, and stepped onto the red carpet, they showed off their style in suits, tuxedos, or glamorous dresses. Every time they appeared, dazzling flashes burst endlessly. However, ugh, why isn't he coming yet? Exactly. Is he even coming for sure? What if he suddenly says he's going to LA and doesn't show up? Shit, that'd ruin everything. Even as the hundreds of reporters clicked their shutters, it was evident they were eagerly waiting for someone. Who else could it be? Kang Woojin is the centerpiece of this year's film festivals. If I don't get even one picture of him, I'm doomed. It was Kang Woojin. There was no question about it. Last year, in his first year after debuting, he swept both the Best New Actor and Best Supporting Actor awards. This year, it was clear he was going to set even greater records. Even if he completely dominated the Korean entertainment industry, there wasn't a single person who could refute him. How do you think The Blue Dragon will rank Island of the Missing and Leech? More than that, the fact that both legendary films that surpassed 20 million viewers starred Kang Woojin. This record is unbreakable. An actor who brought in two 20 million viewer films in a single year. It's absurd when you think about it. And he's only in his third year now. It was at this moment. Virum. A large black van arrived. Soon, a well-built bodyguard opened the car door. Immediately, an actor with black hair, dressed in a white tuxedo, stepped out. It was Kang Woojin, his face full of indifference. As soon as he stepped out, paba-baba-baba-babab, paba-baba-baba-babab, flashes so bright they turned night into day, and all kinds of loud cheers and shouts erupted. Even Woojin, deep in his concept act, was inwardly startled. Ah shit, that scared me. My ears are ringing. It was, at a glance, pure chaos. About an hour later, after the warlike red carpet event ended, Kang Woojin could be found inside the large hall of the Arts Center where the Blue Dragon Film Awards were about to begin. Many actors, industry professionals, and directors were present, but he stood out the most, right in the center of the audience seats. Many people were gathered around Woojin. Not only directors like Kwon Ki-taek or other actors he had worked with in the past or recently, but also those who approached him just to build a connection. Director Ahn Jae-bok was not in sight, as he was currently in LA. On top of that, zoom in on Kang Woojin. Close up, the cameras from the broadcasting team covering the awards were all focused on Kang Woojin. Viewers watching this live scene were furiously flooding the live chat with comments. Even rookie actors filming Woojin with their phones could be spotted in abundance. Sitting between Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin was undoubtedly being treated as a global star in the hall. Though overwhelmed by the attention, he remained composed. These greetings never end, huh? Well, this much is a piece of cake. But still, it feels kind of strange. How has it already been a year? After experiencing the Cannes Film Festival, what significance could Korea's Blue Dragon Film Awards hold for him? Even so, within just 1 year, the landscape had changed drastically. Last year, he had attended as a rookie and a supporting actor, but now he sat in the audience as an undisputed lead actor. Technically, with only 3 years of experience, he was still considered a rookie, but no one in this hall saw Kang Woojin as a newcomer. After several tens of minutes passed like that, as the dazzling lights of the main stage changed, opening music resonated throughout the Grand Hall. This year's Blue Dragon Film Awards had officially begun. Before anyone realized, the audience seats filled with countless actors had grown quiet. As Kang Woojin gazed at the magnificently decorated stage, a female actress in a dress and a male actor in a tuxedo stepped onto the stage. Both were famous actors who had greeted Woojin earlier, and they now held handheld microphones as the evening's hosts. Another year is already coming to an end. Yes, there's really a lot to miss about it. The pair exchanged a few fitting lines and jokes before concluding their opening remarks. There were so many amazing films this year, which makes this Blue Dragon so highly anticipated. Shall we begin right away? The first awards were announced. The Best New Actor and Actress Awards. Naturally, Kang Woojin's name was not called. The male and female rookie actors who stepped onto the stage were faces unfamiliar to Woojin. Oh, both of them looked stunning. What was notable was that both Rookie Award winners mentioned Woojin during their speeches. It's such an honor to receive the Best New Actor award, following in the footsteps of Kang Woojin, who won it last year. They directly referenced Kang Woojin. I was just hearing earlier about how incredible Kang Woojin Nim was last year, and then suddenly my name was called. I never even imagined this. Thank you so much. Before anyone knew it, Kang Woojin had become the role model and idol figure for all rookie actors in Korea. Beyond that, he was the top of the top among the elite actors gathered here. At this point, even attempting to compete with him felt like a daunting challenge. Of course, Kang Woojin himself didn't think much of it. Ahem, this is kind of embarrassing. As a result, Woojin was frequently highlighted during the event, but his poker face remained unshaken. The awards for technical staff followed after this, categories such as art direction, technical achievements, and screenplay, and so on. It was, simply put, Art Direction Award. Congratulations. Han Seo-kyung from Leech. A celebration for the two films. Congratulations. Technical Achievement Award. Kim Dong-jin from Island of the Missing. The Screenplay Award went to director Ahn Jae-bak. Director Ahn Jae-bak is currently in LA, so director Kwon Ki-taek will accept the award on his behalf. The atmosphere gradually heated up. After the first part's celebration stage ended, the second segment began. It started with Kang Woojin being called up. Popular Star Award. Congratulations, Kang Woojin. The entire audience stood and applauded. Clap, 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 clap. From his expression, it was clear that Woojin had already predicted this moment. It was no surprise. In just 1 year, he had risen to become not just a popular star, but a world star. Calmly stepping onto the stage, Kang Woojin received a bouquet and a trophy before standing in front of the standing microphone. His acceptance speech was brief. Thank you. I'm delighted to receive such a meaningful award again this year, following last year. Next year, I'll work to receive a Popular Star Award overseas next year as well. He didn't forget to aim for Hollywood. Next came the Best Supporting Actor and Actress Awards. Once again, the two films dominated. Best Supporting Actor. John Woo-chang from Island of the Missing. At this point, it felt as if the Blue Dragon Film Awards were exclusively a festival for these two films. Best Supporting Actress. Congratulations, Han So-jin. Finally, the Blue Dragon Film Awards reached its climax. Jin Jae-jun, who had worked with Woojin on Leech, came up on stage. I've been to the Grand Cannes Film Festival, and this year has been the most thrilling of my entire acting career in many ways. Jin Jae-jun's appropriately timed comment signaled the beginning of the most anticipated award. Let's take a look at the nominees for Best Actor at this year's Blue Dragon. On the massive screen on stage, clips from various films and their actors began to play. The first to appear was Island of the Missing / Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin from Island of the Missing. In total, there were 5 nominees. Notably, Kang Woojin from Leech was absent, indicating that the Blue Dragon organizers had chosen to focus their attention on one of his performances. And alongside him, Leech / Sim Han-ho. Among the nominees was Sim Han-ho, the veteran actor from Leech. With Sim Han-ho included, the list of nominees was filled with formidable names capable of dominating the domestic acting scene. But even so, this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards Best Actor. Following Cannes, I have the privilege of witnessing this honor once again. They couldn't surpass him. Congratulations. Best Actor. Kang Woojin from Island of the Missing. Even though this was only Kang Woojin's second Blue Dragon. In just 2 appearances, Woojin had risen from a rookie to a supporting actor and now to today's lead actor award. Calmly, he stood up from his seat. Thunderous applause erupted, loud enough to burst eardrums, and congratulations poured in. But Woojin's expression remained unchanged as he simply walked toward the stage. Because he had put on his beast mode concept. As a result, his poker face was more solid than ever. Holy shit. Best Actor at the Blue Dragon. This makes 2 Best Actor awards. With a cynical expression, Kang Woojin ascended the stage as if it were no big deal. Swish. For the second time, following Cannes, he received the Best Actor award. However, his collection of Best Actor awards didn't end with the Blue Dragon. Exactly 3 days after the Blue Dragon, on the 20th Film Festival, following Blue Dragon, Kang Woojin takes Best Actor at the Grand Bell Awards for Leech. Sweeps all Best Actor awards including Cannes / Photo. This year, the The Best Actor awards belonged entirely to Kang Woojin. Chapter 383, Overwhelm, 12. At the Grand Bell Awards, when the name of this year's Best Actor was called. Best Actor Award. Congratulations. Kang Woojin from Leech. As he stood up from his seat, with countless cameras focusing on him, Kang Woojin had an exceptionally calm expression. Even when surrounded by fellow actors and industry people offering handshakes and congratulations, he maintained the same demeanor. Woojin walked calmly onto the stage with an indifferent expression. His mind was in chaos. The lights were blinding. His ears were ringing. His throat was dry. Adrenaline was exploding. His limbs were tingling. His heart rate increased. His vision narrowed. However, his poker face remained solid. At this point, as he walked toward the stage, Kang Woojin realized. 2 years, no, almost 3 years now. Who would have thought someone as clueless as me would make it this far? Best Actor? It still hasn't quite sunk in. But standing here isn't difficult anymore. He had grown accustomed to the jungle-like entertainment industry. It felt like just yesterday he was living as an ordinary citizen who had never even opened a script. Yet now, this grand stage, the dazzling lights, and the overwhelming praise of remarkable actors no longer felt out of place. It was likely because he had adjusted, having navigated and overcome so much along the way. But Woojin hadn't lost his original mindset. He was someone with his own genuine core, which made it possible. But still, ugh, all these ridiculously successful actors staring at me so intensely. It's super embarrassing. Wonder how many more years until I get used to this. In a way, for Kang Woojin, domestic major film awards felt more awkward than Cannes. Overseas, there were world stars and global super top actors whose faces weren't familiar to Woojin. But here, he was surrounded by actors he knew all too well. Stars he used to only see on TV or in movies were now giving him thunderous applause. But that made Woojin strengthen his resolve even more. Up until he stepped onto the stage, and even after he stood on it, Kang Woojin's poker face did not falter in the slightest. Hundreds of actors watching him were impressed. There's not a hint of a smile on Woojin SSI. He was like this at the Blue Dragon Awards too, right? Is he not satisfied? Wow. After being the first to win Best Actor at Cannes, not to mention starring in 2 20 million viewer films, and sweeping all the domestic Best Actor awards in a single year? I guess his mindset is just completely different from ours. Even when he won Best Actor at Cannes, Woojin SSI had the same demeanor. The alien-like aura in front of them once again left them in awe. Even though he had achieved what seemed impossible in just 2 years. It kind of feels like this is what they mean by a different league. It's like a fantasy. Honestly, even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Would domestic trophies even mean anything to someone who's already in talks about going to Hollywood? To them, Kang Woojin seemed to be aiming even higher. But this was a misconception. After receiving the trophy and bouquet, as Kang Woojin stood in front of the standing microphone. Winning Best Actor is nice and all, but I'm really craving something sweet. After this ends, I'm just gonna sneak away. He wasn't thinking about aiming higher. His mind was completely preoccupied with running straight home. Several hours later, Kang Woojin arrived home just before midnight. As expected after the Grand Bell Awards, hundreds of reporters' spotlights were focused on Woojin. The barrage of questions and flashes was overwhelming. Having dealt with it appropriately, Woojin skipped both the Grand Bell Awards and BW Entertainment's afterparties, heading straight home. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he stretched his arms wide. The concept he had been carrying all day was casually discarded. Before long, a smile spread across his face as he looked at the trophies arranged on the living room shelf. With the addition of the Best Actor trophy from the Grand Bell Awards, the display was quite a sight. How many are there now? It felt like a collection of medals. Kang Woojin had been accumulating awards since his debut. Last year alone, he won over 8 awards, including Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor, even from the broadcasting industry. This year, though fewer in number, all of them were Best Actor awards. Among them, the Cannes Film Festival trophy shone brightest. Soon, Woojin crossed his arms as he gazed at the increased number of trophies. The deepening smile was a bonus. I've conquered both domestic awards in Cannes. Is Hollywood really all that's left? Although Woojin had already achieved unbelievable results, he wasn't at the very top yet. There's always someone higher up, as they say. The world's most prestigious award ceremonies were still remaining, where real monsters gather. Though he couldn't guarantee the future yet, the current Woojin felt like he could do anything. Just stick to what I've been doing, yeah? Keep it simple. Muttering to himself, Kang Woojin, who had now firmly established himself as the best actor in Korea today, turned around. Then, with a relaxed gesture, he pulled something out. First, let's prepare one bowl. It was instant ramen in a bowl. Afterward, as his late-night snack, Kang Woojin chose instant ramen. After pouring hot water into the bowl, he picked up his phone. Let's see, how's it looking, Dash? He was curious about the state of the media. Though he had experienced it last year, wasn't this year a completely different situation? As expected, the internet was in an uproar with year-end and film festival news. Winning Best Actor at Cannes, Blue Dragon, and Grand Bell Awards in his second year, Kang Woojin's unprecedented journey. Star photo, Grand Bell Awards Best Actor Kang Woojin, calmly walking to stage/photo. More precisely, it was Kang Woojin's solo stage. Last year, Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor. This year, a clean sweep of Best Actor awards. Will Kang Woojin really get an Academy Awards next year? Woojin had set absurd records, creating a legend. From Cannes to monopolizing Best Actor awards at domestic major film festivals. On top of that, there were the unprecedented achievements he had accomplished along the way. Doing all of this within just 1 year, it was no wonder the media was in a frenzy. From setting Korean film history records to achieving Korean actor firsts, monster actor Kang Woojin, who deserves the word unprecedented, didn't forget his bombshell declaration and acceptance speech this year too. Public opinion was no different. On YouTube, SNS, community forums, and everywhere else, Woojin was the main topic. From the moment he received his awards, to his calm acceptance speech, to walking the red carpet nonchalantly, and even his unexpected announcements again this year, anything Kang Woojin did, even just breathing, was making headlines. For reference, this year's end is a celebration party for the double 20 million movies Island of the Missing and Leech. As everyone had expected, this year's film awards were swept by the Island of the Missing and Leech. The two films monopolized categories like Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. Yet no one raised any objections. These films had achieved results that more than justified it, rewriting the history of the Korean film industry. Of course, at the center of it all was Kang Woojin, now entering his third year. Meanwhile, while the entire country was buzzing with year-end events and film festivals, a major film-related online community was in turmoil over something else. If they're really making a live-action Beast and the Beauty, how are they going to create the Beast CG maybe? If it's Hollywood, they might actually train a real beast to act. This could just be a rumor, but if they do make a live-action version, I hope they don't change too much. Totally agree with the post above. Just look at how Disney's live-action adaptations flopped because they changed too much. A few days ago, a bombshell rumor about Beast and the Beauty had suddenly been dropped. The starting point was a post by a netizen living in LA. The post simply stated something along the lines of, I heard a rumor that Beast and the Beauty is currently being prepared as a live-action adaptation. Though it was brief, the post had, as the saying goes, stirred up an enormous amount of hype. Over the course of a few days, the result was a flood of posts, most of which were now related to the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. Please, can we at least get actors for Beast and the Beauty that match the characters perfectly? It's not even confirmed yet. Just speculation. Is everyone acting like it's official? Of course, there was always the possibility it was baseless gossip or nonsense. However, the netizen living in LA raised credibility by uploading verification photos. It was a business card. It confirmed that they worked in the Hollywood film industry. They posted proof that there's a rumor circulating in Hollywood. Come on, this wouldn't be the first time something like this turned out to be BS. The highly buzzed topic of the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty, which initially flared up with debates over its validity, was now heading in an entirely different direction. Here's my own fantasy casting for Beast and the Beauty.jpg. Fantasy casting related to the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty began circulating within communities. Given the fame of Beast and the Beauty, people started attaching their favorite Hollywood and international actors to the roles as they pleased. While some actors were entirely different, there were also many overlaps. I saw a fantasy casting, and I thought Miley Cara would be perfect for Belle. Honestly, Miley Cara is spot on, yeah? For the Beast, Jack Pettifer would be a good match. Miley Cara's good, but Natalie Theron would be better. Nah. The Beast could be played by anyone without much issue, but Belle absolutely must be blonde. My childhood #1 animation getting a live-action adaptation. My heart's pounding. Come out quickly. It's not confirmed yet. Opinions were flying about who suited the role of the Beast or Belle better. Hollywood's top actors, known for their acting skills and singing ability, were frequently mentioned. Among them, Miley Cara's name came up often. Naturally, though, not a single person brought up the name of a Korean actor, including Kang Woojin. Will an Asian actor even make it into the cast? Maybe as a random village person one or something. Who could possibly predict that Kang Woojin had already been secretly included for the role of the Beast in Beast and the Beauty? It wasn't something that could be speculated or guessed. After all, in the history of live-action films produced by World Disney Pictures, there had been supporting or minor roles for Asian actors, but never had an Asian actor been cast as the lead. The interesting thing here is, I heard the rumor about the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty is spreading in Korean film communities? Really? OMG, I love Beast and the Beauty so much. Is the live-action adaptation rumor true? There's no information in Hollywood articles, though. Seems like it's just a baseless rumor. The rumor about the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty had spread beyond Korea to Japan. Similarly, it was mostly circulating on communities and social media. While these were less mainstream platforms, Beast and the Beauty was incredibly popular in Japan as well. Given the nature of the work, it quickly drew attention. However, Korea and Japan were only the tip of the iceberg. Hollywood, in other words, the United States, including LA. If rumors had already reached Korea and Japan, it meant that the buzz in the US had been roaring for some time. Naturally, the scale of the chatter in America was several times larger. In countless American communities, the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty was already taken as a fact, with fantasy casting discussions thriving. The role of the Beast absolutely has to go to Brad Depp, and Belle must be Miley Cara. It can't be anyone else. Of course, there was no mention of any Korean actor. December 21st, early morning. At a movie theater in Seoul, a man in a long padded coat with a deeply pulled-down hat entered. He also wore a mask, all in black. After stepping out of the elevator, the man checked the time on his phone. Swoosh. He scanned the theater lobby. Despite it being a weekday morning, there were quite a few people. Roughly dozens of people could be seen in the lobby, munching on popcorn or watching the ads playing on the large TV. Wow, this is my first time watching a Japanese movie. But doesn't this movie kind of not feel like a Japanese movie? Is it because of Kang Woojin? Will Kang Woojin act in Japanese? Of course, you idiot. He was speaking Japanese in the trailer clear as day. It's definitely unique. A Korean actor who's killing it appearing as the lead in a Japanese movie. Everyone was busy expressing their thoughts while waiting for the movie they were about to watch. This hit over 20 million viewers in Japan, didn't it? Yeah, 23 million or something? That's crazy. Japanese people's reviews are good too. Seems like there was lots of hate at first, but ended up crushing it. Appa, did you see Kang Woojin's acceptance speech for Best Actor yesterday? I think I saw it in an article. I can't wait to see Kang Woojin in a Hollywood movie. Meanwhile, a few people glanced briefly at the man in the black long padded coat, but they didn't pay much attention. There were others who had also come alone, and since it was the middle of winter, wearing a mask was common. Several minutes passed like that. The monitor near the entrance to the screening room displayed the title of the movie that was about to start. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger/Theater 7. It was an early morning screening, the first showing of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Naturally so, today, the 21st, marked the official release date of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in Korea. Around this time, the man in the black long padded coat entered the screening room alone. He glanced at the audience seats, which prompted a small exclamation. Oh. Despite it being an early morning screening, More than half of the seats were filled. Slightly surprised, he quickly located his assigned seat. It was on the far end, a bit closer to the front than the middle. As soon as the man sat down, advertisements started playing on the large screen. This meant that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was about to begin its screening in Korea. At that moment, easy. The phone in the man's long padded coat vibrated. He took it out to put it on silent mode and glanced at the screen to check the notification. It was a message. CEO, Woojin, are you resting well? Wasn't sure if you were sleeping, so leaving a message first. Just got confirmation from Columbia Studios. CEO, the audition and screen test are on January 25th, and it seems we'll need to depart around the 20th. The sender was CEO Choi Sung-gun. CEO, also, we received an email from Disney. You've been officially confirmed as a candidate for the role in Beast and the Beauty. Chapter 384, Overwhelm, 13. Inside the theater where advertisements were. Currently playing. The man in a black long padded coat, who had just checked his messages. No. Kang Woojin looked at the text message from Choi Sung-gun displayed on his phone screen and murmured to himself. PRO audition/screen test is on January 25th, but I'm leaving on the 20th. Not many weeks left, feels faster than I thought. It was now the end of December. With December coming to a close, there were roughly 3 weeks left until January 20th. Leaving a few days early must be because of jet lag and adjustment. That was correct. Not only to adjust to the time difference between Korea and LA, but also to ensure Kang Woojin's condition during the audition/screen test. It would take at least a day to adapt to everything. Although Woojin had visited LA several times before, this was his first time going with such a determined purpose. Moreover, since the film company was Columbia Studios, one of the big five, it was only natural for Choi Sung-gun, the CEO, to decide on an early departure. Understanding this, Kang Woojin slowly nodded his head. Then, he checked the next message. CEO. Also, we received an email from Disney. You've been officially confirmed as a candidate for the role in Beast and the Beauty. At this, Woojin felt a sense of relief. After the preliminary meeting with World Disney Pictures following PRO, Columbia Studios officially announced their candidate actors for PRO. Naturally, Kang Woojin was included among them. He said I might get dropped if there was competition between them, but looks like it worked out somehow. Choi Sung-gun had previously mentioned that Woojin might get dropped from Beast and the Beauty. While the atmosphere during the preliminary meeting with Disney wasn't bad, the inclusion of Woojin as a candidate actor for PRO could potentially change Disney's perspective. In hindsight, it wasn't an unreasonable concern. In fact, World Disney Pictures had delayed their response after the preliminary meeting. Although he didn't show it outwardly due to his poker face, Kang Woojin had been a little anxious. Beast and the Beauty seemed like it would be fun too. It was also a work that carried some nostalgic memories for him. While he wouldn't have clung to it if things didn't work out, it was still better to seize the opportunity if possible. The grade is high too. Whatever the case, the slight delay in Beast and the Beauty had also concluded with Woojin being confirmed as a candidate actor. Although the official announcement hadn't been made public yet, it was only a matter of time. With this, Kang Woojin now had 2 out of the big 5? This is insane. The fact that he had been confirmed as a candidate actor for major projects of 2 Hollywood giant film companies, Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures, was monumental. Though still a candidate for now, Woojin's mindset already felt like he had secured the roles. They're both mine. He was confident. Naturally, his void space ability contributed to this confidence. Thus, he briefly wondered when World Disney Pictures would announce their candidate actor list. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He chose to think of it as a happy wait. He could imagine it. Even with just PRO, both domestic and international communities were in an uproar. If Beast and the Beauty, which had a global fan base far beyond Korea and Japan, broke out, it would be chaos beyond imagination. Just thinking about it made Kang Woojin feel a thrilling sensation course through him. Sure, there might be controversies or malicious comments. Doesn't matter to me. They wouldn't really impact Woojin. At that moment, a faintly melancholic yet slightly somber piece of music filled the entire theater. The lights dimmed as well. Looking at the screen in front, the advertisements had ended, and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had officially begun. Woojin turned his phone to silent mode and stuffed it into the pocket of his long padded coat. It's been a while. He was referring to watching a movie as an audience member in a theater. The last movie he had watched like this was probably Exorcism. For a moment, Woojin chuckled as he recalled the faces of his close friends, filled with shock and horror from that time. Then, swish. Crossing his legs, Woojin focused on the screen. While there were some empty seats in the audience around him, more than half were occupied. For an early morning screening, it was a decent turnout. All of them, like Kang Woojin, were focused on the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The screen displayed Iota Kiyoshi. In other words, Kang Woojin made his first appearance. An emotionless face, a bland expression, a soulless posture, and a dried-up mood. Woojin's face filled the large screen. Watching himself on screen made Woojin feel slightly embarrassed. As expected, it's still a bit embarrassing to watch myself in works. On the other hand, hundreds of audience members around him held their breaths as they stared at the screen. The intense atmosphere grew thicker as the story progressed. Starting with Woojin's multi-personality acting in the early scenes, his emotionless piano playing, the first homework he carried out. One might be okay, but all 9 is too much. I lack the strength, and the intellect, and experience. The unexpected content caused the eyes of the hundreds of audience members to widen. But the eerie sacrifice of a stranger gave them no time to relax. The second homework, on the boat, the suicide to create confusion, and then the detective pursuing Iota Kiyoshi appeared. While the runtime of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was by no means short, the hundreds of audience members in the theater were completely immersed, forgetting even to go to the restroom. Soon, the screen showed Kang Woojin wailing after completing the final homework. It was the first time the otherwise lifeless character expressed emotion. At this point, most of the audience let out gasps of admiration. Then came the ending. Kang Woojin, as a stranger, stood among many citizens and looked at the audience. His demeanor was calm and quiet, but unlike the beginning, there was now a spark of life in his eyes. The screen zoomed in closer and closer, and just as Woojin's face completely filled the screen, it turned black, accompanied by grand music. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger ended, and the ending credits began to roll. Simultaneously. Wow. Seriously, that was insane. Super fun. No, really, what's with Kang Woojin? His acting was on another level. Even though the movie had ended, the audience couldn't bring themselves to leave their seats, expressing heartfelt admiration. Chills. This was totally a Kang Woojin's one-man show movie. Agreed. He carried the whole thing. And there wasn't a single boring moment, was there? Almost everyone shared similar sentiments. Kang Woojin's acting was insane. I got goosebumps halfway through. More than that, his Japanese was so flawless I got confused. I almost forgot Kang Woojin is Korea. The fact that it hit 23 million in Japan is totally understandable. The audience sat in their seats, eagerly sharing their impressions. A man in a long, padded coat casually walked past them. None of them realized that he was Kang Woojin. This one will definitely hit 10 million too. Though his face was hidden by a mask, Woojin was smiling. Meanwhile, in LA, unlike the morning in Korea, it was afternoon in LA. At World Disney Pictures, one of the giant film companies, the team for Beast and the Beauty was busily working. All the actresses for the role of Belle the Beauty have confirmed. Miley Cara was cutting it close, but fortunately she joined. We thought she might decline since we didn't hear back, but did she suddenly change her mind? Who knows, but it's a good thing for us. A group of foreigners gathered, increasing the speed of their preparations. With the male actors for Beast and the female actresses for Belle all confirmed, we need to set the dates. Should we do it all together or separately? There's no rush, so dividing it into phases might be better. But we need to confirm their duet compatibility. There's the duet song, and the scene where Belle dances to the Beast's piano playing is crucial. We'll need to match the actors' voices later. As various topics were being discussed quickly, one executive murmured, "Before that, we need to officially announce the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. As you all know, the rumors are getting loud." True. Delaying it too long might kill the momentum. Then the first decision was made. Let's handle that matter within a few days. Meanwhile, in Korea, where Kang Woojin's string of Best Actor awards and other issues were making headlines. Movie Talk, Kang Woojin's starring film, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, releases in Korea. News of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger's first Korean release was added. Though it had been quite noisy since the previous day, on the morning of the release date, the 21st, it was several times more chaotic. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which hit 23 million in Japan, starts strong in Korea as well. Overall #1 in advance ticket sales. Anyone could see it was the Kang Woojin effect. Of course, the fact that it was a major film that reached 23 million viewers in Japan played a part, but the key was that this was Woojin's first lead role in a Japanese film, which had already shaken Korea. With Kang Woojin having made so much history this year, the public's expectations were naturally high. Usually, such high expectations lead to disappointment, but The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger exceeded those expectations, receiving glowing reviews one after another. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger / released on December 21, 2021. Rating, 9.6. Audience / netizen reviews / 289 participants. No need to say more. Kang Woojin was just Kang Woojin / G*********. The movie itself is fun, but the ending is the highlight. A well-made film / 2********. Wow. This is the first Japanese film I've seen because of Kang Woojin, and it was crazy good / D*********. Honestly, it was just okay / Q*******. Starting with no emotion in the beginning, then exploding with emotions at the end. The way that was expressed through acting is truly. Kang Woojin's acting is amazing / 2*******. A Zainichi Korean killing Japanese people, and 23 million Japanese watched it. Is there any reason not to watch this? /R*******. Now I fully understand why Kang Woojin won Best Actor at Cannes. /S*******. Japanese films often give off the vibe of I'm acting, which I don't like, but this one had none of that, and kept me glued to the screen /V*******. I found it a bit boring. It wasn't as good as Leech /9******. I was amazed by Kang Woojin's Japanese and sign language skills. This movie truly shows the peak of Kang Woojin's acting /O*******. As soon as the first screening ended, the audience who had seen The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger rushed to praise it. It was as if The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had picked up the baton right after the explosive success of Leech, which hadn't even had time to cool down. This signified that Kang Woojin's dominance in the cinema world was growing even stronger without pause. By the next day, December 22nd, after a day of rest, Kang Woojin, equipped with an even stronger concept, boarded the waiting van. The team welcomed him, and Choi Sung-gun, seated in the passenger seat, immediately showed him the screen of his tablet with a smirk. Woojin, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is off to a great start. The tablet screen displayed the box office results from the film's opening day in Korea. Audience count as of December 21st, 2021. Daily domestic box office. 1. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger / release date. December 21st / audience count. 608,893 / screens. 1123 / cumulative audience count. 608,893. At first glance, it might seem weaker compared to Leech, but that wasn't the case at all. Leech was at an insane level, and while you're the lead, it's still a Japanese film, so the audience might feel less familiar with it. Kang Woojin responded calmly. Yes, I understand. Right. But with Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the year-end holidays coming up, there are plenty of special dates to look forward to. Another day passed, and on the 23rd, the second day results for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were announced. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger surpasses 1.2 million viewers on its second day of release. Crossing 1 million viewers in just 2 days, Kang Woojin once again dominated the year-end theater scene. But this wasn't just limited to Korea's box office. Issue Talk, Leech, which rocked Cannes and Korea, releases in Japan today, December 23rd. What's the advance ticket sales? Today, the 23rd, Leech was also releasing in Japan as well. A few days later, in New York, a foreigner woman who had just finished recording a famous talk show appeared in the parking lot. It was Miley Cara in a navy coat with blonde hair flowing down. It was Miley Cara. Still in full makeup from the recording, she moved with a dozen staff members, eventually entering the first of several large vans waiting in the parking lot. Swish. As soon as she got in, she brushed her blonde hair back, and a female team member handed her a water bottle. Miley Cara, after briefly thanking her, took a few sips of the water, crossed her legs, and pulled out her phone. Numerous messages had arrived. Among them, a message from a Hollywood actor she had met at a recent fashion show caught her eye. She moved her thumb to open it. The message contained a simple line of text and a link. Ignoring the message, Miley clicked on the link. Her phone screen quickly changed, and an article from a major media outlet appeared. After reading the headline, Miley Cara, BBX/official announcement from Walt Disney Pictures, live-action Beast and the Beauty film is being made. Smiled faintly. They've officially announced the live-action version. Chapter 385, Overwhelm, 14. The official announcement of the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. This exclusive news, sourced from Walt Disney Pictures, created a sensation. BBX/official announcement from Walt Disney Pictures, live-action Beast and the Beauty film is being made. Foreign media quickly churned out similar, yet slightly different articles in a frenzy. LA Times/Beast and the Beauty, live-action adaptation? Will Disney succeed in live-action this time? It was certainly newsworthy. Hollywood had always paid attention to the Big Five film companies, and Walt Disney Pictures, in particular, drew significant attention. This was because the original had a huge fandom. In other words, reporting on the live-action adaptation announced by Walt Disney Pictures guaranteed good sales. This had happened in the past as well. Whether the live-action films were hits or flops, whenever news broke that Walt Disney Pictures was adapting their original animations into live-action films, countless fans around the world became excited. It was clear that one of their representative works, Beast and the Beauty, would be no different this time. C&M/Disney announces the live-action film adaptation of one of their flagship works, Beast and the Beauty. The articles from foreign media kept coming, and soon, audiences from many countries were flocking to them. Oh my gosh, Beast and the Beauty is being adapted into live action? If you're going to do it half-heartedly like last time, don't do it at all, Disney. So the rumors were true. Why do I feel both excited and worried about this? Belle, will I be able to see Belle in real life? Disney, if you ruin the work that holds my precious memories, I won't forgive you. How are they planning to create the Beast? CG again? The languages were just as diverse. This was proof of the diverse fandom of Beast and the Beauty. The project, which had drawn such global interest, did not stop there. Walt Disney Pictures seemed to have more in store. Exactly 2 hours after the official announcement of the live-action adaptation, Walt Disney Pictures posted an update on their official social media with another announcement about the current situation. Hello, this is Walt Disney Pictures. Thank you for your immense interest in the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. We have finalized the candidates for the roles of Beast and Belle, and we will soon begin screen tests. The post was quite lengthy, but to summarize, we have finalized the candidates for the main cast and plan to reveal them to fans before the auditions and screen tests. This indicated that Walt Disney Pictures had been conducting the work in secrecy. The post on social media quickly amassed comments in various languages. What? They've already finalized the candidates? Who are they? Belle must have blonde hair. Cast Miley Cara. I'm curious about which actors made the lineup. When will the candidates be announced? Fan-made fantasy casting boards have been circulating for a while. Maybe they're similar? Surely, the actors must have both vocals and acting skills, right? Disney, make sure the synchronization is perfect. While Pierrot wasn't weak by any means, Beast and the Beauty clearly had more firepower, thanks to the power of the original work. Perhaps it was the difference in imagination? Pierrot was still an unknown work, but Beast and the Beauty, being an adaptation of an original, allowed fans to explode with imagination. Whatever the case, the issue surrounding Beast and the Beauty heated up overseas at the end of the year. Of course, Asia was no exception. In Japan, the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty confirmed, sparking curiosity about the cast candidates. And in Korea, the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty? My personal fantasy casting board. Movie Hyung TV. Although the domestic media didn't handle it as a major topic, it was enough to make the main page of international news sections. Public opinion, rather than the press, was buzzing noisily. In particular, social media and online communities were in an uproar. Naturally, Kang Woojin also checked on this situation. Phew, the firepower is intense. Perhaps because it was right before Christmas, the buzz seemed even stronger. While Beast and the Beauty continued to grow in prominence both overseas and domestically, December was drawing to a close. And then, morning at Kang Woojin's house. Around 5 a.m., Kang Woojin groggily rose from his bed. After staring blankly into space for a few seconds, he tilted his head left and right before grabbing his phone lying nearby. Naturally, he let out a big yawn as the numbers displayed on the phone screen came into view. He let out a small sigh. The reason was simple. 2022/January/1 SD/Saturday. It was the new year, marking the start of Kang Woojin's third year. After that, 2021 came to an end, and 2022 began. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. It was already Monday, January 3rd. Of course, quite a few things had happened in the meantime. After the confirmation of the live-action adaptation and the finalized cast candidates of Beast and the Beauty had become a hot issue both internationally and domestically, the production raised expectations again by announcing the director and key staff members. However, the finalized list of cast candidates had not yet been revealed. Not to be outdone, Pierrot also announced the dates for its audition and screen test, further heightening interest. Naturally, Kang Woojin's connection to Pierrot also made him a hot topic. Pierrot auditions and screen tests on the 25th. When will Kang Woojin depart? With less than 3 weeks left until the 20th, domestic media and public opinion had been fervently pushing the narrative of Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut as soon as the new year began. If Woojin were to secure the lead role in Pierrot, he would become the first Korean actor to star as the lead in a Hollywood film. Meanwhile, Columbia Studios had sent Kang Woojin materials related to the audition. These included audition scripts and explanations derived from the official script of Pierrot. In summary, the Pierrot audition and screen test required preparation for both designated scenes and free performances. The note mentioning that props and makeup were left to the discretion of the actor was a bonus. However, as Kang Woojin was traveling early in the morning for his schedule, wasn't particularly shaken. Man, it's snowing like crazy. During the drive, he quietly observed the heavy snowfall outside the car window. There was no significant reason for him to be shaken. Even though it was a new year, his strong commitment to maintaining his persona was a contributing factor. Then, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, whose ponytail had grown slightly longer, showed him a tablet. He had just finished organizing something that needed to be reported to Woojin. What he presented was the current status of the films The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech. Both films had been in theaters for about 2 weeks, and they were dominating the year-end and New Year box office. In fact, at this rate, both The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech are likely to surpass 10 million viewers, and if things go well, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger might even overtake Sea Battle. He was referring to Sea Battle, which ranked third in the all-time Korean box office. For reference, Leech was in first place, and Island of the Missing was in second. If The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger claimed third place, it would mean that the top 3 spots were all held by Kang Woojin's films. An unbelievable scenario that once seemed impossible was now within reach. Naturally, Choi Sung-gun was tense. Phew, if this happens, it'll be truly monumental. Woojin replied softly. It would be nice, but it's okay even if it doesn't happen. Really? Seriously? Yes. Hey. Breaking a record like this is right around the corner. Isn't it a shame to miss out? You bland guy. If it were any other actor, they'd be on the verge of a heart attack right now. Is that so? Though Woojin calmly muttered in response, his inner thoughts were the complete opposite. Please, let The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger take third place. Please. If it does, first, second, and third place will all be my films. The real Kang Woojin was desperately rooting for it with all his passion. However, being unable to reveal such frivolity outwardly, he swoosh, stretched out his hand, maintaining his poker face. He picked up one of the scripts piled around him. Lately, the one he was reading most often was, of course, Pierrot. The audition and screen test were just around the corner. When Woojin grabbed the script, Choi Sung-gun fell silent. The other team members did the same. No one could disturb Kang Woojin when he was reading a script. Then Woojin, poke. He tapped the black square attached next to the Pierrot script. Immediately, he entered the void space. As soon as he arrived at the endlessly dark area, Kang Woojin moved toward the floating white rectangle. Naturally, what he selected was Pierrot-11/script, title, Pierrot, EX plus grade. This is a highly complete movie script. 100% reading is possible. Woojin had already read the Pierrot script in full multiple times. Recently, whenever he had spare time, he would perform readings, experiences of it, not only for the male lead but for all the other characters as well. Unlike the past, thanks to the grace of the void space, Woojin had gained many abilities, but the fact remained that repeating readings, experiences, only enhanced the vividness of the characters he could bring to life. Soon, let's see the list of Pierrot characters appeared before Woojin's eyes. 11/ you have selected the script, title, Pierrot. Listing characters available for reading, experience. A. Henry Gordon/villain. B. Robert Franklin. C. Detective Alex. The names were quite familiar. Among them, Kang Woojin chose Henry Gordon/villain. He was also the protagonist of Pierrot. Soon, a robotic female voice echoed throughout the void space. A. Henry Gordon/villain, preparing for reading. For a brief moment, Kang Woojin exhaled a serious breath. A massive gray enveloped him from behind. His body swayed. A hum, like the sound of an engine, filled the air. His dark vision gradually brightened. Colors began to fill the space. Henry Gordon. No, this was now Kang Woojin's reality. It shook again. His body shifted. Woojin raised his head. It was a shabby bus. From the seats to the windows, everything was covered in graffiti. Kang Woojin was sitting inside the bus, which was traveling down a nighttime road. His seat was at the very back. Woojin's gaze lowered again. He noticed the clothes he was wearing. They were peculiar. They seemed like formal attire, yet they were eccentric. A red jacket and pants, a yellow vest, and worn-out brown shoes. It was a highly conspicuous, almost ragged outfit, but for some reason, Woojin felt nothing unusual about it. It felt familiar. Swipe. When he lowered his head, his hair fell down. They were a light reddish hue, even long enough to cover his ears. Kang Woojin casually brushed his hair back. It was damp. Come to think of it, the bus was a bit warm inside. So what? He could just enjoy it, right? Gradually, the emotions of the character began to seep into Woojin's psyche. They coursed through his veins and spread throughout his entire body. The first thing that came to mind was madness, happiness and fantasy, romance and hell, order and chaos, justice and injustice, laughter and tears, humanity and clownery, tragedy and comedy. You all are tragedy, I am comedy. Things that defied definition began to fill Woojin. But could this really be dismissed as abnormal? Could it be labeled as mutant? Screw all of that. In Kang Woojin, heat and cold, misfortune and happiness coexisted. He could laugh. Truly, he could. Everything Woojin saw brought him joy. Why was that? Why was his heart pounding so hard? It's as if ecstasy has been injected into his heart and brain. With a syringe. Should he start dancing? At that moment. Screech. The bus screamed to a halt. Soon, four men, stumbling as they boarded, entered. They were playing around with each other when they noticed Woojin sitting at the very back. Kang Woojin tilted his head halfway as he looked at them. Initially, the men flinched, but then they began laughing as they saw Woojin's face. Look at this guy's face. What a dumbass. He must have lost his mind. Haha, hey, dance for us. Show us some tricks. The men sat around Woojin and started poking and prodding him. Even in this moment, Kang Woojin was feeling an intense thrill. But the men seemed annoyed by Woojin's smiling face. Hey, are you ignoring me? Maybe a few punches will get him moving. The hands that had been lightly poking him began to grow rougher. However, Woojin simply let his body sway under their force, and then, suddenly, he dashed. He brought his face right up to the man sitting on his right, so close their noses nearly touched. Then, he grinned so widely it looked like his mouth might tear apart. The man, now filled with irritation, swung his fist at Woojin's face. Kang Woojin fell flat on the floor, but instead of groaning in pain, his laughter grew more intense. Hee hee ha. The men, their brows furrowed tightly, began kicking Woojin as he lay on the floor. Though Woojin let out occasional grunts like ugh or arg, his laughter only grew louder and wilder. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this point, the men stopped their kicking and looked down at Kang Woojin, who was lying on the floor, and muttered under their breath. This crazy bastard. Kang Woojin, his grin stretching from ear to ear, spread his arms wide and spoke to them. What are you doing? Keep going. The men exchanged uneasy glances before pounding on the back door of the bus. Open the door. Hey, driver. Open the door now. Screech. The bus came to a stop. The men bolted off the bus as if fleeing for their lives. Soon, the overweight bus driver cautiously approached Woojin, who was still lying on the floor, and hesitantly asked, Hey, are you all right? Woojin was still laughing. The bus driver flinched at the sight and spoke again. It's because of how your face looks that people pick fights with you. Kang Woojin let out a small sigh and slowly got up. Then, he silently stared at the bus driver standing before him. Hadash. With a chuckle, he stuck out his tongue. The bus driver, looking terrified, scurried back to the driver's seat. He's crazy. Afterward, Woojin turned to look at his reflection in the bus window. Light reddish hair, a face painted white, sharp, bright red rectangles drawn around his eyes, and thick lips painted into a grotesquely wide smile, stretching unnaturally as though torn at the edges. He was the very embodiment of a horrifying Pierrot. Crazy? What a compliment. This was the origin story of a villain. Chapter 386, Overwhelm, 15. The perspective of Henry Gordon, or Kang Woojin, in Pierrot shifted. It was no longer the dingy bus where the horrifying Pierrot was laughing. Instead, it was a bustling area in New York. Broad daylight. This was his past. Woojin was walking down the sidewalk. However, his steps were listless, truly dragging his feet. The madness-filled expression he displayed on the bus was nowhere to be seen. Both inside and out, he was different. The current Henry Gordon, or rather, Woojin's state of mind, was, how to describe it, a damp rag, soaked and heavy. His body felt weighed down, and his heart was drenched in muddy water. It was as if all the energy had been drained from his entire body. Hadash. Walking down the street, Kang Woojin let out a small sigh. Among the many passers-by who brushed past him, some gave him odd sideways glances. Most were dressed neatly in suits or clean attire. Woojin noticed their stares, but he didn't care. So, as he walked, Woojin stopped in front of a mart and looked at his reflection in the glass window. A worn-out hoodie, jeans, shoes with worn-out soles, disheveled and slightly long hair, a slightly hunched back and shoulders, and an overall skinny frame. This was his current form. Just then, the door of the mart opened, and a chubby man who appeared to be the owner stepped out. He was bald, but his mustache was thick. As soon as he saw Woojin standing idly in front of the mart, his expression turned suspicious, and his brows furrowed deeply. What is it? Woojin's already hunched shoulders shrank further in surprise. No, I was just. Forget it, just keep moving. It's a misunderstanding. I said get lost. The chubby owner's loud bellow, almost like a roar, caught the attention of nearby pedestrians, and Woojin, who had been hesitating for a moment, reluctantly moved on. When he glanced back, the chubby owner was still glaring at him. Contempt. It was something that clearly upset Kang Woojin, but as he resumed walking, he chose to ignore his feelings. This sort of thing had happened too often. It's fine, as long as I erase the thought from my mind. For a moment, Woojin's inner thoughts resonated starkly with his emotions. It was meaningless. The world he saw, the things that existed in it, even the chubby man behind him. All of it was indifferent. As Kang Woojin trudged forward, his emotions, strengths, weaknesses, and state of mind All were hollow. At this point, Woojin felt an indescribable sense of loss. It wasn't hot or cold, neither comedy nor tragedy, just meaningless and indifferent. As he walked, Woojin entered an alley. A small pizza shop came into view. This was the place where he worked as a deliverman. For a brief moment, Woojin, with his hunched posture, gazed at the pizza shop and let out a sigh before opening the door. At the same time, "Hey!" A loud shout came from the kitchen inside the pizza shop. A burly man wearing a flour-stained apron glared at Woojin as soon as he saw him. He was the pizza shop owner. "I just got a call from a customer. They said you were 7 minutes late. Why the hell are you working like this?" "I am sorry." Overwhelmed by the owner's anger, Woojin immediately apologized, but the pizza shop owner showed no intention of letting it slide as he stormed over to Woojin, fuming. "Did you collect the payment for the pizza?" "I couldn't collect it." "Unbelievable. The customer gave me the wrong address, so dash." "What? Are you blaming the customer now? Are you saying you did nothing wrong?" "No, I'm sorry." The pizza shop owner, who had been glaring at Woojin as if he wanted to kill him, gritted his teeth. "Damn bastard. I gave you work because you kept begging. I must have been crazy." "Fine, get out." What? "I said get out." Suddenly, "You can't just dash." "I said get lost." The sharp contempt turned into a roar. Woojin endured it. His shoulders and back hunched even further, but he clung to the pizza shop owner with everything he had. So desperate was he that even his words trembled. "I'm so sorry. I'll really work hard to make sure this never happens again." "Are you going to leave while I'm still asking nicely? Or do you want to leave after getting something broken?" Hope had just been extinguished. Woojin had been barely scraping by, living off the money he earned from this pizza shop. Shrinking even further, he spoke again with difficulty. "Then at least the money for the work I've done so far dash." "Pack." The pizza shop owner threw a few bills and coins at him. Of course, it wasn't nearly enough. "Deducting what for your mistakes and the unpaid money like today? Now get lost." Woojin looked down at the money scattered at his feet and slowly reached out his hand. His pride told him not to pick it up. His self-esteem hit rock bottom. But reason and reality corrected him. Pride and self-esteem don't pay the bills. When his hand reached for the floor, frustration surged. Yet, as soon as he picked up the crumpled bills, an overwhelming emptiness swept over him. "Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be." He endured. Woojin accepted the perpetual, subdued persecution, as he always did. After picking up all the money, he left the pizza shop. From behind, he could hear the sound of the pizza shop owner spitting on the ground. He pretended not to notice. Kang Woojin started walking again. After a few steps, he came across a store with multiple TVs displayed. On the screen, a woman in a suit was speaking. "Control your anger. Uncontrolled anger explosions are an illness. It needs treatment. Anger becomes the source of many problems." The woman, dressed elegantly in a suit, seemed to be some kind of expert in psychology, and it felt as though her words were directed at Woojin right now, at Henry Gordon. Woojin, filled with a sense of loss, muttered to himself as he walked on. "Right. If I'd gotten angry, I wouldn't have gotten any money." Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall. People without umbrellas started running. But Woojin? He simply pulled the worn hood of his jacket over his head. As he stood at a crosswalk, a bus came to a stop in front of him. In the bus window, he saw a child smiling brightly. Woojin forced a smile in return. It didn't last long. The child's mother quickly covered the child's eyes with her hand. Woojin's smile disappeared as quickly as it came. It was because he had grown used to excessive prejudice, repeated over and over again. In his head, various words swirled. Endure, tolerate, ignore, move on, close your eyes. Suppress the anger. I need to find a job. At home, his mentally unwell younger sister was waiting for him. He had no time to rest. Frustration soon bubbled to the surface. The rain began to pour harder. "Sha?" Woojin grabbed a newspaper from a trash can in front of him. He was about to use it to cover his head, but paused when he saw the headline on the front page. Bank robbers who had been missing found unconscious in front of a police station. Who was the hidden hero? Hidden hero. Recently, articles like this had been popping up often. Soon, Woojin let out a small scoff and threw the newspaper back into the trash can. Hero. It sounds nice. But even heroes only exist because there are villains, right? When he thought about it, how many villains had Kang Woojin encountered just today? But Woojin hadn't been able to take down a single one. Why? He arrived at home, a tiny place with just one small room and a bathroom. His younger sister, lying on the worn-out bed, was asleep. Woojin pulled the blanket over her and went into the bathroom. He looked into the mirror. He tried smiling again, but for some reason, anger surged inside him. His face smiled, but his chest burned with fury. I didn't do anything. So why? Why only me? The kindness he had shown the world all day was nothing more than a defense mechanism for survival. Woojin clenched his fist. On the verge of an outburst, he almost shattered the mirror with his fist. But he held back, as always. Instead, smash. He threw the soap onto the floor. That was his limit. A few days later, Kang Woojin's view changed once again. Now he was jumping around at the entrance of a large mart's parking lot, holding an advertising board. He had found a new job. However, his appearance and attire were unusual. Lightly reddish hair, a face painted white, sharp red triangles drawn around his eyes, and thick lips painted to resemble a long, exaggerated smile. His clothes were that of a clown through and through. The Pierrot, shaking the advertising board. As he was energetically shaking the board, a familiar male voice called out to him from behind. "Hey, Henry." The Pierrot, Henry Gordon, or Kang Woojin turned his head. A burly man was chuckling. It was the owner of the pizza shop he had quit. Hee, it's really you, huh? Hey, Henry. With your slightly hunched back, this look suits you perfectly. Or is it because you're so scrawny? Come on, dance. Dance. A Pierrot is supposed to move the customers, isn't it? Contempt, oppression, discrimination, prejudice, scorn. Perhaps even more. A vortex of vile sensations swirled around Kang Woojin. Anger surged. But what could he do about it? In the end, Woojin just stood there dumbly. The pizza shop owner chuckled for a few minutes before disappearing toward the mart. The Pierrot, who had lowered the advertisement board, could only stare at his retreating back. His expression was peculiar. And then, on a night, when the rain poured down, the burly pizza shop owner was sitting alone in his shop, drinking beer while watching TV. It seemed like he had just finished wrapping up for the day. Rumble. The sound of thunder mixed with the rain. At that moment, the door to the pizza shop creaked open. The pizza shop owner, slightly startled, turned his head. A figure drenched in rain, a Pierrot, stood there. As soon as he saw the Pierrot, the pizza shop owner immediately recognized who it was and jumped to his feet, shouting, "Henry, you bastard, what are you doing here?" Simultaneously, thunder and lightning struck. Rumble. And then, gunshots overlapped with the thunder. Bang! Bang! The Pierrot, or Kang Woojin, stood there. In one hand, he held a gun. On the floor lay the pizza shop owner, sprawled out. Blood was slowly pooling on the ground. At this moment, Kang Woojin regretted it. At the same time, he felt the anger he had been suppressing burst out in an instant, and oddly enough, his hunched shoulders straightened. So did his back. Just then, lightning flashed. Thanks to the lightning outside, the shadowy face of the Pierrot became clearly visible. Though still wearing the face of a Pierrot, the rain had caused the red makeup around his eyes to streak downward. At a glance, it looked like he was crying tears of blood, wailing in despair. Kang Woojin laughed. Hey, ha ha. It wasn't forced. Then Woojin's eyes caught something. It was one of the items that had fallen to the floor when the pizza shop owner collapsed. Among the various cards scattered on the floor, Woojin picked up one that had blood smeared on it. On the card was a picture of a clown, or a Pierrot. Joker. How much time had passed? Kang Woojin, who had been living in the world of Pierrot as Henry Gordon, was now back to reality, inside a van. Snow was still falling heavily outside the window. Just like when Woojin had entered the void space, nothing had changed. However, feeling a bit stiff? After experiencing and carrying out the bizarre life of a villain, Woojin had gone through some extraordinary events. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he had just lived through the origin story of a villain. If it weren't for his concept, Woojin might have been grinning from ear to ear right now. It was because the lingering traces of the clown, the Pierrot, remained. But as a seasoned veteran of the void space, Woojin erased the mania and madness he had briefly embraced. Then, Maintaining his poker face, he looked down at the Pierrot script resting on his lap. This is, how should I put it? The script is interesting, but experiencing it directly is on a different level. Because the script itself had numerous hidden emotions, and subtext was scattered throughout the dialogue and stage directions. Subtext was like a secret landmine left behind by the writer or screenwriter. It carried the true meaning behind the lines or directions. The protagonist, Henry Gordon, was peculiar in his own right. At the beginning, he was feeble, with low self-esteem, a textbook example of a weakling. But the anger and fury building up inside him were more intense than anyone else's. However, as the story progressed, Henry Gordon became saturated with madness and pleasure, leaving no room for anger or fury. After reading, experiencing Henry Gordon multiple times, Woojin thought to himself, freedom of the role and role synthesis. I could probably use beastification too. He was referring to unleashing the villain from Pierrot into reality. Or maybe other abilities too. This could be fun. Of course, in an upgraded state. Meanwhile, in LA. While it was morning in Korea, it was afternoon in LA. Among the bustling streets of Hollywood, which were several times noisier than Korea, in a medium-sized conference room at Columbia Studios, where Pierrot was currently a hot topic, director On Bak and an interpreter sat on one side, while executives from Columbia Studios sat on the other. A total of 4 people. Director On Bak had been attending to some work at a nearby set when he was suddenly summoned. Thus, what's this? Their expressions are serious. He glanced at the expressions of the Columbia Studios executives seated across from him, including the bald man who was deeply involved in the movie Pierrot. Their demeanor was calm yet solemn, giving off the impression of a secret meeting. At about this point, Director, the bald man, one of the executives who had been speaking, handed a transparent file to Director On Bak. There's something you need to be aware of. Director On Bak, the director of Pierrot, took the transparent file without a word. At the same time, the bald executive spoke again. Pierrot will have a title change before its release. Title change. Yes, it's similar but slightly different. As you'll see, it will be changed to Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The bald executive, who was announcing the new title Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, continued. And the movie Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, will serve as the starting point for a major project we've been secretly planning and preparing for quite some time. A hero series where multiple movies are organically connected. In other words, a cinematic universe. The male lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Henry Gordon is. He spoke plainly and with conviction. Going to be the first villain character to introduce our cinematic universe to the world. Chapter 387. Overwhelm, 16. Cinematic Universe. In the definition of the film industry, it refers to various movies taking place within a single shared universe. While the characters and plots in each film may differ greatly, it ultimately signifies that they occur in the same world. Beyond movies, there are also similar productions in comics, animation, novels, and other media. Naturally, if that's the case, the term cinematic would eventually have to be omitted. Regardless, the large-scale project Cinematic Universe, planned by Columbia Studios, has been present in the global film scene, including Hollywood, for quite some time. Numerous attempts have been made across various industries, and there have been many successful examples. However, when focusing only on films, the number of successes has been relatively few. There are several reasons for this, but the most prominent include the high level of difficulty in production, exorbitant production costs, issues with the cast, and the extensive time required for planning. Once a cinematic universe begins, it is akin to operating an entire project simultaneously, not just a single movie. In other words, one failed film cannot halt the project. There are also challenges related to actors' contracts. If an actor playing a particular role is replaced due to some issue, the continuity is disrupted and anticipation plummets significantly. However, it is impossible to dictate the whims of Hollywood actors, whose fees are sky-high. Despite these layered difficulties, a successful cinematic universe can generate incomprehensibly massive profits and brand power. Still, it is undeniably a difficult decision to make. No, it is almost impossible to attempt. Columbia Studios, however, declared that they were planning or proceeding with such a cinematic universe. Upon hearing this explanation, director Kang Woojin's first thought was, even for Columbia Studios, this is surprising. It was a mix of doubt and admiration. Deciding to pursue a cinematic universe could determine the rise or fall of a film company in the coming year. Even for Columbia Studios, one of Hollywood's big 5 major film companies, it was a bold move. Director Kang Woojin, who had been stroking his wrinkled cheek, shifted the subject of his thoughts. The first villain character to introduce our cinematic universe to the world, so that's why the title is Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The Birth of a Villain, it is indeed a fitting title. The revised title of Pierrot was Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, but to Columbia Studios, the movie Pierrot was akin to the birth of their cinematic universe. It also included the intention to introduce it to the global audience. Something along the lines of, we are embarking on a cinematic universe, and the first villain in this universe will be born in Pierrot. Soon, director Kang Woojin, who had been lost in thought, asked the executives across from him. His English was not perfect, but communication was possible. Why are you informing me of such an important matter only now? It was a reasonable question. Director Kang Woojin had already been confirmed as the overall director of Pierrot. If the cinematic universe was suddenly involved, the entire framework of the project would have to change. It meant the notification came too late. The bald executive among them answered this. We apologize, but there is a reason. Initially, it had not been decided whether to include Henry Gordon from Pierrot in our cinematic universe or to keep it as a standalone film. The decision to make Henry Gordon our first entry was made only recently. Contract issues, story problems, and more, these were challenges that also existed in past cinematic universe projects across various industries. While the universe is shared, certain characters were excluded from the project. The bald executive continued to explain. His briefing, delivered in a fairly composed tone, lasted about 10 minutes. In summary, it went as follows. Columbia Studios had begun work on the massive cinematic universe project several years ago and had already developed various characters and scenarios besides Pierrot. As per the plan, we aim to present films centered around individual characters who share the same universe. Ultimately, we are envisioning a project where all these characters converge in a single film. At that moment, director Kang Woojin gasped internally. He couldn't even imagine how much the production costs would be for a film featuring all those characters. Still, he asked the executive, then, will Pierrot also be included in the movie where all those characters are combined? Of course, consider that as the conclusion of Season 1 of our cinematic universe. Naturally, there could be changes depending on the circumstances, as we are still in the planning stages of the project. Because of this, our Columbia Studios has both great expectations and concerns about Pierrot. As director Kang Woojin quietly listened to the explanation, he thought, should I be happy about this? He felt both honored and burdened. As a veteran Korean director, he had been entrusted with the inaugural film of a massive project that would surprise all of Hollywood. This was an unprecedented situation, not just for Korea, but for all of Asia and even Hollywood. But if Woojin ends up taking the lead male role, it would be like a Korean director and Korean actor firing the first shot of Columbia Studios' life or death massive project towards the whole world. Perhaps. No, it would 100% go down in Hollywood history. While director Kang Woojin was lost in an infinite loop of imagination, the bald executive across the table spoke again. You'll gradually learn more details. We plan to share all the information that can be disclosed. Oh, and by the way, depending on the results of Pierrot, you may be offered to direct other projects as well. So please, give your all to Pierrot. I plan to. Thank you. And as explained, since Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is such an extremely important film, quite a large number of people will attend the open auditions and screen tests. From the tone, it sounded like he was referring to high-ranking officials from Columbia Studios. As you'd expect, what you've just heard is top secret. Afterward, Kang Woojin once again boarded the train of a hellish schedule. Since part 1 of Beneficial Evil had already been cranked up, there was no filming going on at the moment. But that didn't mean his workload had decreased. The non-filming related activities were overwhelming. With his concept on, Woojin thought to himself, "This feels harder than when I was filming." In fact, shooting the project almost seemed easier. And it was for a good reason. The sheer volume of new commitments was staggering. Increased commercials and photo shoots, interviews, radio appearances, various parties and events, SNS-related shoots, recordings and filming for the Kang Woojin's alter ego YouTube channel, promotions and marketing for currently released films, and so on. On top of all that, Kang Woojin donates 200 million KRW to underprivileged children in Jeonju, also attends charity events. There were also small schedules that arose amid the heavy New Year's atmosphere. For example, attending donation-related events in Jeonju or participating in New Year's special broadcasts. On top of that, he couldn't neglect communication with his fans. Issue pick, Kang Woojin does not forget to connect with domestic fans before his Hollywood debut, hosting New Year's fan meetings and signings. In addition to the New Year's fan meetings and signings, there were many other events. Naturally, these required traveling back and forth between Korea and Japan. Time melted away. If there had been ongoing film shoots, those would have taken priority, allowing him to cut back on other commitments. However, at present, Woojin was handling all of it. Of course, Choi Sung-gun wasn't the one pressuring him to do it. In fact, all of this was Kang Woojin's own request. He had a strong desire to clear up as much of his schedule as possible before the 20th. The only consolation was, it's exhausting. For now, into the void space, go. He had the cheat item, the void space. No matter what, the hellish schedules left him with no time to breathe, and the days passed by in a blur. Before he knew it, 10 days had gone by, and the date for Woojin's departure to LA was fast approaching. Meanwhile, the two films released as end-of-year and New Year's gifts in Korea and Japan showed no signs of losing momentum. Despite the release of new films, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which maintained its hold on the #1 advance ticket sales, was causing a stir in Japan and Korea alike. Audience count as of January 9, 2022. Daily domestic box office. 1. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger / release date. December 21, 2021 / audience count. 620,132 / cumulative audience count. 10,810,338. And Leech, which became a massive hit at Cannes and in Korea, and was now continuing the momentum of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in Japan. Movie Talk Japanese release of Leech surpasses 10 million viewers. Both The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech surpassed 10 million viewers in their 4th week of release. The film's buzzworthiness, quality, and the holiday seasons of Christmas and the New Year all contributed to this success. Of course, both films received rave reviews from audiences. In Korea, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger drew continuous praise linked to Kang Woojin, and the same was true for Leech in Japan. The cross-release schedule allowed audiences to immediately compare Woojin's contrasting performances, which played a significant role. Additionally, the daily box office results were more than enough to send the film industry's media into a frenzy. Together, the total audience for both films had already surpassed. Kang Woojin's The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech surpassed 30 million combined viewers in Korea and Japan. How much higher will they go? Over 30 million viewers. Meanwhile, in Korea, at DM Production, the large conference room of DM Production, which was working with Netflix to launch Beneficial Evil globally, was bustling with people. Seated around a shaped table were all familiar faces. Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea, along with Netflix executives, DM production staff, the key staff of Beneficial Evil, and the writer of Beneficial Evil, Choi Nana. And, then next, PD Song Man-woo, who had just shifted the meeting topic. His appearance was noticeably different from before. His cheeks had hollowed, his skin had grown rough, and dark circles had deepened under his eyes. He seemed to have poured his soul into the editing of Beneficial Evil Part 1. Noticing his concerning state, writer Choi Nana, who adjusted her round glasses, asked him cautiously, but PD Nim, are you really okay? Taking a sip of the canned coffee in front of him, PD Song Man-woo forced a faint smile. I'm not okay. What? Then, You should at least go to the hospital for treatment. I've already been to the hospital. PD Song Man-woo tapped his forearm a couple of times with his index finger. I've already had several rounds of 4 drips for recovery. He was referring to 4 fluids meant to restore his condition. However, it seemed to be such a routine part of his life that he found it unremarkable. This is nothing. I've filmed until I was on the brink of death before. Don't worry about me. He was being sincere. Back in the days when the drama market was more rough, there were times when he had stayed up all night for as long as a week. Soon, brushing back his rough hair, PD Song Man-woo shifted his gaze across the table to Kim So-hyang. Unless I collapse, the editing for Beneficial Evil Part 1 won't take more than 3 weeks. This meant 2 weeks for editing and 1 week for finalizing. In other words, the processing of Beneficial Evil would be complete within January. Hearing this, Executive Director Kim So-hyang clasped her hands together and nodded. Yes, I trust you, PD Nim. There won't be any issues with the official launch on February 3rd, then. That's right. Even if I die. No, even if I'm dead, it'll be finished on time. In truth, the launch date for Beneficial Evil had already been confirmed for February 3rd. The reason this had not yet been publicly announced was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. By withholding the announcement, it would be easier to adjust the schedule if any issues arose before the launch. However, PD Song Man-woo was a professional and a heavyweight in the drama industry. He was not the type to make amateur mistakes. We managed to save a lot of time by editing concurrently during the Part 1 shoot. There will be no problems with the February 3rd launch. So, how are the promotion and marketing schedules looking? Executive Director Kim So-hyang answered right away. Everything's ready, both domestic and overseas. From warm-up YouTube videos for media coverage and SNS events designed to hook public opinion. Once we start, it'll be like a bombardment. By the way, when will the first teaser be completed? The first teaser that would announce Beneficial Evil's confirmed launch date and official debut. That would be the starting point of Beneficial Evil's promotion and marketing. PD Song Man-woo stroked his beard and answered. Considering the high level of international interest in Beneficial Evil, and with Woojin SSI and Miley Kara being major topics right now, this is the perfect time. I'll send over the first teaser in a few days. As the meeting that continued for several dozen minutes afterward was wrapping up, PD Song Man-woo spoke to the attendees and Kim So-hyang, who were tidying up. It's not fully finished yet, but how about taking a look at a portion of Beneficial Evil Part 1 before you leave? He said this quite casually. Think of it as a pre-test concept. Chapter 388. Overwhelm, 17. The fastest reaction to PD Song Man-woo's words came from writer Choi Nana. What? She widened her eyes in surprise. Of course, Executive Director Kim So-hyang and the Netflix staff reacted the same. Oh, really? We can watch it right now? Wow, I didn't even think about this. PD Song Man-woo, with a playful chuckle, responded jokingly. Yes, why? Don't want to? Then never mind. Writer Choi Nana, startled, jumped in first. No, I want to see it. In the end, everyone agreed. It was understandable. Writer Choi Nana had the chance to see a part of her script come to life, and Netflix. Korea had the opportunity to preview a segment of their high-stakes project, Beneficial Evil. Soon, everyone gathered in a large editing room inside DM Production under PD Song Man-woo's guidance. The editing room, dimly lit and equipped with numerous monitors and devices, had several editors seated. Swish. PD Song Man-woo sat in the central chair. Writer Choi Nana, Executive Director Kim So-hyang, and over a dozen others stood behind him. The editing room was spacious enough to accommodate everyone standing. Shortly, as PD Song Man-woo operated the editing equipment. Swish. He pointed to the largest of the monitors on the front wall. It'll play on this screen. Following his hand, everyone's eyes turned to the monitor. As PD Song Man-woo manipulated the controls a few more times, a video began playing on the screen. To be precise, Kang Woojin, in the role of Beneficial Evil's Jang Yun-woo, appeared. Inside a shabby building, he was bound with cable ties. Specifically, what PD Song Man-woo had just played was the 10-minute long-take scene filmed in Bangkok, a key sequence in the early part of Beneficial Evil that aimed to captivate global audiences. And then, dash bang, 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 bang. as soon as Kang Woojin in the monitor began to move in earnest. Wow. Whoa dash. This is insane. Huh dash. Writer Choi Na-na, executive director Kim So-hyang, and everyone else watching the preview involuntarily let out exclamations. Nobody could take their eyes off the monitor, utterly captivated. It was natural. This feels completely different from when we saw it on set. The video they were watching now was unbelievably spectacular. The vivid result, full of dynamic and dazzling visuals, was worlds apart from what they had seen during the Bangkok shoot. At the core of it all, of course, was, seriously, Woojin Nim is insanely cool. Kang Woojin in the role of Jang Yun-woo was the centerpiece. His action sequences, his CQC, close-quarters combat, and his acting filled the screen and mesmerized everyone. Combined with PD Song Man-woo's painstaking direction, the result left everyone in awe. At this moment, the head of Netflix Korea, what is this dash? Executive Director Kim So-hyang, who had reviewed countless domestic and international content, murmured involuntarily. This turned out several times better in quality than I expected. She seemed utterly entranced. January 10th, LA. Hollywood, like Korea, was fully immersed in the New Year's atmosphere. News about movies set to be released or recently confirmed for production was frequently heard. However, two works currently dominated Hollywood's attention and were frequently covered by foreign media. Pierrot by Columbia Studios and Beast and the Beauty by World Disney Pictures. As expected from the so-called Big Five mega film studios in Hollywood, both studios were pouring their resources into their projects after announcing their productions. Recently, Pierrot, which had announced its official audition and screen test schedule, was gaining traction. LA Times/Columbia Studios Pierrot, behind-the-scenes photos from pre-production revealed. CNN/plot details for Pierrot still undisclosed, but renowned director on Gambok confirmed along with a powerful production team to BBX/upcoming open audition for Pierrot. Among the candidates, the Seoul Korean actor Kang Woojin draws Hollywood's attention to. They had launched their initial marketing campaign in earnest, continuously announcing details about actors, sets, and pre-production progress. This only intensified curiosity about the movie Pierrot. The title, director, and candidate actors had been disclosed, but nothing about the plot was revealed. However, around this time, Columbia Studios revealed something other than the movie's content. It was through their official SNS. This Pierrot will be the starting point of a large-scale project planned by Columbia Studios. They dropped a teaser. While the specifics of the project were unknown, it was clear that Pierrot would serve as its starting point. On the other hand, unlike Pierrot, Beast and the Beauty was relatively quiet. After confirming its live-action adaptation, there was no further news. But this only fueled the fire of foreign media and public opinion. Following the confirmation of Beast and the Beauty's live-action adaptation, World Disney Pictures remained silent. Which actors will take on these beloved characters loved worldwide? From SNS to online communities and even internet broadcasts, fantasy casting boards for Beast and the Beauty are everywhere. Which one seemed the most realistic? The frenzy wasn't limited to the U.S. Global audiences, including Korea, were in an uproar. Discussions about Beast and the Beauty were endless on SNS and online communities, often in various languages. Amid the waves of excitement and concern, the main focus was on which actors would be cast. The same was true in Korea. Beast and the Beauty is my favorite Disney film. I really hope they make it well. Foreign communities are exploding with Beast and the Beauty fantasy casting boards, but to be fair, some are pretty spot on. I don't care about anything else. But Disney, you better not ruin my bell, okay? I'm serious. You hear me? Looking at the fantasy casting boards, most of the suggestions are actors with musical talent. Personally, I vote for Miley Cara. Riley's name is being mentioned a lot too, for the role of Belle. Yep, some international singers are rumored to be possibilities. Disney, you botched the last live-action adaptation, so you better nail this one, okay? I'm trusting you. Do you actually trust Disney? To be honest, I think any actor can handle the Beast, but Belle needs to be a perfect match. They can't just cast anyone for the Beast, he needs to be super handsome. In the early parts, sure, the Beast can rely on CGI or heavy makeup, but by the end, When he transforms back into a prince, he has to be stunning. And doesn't the beast need to be great at piano and vocals too? Piano, vocals, acting, and roaring is all that's needed. 2 days passed like that. Wednesday, January 12th. The location was one of the stages inside Columbia Studios in LA. The studio's massive complex, resembling a small city, housed over 20 stages that were no less than giant film sets. Among them, Stage 7 was bustling with a familiar film crew. There were at least 30 foreigners, and amidst them stood an elderly Korean man. It was director On Jae-bak. Pierrot had officially entered its pre-production phase, and director On Jae-bak was inspecting the set with the key staff members involved in filming. Walking around the set and discussing various aspects with several foreign key staff, director On Jae-bak appeared different in spirit. The determination on his wrinkled face said it all. This included the process of changing Pierrot to Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Even in its early stages, it hadn't been a light project, but hearing about Columbia Studios' grand-scale plans made it feel even heavier. Perhaps that was why executives and officials from Columbia Studios frequently visited the stage site. However, director On Jae-bak didn't pay much attention to them. He simply focused on the task at hand. The conversation he was having with the key staff was undoubtedly about set construction. After all, he was holding the script for Pierrot in his hands. For now, they had to distinguish between set-based and location-based, outdoor, filming before the official shooting storyboard was completed. While Pierrot had a lot of set-based scenes according to the script, there were also outdoor shoots. The first step was dividing these properly. At that moment, director Nim, a man of Asian descent, approached quickly from afar. He was the assistant director of the Korean team brought by director On Jae-bak. The foreign key staff of Pierrot turned to look at the assistant director, and director On Jae-bak, frowning slightly, turned his head. What's with the fuss? The assistant director hurriedly moved closer to On Jae-bak, who was surrounded by the foreign staff. Drawing all their attention, he spoke in Korean to On Jae-bak. Director Nim, have you seen the post World Disney Pictures just uploaded on their official SNS? World Disney Pictures? No. Why suddenly them? The assistant director, wide-eyed, showed his phone as he answered. They announced the confirmed candidates for Beast and the Beauty and for the Beast role. What about the Beast role? Director On, sounding slightly annoyed, grabbed the assistant director's phone. Displayed on the screen was the official SNS of World Disney Pictures, and as director On Jae-bak read the freshly uploaded post, his mouth fell slightly open. Huh. Right afterward, the foreign key staff of Pierrot also gathered around director On, and when they saw something on the phone, question marks seemed to appear in their eyes. Meanwhile, in Korea, unlike LA, where it was afternoon, it was morning in Korea. Nevertheless, an enormous crowd had gathered at a large department store in Seoul. While this department store typically saw a decent number of visitors, the current scene was on another level, enough to make anyone's eyes go wide. At a glance, there were easily over several hundred people. The location was the first-floor lobby of the department store. On one side of the expansive lobby, an event section had been set up, for lines of people stretched from the event area, filling the lobby and extending all the way to the entrance. Naturally, the line continued outside the department store. As a result, #% asterisk and percent asterisk hashtag and percent asterisk percent and percent #% and hashtag asterisk and $% hashtag percent hashtag asterisk percent underscore. Incomprehensible shouts and screams filled the department store. Curious about the commotion, numerous people leaned over the railings of the second and upper floors, taking pictures of the first-floor scene with their phones. This is insane. What's with his looks? The camera doesn't do him justice at all, right? Seriously, his physique is good too. I should have lined up earlier. The crowd of hundreds filling the department store was all focused on one spot, where an actor with an intense poker face sat, dressed sharply in a gray double coat. Among the crowd, his name was constantly shouted amidst the screams. Appa. Woojin Appa. Kya. Kang Woojin. Look this way, please. Just one wave. Appa. It was Kang Woojin. Today, Woojin was holding a casual fan signing event at the department store. As a result, Countless fans, having heard the news, flocked to the venue even in the early morning. Among them were members of Woojin's official domestic fan club, Kang's Heart, members of the Japanese fan club, KWJI Shidoru, and fans who simply liked Woojin. And, of course, there were also people who just happened to visit the department store. Amidst the sea of hundreds of fans, Woojin sat calmly. Appa, I'll be rooting for you in Pierrot. You have to get the role. Thank you, I'll do my best. What's your name? I'm Era. Joe Era. Thank you for coming. No. Of course I had to come. He was in the middle of signing and greeting each fan one by one. While maintaining his signature stoic persona, his tone when speaking to fans was a bit softer than usual. After finishing a signature, Kang Woojin glanced at the hundreds of fans still waiting in line. Phew, can this even be done? In half a day? Feels like I'll need to extend the time. Even signing like crazy, there was no sign of the fans decreasing. His fingers were starting to hurt. Still, he couldn't show any weakness. Just like during filming, Kang Woojin's persona becomes even more intense when fans gather like this. Soon, as Woojin was about to signal to the next fan with renewed determination. Huh? Is it true? No way. For real? No way. Holy. The hundreds of fans suddenly began murmuring among themselves. Their demeanor was completely different from just moments ago, when they had been calling out to him in excitement. Woojin, puzzled, wondered silently. What's this about? All of a sudden, the atmosphere grew thick with an overwhelming sense of mystery. At this point, the hundreds of fans gathered in the department store were all staring intently at Kang Woojin. Their gazes were filled with shock. Sensing that something unusual was happening, Kang Woojin instinctively became alert. And then it happened. Appa. A familiar female voice came from his right. When Woojin turned, it was Blood Sister, the representative of the official fan cafe Kang's Heart. No, it was his younger sister, Kang Hyuna. She was standing there, holding her phone in one hand and pointing at it with her index finger, her face drained of all expression, as she asked Kang Woojin in disbelief. Appa, are you a candidate actor for the role of the Beast in Beast and the Beauty? Chapter 389, Overwhelm, 18. Blood Sister. No, Kang Hyuna, Kang Woojin's younger sister, was flustered, and Woojin secretly smiled a mischievous smile. Oh, she's totally stunned. Ah, I really want to tease her. Teasing her when she had that kind of expression was the best. If it were the original Kang Woojin, he would have joked something like, "Are you okay? Your face looks ugly." Or I'd want to tell her not to randomly make faces in public. Man, that would be super fun. Then Kang Hyuna would probably throw a fit. However, while reminiscing about those fun past moments of striking banter, Woojin had to hold back. Since there were hundreds of fans gathered, he needed to maintain his dignity. It was moments like this when his concept felt a bit regrettable. Regardless, Woojin lowered his voice and spoke to his dazed little sister. What are you suddenly talking about? He pretended not to know for now. Kang Hyuna, her eyes growing even wider, extended her phone toward him. This article just came out? Her phone displayed an article that had seemingly just been published. Star Talk, Kang Woojin included among candidates for Beast role in World Disney Pictures, Beast and the Beauty live-action adaptation. Woojin's expression didn't change as he read the article. From the moment Kang Hyuna asked if he was a candidate for the role of Beast, he had already suspected as much. It was likely that World Disney Pictures had announced the lineup of candidate actors for the role. But this is kind of unexpected again. The feeling was similar to when he was cast for Pierrot. However, given that the original work of Beast and the Beauty was beloved worldwide, the impact of this announcement would undoubtedly be on a completely different scale compared to Pierrot. Woojin himself thought as much. Even if it were me, I'd be surprised if there was a Korean actor among the candidates for the Beast role. Although Woojin wasn't overly concerned about the other actors who were confirmed as candidates, he could already predict without even seeing them. It would undoubtedly be Hollywood's top actors lining up. After a brief moment of being lost in thought, Woojin lifted his gaze again, from the phone to his dazed little sister, Kang Hyuna. Then, as if it was no big deal, he answered, "Yes, it's true. What the article says." His response was so calm and low-toned that Kang Hyuna seemed to naturally accept it at first. "Ah, really? I thought Appa was really a candidate actor." "Huh. You mean it's true?" She let out a shriek. Her cry echoed throughout the entire department store lobby. Thanks to her, the murmuring of the hundreds of fans present grew several times louder. However, Woojin, unfazed, simply nodded. Yes, it's true. Kang Hyuna, her eyes and mouth opening wide in shock, froze. Momentarily before barely managing to speak. What? At this point, the autograph session at the department store, with hundreds of fans gathered, turned into complete chaos. %NN hashtag happy face at asterisk, Woojin Appa, asterisk and hashtag percent asterisk, hashtag, percent asterisk, hashtag, dollar asterisk hashtag percent asterisk hashtag, percent at. The murmuring escalated into bizarre screams that resonated loudly. All the fans, hundreds of them, began jumping up and down while holding up their phones, taking frenzied pictures of Woojin, who was on the platform. The excitement and frenzy filled the atmosphere. The autograph session devolved into pandemonium. Meanwhile, Woojin remained seated in his chair, maintaining his cool demeanor. But inwardly, he was slightly scared. They're not going to suddenly rush at me, are they? The fans' reactions were so intense that it was natural for him to flinch a bit. Even though dozens of guards were struggling to hold them back, it felt like it was only a matter of time before something happened. Around this time, Woojin, from behind, Choi Sung-gun, with his signature ponytail, who had been talking with the staff, approached Kang Woojin. He whispered quietly, "Let's wrap this up for now. I've already spoken to them. We'll reschedule the autograph session for later and leave now." "Yes, Seonim." Woojin put down the fan's item he was holding and stood up from his seat. At his movement, the hundreds of fans in front of him, as well as the crowd clinging to the upper level railings, began shouting even more fervently. Kang Woojin started stepping off the platform, but suddenly stopped. Then he turned his body directly toward the frenzied crowd of hundreds of fans and gestured with his hand, a signal for them to quiet down for a moment. In a significantly quieter atmosphere, Woojin opened his mouth. "You've probably seen the articles or heard the news by now. Pierrot and Beast and the Beauty. For both projects, it's true that I've been selected as a candidate actor." He continued, speaking calmly. "Not just as a candidate. I'll make sure you can see an article confirming me cast as a lead actor." Soon, ear-piercing screams filled the department store completely. Later, around the midpoint of the new year, amidst various issues stirring up noise in Korea, Kang Woojin unleashed another tsunami. No, to be precise, it was Hollywood's World Disney Pictures that caused it. Without any warning, literally out of the blue, World Disney Pictures announced the primary candidates for the major roles in the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. Woojin was hearing about it from inside the van. "Thank you for your tremendous interest in the live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty." The one briefing the situation was Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat. While Woojin maintained his poker face, his ears were perked up. Of course, the same applied to the rest of the team. "We're aware that fantasy castings for Beast and the Beauty have been circulating across SNS and communities. We view this as a sign of deep affection as well. In light of this, we're officially announcing the candidates for the major characters. First, the role of Beauty Belle." Choi Sung-gun began listing names, which belonged to top-tier actresses even in Hollywood. Each time a name was called, the team members exclaimed in awe. They were such famous actors that even this reaction was expected. While Woojin's response was more lukewarm compared to the team, he still reacted. Who was that actress just mentioned? I feel like I've heard her name a lot." It was similar to Chris Hartnett. He knew they were famous, but he couldn't immediately recall who they were, which was frustrating. Then, a familiar name came out of Choi Sung-gun's mouth. Miley Kara. "Oh, Miley Kara too? That was unexpected." Of course, Woojin had also seen the fantasy casting boards floating around online. He was aware that Miley Kara was frequently mentioned, but for it to turn out to be true, he hadn't heard anything directly from her. Coincidence? Well, I guess it is. Coincidence? I think not. Some of the stylists chimed in. Woojin Appa and Miley Kara must really be connected in some way, right? Beast and the Beauty must have just overlapped by coincidence. Isn't that true, Appa? You didn't hear anything, right? Yeah, I didn't hear anything. But Miley Kara is seriously perfect for Beauty Belle. Kang Woojin agreed with them. At this point, Choi Sung-gun began listing the candidates for the role of the Beast. As expected, the names of top-tier Hollywood actors were called, including even a massively popular pop singer. Finally, at the end, and Kang Woojin, the team members screamed in awe. Amidst their emotional outcry, Choi Sung-gun spoke again. Wow, the comments on this post are absolutely exploding. Curious, everyone pulled out their phones. Woojin did the same. What Choi Sung-gun said was true. The SNS post uploaded by World Disney Pictures was already inundated with an overwhelming number of comments. The activity was ongoing, and the comments were in a variety of languages. What the dash? This is insane, seriously? There were tens of thousands of comments and counting. Woojin skimmed through some of them. It was, for lack of a better term, a mess. Predictably, there were far more criticisms visible for now. But this was something Woojin had anticipated, so he wasn't too concerned. However, Choi Sung-gun and the team members' expressions were darker. Though we were prepared, this is harsh. Woojin shifted his focus to searching. First, he accessed Korea's top search engine. As soon as the page loaded, his face was plastered across the front page of the news section. Kang Woojin made it as candidate actor for confirmed live-action Beast and the Beauty. Below that, the listed articles all prominently featured Kang Woojin's name. World Disney Pictures announces Beast and the Beauty candidate actors. Among a lineup of global stars, Kang Woojin. Issue talk. Kang Woojin once again shakes up the nation, suddenly revealed to join the iconic Beast and the Beauty project by World Disney Pictures. Even at this very moment, articles were being churned out endlessly. It was an explosively provocative piece of news. Kang Woojin, who had already displayed crazy levels of issue-making power with projects like Pierrot, was now tied to the recently trending live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. Who could have possibly expected Kang Woojin's name to be associated with that iconic work, cherished in everyone's memories? Subsequently, the media and various domestic outlets began covering this issue exclusively. From Pierrot to Beast and the Beauty? What happened during Kang Woojin's recent trip to LA? Articles, news, radio broadcasts. Woojin's name was mentioned nonstop all day long. From the end of last year to the new year, every step Kang Woojin took had been a first in history, so it was only natural. Moreover, this time, the scale was enormous. Even people who didn't have much interest in Kang Woojin were left wide-eyed. What? Kang Woojin is a candidate for the Beast role? No way, seriously? Yeah, the articles are out, and it's a huge deal. Wow, this is such a twist. Crazy, it's kind of unexpected, but I'm super surprised. Exactly. So what does this mean? If Kang Woojin passes the audition, he'll play the Beast role? Amazing, that's kind of giving me chills. The momentum didn't slow down the next day. From the morning news, Kang Woojin was introduced, and the number of articles had multiplied several times compared to the day before. On top of that, YouTube also caught the scent of this scoop, and the platform was flooded with videos about Kang Woojin. SNS and online communities were already at maximum capacity. This is insane. What Kang Woojin is really crazy genuinely shocked me. Goosebumps. Isn't this literally historic? A Korean actor being a candidate for 2 major Hollywood studio projects? Am I the only one freaking out that Kang Woojin's name is listed among top-tier Hollywood actors? Why is everyone praising him? Honestly, I'm kind of baffled to be honest. Kang Woojin doesn't seem to fit the Beast role. Agreed. Right now, Disney is getting bashed like crazy overseas because of this. What nonsense. The role hasn't even been confirmed yet. He's just a candidate. Naturally, there was intense polarization in opinions. Disney. If he gets the role, his recognition will skyrocket, but the backlash will probably be just as intense. A hot potato for sure. No. Everyone. Why are you criticizing when a Korean actor is making an impact in Hollywood? We should support. Haters will always hate without rhyme or reason. Need to overthink it. Kang Woojin just needs to crush them with his talent. But honestly, this is kind of chilling. If Kang Woojin lands both Pierrot and Beast and the Beauty, I can't even imagine what that would look like. Kang Woojin's sync rate is pretty good though. Even better if it's with Kara. Good vocals, amazing acting, it's perfect, right? This atmosphere persisted for several days. The blazing fire of interest showed no signs of dying down. Kang Woojin's SNS and YouTube channel were practically hit with a nuclear bomb. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that almost everyone, actors, directors, and industry insiders in the domestic entertainment industry, as well as the general public, was talking about Kang Woojin. Issue check. Both the media and public opinion are all about Kang Woojin. Even after breaking such a huge story at the start of the year, Kang Woojin remains silent. Naturally, the buzz extended to Japanese side as well. You've heard, right? Kang Woojin has been confirmed as a candidate actor for World Disney Pictures live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty. Eh? Really? Not for Pierrot? What? Isn't this news way too late? He's confirmed for both Pierrot and Beast and the Beauty. That's incredible. I just watched Leech a few days ago. Kang Woojin-san can't. You make a guest appearance on a show just once? Even Japanese variety shows frequently mention Woojin, and just like in Korea, the media was flooded with stories about him. While there were some differences in tone, the Japanese public was also boiling over the topic of Kang Woojin. And this topic wasn't confined to just Korea and Japan, it extended beyond Hollywood as well. International news, Kang Woojin's name spreads across LA and beyond. Divided opinions on whether he suits the Beast and the Beauty role or not. It was now spreading worldwide. A few days later, on the 18th, DM Production, the large editing room at DM Production, responsible for producing Beneficial Evil. A musty smell filled the air. In such an editing room, editing staff worn out from fatigue sat huddled together. All of them were silently staring at the monitors in front of them. Apart from breathing, they were completely still. The only exception was the goateed man sitting in the middle. It was PD Song Man-woo. Click, click, click. He skillfully operated the editing equipment. His beard had grown even longer, and the dark circles under his eyes had deepened several-fold. Despite the fact that Woojin's name was making waves not only in Korea, but across the world, PD Song Man-woo remained steadfast and focused. Music played for a moment in the editing room before being cut off. Kang Woojin's face appeared on the monitors, only to freeze again. After several dozen minutes of working on the equipment by himself, PD Song Man-woo suddenly swike, leaned heavily back into his chair, and let out a deep sigh. Phew, somehow it's done. The editors gulped and turned their gazes toward him. PD Song Man-woo rubbed his face with both hands. For a few seconds, he stayed like that. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The ring only lasted a moment. Once the call connected, he began speaking. Yes, Executive Director. On the other end of the phone was Kim So-hyang of Netflix Korea, and whether it was a positive or negative, during the frenzy of Woojin's skyrocketing name recognition worldwide, the editing is complete. The preparations for the launch of Beneficial Evil were finished. Chapter 390. Overwhelm, 19. PD Song Man-woo's face looked haggard. It wouldn't have been strange if he passed out on the spot. However, the voice he murmured into his phone carried resolve. The editing is complete. At the same time, the editors surrounding PD Song Man-woo clenched their fists in silence. Some let out relieved sighs and rubbed their heads. It was the moment the long agony finally came to an end. Meanwhile, PD Song Man-woo's serious expression remained unchanged as Executive Director Kim So-hyang's voice came through his phone. Her tone was slightly surprised. What? Really? Already? It was a question about whether the editing of Beneficial Evil was finished this quickly. PD Song Man-woo answered while rubbing his face with one hand. Yes, we just finished. That's much faster than expected, right? From what you said earlier, there should still be about a week left. In fact, in early January, PD Song Man-woo had told Kim So-hyang that they needed 2 weeks for remaining edits and 1 week for finishing touches. That was the day they previewed Beneficial Evil. By that calculation, the work wasn't supposed to be completed until late January, but in terms of dates, PD Song Man-woo had managed to save almost a week. When asked if there was a reason, he rose slowly from his chair and replied, "Wrapping up the editing so close to the February 3rd launch felt a bit tight, and more than anything, Woojin SSI's current uproar is a big factor." Even though he had been holed up in the editing room, PD Song Man-woo had kept tabs on the various issues involving Kang Woojin, Miley Kara, and others. From the overlapping releases of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech to Pierrot, and Beast and the Beauty. When he heard the recent news that Woojin had been confirmed as a candidate for the role of the Beast, PD Song Man-woo's jaw had dropped. But only for a moment. Missing out on this golden opportunity would be stup. Sorry. We need to leverage this nuclear-level momentum to our advantage as much as possible. So I poured in several times more, whether it was time or life force. Are you okay? Well, somehow. Anyway, Woojin SSI's current issues will shake not just Korea and Japan, but the whole world. And if we mix in the promotion and marketing of beneficial evil during that, it naturally becomes global publicity. Right, and we can't waste even a single day of that. Beneficial evil already had decent overseas recognition due to Kang Woojin's success and Miley Carr's involvement. It had been mentioned quite a bit. However, the current momentum was on a different level. Kang Woojin's name as a candidate for the Beast role was being consumed globally. Whether exploding with anticipation or receiving criticism, either way, the global audience's curiosity about Kang Woojin was exploding. On top of that, several issues had combined. His bold statement at the Cannes acceptance speech about aiming for the Academy Awards, confirmation as a candidate actor for both Pierrot and Beast and the Beauty. The explosion happened with the Beast role, but if beneficial evil surfaces amidst all this? Probably. No, 100% everyone will be interested in beneficial evil. Kang Woojin. Who is this actor anyway? What's he doing to shake up Hollywood? When people start asking these questions, beneficial evil would undoubtedly be in the spotlight. Plus, this Korean work also featured Miley Carra, a candidate for Belle, doubling the effect. The difference between running this tremendous promotional effect for 3 days versus 5 days was like heaven and earth. PD Song Man-woo, fully aware of this, had already been pushing himself to his limits, but he poured even more time and energy into the project, and he barely managed to complete it at the desired timing. Then, Executive Director Kim So-hyang cautiously asked over the phone, "How's the quality?" It was a cautious question, though she knew the veteran PD Song Man-woo well. Humans sometimes overlook their own mistakes under pressure. However, PD Song Man-woo answered without hesitation, "I stake my name on the quality. Don't worry and proceed with everything as planned starting today." "All right, I'll do that, PD Nim. I'll also send over the teasers, trailers, and other videos within today." While the conversation continued for a short while, PD Song Man-woo, now slumped back in his chair, changed the topic. "To boost everyone's confidence, we should schedule a pre-launch test screening day, not just a teaser like last time. Just watching up to episode 1 or 2 should be enough." It was a suggestion similar to a test screening for movies. From the other side of the phone, Kim So-hyang seemed to agree. "Would you like to do that? Then let's keep it limited to Netflix, writer Choi, and just the actors. For those who can't make it due to scheduling conflicts, we'll have to skip them. But personally, I'd like Woojin SSI to attend." Woojin SSI. He's incredibly busy. Right now. I'll reach out to him. From what I know, Woojin SSI departs for LA on the 20th. So, if possible, the test will need to happen tomorrow, the 19th. Of course, I'll also ask for the opinions of the other actors. That soon? Is that feasible? At her question, PD Song Man-woo chuckled lightly. If a world star is coming, we'd have to make it happen even if it's an hour later. A few dozen minutes later. It was around 3 p.m. At an advertising shoot location in Seoul. The shoot had already entered its latter half, and Kang Woojin could be seen on one side of the set. He sat in an actor's chair, legs crossed, looking down at his phone. It was a short break. Of course, the concept was thick. Judging by the luxurious leather jacket he was wearing, it seemed to be a shoot for a high-end brand advertisement. At the moment, Woojin was checking various updates with a serious expression. Domestic, Japanese, and international news outlets, to be specific. Damn noisy. I thought things would calm down after a few days, but it's the complete opposite, huh? As Woojin muttered to himself, someone approached him. It was Choi Sung-gun in a thick padded jacket. Woojin. Hearing his voice, Kang Woojin lowered his voice in response. "Yes, Seonim. The outfits they asked us to prepare for the Pierrot audition and screen test, are these okay?" Choi Sung-gun handed over a tablet he had brought. Maintaining his poker face, Woojin scanned the contents. The outfits he had requested a few days earlier were displayed on the screen. Shortly after, Kang Woojin thought to himself. This seems good enough. Then he solemnly nodded. Yes, this is sufficient. Anything else you need? What about makeup? I don't plan on doing any makeup. Just the outfit? You're not going to do face makeup like Pierrot either. No, I'm going as myself this time. They seem to be discussing the audition and screen test for Pierrot. While it would have been ideal to prepare both costumes and makeup, Kang Woojin declined the makeup. Of course, he had already made up his mind. It's better to go as myself rather than as the character Pierrot. He had already drawn up a plan for the audition and screen test to some extent. Soon, Choi Sung-gun retrieved the tablet with an understanding look. All right, got it. The outfit will be ready by tomorrow. The team is sourcing them now, so they'll bring back something nearly identical. Yes, Seonim. Hearing Woojin's response, Choi Sung-gun swallowed nervously. Phew, now there's really less than a week left. I'm terribly nervous, but of course that's just me, right? Looking at you, you're completely fine. When the person in question is so calm, it makes me and the team feel even more like we're dying over here. Is that so? No, Kang Woojin wasn't perfectly fine either. Honestly, how could I be fine? Just thinking about the audition makes my nerves skyrocket. He was nervous, definitely nervous, but this wasn't coming from fear. Excitement, something similar to that. At that moment, BZZ, BZZZ. The phone in Woojin's hand vibrated intensely. It was a call, and the caller was PD Song Manwoo. Woojin raised the phone to his ear and spoke in a low tone. Yes, PD Nim. Hello. As he listened to PD Song Manwoo over the phone, Woojin turned to Choi Sung-gun and asked, Can we free up about 2 hours in the schedule for tomorrow? Why? There's a test screening for the completed version of Beneficial Evil. He said there's no need to force it if it's difficult. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened. His expression seemed to convey a sense of surprise, like, already? He quickly pulled out his phone, checked something, and then responded. 2 hours is tough. At most, 1 hour. The next morning, on the 19th, at DM Production, around 10 a.m., the large editing room where Beneficial Evil had been completed was bustling. Fortunately, there was no musty smell. At the front, in front of the monitors, sat PD Song Manwoo and a few key staff members of Beneficial Evil. At the back, Executive Director Kim So-hyang and Netflix Korea executives had gathered. Huff, ho F finally. Writer Nim, are you alright? What? No. Even writer Choi Nana, wearing round glasses, was there. She had been busy taking deep breaths since earlier. Of course, the cast of Beneficial Evil was also present, from lead and supporting actors to minor ones. Among the leads, Wallin was absent due to scheduling conflicts, but Ha Gangsu was present. The atmosphere itself was lively and filled with anticipation. At that moment, swoosh, a black-haired actor entered the already noisy editing room. As soon as he appeared, everyone greeted him. Oh, Woojin SSI. Woojin SSI is here. Wow. Somehow, even though we saw him constantly during filming, it feels different now. Really feels like seeing a star. Ha ha, Woojin SSI, welcome. It was Kang Woojin, wearing a gray long padded coat with a cap pulled down low. Woojin exchanged appropriate greetings with everyone and then gave a slight bow to PD Song Manwoo, who was seated in front of the editing equipment. You worked hard, PD Nim. PD Song Manwoo smirked slightly. This much is nothing. On the contrary, Woojin SSI, you've worked harder. Thanks for making time despite being so insanely busy. I was curious about it too. For more than 10 minutes, brief updates and small talk continued before PD Song Manwoo made the announcement. Let's start now. Everyone take a seat. Let's do the test screening. Kang Woojin and everyone else either sat on the prepared folding chairs or stood at the back. After PD Song Manwoo's brief adjustments, the largest monitor at the front began to play the video. It was the first episode of Part 1 of Beneficial Evil. It started without an opening or OSD, diving straight into the scene. It began in a dark forest, and Kang Woojin, no, Jang Yun-woo, appeared in military uniform with a gun. The camera angle slowly shifted from his back to his side. A female voice came through the radio in his ear. It was in English, and it was Miley Kara. At this moment, the editing room fell into utter silence. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the monitor in a daze, as if mesmerized. Even Kang Woojin, with his usual poker face, was the same. Judging by his stern expression, he looked very serious. However, on the inside, Kang Woojin was in complete chaos. Wow, shit. Goosebumps. What is this quality? This is insane. From the visuals to the directing in the opening scene, it was extraordinary. How to put it? It felt no different from a Hollywood movie, especially since the first dialogue was in English. But that was just the beginning. Holy crap. The action is nuts. From the gunfight onwards, it was impossible to take your eyes off the screen for even a second. Later, Kang Woojin could only watch the first episode of Beneficial Evil before he had to leave. Although he desperately wanted to watch the rest, there was no helping it. I really wanted to see that long-taken episode too. The first episode featured a narrative structure that alternated between Jang Yun-woo's past and present. While the current events unfolded, hints of his past were subtly planted. Even though Woojin already knew the story, the completed version of Beneficial Evil far exceeded his expectations. Whatever the case, the conclusion was clear. Freaking awesome. Even to Kang Woojin, who acted in it, it was incredibly entertaining. If someone watched the first episode, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to stop until they had finished all 6 episodes of Part 1. With that thought, Woojin got back into the van. At the same time, the stylist team handed him something they had prepared. It was the outfit he had requested for the Pierrot audition. The moment he saw the outfit, Kang Woojin's heartbeat quickened. But he quickly calmed down. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, Thursday, the 20th, had dawned, and Kang Woojin was at Incheon Airport. Woojin SSI. Kang Woojin SSI. Please share your thoughts on this moment. Are you confident about the audition? What kind of acting have you prepared? Here. Over here. Woojin SSI. Please say anything you'd like to the fans. Have you been in contact with director Ahn Jae-bak? Do you think you can beat the Hollywood actors confirmed as your fellow candidates? Hundreds of reporters and even more fans had already flocked to Incheon Airport. Everyone was in a frenzy, but Woojin, calmly passing through the departure hall, simply waved to them. Then, swoosh, Kang Woojin disappeared behind the departure gates. The next place he was seen was inside a private jet. Choi Sung-gun and the team members were bustling around, and Woojin's phone had been ringing non-stop since earlier. Most of the calls were probably messages of support. However, Kang Woojin, sticking to his persona, nonchalantly switched his phone to airplane mode and he opened the Pierrot script. Then, raising his index finger, he thought to himself, first, let's get some reading experience done. It was to visit the void space in advance. Of course, he planned to go several times before the audition. Eventually, damn jet lag. Hours later, Kang Woojin arrived at LA International Airport. Though he had departed in the morning, LA's time zone made it an even earlier morning. Despite this, before passing through the densely crowded immigration hall, Woojin's appearance was. Woojin, put on your mask. Yes. Completely concealed. His current position was entirely different from what it used to be. Then about 40 minutes later, after leaving the airport without much trouble, Kang Woojin's team boarded the prepared vans in front of the airport. Woojin got into the first van. Staring out the window, Kang Woojin thought, well, this place is the same. LA was still as vast as ever. On the other hand, Woojin felt a subtle shift in his heart. He was familiar with LA now. As the van started to move, their first destination was Kang Woojin's residence in LA. At that moment, Appa, Han Yeung, Woojin's head stylist, who had recently dyed her hair into a short blue bob, muttered while looking at her phone. Beneficial Evil's first official teaser just dropped. On her phone screen, a video uploaded about 10 minutes ago was playing. Worldwide release on February 3rd. Beneficial Evil official first teaser trailer Netflix Korea. Comments in various languages were pouring in like crazy. Chapter 391. Overwhelm, 20. As soon as Kang Woojin arrived in LA, the first official teaser of Beneficial Evil was released. Worldwide release on February 3rd. Beneficial Evil official first teaser trailer Netflix Korea. Woojin, who looked at Han Yeung's phone screen with a calm expression, was slightly surprised internally. Oh, awesome. The first teaser, uploaded to Netflix Korea's official YouTube channel, had reached a surprising milestone in just 10 minutes. 110,000 views? The number of viewers had already surpassed 110,000. It was undoubtedly an unusual and overwhelming feat. Woojin calmed his excitement and, nodding slowly, spoke to Han Yi-young. Yeah, I'll watch it on mine. Han Yi-young, with her short blue bob hair, took back her phone. Soon, everyone in the van began playing the first teaser of Beneficial Evil. Woojin did the same. Swish. Kang Woojin immediately started playing the teaser. The runtime was approximately 30 seconds. It began with a black screen accompanied by majestic music. Gradually, Kang Woojin, dressed in a military uniform, appeared, followed by his voice. Miley Kara's dialogue came right after. The teaser didn't spend much time on individual shots. The teaser is incredibly intense. Scenes shifted rapidly, yet the teaser clearly conveyed the theme of Beneficial Evil. The faces of the main characters, gunfight scenes, explosion scenes, action scenes, and more flashed by. The teaser exuded a strong feeling of attacking its viewers, with Kang Woojin, the male lead of Beneficial Evil, taking the central spotlight. His English lines also added to the teaser's appeal. By the time they entered the heart of downtown LA, the team members in the van began expressing their amazement one by one. Wow, look at how the visuals turned out. This is incredible. Goosebumps when Oppo appears and Miley Kara's voice comes in. The quality is insane. Oppo, what do you think? It's good. Is it really good? Or are you just saying that? Of course, the overall reception was very positive. Even Choi Sung-gun in the front passenger seat nodded in satisfaction. At the end of the teaser, rough gray lettering and information appeared. Beneficial Evil. Worldwide release on February 3rd. With that, the teaser for Beneficial Evil ended. Though Woojin watched it with an indifferent expression, internally, he gave it a thumbs up. Yeah, this is incredible. He felt the same as his team members. Moreover, Woojin had already watched the first episode of Beneficial Evil, so his feelings were even stronger. But if it's already hit 110,000 views in just 10 minutes, damn, won't this easily reach millions of views? He was inwardly astonished. This might have seemed extraordinary, but it was a natural phenomenon. Currently, Kang Woojin's recognition was skyrocketing not only in Korea but globally, including Japan. People from various countries were likely searching for Woojin out of curiosity, and YouTube had just served them the freshly released official teaser for Beneficial Evil. Even at this moment, many global audiences were watching the video. In fact, the comments are insane. The teaser's comment section was already saturated. There were Korean comments, of course, as well as Japanese, English, French, and countless other languages. A few English comments caught Woojin's eye. Is this Korean actor Kang Woojin, who's rumored to be a candidate for the Beast role? You don't suit the Beast role. Oh, I searched for Kang Woojin, and his new project came up? Is it a Korean production? I'll watch it on Netflix and judge. I looked him up, and it turns out Kang Woojin, a Korean actor, won the Best Actor award again last year. He must be good at acting. I'm curious. Miley Kara? Why is Miley Kara appearing in a Korean production? I liked Kang Woojin collaborating on Miley Kara's last album, but Disney made a mistake with Beast and the Beauty. Why are people making premature judgments? He hasn't even been confirmed yet. There were positive, negative, and neutral comments. Thousands of comments were chaotic, with no consensus. Korean and Japanese comments mainly expressed anticipation and high praise. There were also quite a few Miley Kara fans who mentioned they had been waiting for Beneficial Evil, but the majority of people were still discussing Kang Woojin in relation to Beast and the Beauty. It was a mix of criticisms, questions, and a sense of waiting. The team members, who had been checking the explosive comment situation, glanced at Kang Woojin, whose expression remained stern. However, he didn't seem fazed at all. They're overreacting, seriously. The auditions haven't even started yet. From the beginning, Woojin was unaffected by such chaos. Well, I'll end up getting it anyway. After arriving in LA, Kang Woojin began to settle in. At the same time, he prepared for the PRO audition and screen test. Time passed quickly. Hollywood was bustling. Just like in Korea, countless issues were popping up everywhere. The PRO auditions nearing, the still quiet Beast and the Beauty after the casting announcement, the buzz around Kang Woojin and Miley Kara's Beneficial Evil, and various other news. Meanwhile, World Disney Pictures was closely monitoring global Public opinion during the production of Beast and the Beauty. Kang Woojin's name is still causing a stir. Well, we expected this, didn't we? That's true, but it's too noisy. It's a bold decision, but all we can do is push forward. The actor hasn't been confirmed yet, and even if Kang Woojin is chosen, ultimately, the final product and his talent will provide the answers. Though the global buzz was chaotic, Walt Disney Pictures handled it with composure, as they had been through such situations countless times. On the other hand, Columbia Studios was slightly flustered. They hadn't anticipated the news about Beast and the Beauty. Their reaction was somewhat similar to Walt Disney Pictures when they first learned that Kang Woojin was included in Pierrot. However, with the auditions just around the corner and Pierrot being the starting point for a massive project, the cinematic universe, the stakes were incredibly high. Within Columbia Studios, opinions among the higher-ups were slightly divided. Did no one know that Kang Woojin was in talks with Walt Disney Pictures? Even if we had known, it wouldn't change anything. We've already announced it. The auditions are just a few days away. Isn't it still possible to retract? We've never shared an actor with Walt Disney Pictures in our history. If the timing of the releases is different, it shouldn't be a major issue. Retracting now would be a blow to our pride. Concerns about Kang Woojin's physical condition also arose. If he ends up working on both projects simultaneously, it could harm both sides. But this concern was promptly shut down by director On Jae-bok. That won't happen. When Kang Woojin was filming Leech, he managed multiple projects at the same time. He handled that hellish schedule perfectly. I vouch for him. As a result, for now, we agreed to proceed with the audition. The decision to go ahead with the audition was dominant. A few days later, on the 25th, in LA, around 10 a.m., inside Columbia Studios, which resembled an amusement park or even a small city, a medium-sized hall was prepared for several tests. The hall had a screen-equipped stage, over 100 seats, ceiling lights, and so on. It had the feel of a small theater. The hall was bustling with foreigners. Table. Move the table over here. Is the camera setup not done yet? The table's too small. Get a bigger one. Here. The floor over here is making a weird noise. Are you sure it's okay? At least 20 or more foreigners were scurrying around, shouting in noisy English. Some were cleaning or inspecting the stage. Others were setting up a long table and monitor on one side, while various cameras were being installed all around the stage. The dozens of foreigners moved busily and frantically. They were, of course, personnel from Columbia Studios. More specifically, they were staff members working on Pierrot. Everyone was highly sensitive and passionate, and understandably so. Get it together. Don't forget that today is the Pierrot audition and screen test. This was the venue where the Pierrot audition and screen test would begin. Today, they were scheduled to evaluate the male actors auditioning for lead roles. About 30 minutes passed like that. As the stage setup neared completion, non-staff foreigners began entering the hall one by one. First to appear was a woman with slightly longer than shoulder-length hair and sharp features. She was the executive producer of Pierrot. She glanced around the audition hall and nodded her head. It's good. You all worked hard. This signified that the setup was satisfactory. Following her, Pierrot's key staff, including the casting director, entered the hall, along with the executives from Columbia Studios. However, this time, the number of executives was larger than usual, with some unfamiliar faces among them. There appeared to be about 8 of them. Next to appear was Swish, director On Jae-bok, with his wrinkled face. The Korean director who would direct Pierrot and fire the opening shot of the cinematic universe. Director On Jae-bok scanned the spacious hall and exhaled lightly. Phew, this is just the beginning. For a brief moment, a thought of Kang Woojin, whom he would soon meet, flashed through his mind. After all, the Columbia Studios personnel had arrived. It was time for the Hollywood actors. These were the Hollywood superstars confirmed as candidates for the male lead in Pierrot. Hello, Dash. A Hollywood actor, recognizable just by his face, entered the hall. The first actor arrived with a team of 4 staff members. After exchanging casual greetings, likely with people he knew among the staff, he took a seat. Subsequently, more Hollywood actors began arriving. Each actor exchanged brief pleasantries before filling the empty seats among the 100+ available. Most of the actors were accompanied by their teams. Before long, the number of people gathered in the hall exceeded 50. The reason was simple. Today's audition and screen test were being conducted openly. In other words, everyone present in the hall would be able to see the actors in action. It was at this moment. Swish. The fourth candidate entered the hall. A black-haired Korean actor. The moment he appeared, all eyes in the hall, from the Pierrot production team to the Columbia Studios executives, were fixed on him. Even the Hollywood actors turned their heads, quietly murmuring to themselves. That guy is the one dash. Is he taller than he looked in the photos? He has an unique aura. The only Korean actor. I guess my curiosity will be answered today. It was Kang Woojin. Receiving everyone's gaze, Woojin had not brought a large team with him. He was accompanied by just one person, Choi Sung-gun. Woojin's expression was solemn, but inwardly, he was slightly overwhelmed. Oh wow, what is this? This place is insanely big. Whoa, aren't all those actors ones I've seen somewhere before? This is crazy cool. Then, Woojin noticed something. Of course. The clothes he was wearing were similar to those of the various Hollywood actors seated ahead. Kang Woojin was currently dressed in a red jacket and pants, a yellow vest, and worn-out brown shoes. The overall look was ragged, as if the clothes were old and tattered. It was the same outfit as Pierrot's character Henry Gordon. The Hollywood actors, who were his competitors, had the same idea. They're all dressed similarly, though with slight differences. One of the actors had even styled his hair to match Henry Gordon's appearance in the latter half of the story, with long hair slicked back. The sheer presence of such formidable Hollywood stars made Kang Woojin's heartbeat quicken. But it was fine. He had his concept and his beastification technique to rely on. As Woojin scanned the atmosphere for a moment, Choi Sung-gun leaned in and whispered to him, "Let's go." Just as Woojin nodded, suddenly a male voice speaking English cut in from behind. "How have you been?" Turning around, Woojin saw a handsome man with captivating brown eyes standing there. It was none other than Chris Hartnett, a top Hollywood actor and someone who had a past incident with Kang. Woojin. Smiling, Chris extended his hand toward Woojin. "Mr. Kang Woojin, you remember my name, right?" Woojin, with a silent expression, shook Chris's hand. "Hello, Chris. I'm looking forward to your performance." "Likewise." "Ha ha. As expected, you're interesting. Let's head in." Chris Hartnett let go of Woojin's hand and entered the hall first. Woojin also began to move. Soon, all 5 candidates for Pierrot's lead role, including Woojin, were seated. The overall arrangement of the hall was as follows. At the table on the stage, equipped with monitors, sat the executive producer, director On Jae-bak, the casting director, and other key staff. In the first row of seats directly in front of the stage, the Columbia Studios executives were seated. On the far right side, about a dozen key staff members from Pierrot had taken their places. Behind them sat Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun. The remaining Hollywood actors and their teams were scattered throughout the hall, filling some of the seats here and there. The medium-sized hall, where the open audition and screen test were about to begin, carried a slightly heavy atmosphere. It was both serious and quiet. Around this point, all 8 Columbia Studios executives glanced at the executive producer seated on the stage, giving her a signal. It was time to begin. The sharp-featured female producer nodded and opened her mouth to speak. Naturally, it was in English. "Shall we begin?" Staff members positioned themselves around each camera installed on the stage, and the monitors on the judges' table lit up. The lighting was adjusted accordingly. Director On Jae-bak and the other judges opened the transparent files that had been provided to them. Inside were the profiles of the actors. The female producer looked toward the seats where the candidate actors were gathered and spoke again. "Previously, we mentioned that both assigned and free acting performances would be assessed, but we've made some changes. You will only need to perform a free acting piece. However, the foundation must be Henry Gordon." Some of the Hollywood actors murmured among themselves. Regardless, the producer continued speaking nonchalantly. "In other words, show us any kind of performance you want, as long as it's as Henry Gordon." Chapter 392. Crushed 1. The audition method mentioned by the stern-faced executive producer of Pierrot was simple. Instead of the designated acting, it would proceed with free acting, but the character to be portrayed in the free acting would be specified. The confirmed character was Pierrot's male lead, Henry Gordon. The candidate actors gathered today could showcase any style or performance. However, the rapping must undoubtedly be Henry Gordon. This was a detail that Columbia Studios had not shared with the candidate actors beforehand. As a result, this is so sudden. The Hollywood actors, though, they didn't show it outwardly, were a bit flustered. All the preparations I made are now useless. How can they just change the rules like this? Lower your voice. But you know I'm right. Being asked to prepare for both designated and free acting only to have the rules abruptly changed was enough to cause some grumbling. This wasn't something we could have anticipated. What should I do now? Should I mix the prepared material somehow? Focus. Columbia Studios is probably testing our adaptability. There's no real issue here, is there? You've already prepared Henry Gordon as designated acting, and you just need to overlay Henry Gordon onto the free acting as well, like you said. Easier said than done. Anyway, be quiet. Let me think. This sentiment was no different for Chris Hartnett. However, compared to the other actors, he was relatively composed. Chris, are you okay? I'm fine. There's no need to panic. I was a bit surprised, but stuff like this happens often in Hollywood. That's true. In situations like this, it's better to take an aggressive approach. What are you planning to do? Chris Hartnett didn't respond to his manager's question, but instead turned his head sharply to the left. He had spotted Kang Woojin sitting a bit farther away. Soon, Chris's eyes slightly widened. Woojin appeared completely calm. No, perhaps indifferent, as he rested his chin on his hand with a nonchalant expression. Is he really unbothered? Or is he just not thinking about it? I can't figure this guy out. What could he possibly be thinking? Given the situation, he should be serious, but he must be pretending to act unfazed. Wrong. Kang Woojin was genuinely unbothered. He wasn't even thinking much. So, when are they starting? For him, whether it was designated acting, free acting as Henry Gordon, or even complete nonsense, it made no difference. Both his prepared designated and free acting already embodied Henry Gordon, even if there were any issues. Swish. In his hand, he had the Pierrot script with black rectangle, so there was nothing to worry about. Around this time, since this is somewhat sudden, the executive producer on the stage addressed the actors. We will begin in 10 minutes. This wasn't to give them ample time, but merely to allow for a moment to take a deep breath. After all, there wasn't much that could be done in just 10 minutes. In reality, the 10 minutes passed in an instant. Soon, the producer moved again. After checking the condition of the monitors in front of her, she called out one of the actors. We've decided the order at our discretion. Tom Brando, please come up. A moderately built actor with a face that was more ruggedly masculine than classically handsome stood up. His name was Tom Brando. He was a top actor renowned for his acting skills in Hollywood. He, too, wore a suit like Henry Gordon, though the color palette was subdued, gray, black, and brown. He wasn't wearing any makeup. Tom Brando walked up to the stage, where cameras were set up in every direction. Swoosh. By the way, the stage didn't only have cameras. In one corner, various props were neatly arranged, along with items like a single sofa and chairs. How these were used depended on the actors. When Tom Brando stood near the middle of the stage, director Angie Bach, sitting at the judge's table, directed his gaze to the multiple monitors in front of him. The monitors displayed full shots, frontal close-ups, side angles, and even back views of the actor. Director Angie Bach brushed his wrinkled cheek. As expected, he's a Hollywood top star. The aura captured on camera is exceptional. All the judges, including the female producer, were watching the monitors. While the audition itself was important, the screen test captured on the monitors was equally critical. The executive producer on stage gave Tom Brando, who was standing there, a slight nod. If you're ready, you may begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Tom Brando changed his expression and posture. He shoved one hand into his pocket, straightened his back, slightly tilted his face, and formed a faint smile on his lips. It was as if he was embodying the awakened late-stage version of Henry Gordon from Pierrot. The judges' expressions turned serious as they observed Tom Brando, who had completely transformed in an instant. An actor without a flaw in his acting. As expected, he immediately transforms into the character we're looking for. He changed the atmosphere in an instant. Is he trying to channel the Joker? This is exactly the late-stage Henry Gordon I had imagined. Tom Brando glanced around at the surrounding cameras and let out a brief laugh. These damn stares. You're all just scared and trembling in fear. Don't impose that fear on me. Your so-called kindness is just a defense mechanism to avoid dying. I'll do things my way, all right. The words coming out of Tom Brando's mouth, combined with his presence, felt as real as if they were Henry Gordon himself. There was no sense of dissonance. The reason was simple. Therapy? What are you treating? Fix your own rotten brain first. As the first actor to take the stage, Tom Brando had chosen a straightforward approach. Right now, he was performing the role of Henry Gordon from the Poirot script. Since it was technically a free acting segment, there was no issue with this choice. In fact, this might have been the most effective strategy. Good. He's doing exactly as I expected. Performing a scripted scene makes it so much easier to visualize. Tom Brando's decision to perform a scene from the Poirot script during his free acting gave the judges, including director G.A. Bach, the impression of an actual filming session. Since his acting was of such high caliber, the impact was doubled, satisfying the fundamental curiosity of the judges. It was an unexpectedly aggressive choice. By being the first of the candidates to perform a scene from the script, Tom Brando secured his position. Moreover, he chose a critical scene. The scene Tom Brando had selected was one of the most important in the Poirot script. As such, it was naturally more memorable. His performance continued for about 10 minutes. During this time, no one interrupted. The executives from Columbia Studios in the audience seats wore extremely satisfied expressions, while the Hollywood actors quietly displayed subtle traces of unease on their faces. The judges, on the other hand, were busy jotting down notes as they watched the monitors. Thus, Tom Brando's performance came to an end. That will be all. He immediately shed the essence of Henry Gordon as if taking off a coat. Compared in terms of speed, Woojin might have been slightly quicker, but they gave off a similar impression. Given that Tom Brando had over 20 years of acting experience, this was to be expected. After briefly exchanging words with the judges, Tom Brando stepped down from the stage. The brief conversation didn't include any evaluations. After all, this wasn't a place to critique actors, but rather to determine which actor fit Henry Gordon best. In any case, with the very first actor's performance, the bar for the audition had been set significantly higher. Next, Jack Gable. The second Hollywood top actor was called. Jack Gable, who appeared somewhat frail yet had a square jaw, stood up. He had a brooding, charismatic look. Like Tom Brando, Jack Gable was also one of Hollywood's most renowned top actors. Jack Gable took to the stage and displayed his performance with ease. He portrayed a half-crazed character. Hake. Ha-ha. Ah-ha. Was he in a mental institution? Crawling on the stage floor or suddenly yelling at the top of his lungs, Jack Gable was indistinguishable from a truly insane person. It was realistic and vivid. Moreover, within his portrayal of madness. Let go. I said let go. Henry Gordon could be felt. This was because he had perfectly replicated the character's habits. From the hunched posture and slouched shoulders to the speech patterns and gaze, Jack Gable effortlessly brought to life the subtle details of Henry Gordon as described in the script. His level of acting was unquestionably that of a veteran or higher. Although it was different from Tom Brando's performance, Jack Gable also exuded an intense presence. Director G.A. Bach alternated between watching Jack Gable on the monitor and on stage, and came to a realization. So that's it. Right now, he's creating and presenting a future for Henry Gordon. He was showcasing a free interpretation of Henry Gordon's fate, a portrayal that didn't exist in the script but was imagined and crafted by himself. How should one put it? Both Tom Brando's earlier performance and now Jack Gable's were beyond expectations. Director G.A. Bach felt slightly overwhelmed. I expected this to some degree, but it's a headache when everyone's at such a high level. Which monster among these should he choose? During Jack Gable's performance, even the 8 executives from Columbia Studios were nodding in satisfaction. Over 20 key staff members of Poirot exchanged quiet words of admiration. The expressions of the other actors, however, were far more complicated. It wasn't easy to celebrate the success of one's competition. But there was one exception. The only actor in the entire hall whose expression hadn't changed. Kang Woojin. From the beginning of the audition until now, Woojin had maintained an unwavering poker face. He simply observed the other actors' performances with a composed demeanor. At that moment, "Thank you for your hard work." Jack Gable's turn came to an end. After briefly exchanging words with the judges, he stepped off the stage. His lips curled into a smile, as if he felt confident about his performance. Then, next dash. The female producer among the judges picked up the profile of the next actor and turned her gaze toward the audience. Kang Woojin. The third turn was Kang Woojin's. Immediately, the eyes of the Hollywood actors shifted. Chris Hartnett and a few others turned to look at Woojin's face. The team, members of the Hollywood actors, over a dozen key staff members of PRO, the executives seated in the front row of Columbia Studios, and even the judges on the stage. More than 50 people in the hall focused their attention on Kang Woojin. He was undeniably hot, and among the actors, he was the least tested. Furthermore, he was the one who aroused the most curiosity. Choi Sung-gun let out a long breath. "Phew, this is nerve-wracking. Woojin, do your best." He made a motion suggesting his heart was about to burst. In contrast, Kang Woojin was full of composure. "I'll be back." His tone was so calm that it came across as almost cynical. Wearing a red jacket and pants, a yellow vest, and worn brown shoes, Kang Woojin stood up with ease. Swish. Though this marked the start of his first steps in the Hollywood lead role audition, Woojin showed no sign of tension as he moved. Step by step, with steady strides, Kang Woojin headed toward the stage, followed by the gazes of more than 50 people in the hall. Each held a different kind of gaze: tinted views, doubt, anticipation, curiosity, scorn, and more. Choi Sung-gun tightened his ponytail once again and gulped nervously. "Oh damn, my heart's about to burst. Woojin will handle this on his own, but why am I so nervous?" He hadn't received any hints from Woojin about how he planned to tackle the audition. But as always, Choi Sung-gun left everything in Woojin's hands. At that moment, Kang Woojin, his face calm, stepped onto the stage where multiple cameras were set up. Soon, Woojin's image appeared on the monitors at the judges' table, and director On Jae-bok discreetly let out a tense breath. "What kind of performance will you show us this time?" He wasn't the only one. The executive producer sitting next to On Jae-bok thought the same. A Korean actor who's shaken up Hollywood in various ways. Let's see what kind of acting he's prepared. The same thought crossed the minds of the other executives, the two producers, the actors in the audience, and the dozens of staff members. Everyone was internally echoing similar sentiments as On Jae-bok. "Let's see what you've got." However, there was an underlying thought. This wouldn't be easy. The two preceding Hollywood actors had given such exceptional performances. Regardless, as soon as Kang Woojin stepped onto the stage and his image appeared on the monitors, the executive producer prepared to speak. But, her words were cut off. The reason was simple. Swoosh. Woojin had done something unexpected. The previous Hollywood actors had all stood at the center of the stage upon stepping up, right where the cameras focused. But Woojin, as if scoffing at such conventions, casually brushed past the center of the stage. Then, without hesitation, he headed to a slightly secluded area where a single sofa was placed and sank deeply into it. It was a bold, no backing down move, with no prior notice. Because of this, the foreign staff operating the cameras hurriedly adjusted them. Kang Woojin, seated nonchalantly on the single sofa, was now being filmed from all angles. The composition had shifted. Up to this point, the setup had been about actors positioning themselves to be filmed by the cameras. Now, however, the entire camera setup seemed designed solely to capture Woojin. It felt less like an audition and more like a one-man talk show. At that moment, director On Jae-bok slightly furrowed his brow. Did he plan this? In contrast, the executive producer, the Hollywood actors, and over 50 other foreigners in the hall wore expressions of confusion. About half of them blinked in disbelief. It was then, sitting in the spotlight, with all eyes and cameras in the hall focused on him like he was the main character, Woojin crossed one leg over the other. Living life wearing a mask is fucking exhausting. He began to speak fluent, dazzling English. What stood out here was, from now on, should I talk about the real me, the one beneath the surface? Wow, how long has it been since I've shown my true self to people? It didn't feel like acting at all. I've actually been living with a mask on. For about a few years, give or take. I hid my true self, but people just misunderstood and made assumptions on their own. What's more, the usual fad Woojin carried was completely gone. Even you guys here. And, yeah, even the CEO who came with me back there. Honestly, I could say it applies to everyone. Here I am, finally confessing. The situation just spiraled out of control on its own, and somehow, I ended up here. Now, it feels like a weight's been lifted off my chest, huh? But why are your faces like that? You don't believe me? I'm telling you, everything up until now was the mask, and this is the real me. Everyone in the hall, from the industry giants to the Hollywood actors, was dumbfounded. Chapter 393. Crushed, too. When was it? When Hong Hai-yun caught him laughing to himself. Or when I confessed his concept to CEO Choi Sung-gun for the first time. Initially, it was merely a way to evade situations, a front to neutralize the embarrassment he felt. However, as misconceptions and misunderstandings piled up and grew, Kang Woojin crossed a point of no return. Though he couldn't remember the exact timing, at some point Woojin became aware about his concept as an arrogant, monstrous actor. If this keeps going, no one will believe me even if I confess my true self. A faint premonition of his future. This gradually shifted from speculation to certainty. Even if he were to scream, I have a different personality. Everything so far has just been a concept act. No one would believe him. However, he had never tested this theory even once. Would it really turn out that way? He was curious, but there was no need to risk trying, nor the time or freedom to do so. Yet, in the meantime, the concept act of the ordinary man Woojin continued to grow. Gone were the days of nervously fearing exposure. Now, he enjoyed the danger and performed daring tightrope acts with a calm demeanor. He even took it to the point of, but why do you all look like that? You don't seem to believe me. I'm telling you, it's been a mask all along, and this is the real me. This he tested at none other than the audition for the lead role of Hollywood's massive Columbia Studios. A hall filled with Hollywood superstars and big shots. A stage crowded with numerous cameras. Countless eyes focused on Kang Woojin. Wow. Shit, this really feels liberating. In this overwhelming setting, he confidently revealed his concept act. It's not that he wasn't nervous. To be honest, this audition, this screen test, had his heart racing from the moment he joined. The hall was packed with foreigners exuding an unusual aura, and the acting of world-renowned Hollywood top actors was extraordinary. It made him realize yet again just how vast the world was. If it had been his past self, he would have been desperately frantic. He would have focused all his mental energy solely on maintaining the concept act and acting. Consequently, his field of view would have been narrow and his brain's processing sluggish. But now it was different. He could see the entirety of the hall at a glance. The serious face of director On Jae-bak. The dumbfounded expressions of Columbia Studios executives and actors, the foreign staff flustered and glued to their cameras. Even the narrowed eyes of Choi Sung-gun. The current Woojin considered those Hollywood monsters as test subjects for his experiment, and the audience witnessing his first confession of his true self. This is fucking fun. To them, this was a solemn and profound place. Conversely, to Woojin, it was just a thrill-filled playground. The temperature difference was stark. Even so, look at those faces on the Hollywood top actors. They're probably wondering what the hell this is, right? He was brimming with confidence to shatter the superstars present. When had he decided this? Perhaps it was while he was immersed in reading the script for Pierrot. Woojin realized something. The protagonist of this piece, Henry Gordon, resembled himself. He too had an ordinary persona, and within him hid a joker. The only difference was that it was the opposite. Henry Gordon's true self was the Joker, and he lived by acting as an ordinary man. Kang Woojin, on the other hand, was genuinely an ordinary man and was acting out the concept. Though slightly different, their forms were opposites, yet shared common ground. Ultimately, both wore masks, and their lives flipped because of it. They became monsters. From this, Woojin naturally arrived at a storytelling idea. Why bother borrowing Henry Gordon from Pierrot? Since the situation is similar, I'll make the background about myself. I'll showcase Kang Woojin's own life, the current heavily concept-driven circumstances. Of course, while embodying Henry Gordon. At that moment, Kang Woojin opted for freedom instead of the free acting requested for the Pierrot audition. And it cleared his head instead. There was no need to prepare anything. Why is everyone making such dumbfounded faces? Surprised? Well, I suppose that's fair. But what can you do when it's the truth? Huh. It feels like I just got rid of a huge burden. Anyway, by some random chance, I ended up having to wear a mask, and that chance turned out to be something monumental enough to flip my life upside down. The proof is right here, me, as I am now. All he had to do was spit out the truth as it was. Overthinking or coming up with something elaborate was a luxury. It might have been a reckless action, but the current Kang Woojin was in no holding back mode. Get caught? Get exposed? Who cares? When that time comes, so be it. Right now, I'm going to enjoy this moment of confession. All you need to do is listen quietly to my story, my true core. Sitting on a single cedar sofa, dressed as Henry Gordon, Kang Woojin grew bolder and bolder. There were plenty of funny things because of the mask too, like how surprised my close friends were. Even as Woojin, the focus of every gaze in the hall, switched the direction of his crossed legs, he gestured with his chin toward the panel of judges seated on the stage. That man over there, he's hailed as a living legend in the Korean film industry. Even that kind of veteran judged me however he wanted. Isn't that right, old man? A faint smile spread across Kang Woojin's lips. Many foreigners, including the executive producer, turned their gazes toward director On Jae-bok. Despite Woojin speaking the truth, On Jae-bok's furrowed brow didn't relax. Taking advantage of the silence, Woojin spoke again. I was nothing more than an ignorant fool, to be honest. I've improved a bit since then, though. At this moment, Kang Woojin was openly confessing himself. With 100% pure authenticity, he was speaking the truth. But the reactions of those watching were strange. The starting point was director On Jae-bok, who was being openly called out. I see. He's aligning Henry Gordon with the current situation. The situation is Kang Woojin, but the persona is Henry Gordon. The sharp instincts of director On Jae-bok sparked a keen misunderstanding. Even as the confession was laid bare, misconceptions began to flourish, a maddening scene. As if Henry Gordon himself were the one auditioning. At this point, it would have made sense for On Jae-bok, as well as Choi Sung-gun in the audience, to stand up in shock. The Hollywood monster-like foreigners could have also raged, questioning why such nonsense was happening at an audition. But the more Kang Woojin opened his mouth and spilled his truths. But it is fun, I'll admit. Repeating situations like this makes it feel enjoyable. The misunderstandings grew larger and larger. Choi Sung-gun, witnessing the truth unfold before his eyes, was no different. This is why he said the audition method wouldn't matter at all. If he performs the current situation itself as Henry Gordon, then no matter how unexpected the audition process becomes, it won't be a problem. What a terrifying guy. Also, I love you, Woojin. Confessions like this didn't resonate with them. And gradually, the misunderstanding began to infect the minds of all the foreigners in the hall. Starting with the stern-faced female producer sitting next to On Jae-bok. Wait, could it be? He's portraying the auditioning Kang Woojin as Henry Gordon. That's correct. Transcending reality into acting, this is true free acting. The executives of Columbia Studios is the interpretation that Henry Gordon is experiencing this very scene himself. By simply sitting on the sofa and performing unexpected actions, he's captivated everyone's attention, as if Henry Gordon is freely chatting. This is unexpected. Even the dozens of key staff and Hollywood actors. The moment he stepped onto the stage, was he already the Joker? Regardless, it's a unique performance. His acting style, is it method acting? Truly, he's remarkable enough to have won Best Actor at Cannes. Particularly, Chris Hartnett's smile deepened as he watched Kang Woojin seated on the stage sofa. It's like watching a one-man talk show. The protagonist is Henry Gordon, and the audience is everyone here. Haha, what a brilliant idea. It doesn't even feel like acting, does it? It's as if the real Joker is having a field day chatting. You can tell just how much time he must have spent mastering such realistic acting. No one in the hall understood Kang Woojin's sincerity. Truly, it was enough to drive someone mad. Woojin hadn't shown a single instance of acting since stepping onto the stage, yet everyone judged that he was delivering a performance so realistic it blurred the lines of reality. Not that Kang Woojin cared. Look at that. Not a single person looks like they believe me. I figured this would happen. He had roughly expected this. It didn't matter. This situation wasn't bad for Kang Woojin. In fact, it could amplify his presence several-fold. The reason was simple enough, wasn't it? He hadn't truly acted at all so far, and the real Henry Gordon was only about to begin. Soon, Swick. All the cameras focused on him as Kang Woojin, who had been lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, suddenly stood up. Casually, he adjusted the fit of his red jacket. Since we're on the subject, how about I show you what I was like before I wore the mask? Back when I was just a dumb commoner. It'll be fun, like an event. In an instant, Kang Woojin drew upon the Henry Gordon from Pierrot that he held within. Specifically, Henry Gordon from the beginning stages of the story. But bringing out only Henry Gordon seemed dull. So he merged roles, pulling in Corporal Jean Suncheol from Island of the Missing. Both the timid and rough aspects of the character were summoned. A synthesis of 3 roles began. The dialogue didn't have to be confined to the world of Pierrot. For Kang Woojin, the freedom of roles had been unlocked. He could say or do whatever he pleased, freely wielding it as the composite Henry Gordon. That. Suddenly, the confidence vanished from Woojin's face. His expression shifted 180 degrees. Even his posture became somewhat grotesque. His shoulders and back slumped, and his hands trembled faintly. His eyes reflected rock-bottom self-esteem, his gaze radiated anxiety, and a heavy atmosphere of despair enveloped him. In an instant, the figure on stage transformed. For Kang Woojin, this was where the real performance began after his confession. But, how did he switch so instantly? To everyone in the hall, including director On Jie Bak, it appeared to be a deliberate shift in tempo. It seemed as though Kang Woojin was taking them on a ride, lifting them up and dropping them at will. But regardless of what they thought, Woojin, who had been staring down at the stage floor, slowly raised his eyes with difficulty. He scanned the audience seats briefly, before dropping his gaze again. The tension was palpable. He looked scared, trembling, and pained, as though silently begging. "Please don't look at me. I beg you. I feel like I'm going to throw up. How long do I have to do this?" The weight of their gazes crushed him. It was agonizing. Woojin wanted to run away. This was the first time he had stood on a stage like this, playing the protagonist. Why? Why do I have to fight for a role against monsters like this? Wouldn't it be fine to just live quietly? Should I just give up? Having made up his mind, Woojin, still hunched over, began to shuffle backward. The soft scraping sound from the floor seemed unnaturally loud. Why is that sound so loud? At that moment, SSSK. Woojin, his shoulders hunched, locked eyes with a camera positioned to his side. More accurately, he met the gaze of the man behind the camera. The man's blue eyes held a spark of curiosity. However, to pre-transformation Henry Gordon, as embodied by Woojin, those eyes seemed entirely different. Contempt, scorn, disregard, discrimination, persecution. Don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Why are you attacking me? The gazes of people aren't physical violence. But when they accumulate, they can become psychological assault. In that moment, anger welled up inside Woojin. You don't look at me like that. That anger abruptly amplified. Damn it, I said stop looking. This sudden outburst was thanks to the rough aspect of the synthesized Corporal Jean Suncheol. The anger he'd been holding back surged uncontrollably. His heart felt like it was about to burst. His blood boiled. Still hunched over, Woojin clenched his fists tightly. The low self-esteem in his eyes was now mixed with a faint but sharp murderous intent. The intent wasn't overwhelming, but it was steady and rising. Should I punch him? Smash my head into him? Or grab that metal chair behind the bastard and use it? The rage, once solidified, seemed ready to erupt at any moment. His slumped shoulders, curved spine, and air of utter defeat were unchanged, but inside, the monster was slowly starting to reveal its true nature. At that moment, a brake was applied. Hold it in. It was the social reasoning of Henry Gordon. He unclenched the fists he had tightly gripped. Then, he avoided the gaze of the man he had locked eyes with. He turned his body, took a step. Yet, the anger didn't dissipate. He had avoided it, but the fury still simmered, far from extinguished. Pack. Woojin smacked his own head. Pack. Pack. About 3 times, with significant force. And yet, Kang Woojin sat back down on the single-seater sofa. He then hit his head once more. After a moment, as if he had calmed down somewhat, he exhaled a long sigh. Who dash? Roughly 5 seconds of silence followed. Woojin, still hunched over, stared at the stage floor. At this point, everyone, except Woojin, thought, is it over? They assumed the performance he had prepared was finished. The first person to break the silence was Kang Woojin. Among the people seated at the judges' panel, it was the bald executive from Columbia Studios. He seemed to want to ask something. However, Kukik, ha ha ha. Out of nowhere, Woojin, sitting on the sofa, burst into laughter. Slowly, he stood up as he laughed. As Woojin stood, his posture changed entirely. The slumped shoulders and bent back straightened, and his chest puffed out confidently. He shoved one hand into his pocket. The bald executive, who was about to speak, was left speechless, while Kang Woojin, with a smirking face, walked briskly toward him. His stride was completely different from the pitiful gait just moments before. Swick. Woojin stopped right in front of the judges' panel. He looked down at the bald executive. His right hand moved. Reaching into the inner pocket of his jacket, he pulled something out. A cigarette pack. Placing a cigarette in his mouth, Woojin lit it. The eerie grin on his face grew deeper. Kang Woojin took a long drag from the cigarette and exhaled smoke toward the bald man. Who dash? The bald executive furrowed his brow deeply. He looked up at Kang Woojin, who stood right in front of him. This crazy bastard. What the hell is he doing? But his eyes, there's something. The atmosphere around Kang Woojin now was strangely different from the one he exuded earlier when he had first taken the stage and rambled. There was a suffocating intensity of madness and violence now, amplified several times over. What is this? This wasn't the same guy as before. And what are these actions supposed to mean? Is this acting? Or is it real? As questions filled the bald executive's mind, Kang Woojin's right hand moved. Thump. His hand landed on the bald man's head, firmly gripping it as if it were an octopus's head. Woojin shook the man's head slightly, and then, leaning in close, brought his face right up to the bald executive's. His lips curled into a twisted, almost splitting grin. Call me Joker, you damn baldy. Chapter 394, Crushed 3. In truth, ever since Kang Woojin, who had been sitting on the sofa, was called by the bald executive. Next, he had been pulling out another summoned character, the awakened Henry Gordon. He additionally summoned Jang Yun-woo from Beneficial Evil. Then he fused the two. Madness and violence grew several times stronger. Of course, the freedom of the role was maintained. Therefore, the fragile Henry Gordon disappeared before even realizing it. And the result? An unstoppable, utterly no backing down version of Henry Gordon was completed. Would he care about people's gazes? Could things like worry or fear even exist? At this point, who could possibly stop Kang Woojin? Even in the event of a gunfight, no one could suppress the rampaging Woojin in his current state. An audition? Hollywood? Acting? Actor? To hell with all that. For now, he felt like smoking a cigarette. Standing before the judges' panel, Kang Woojin casually lit a cigarette. There was no sense of decorum or consideration. Only his own will and decisions existed. Who dash? The awakened Kang Woojin, now a monster beyond anything, looked down at the bald executive. That filthy, unlikable face. Did this octopus head just call him Kang Woojin? Should I kill him? No. Playing with him a bit longer might be fun. But this octopus head needed a warning. Puff. As he exhaled cigarette smoke, Woojin shook the bald executive's head. It wasn't a gentle pat. It was as if he were handling a toy. Call me Joker, you damn baldy. It was as if he might yank the executive's head clean off. Then, Woojin took another deep drag on his cigarette and flicked the smoldering but into the executive's coffee cup. A sizzling sound spread across the stage, and the bald executive, whose head was still being grabbed, seemed mentally frozen. It was hard to believe what was happening. Was this even real? His eyes were already ridiculously wide. It was an incident unlike anything he had experienced in his life. More than anything, what is this? He couldn't even process who this Kang Woojin before him was. He was confused. Where did the acting stop and the reality begin? Wasn't this the pitiful Henry Gordon just a moment ago? How had Joker appeared so suddenly? Or had it been Joker all along? Was this even acting? Countless question marks swirled in his head. As everyone watched the bald executive, more precisely, watched Woojin grabbing the executive's head. Shock rippled through the entire room. Although no one could speak, their eyes had grown several times larger with shock. Starting with director On Ga Bak at the judge's table. Is he starting to go wild? But this is going too far. Several others, including the executive producer and C.D.W. What's happening now? Such crazy behavior. Should we stop him? Wait, this is dangerous. Even the Columbia Studios executives in the audience. What a crazy bastard. The Hollywood top actors watching from the sidelines seemed completely dazed, with only Chris Hartnett barely managing to keep his composure. He recalled his previous encounter with Woojin, who had once asked for his name. He's far beyond what I imagined. A true eccentric. But wait, is this supposed to be Joker acting? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. Meanwhile, the foreign crew members, numbering in the dozens, were busy whispering loudly to each other. Watching them nervously, Choi Sung-gun felt overwhelmed with anxiety. Hey, Woojin, is that okay? Won't you just get eliminated like that? However, Kang Woojin had no intention of stopping. As he gently stroked the bald executive's head and then let go, he opened his mouth to speak. This shitty audition doesn't matter to me. No problem if it gets scrapped. I'm just here for fun. I came to see how good you guys are, but it's so boring. With a grin stretching wide across his face, Woojin once again put a cigarette to his mouth. Let's all have some fun. Screw this boring audition nonsense. Huh. And hey, you damn baldy. Meeting the bald executive's gaze with madness-filled eyes, Kang Woojin wrapped both hands around his own neck. If you call me Kang Woojin one more time, I'll kill you. Woojin, who had been gripping his neck, suddenly let out a chuckle and brushed back his black hair. Just kidding. Don't be scared, friend. He spun his body around and spread his arms wide toward the audience. Joker. Beautiful, isn't it? His gestures were full of self-love. His expression was brimming with freedom. For the Hollywood actors watching Woojin on stage, he was no longer a competitor. They were merely spectators. To be precise, Kang Woojin treated them as such. The reason was simple, it wasn't acting. The awakened Henry Gordon, the Joker, was dominating this stage. He was ruling it. To call what Kang Woojin was doing acting would be an understatement. It was far too realistic. No, this was reality. In fact, Woojin hadn't been acting at all since he stepped onto the stage. Kang Woojin was the Joker, and the Joker was Kang. Woojin, you came out here to mimic me, didn't you? Enjoy it. Your acting wasn't bad. Sure, it was a little surprising because it was similar to mine. But a mimic is just a mimic. In the end, you can't surpass the real thing. Kang Woojin exhaled a long puff of smoke, looking down on the Hollywood actors in the audience with disdain. But have you ever killed someone? Of course, they hadn't. But that's okay. Killing someone isn't required for an audition. And then, suddenly, swish. Kang Woojin raised both his arms. He activated one of his abilities, piano. His fingers began moving in the air as if playing an invisible instrument. His shoulders swayed rhythmically. It was silent, but in Woojin's ears, a dazzling piano melody filled the air. It would be nice if there was background music. After playing the soundless piano for a moment, Woojin lowered his hands. This time, he began tapping his feet, as if performing a tap dance. Stomping rhythmically like he was enjoying a joyful dance, Woojin suddenly clapped his feet together with a clap and spun around on the spot. Then, he once again took the cigarette into his mouth. Time to leave. Had a good show. Keep imitating me and spread it around. Kang Woojin, or rather, the Joker, who was the centerpiece of this audition, was thoroughly dismantling its structure. He crushed the minds of everyone watching him. As they stared at Woojin's back, director On Ga Bak let out a hollow laugh. Ever since he appeared, there hasn't been any acting on stage, has there? The executive producer, who had briefly glanced at director On Ga Bak, seemed to share a similar thought. Was the Joker here just to watch his own audition? Calling him a monster doesn't even begin to cover it. At this moment, no one in the room thought of the monster on stage as an actor. He was simply Kang Woojin, Henry Gordon, and the Joker. The very definition of acting had become distant. No one could do anything except stare blankly at Kang Woojin. How are we supposed to beat that? Acting? What part of that is even acting? The Hollywood actors were living proof of this. Even Chris Hartnett, one of Hollywood's ultra-tier actors, felt a sense of awe as he watched Woojin on stage. My acting feels pathetic by comparison. This is the first time I've ever felt wonder while watching another actor's performance. Haha. No, this isn't acting. It was at that moment. That was fun. With the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, Woojin waved his hand toward the audience, and suddenly, SSS. His expression changed. The atmosphere shifted. It became heavy. In an instant, he re-equipped his concept. With a face full of an intense poker face, Woojin politely addressed the judges. This will be all for today. It was a declaration that everything they had witnessed was acting. At this moment, everyone in the room, who had been utterly dazed, began to snap out of it, one by one. Oh, all right. They barely managed to regain their senses. But they were still confused. Wasn't the Joker just pretending to be Kang Woojin? It must be confusing. They wouldn't be able to figure out where the line was between what they had just seen as real and what was acting. But Kang Woojin didn't care. Yeah, this should be enough. I've shown everything I thought about. Shit, but was I a bit too harsh on that baldy in the middle? Whatever, it's probably fine. His heart was light. A little while later, from the initial confession to the pre-awakening Henry Gordon to the utterly mad Joker, he had unraveled the full storytelling he had envisioned. There were no regrets. Whether it was Kang Woojin or the Joker, this stage belonged to the wild and unstoppable entity. And then, now, time to switch the concept back on. Kang Woojin re-equipped the seriousness he had temporarily set aside. After all, it was now an indispensable part of him. With an indifferent expression, Woojin stepped off the stage. Naturally, there was no hesitation. One step, then another, bold and confident. He walked back to the spot where he had started, where the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun was waiting for him. The interesting thing was how utterly silent the hall was at that moment. Even though Woojin, having finished his turn, was almost back to his seat, no one dared to speak. Everyone simply followed him with their eyes, moving them slowly as if hypnotized. When humans witness something too far outside their expectations, they tend to freeze. The only exception was director On Jae-bok, who wore a wrinkled smile. He's beyond impressive, he's downright terrifying. He's shattered the norms of this place. That was the voice of experience. Meanwhile, from the executive producer to the foreign staff members, none of them could take their eyes off Kang Woojin. It was either fascinating or utterly ridiculous. What the hell is this? He was radiating such overwhelming presence, and now he's suddenly acting so nonchalant. How is this possible? How can someone behave like absolutely nothing happened? How can someone's emotional switch flip that quickly? What did I just see? The massive frenzy embodied by the Joker, who had been rampaging across the stage mere seconds ago, had completely vanished. The Kang Woojin standing there now was cold and calm, as always, so much so that it felt absurd. The stark contrast in temperament was baffling. As he returned to the side of Choi Sung-gun, Woojin remained the center of attention for every notable figure in the hall. Without much fanfare, Woojin sat down and casually greeted his partner. I'm back. Even his voice tone had dropped back to being infinitely low. The ponytailed Choi Sung-gun, his face pale, as if his soul had left his body, replied weakly. Yeah? Right, good work. But Woojin, aren't you way too calm right now? Am I? Just take a look around. Swoosh. Woojin leisurely scanned his surroundings. Everyone was still staring at him, accompanied by the lingering silence. What's this? Nobody's continuing? They're just staring at me like crazy. Woojin muttered to himself internally, but outwardly he maintained his composure, exuding a confident aura. There's no problem. It's not about there being a problem or not. You know what, forget it. Letting out a small sigh, Choi Sung-gun seemed to abandon some sort of hope and lowered his voice. Anyway, you killed it. You see those Hollywood top actors who went before you? I can't even remember them anymore, honestly. That first performance you showed, it was incredible. Taking the character's confession from the story and inserting it into the current situation, that idea was genius. No, it wasn't an idea. That was a real confession, Woojin thought to himself. I knew this would happen. But without changing his expression in the slightest, Woojin replied briefly. Thank you. At this point, let's resume. The executive producer at the judges' panel on stage finally managed to break the tension in the atmosphere. Flipping past Woojin's profile, they pulled up the profiles of the two remaining Hollywood actors. Despite the heavy, lingering impression Woojin had left, the show had to go on. Next is, she called out the name of the fourth Hollywood actor. At this moment, the gazes of the executives in the audience and the Pierrot crew staff turned toward the stage, and one of the Hollywood actors slowly rose from his seat. But his expression was grim, to say the least. His face was heavy with worry. Watching him climb the stage slowly, director Angie Bach, stroking his wrinkled cheek, muttered to himself. Tension that didn't exist before must have appeared. It's only natural after witnessing that violent Kang Woojin's performance. Honestly, the first two had it better. How could anyone not feel daunted after watching that? The fourth Hollywood actor was also an outstanding top-tier actor. But director Angie Bach's judgment was spot on. Although the actor managed to deliver his performance, he made many mistakes with his lines. Somehow, he managed to finish, but as he stepped down from the stage, his face was filled with gloom. And then, next, Chris Hartnett. Finally, Chris Hartnett, who had a certain connection with Kang Woojin, was called. Soon, Chris stood up from his seat. However, he didn't walk toward the stage. Instead, standing where he was, he raised his right hand and said one brief sentence to the judges on stage. "I'll withdraw from the audition." For Hollywood superstar Chris, this was the first time he had ever withdrawn. A few dozen minutes later, the bizarre audition and screen test for Pierrot had come to an end. Soon, the door to one of the large vans parked in the sprawling outdoor parking lot opened. The first team to board the vehicle was Chris Hartnett's team. With his deep-set brown eyes, Chris, as soon as all his team members had entered the vehicle, gave a short command. "Drive immediately." His van sped out of the parking lot, as if fleeing the scene. Inside the van, the team members remained silent. Chris Hartnett, who was gazing quietly out the window, was no exception. The one to break the silence was Chris's overweight main manager. "Chris, you prepared so much for this. Why did you quit?" "I mean, Kang Woojin's acting was sigh, but wasn't it too easy to give up?" Hollywood's first-tier top actor, Chris, still gazing out the window, let out a short laugh. "Didn't you see it earlier?" The Joker himself showed up. Then, recalling Kang Woojin's performance, which had sent chills down his spine, he added, "No matter what I do, it's just a petty act in front of the real deal." Chapter 395, Full Bloom, 1. Chris Hartnett was a Hollywood superstar, comparable to Miley Cara. In terms of recognition, influence, and impact, such a figure as Chris had humbled himself endlessly while recalling Kang Woojin, an actor from Korea. "It's a shame to let what I prepared go to waste, but, well, just thinking about performing tricks in front of the real deal made my mind go blank." He even referred to his own acting as mere tricks. In fact, Chris now saw all the Hollywood actors of a similar caliber to himself who attended that audition as being in the same boat. Whether it was in front of Kang Woojin or behind him, the result wouldn't have changed. To that man, it must have all looked like mere child's play. If that arrogant monster had seen it, he would have just snorted in disdain. Chris, who had prepared significantly for that audition, could have performed his acting, if only out of regret. But after watching Kang Woojin's Joker, his body refused to move. Perhaps it was his last shred of pride? He was someone whose self-esteem and sense of dignity were usually high. If he felt jealous, he would turn it into ferocity and charge head-on. That's why he had harbored expectations even in the small clash he had with Woojin. He wondered what kind of battle he could wage against him. But no matter how much he thought about it, competing with the real deal was simply impossible. "I just couldn't bring myself to perform those tricks." Isn't giving up sometimes a form of courage? After witnessing Kang Woojin's immense acting skills, Chris erased all possibilities. Thoughts like, if I try just a little harder, I might succeed, can sometimes drive a person to ruin. In any case, Chris let out a long sigh while looking out the window. Giving up doesn't feel all that bad. He smiled slightly, though with a tinge of bitterness. Seeing this, the surrounding team members cautiously observed him, and noticing their glances, Chris shrugged and gestured to reassure them. "I'm fine. Really, I mean it when I say it doesn't feel bad. What happened today will eventually benefit me in some way in the future." To the optimistic Chris, his plump manager replied, "If you say so, got it. You worked hard. Let's forget about it quickly and look for another project." Chris turned his gaze back out the window. "So what did you think of Kang Woojin's acting?" No, his performance on stage. Honestly, I still can't believe it. Sure, he won the Best Actor award at Cannes, but to think he was at that level. Remember when you had that spat with him? I'm embarrassed at how I used to disregard him back then. Haha. Then apologize to Kang Woojin the next time you meet him. It's not like I said it to his face. Never mind. We should focus on the next thing now. Go through the other scripts we've received, and I'll start preparing for meetings on the projects I've put on hold. As the manager pulled out his phone, Chris turned his head toward him. I gave up on Henry Gordon, but I haven't let go of Pierrot. What? Don't you want to see it? A Joker, where everything is perfectly in place. I'm dying of curiosity. You don't tell me. Chris's laughter deepened as he crossed his legs. Contact the people at Columbia Studios again. Tell them I'm interested in a role other than Henry Gordon. Another role? In Pierrot, aside from Henry Gordon, even the best you could hope for is a supporting role. I don't care. For the record, Chris had never stepped down from a leading role since rising to the top ranks in Hollywood. So, as his manager, this decision left his mouth hanging open. However, Chris Hartnett's expression at that moment was refreshingly bright. Of course, he was thinking about Kang Woojin. No matter what role it is, I want to join Pierrot, even if it's just a minor role. Meanwhile, at the audition venue for Pierrot, inside one of the large vans exiting the massive Columbia Studios lot, which was almost empty now, Kang Woojin could be found. After the auditions and screen tests for Pierrot had all ended, Woojin had exchanged some polite farewells with the people involved and had a brief conversation with director Ga Bach, making him the last to leave. Woojin, with his characteristic indifference, was checking his phone. There were many messages piled up. At the same time, he was mentally replaying the audition that had taken place earlier. Perhaps because he had done something quite insane, the excitement had yet to fade. It was pretty damn fun, wasn't it? There was no regret. He had done everything he could. I must have stood out the most. Even the CEO and director on said so. I feel like I might have overdone it a bit, but who cares? Although Woojin had delivered a stunning performance at the audition, there was no guarantee of a 100% success rate. After all, Hollywood was full of unexpected twists. Besides, Kang Woojin had also heard various things here and there. In Hollywood, actors weren't chosen solely based on their acting skills. Factors like the actor's recognition, rumors surrounding them, and every little detail about them were meticulously evaluated before reaching a decision. It's also true that Korean actors don't have much of a presence in Hollywood. Whatever, damn it. If I don't make it, I can just do something else. Though it would be a shame to miss out on the EX Plus grade project Pierrot, Kang Woojin wasn't too concerned about the possibility of not passing. After all, there was still Beast and the Beauty, and Hollywood was vast with plenty of projects to go around. Overcoming a slight rising sense of anxiety, Kang Woojin stayed composed. Meanwhile, the team around him, aside from his stylist team, was in a frenzy. Appa, how did it go? Yes, that's right. You're not saying anything, so we're dying of curiosity. Did the audition go well? Of course, Appa. You totally crushed those Hollywood actors, right? Wow, by the way, how was Chris Hartnett in real life? I saw Tom Brando earlier, and oh my god, he was incredible. Since no one besides Choi Sung-gun had seen Woojin's audition, their reactions were natural. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who was seated in the passenger seat and, observing Kang Woojin's expression through the rearview mirror, turned his body around. Woojin. The presence that Choi Sung-gun had witnessed in Kang Woojin was overwhelming. His opinion? Kang Woojin had utterly outclassed those so-called Hollywood stars. Even Chris Hartnett had declared his surrender. This meant that Woojin had a strong chance. His heart thumped loudly as he realized that after 3 years, Woojin's Hollywood debut as a lead actor was coming into view. Then, Choi Sung-gun asked Kang Woojin, "What do you think?" "What do I think? How would I know anything?" Woojin didn't know either. He had considered the possibility of failure. But for now, he decided to put on a strong front. "You'd better start thinking about how much I'm worth." Choi Sung-gun smirked. "Huh, I knew you'd say that." The price he had in mind for Kang Woojin's worth was, "Don't worry, that part has already been sorted out. It would be on a completely different level than before." Later, while it was around noon in LA, it was early morning in Korea. In Korea, which was abuzz with issues surrounding the soon-to-be-launched Beneficial Evil. With the launch of Beneficial Evil imminent, teaser and trailer views reach millions. Overseas audiences show explosive interest. News of Kang Woojin slowly began to spread. Star Talk: Kang Woojin departs for LA, completes auditions and screen tests for PRO. What's the result? Auditions for PRO conclude. How did Kang Woojin fare against Chris Hartnett and other Hollywood superstars? The domestic media had caught wind of the fact that the auditions for PRO were over. As a result, not only the media but also public opinion gradually began to stir. Questions about how the audition had gone, what kind of competition Kang Woojin had with Hollywood's top actors, and when the results would be announced spread rapidly across social media and online communities. Naturally, baseless rumors and nonsense began to creep out as well. I heard from someone involved in the audition that Kang Woojin totally screwed up. FYI, I work for a production company in New York. Given the provocative nature of the topic, rumors spread like wildfire. Interestingly, the rumors were rampant even in Hollywood. What was notable was that Hollywood rumors carried a certain level of credibility. I heard there was an actor in the PRO audition who completely overwhelmed the judges. Oh, really? Well, the lineup of candidates for that role was pretty impressive. But what happened with Kang Woojin? Not sure. I haven't heard anything about him. But since it's been quiet, he probably didn't stand out much. The reason for this was simple. The rumors about the PRO audition and screen test originated from key staff members who had attended. Since the details were classified, there were no concrete facts, but vague rumors about the audition had already spread widely throughout LA. I heard there was even an actor who gave up on the audition. Gave up? On the audition? Were they in bad condition? But who gave up? I don't know their name, but my guess is Kang Woojin. That's plausible. It's a project of overwhelming scale for him, and it's his first time in Hollywood. And so, about 2 days passed. Friday, the 28th. As soon as the morning arrived, one of Hollywood's Big Five, Columbia Studios, was buzzing in a large conference room. The shaped table, large enough to comfortably seat 50 people, was completely filled. The faces of the foreigners seated at the table were quite familiar. That was to be expected. Every person in this room was either part of the production team for PRO or an executive from Columbia Studios. Among them were also those who had observed the audition, including director On G.A. Bach and the executive producer. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. More than 50 people were silently watching the video being displayed on the screen at the front. The screen was playing footage from the PRO audition and screen test. In other words, this group had been gathered to evaluate the results after the audition. On the screen, various Hollywood actors appeared. Without a doubt, their performances were impressive. Even though these performances had already been witnessed at the audition venue, they were still captivating upon rewatching. At least, that's what those who had observed the audition thought. Normally, this would be the moment where discussions would begin, praising the actors' poised performances. After all, debates were necessary to finalize the casting decisions. However, everyone's expressions were devoid of excitement, and no one spoke a word. They simply stared blankly at the audition footage displayed on the screen. At this point, next, Kang Woojin. The voice of a female producer echoed, and then Kang Woojin appeared on the screen. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room underwent a dramatic shift. Here and there, faint gasps and murmurs of admiration could be heard, mixed with various other sounds. Some people were so surprised they covered their mouths, while others let out awkward chuckles in disbelief. Soon, the screen showed Kang Woojin grabbing the head of a bald executive. At this, the bald executive among the 50 attendees unconsciously rubbed his head, recalling the shocking emotions he had felt during the audition a few days ago. It's still vivid in my mind, the madness and violence mixed in his eyes. This heavy atmosphere intensified as time passed, and as soon as Kang Woojin's segment ended on the screen, the room suddenly grew cold. Of course, there was a bit of murmuring earlier when Chris Hartnett's statement about giving up was mentioned. Another 5 minutes passed. The conference room, filled with many of Hollywood's biggest players, remained silent. For Columbia Studios, which had produced countless projects and held an innumerable number of hits, this was an unprecedented situation. Not a single person had voiced an opinion while watching the audition footage. It was as if everyone was thinking, does it even matter? In fact, everyone in the room was having similar thoughts. there's no way opinions would be divided. Probably, everyone's already arrived at the same conclusion. Has there ever been a situation like this, just 2 days after an audition? I was there in person, but watching it again on video still gives me chills. There's no point in discussing this. Honestly, I can barely even recall the performances of the other actors. Director Ahn Jae-bak, whose face was lined with wrinkles, observed the expressions of the foreigners gathered in the conference room. I was stunned too, seeing the absurd monstrosity of that man for the first time. I understand, because I felt the same way. It was only natural. Never before had a decision about an actor been made this quickly, without any discussions or conflicts. Typically, choosing an actor in Hollywood takes a considerable amount of time. Pre-verification, multiple meetings, auditions and screen tests, followed by more meetings, and finally the contract process. It's a procedure that takes at least several weeks, sometimes up to a month. If the actor were to be decided at this pace, it could be seen as setting a new record. At that moment, a female producer, whose appearance gave off a rather stern impression, broke the silence for the first time while staring at the frozen screen of the video. Even though it's an audition video, it turned into a one-man talk show, didn't it? The Joker running wild. A few days later, on January 30th, at Kang Woojin's house in L.A., Kang Woojin, who had been staying in L.A. for his schedule, woke up in the bedroom on the second floor. He immediately stretched his body. Although he still hadn't fully adjusted to the spacious house in L.A., he seemed to have slept quite well. With his hair disheveled, Woojin let out a loud yawn and swept his arms across the bed, almost as if he were flapping wings. Thud. Something bumped against his left hand. A phone. Woojin yawned again and turned on his phone. The time was past 9 in the morning. One thing he liked about being in L.A. was that he had never woken up at dawn. At that moment, BZZ. Suddenly, the phone screen changed. A call was coming in. The caller ID showed it was director Ahn Jae-bak. What was this about? This was after the Pierrot audition. The call was clearly related to that. Soon, Woojin cleared his throat, adjusted his voice, and brought the phone to his ear, lowering his tone. Yes, Director Nim. Good morning. From the other side of the phone came the elderly voice of director Ahn Jae-bak. For some reason, he sounded slightly excited. Sorry to bother you this early, but I thought I should tell you right away. It's no problem. Please go ahead. Then, through the phone, director Ahn Jae-bak made his announcement. The Joker in Pierrot is yours. Chapter 396, Full Bloom, 2. Pierrot's Joker is mine? With his phone pressed to his ear, Kang Woojin thought for a brief moment. What is he talking about? Then it hit him. He understood the meaning behind director Ahn Jae-bak's words on the other end of the phone. By saying Pierrot's Joker, he was implying that Henry Gordon's role belonged to Woojin. In other words, mine? So, I landed the role of Henry Gordon? It meant he had passed the audition and screen test. Otherwise, there was no reason for director Ahn Jae-bak to call him out of the blue early in the morning, unless it was some kind of prank. But the ever-serious Ahn Jae-bak was not the type to joke around. At that moment, Kang Woojin thought, "Fuck, I passed." Silently cheering inside, he raised one hand high in the air. Normally, it should have been a full victory pose, but his other hand was holding the phone, making it difficult. Still, Woojin started doing a silent celebratory dance. He even jumped up and down noiselessly. The news of landing the role of Joker had him overwhelmed with excitement. That excitement felt like it was about to escalate into outright euphoria. At this moment, perhaps noticing the lack of a response, director Ahn Jae-bak spoke again through the phone. I said, Pierrot's Joker is yours. Did you hear me? Woojin, barely stopping himself from going wild, forcibly poured cold water over his heated emotions. He wanted to lose himself in excitement, but now was the time to maintain his poker face. Soon, with a grin that reached his ears, Kang Woojin deliberately lowered his voice. Yes, Director Nim. I heard you. You understand what this means, right? Of course, old man. Kang Woojin's smile deepened. You mean I passed the final audition for Pierrot's Henry Gordon, correct? That's right. It's yours. Actually, you're the only one who could do it. You practically brought Henry Gordon to life on set. But are you not happy? You're so calm that I'm taken aback. I'm happy. For someone who's happy, you're awfully quiet. I know your personality, Woojin, but I thought you'd at least raise the decibel level this time. Kang Woojin decided to amplify his stoicism. I was waiting for this. Though, I must admit, the call came a bit earlier than I expected. Haha, waiting for it. So, you were certain you'd land the role of Henry Gordon. Well, you had good reason to think so. Your portrayal of Henry Gordon left such a strong impression on everyone here. It's unforgettable. With a soft chuckle, director on Ga Bok continued. They said it's unprecedented. What is? The casting. Even for a lead role with top-tier Hollywood actors as candidates, it's unheard of to make a decision like this in just a few days. It's never happened before. That's what the executives at Columbia Studios are saying. To be fair, it was quite fast. It had only been a week since the audition, after all. Kang Woojin had assumed it would take at least 2 weeks. But whether it was fast or slow didn't matter. What mattered was that he had secured the role. Smirking, Woojin responded casually. Is that so? Director on Ga Bok, letting out a small hum, shifted the topic. Sometime today, the folks at Columbia Studios will contact CEO Choi. However, I wanted to be the one to inform you of your acceptance first. Thank you, Director Nim. And, after pausing for a moment, Director on Ga Bok exhaled softly and lowered his voice. The fact that you're the lead in Pierrot will shock the world, not just Korea. But that's not all. There's something even bigger. I can't reveal it now, but you'll find out soon. Woojin, having no way of knowing that this referred to Columbia Studios staking everything on their cinematic universe project, tilted his head slightly in confusion, but nodded nonetheless. Yes. With you and me, Kang Woojin, we've created a historic moment. The first Koreans to properly shake up Hollywood. I'm overflowing. With anticipation, from the filming of Pierrot to that even bigger thing. It was no surprise that excitement was running high. After all, a Korean director and actor had been entrusted with igniting the spark for Columbia Studios' Cinematic Universe project. Wrapping things up, director on Ga Bok concluded. We'll see each other soon. As director and actor. Understood, Director Nim. Click. The moment the call ended, Woojin tossed his phone onto the bed and shouted. Phew, this is insane. He started dancing again, shoulders and hips swaying with enthusiasm. His face was full of a genuine smile. How could it not be? Woojin had landed many roles before, but this was Hollywood, a new challenge, and the thrill was several times greater. For several minutes, Kang Woojin was caught up in his excitement, but then, knock, knock. A short knock on the door snapped him out of it. Woojin flinched and immediately shifted back into his poker face mode. When he opened the door, he saw Choi Sung-gun, dressed casually with his hair tied in a ponytail, waving his hand. Were you asleep? No. Entering Woojin's room, Choi Sung-gun waved his phone. I sent you some killer news on Kakao Talk, but you weren't checking, so I came. Kakao Talk. Oh right. Woojin did have a bunch of unread messages. He had forgotten because of On Ga Bok's call. Woojin quickly picked up the phone lying on his bed. Among the pile of messages, he checked Choi Sung-gun's first. CEO Nim. Check this when you wake up. Love ya. CEO Nim. Link. When Woojin looked up at him, Choi Sung-gun gestured for him to hurry up and check it. Woojin tapped the link, and soon, his phone screen displayed a list of movie titles and long numbers. South Korea all-time box office. All-time movie rankings, combined. 1. Leech/total audience. 20,483,558. 2. Island of the Missing/total audience. 20,321,451. 3. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger/total audience. 16,833,712. 4. Sea Battle/total audience. 16,715,955. 5. Unstoppable Force/total audience. 15,557,118. Woojin's arms nearly shot up again as he read it. This, too, was an exhilarating sight. The top 3 all-time Korean box office films, Leech, Island of the Missing, and The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, were all dominated by Woojin. As he processed this achievement, Choi Sung-gun gripped Woojin's shoulder firmly and exclaimed, Isn't it insane? I danced for a few minutes when I saw that too. Yes, it's exciting. Ha ha. Come on, you can celebrate a bit more. What other actor could create this kind of history? Korea is in an uproar right now. You've taken over the top 3 spots in the all-time box office rankings. Japan is just as crazy. What about Leech in Japan? Huh? Oh, yeah, that broke records too. Over 17 million tickets sold. It's the first Korean film to do that. How many firsts were there today? Kang Woojin struggled to contain his growing excitement. On the other hand, Choi Sung-gun saw no reason to hold back. With records like these, your name will go down in history, no doubt about it. CEO Nim. At this point, Kang Woojin interrupted Choi Sung-gun's monologue. I just got a call from director On Jae-bak. He told me I've been confirmed for the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot. Ah, really? Well, of course, it had to be you. Wait. Hold on. Choi Sung-gun, who had initially brushed it off, suddenly changed his expression to something much more serious and asked again. What did you just say? I've been confirmed for the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot. For a moment, Choi Sung-gun stared at Woojin with a dazed expression, blinking rapidly. Why, you got the role? Yes. And director On Jae-bak called you? Yes. So, you're saying you've landed the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot? You're officially entering Hollywood? Is that right? That's correct. It took exactly 5 seconds. That's how long it took for Choi Sung-gun, who had been frozen in shock, to let out a scream. Wah! This is insane. He staggered backward. It took over 10 minutes for Choi Sung-gun, who had been shouting at the top of his lungs like his soul had left his body, to finally calm down. Thankfully, he managed to regain his composure, but his face was filled with something that surpassed joy. Well done. Seriously, well done, Woojin. Damn, I'm getting emotional here. However, they couldn't recklessly break this news to the public right away. Since director On Jae-bak personally called you, it seems like we still need to keep this under wraps, right? Probably. He said Columbia Studios would contact you soon. Exactly 2 hours later, Columbia Studios reached out to Choi Sung-gun. The conversation was long, but to sum it up, Kang Woojin was confirmed for the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot, and they wanted to schedule the first meeting as soon as possible, likely in the first week of February. They also emphasized keeping the announcement a secret for now. This first meeting referred to the negotiation table for signing the official contract. There was now a lot to decide. The most important thing was Kang Woojin's pay. There would also be discussions about future schedules and key deliverables. Of course, Woojin didn't need to handle any of this personally. Leave it to me. Woojin, you've done your part brilliantly. From here on, it's my turn. From this point forward, Choi Sung-gun had to take control of everything. The next day, with the addition of the Pierrot project, the duration of Woojin's stay in LA had increased. Meanwhile, another of the big 5 film companies sent something to Kang Woojin. This time, it was World Disney Pictures, though the date for the screen test hadn't been finalized. Materials related to it had arrived for Woojin to start practicing. Various soundtracks and piano pieces related to the role of the Beast. Unlike Pierrot, which was focused primarily on acting, Beast and the Beauty required acting, vocal, and piano skills. The acting component involved rehearsing a designated scene from the Beast and the Beauty script. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the country was bustling with numerous issues. The main topic, of course, was Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin has done it. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger rises to 3rd place in Korea's all-time box office rankings, claiming the top 3 spots entirely. Issue Talk. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger ranks 3rd in Korea's all-time box office, while Leech surpasses 17 million viewers in Japan. Though he was physically in LA, the impact he was having in Korea was as strong as if he were still there. In particular, the buzz surrounding Beneficial Evil, which was only days away from its official global release, was immense. Just ahead of its worldwide launch, Beneficial Evil drops its 3rd trailer. Overseas netizens flood the comments section with excitement. January came to an end, and February 1st dawned. On this day, the production press conference for Beneficial Evil took place. Though Kang Woojin wasn't one of the leads attending, it was still a major event that had to proceed. At the press conference, the 100 or so reporters bombarded the team with numerous questions. Topics included Kang Woojin, Miley Kara, the content of Beneficial Evil, whether they expected it to be a hit, when Part 2 would begin filming, and so on. Unsurprisingly, Over half of the questions revolved around Kang Woojin and Miley Kara. At the Beneficial Evil press conference, PD Song Manwoo revealed, viewers will see a new side of Kang Woojin in this project, and Miley Kara has significant screen time. Currently, Beneficial Evil was generating explosive interest not just in Korea, but internationally as well. While Miley Kara's presence played a role, it was primarily due to Kang Woojin, whose reputation had skyrocketed since Kim with projects like Pierrot and Beast and The Beauty, captivating global audiences. International curiosity about Woojin was enormous. In Korea and Japan, expectations for Beneficial Evil were at an all-time high. Kang Woojin is causing a sensation overseas. Check out the reactions on international communities. Issue Talker TV. Globally, however, there was a mix of intrigue and skepticism. Many were waiting to see just how impressive this great actor really was. International audiences react coldly to the trailer for Beneficial Evil. It looks like an action film, but we'll wait and see. Regardless, the Beneficial Evil team, including PD Song Manwoo and executive director Kim So-hyang, pushed the promotion and marketing efforts relentlessly. Whether it was in Korea or overseas, they went all out. With the official launch day just around the corner. Just 2 days left until the highly anticipated Beneficial Evil releases worldwide. Official release set for February 3rd, 12 p.m. KST. Beneficial Evil, available in 80 countries worldwide via Netflix starting February 3rd at noon/photo. Only 2 days remained. 2 days later, February 3rd, LA. It was nearing noon in Korea, but in LA, the clock had passed 7 p.m. In a quieter part of the bustling city of LA, where houses were sparsely scattered, one particular house was full of commotion. It was Kang Woojin's two-story house in LA. The spacious living room on the first floor, still somewhat barren due to the lack of much furniture, was lively with activity. Around the sofa in front of the large TV, at least 20 people had gathered. Among them were Choi Sung-gun, holding a beer, members of the stylist team, and employees from BW Entertainment's overseas branch. They were all sitting or standing, staring at the large TV in front of them, beer, pizza, or chicken in hand. The excitement in the room was at its peak. All 20-plus people were talking non-stop, unable to contain their anticipation. Amidst the chatter, a man sat on the sofa across from Choi Sung-gun, staring at the TV with an indifferent expression. It was Kang Woojin. Damn, why am I so nervous? At that moment, it's live. One of the staff members shouted and started operating the remote control. Soon, the Netflix main screen appeared on the TV. After a few more clicks, the poster of a familiar newly launched project came into view. And then, the iconic Netflix logo appeared on the TV, accompanied by its famous sound effect, which echoed throughout the living room. Shortly after, the TV screen went black, and a title appeared in the center. Beneficial Evil Part 1. Episode 1. The EX-grade Beneficial Evil had just been unleashed upon the world. Chapter 397. Full Bloom 3. The official launch of Beneficial Evil was at noon on February 3rd. In fact, starting from this morning, February 3rd, a few hours before the launch, Beneficial Evil was already causing quite a stir across South Korea. Not just in the press, but even in public opinion. On social media, in online communities, on YouTube, the chatter about Beneficial Evil had reached a serious level. Finally, Beneficial Evil is releasing. Time is moving so damn slow. I can't wait to watch it. But isn't it true that projects that are this noisy before releasing usually flop? Agreed, the trailer is everything, and it'll be boring. Beneficial Evil will crash. Here come the haters again. Beneficial Evil is blowing up internationally, so if it's really boring, it won't just crash, it'll burn in hell. If not for Kang Woojin and Miley Kara, there might not be much to watch. But the trailers looked seriously amazing. The positive and negative reactions clashed like swords and shields in an all-out war. Offline, the reaction was similar. At broadcasting stations, film companies, production companies, and other corners of the domestic entertainment industry, everyone had something to say. Beneficial Evil is releasing soon, huh? What's your take? Personally, I think it'll shine for a few days thanks to Kang Woojin and Miley Kara, but honestly, I don't think it'll be a massive hit. I feel the same. But it might do decently domestically. with Miley Cara there and Kang Woojin being such a powerhouse. From the looks of the trailers, the quality seems pretty solid too. Won't the excitement die down quickly, even in Korea? Kang Woojin has such a huge influence that the public's expectations are sky high. True, if it's just mediocre, they'll start criticizing right away. People made their own judgments about the future of Beneficial Evil. Phew, the Beneficial Evil trailer was well made. Hey PD Kim, skipping work to laze around again. This counts as work, doesn't it? If Beneficial Evil becomes a hit, we'll start casting the actors in it. Ha ha ha, really? But personally, I think Beneficial Evil aiming for a global audience is a bit premature. Even with Hallyu and K-pop, Korea is still just a drop in the ocean. Even if Kang Woojin has gained some recognition overseas, it's not enough yet. And what if it becomes a massive hit? The trailers feel like they're all it has to offer, honestly. Wanna bet? Deal. Of course, similar sentiments could be found in Japan, where Beneficial Evil was launching at the same time as Korea, under the massive influence of Kang Woojin. The interesting part was that Beneficial Evil was sparking conversations not just in Korea and Japan, but globally. In popular communities in the United States and other countries, as the launch time of Beneficial Evil approached. Waiting to watch this Korean project Beneficial Evil. I hope it's fun. Why has this Korean project been so noisy lately? It's because of Kang Woojin, the Korean actor who's been hot in Hollywood. Especially after he became a candidate for Beast and the Beauty, the attention skyrocketed. Kang Woojin even won the Best Actor award at Cannes last year. How amazing must his acting be to become a candidate for both Pierrot and Beast and the Beauty? We'll get a hint of that by watching Beneficial Evil. But isn't this one supposed to be action? The trailer looked pretty good. Trailers and teasers can always be made to look good. Honestly, there's no way a Korean project could be on par with Hollywood. I subscribed to Netflix just for Beneficial Evil. Please let it at least be above average. Countless opinions were pouring in. Naturally, as time went on, the volume only increased. Most of them carried a tone of skepticism, as if to say, let's see how well it's actually made, with a dismissive snort. Yet, the global response to it was, but this Korean project has already succeeded in global promotion, hasn't it? Isn't this the first time a Korean project became this much of a hot topic even before its launch? True. Honestly, Beneficial Evil is the first Korean project I've ever cared about. Unusual. Whether it was controversy or whatever, it was all thanks to the global reputation Kang Woojin had built. Miley Cara and Netflix's marketing efforts were just the cherry on top. As the global audience chewed, tore apart, and licked their lips over Beneficial Evil, about an hour before its launch, interest was also skyrocketing among various figures in LA. Specifically, among the many big shots of Hollywood. While it was 11 a.m. in Korea, it was 6 p.m. in Hollywood. Starting with Columbia Studios, which had secretly decided on the lead actor for Pierrot. Shouldn't we take a good look at Kang Woojin's Beneficial Evil? Of course. Call director on Ga Bok from the stage side too. While it's true that the starting point is Korea, this is essentially Kang Woojin's first major foray into the global market. So everyone with time should watch it. Wasn't the genre action? Kang Woojin doing action, sounds exciting. If his action sequences are decent, it'll significantly help position him as the Joker for the cinematic universe. If not, though, that's a different story. At World Disney Pictures, which was preparing for auditions and screen tests for the role of the Beast. When does Beneficial Evil start on Netflix? Around 7 p.m. here. Quite a few people have already gathered at the studio. We should go too. Beneficial Evil will be helpful in assessing Kang Woojin. Isn't this his first action role among the works he's shown? Based on our research, yes. This is also the first project officially targeting overseas audiences. Luckily, since it's on Netflix, we'll be able to check it out right away. What do you think Kang Woojin's action skills will be like? I'm curious. I mean, he's not an action specialist, so there will probably be some shortcomings. True, he's already excellent in several skills. If he's good at action too, he'd be beyond a monster. Among the big five of Hollywood, Universal Movies, along with famous producers like Joseph Felton and Megan Stone, and their teams, were also intrigued. The things we've seen firsthand are finally being unveiled to the world. It looked amazing when we watched it with our own eyes, but I wonder how the final product turned out. That depends on the directing and editing. Still, Kang Woojin's action and CQC will definitely surprise the world. Of course, Miley Kara, who had participated in the filming of Beneficial Evil, was also streaming Netflix while traveling between schedules. Miley, how are you feeling? Well, this was my first time working on a Korean project, and knowing that it's about to be shown to the world feels fresh. It's like, let's show them what we've got. Kang Woojin. Yeah, there were so many ridiculous rumors floating around online. I got angry just reading them. If Beneficial Evil turns out well, all of that will go quiet. Honestly, I hope it makes a massive splash. Not just Miley Kara, but Hollywood big-name directors like Danny Landis, Hollywood actors participating in the PRO editions, Chris Hartnett, individuals who had experienced Kang Woojin at Cannes, foreign media outlets, and many others familiar with Woojin were all waiting for the launch of Beneficial Evil. And finally, at exactly noon, Korean time, Beneficial Evil launched on Netflix, and the iconic Netflix opening logo sound echoed across the globe. An enormous number of people immediately started playing Beneficial Evil Part 1. Beneficial Evil Part 1. Episode 1. The beginning featured Kang Woojin, or rather, Jang Yun-woo, as he appeared in the present day. It opened with a scene in an apartment parking lot, showing the swift defeat of a minor villain. From the very first scene, where Woojin slapped the cheek of a small-time villain, online communities from various countries lit up like wildfire. What? Is this supposed to be the action they're showing? I regret watching this. If this is all there is, there's no reason to keep watching. Well, at least Kang Woojin's diction isn't bad. There are tons of actors who can do this level. This is starting to smell like a trashy project. There were more negative reviews than positive ones. No, calling it an avalanche of criticism wouldn't be an exaggeration. It was practically a feast of insults. Given the amount of anticipation surrounding it, this was an expected reaction. Hollywood's response was similar. Huh? This is supposed to be action? It's a bit disappointing. Can this even be called action? However, this evaluation didn't last long. On the screen, Kang Woojin, or rather, Jang Yun-woo, appeared in a flashback for the first time. Suddenly, Woojin was shown in a pitch-dark forest mountain under a faint moonlight, with distant screeches of animals echoing in the background. His outfit had changed completely, a 180-degree transformation. He was now wearing military boots, a uniform, a bulletproof vest, an earpiece radio in his ear, and a pistol strapped to his side. And slung over his shoulder was an M4 carbine rifle. From this point on, the reactions of the global audience began to shift. Huh? What's going on all of a sudden? It feels like the genre just changed entirely. An M4 carbine? Wait, is there going to be a gunfight? No way. It didn't feel like they had spent that kind of budget. Oh, this is starting to get really exciting. Soon after, Miley Kara's voice made its first appearance. Proceed. Kang Woojin moved with practiced skill as he infiltrated a mansion. Kara's voice echoed again. One target by the pool. Start there. The interior is exactly as we briefed. Jay, it's all yours. Within moments, Beneficial Evil transformed. Grenade. Grenade. It showcased a level of quality that Hollywood films would envy. Boom. Explosions and gunfight scenes erupted one after another. They weren't clumsy or weak. On the contrary, they were distinctly stylish and visually striking. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang, bang, bang. What stood out most was Kang Woojin's action performance. His movements left the global audience in awe. Wow, Kang Woojin is incredible at this. This is good. It's beyond expectations. And the action scenes are unexpectedly clean. What is this? Is this really a Korean production? The quality of the production is impressive, but isn't Kang Woojin's action performance remarkable? Or is it just me? It's not just good, it's exceptional. It's so impressive that he'd stand out even in a Hollywood production. We're still early in, so let's not jump to conclusions yet. Honestly, this level could be achieved with enough practice. But this was just the beginning. Where's Jay? In episode 2, the mysterious character of Miley Kara made her first full appearance as L, while Kang Woojin as Jay disappeared and then reappeared later. Episode 2 of Beneficial Evil also alternated between past and present, but regardless of the timeline, the overall quality of the series kept climbing higher and higher. Then came the latter half of episode 2. Move quickly. Kang Woojin, dressed in a worn black t-shirt and ripped black jeans, stood in an abandoned building. More precisely, he was in a room inside the building where 6 gang members armed with AK-47s, pistols, and long knives were gathered. Then, that bastard. He's dangerous. The scene escalated to its climax. Bang, bang, as blood sprayed and a head exploded. Kang Woojin's CQC, close quarters combat, skills were vividly displayed in a meticulously crafted long-take scene that lasted over 10 minutes, one into which PD Song Man-woo had poured his very soul. It didn't need to be pointed out, anyone watching could tell. There were no visible cuts in the camera work or directing. It was simply Kang Woojin's dazzling action and CQZ that shone on screen, uninterrupted, for over 10 minutes. The final line of the scene was, "I need a car." Naturally, the camera zoomed in on Kang Woojin's blood-soaked close-up. By this point, the reactions from global audiences were already, "A long take? That's a long take, right? Yeah, it's so long. Wow, the design of this long take is incredible. Those movements by Kang Woojin, aren't those CQC techniques? And they're even flashy. Wow, this is amazing. Isn't this on par with Hollywood-level quality?" The long-take action scene is a masterpiece, and Kang Woojin's CQC is flawless. Kang Woojin's acting is great. And the action? It's so stylish. There wasn't a single trace of criticism. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The next day, the 4th, Korea. It was past 10 a.m., and Netflix Korea was buzzing with activity. Particularly, the largest meeting room was packed. Sitting at the head of the table was Kim So-hyang, the executive director, and gathered around her were all the team leaders from various departments, all speaking in a frenzy. Laptops were placed in front of everyone. Kim So-hyang was busy speaking in English on a call with someone. And with good reason. Beneficial Evil officially launched yesterday, February 3rd, in over 80 countries, including Korea. And today, February 4th, the monitoring had to begin, regardless of the country. This involved checking reactions and evaluations, as well as the performance in each country. About 30 minutes passed like this. EXC, Executive Director. One of the team leaders shouted as they showed their laptop screen to Kim So-hyang. Soon, Kim So-hyang, who was still holding her phone to her ear, glanced at the laptop screen, and her eyes widened dramatically. Is this real? It was a shock filled with joy. Meanwhile, in LA, unlike Korea, it was afternoon in LA. Kang Woojin could be found sitting inside a moving van, wearing a blazer over a single coat. His expression was firm and serious. However, inwardly, yesterday, Beneficial Evil killed it. Even though it's my project, damn, it was fun as hell. But when do the results for this kind of thing even come out? I'm getting a bit anxious here. He was somewhat restless. The cause of his anxiety was, of course, Beneficial Evil, which had been unveiled to the world. Its quality was undeniably outstanding. Woojin had also received a flood of calls yesterday, from Miley Kara to countless colleagues and others. Perhaps this was why he was feeling even more nervous now. In any case, he was currently on his way to a Hollywood-famous media outlet for an interview. Just as Kang Woojin arrived at the massive building, thud, the van stopped in the parking lot, and Woojin stepped out, striding purposefully toward the building for his interview. Someone suddenly called out to him from behind, in an excited voice. Woojin. When he turned around, he saw Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail bouncing, running toward him. Without any explanation, Sung-gun hurriedly showed Woojin the screen of his phone. On the screen was a foreign news article. CNN/Korean drama Beneficial Evil creates a storm. Ranked #1 on Netflix in the US right after launch. Out of the 80 countries, Beneficial Evil had debuted as #1 in the United States. Chapter 398, Full Bloom 4. Beneficial Evil is ranked #1 on Netflix USA. Kang Woojin, looking at a foreign news article on Choi Sung-gun's phone. On the surface, he maintained his intense concept, but inwardly, he tilted his head slightly in confusion. The reason was simple. How should he put it? It just didn't feel real? Or maybe he couldn't quite grasp the scale of it. It's great that it's #1. But how big of a deal is this? This was yet another first-time experience for him. Choi Sung-gun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is huge, absolutely huge." Beneficial Evil is the first ever Korean work to take the #1 spot as a Netflix original in the United States. The first? then that's truly insane. At this point, Kang Woojin could have screamed in excitement. Of course, only inwardly. If Choi Sung-gun weren't around, he might have jumped around in pure joy. But for now, he suppressed the overwhelming thrill to the best of his ability. Yes, I'm aware. Haha. From what I've read in the articles, it seems like only the US rankings have been announced so far. But regardless, since the US is the main market out of the 80 countries, this is an absolutely insane start. You know, the word of mouth and influence in the US spread like wildfire. Have the rankings for the other countries not been announced yet? No, not yet. They'll be revealed soon enough. But with the US Netflix ranking at number 1, that alone makes it very promising to expect great results for the other countries as well. Choi Sung-gun enthusiastically briefed him, his broad smile showing no signs of fading these days. To this, Woojin replied in a low tone, maintaining his cool demeanor. But it's too early to jump to conclusions just because it's number 1. You're right. Choi Sung-gun, lowering his phone, nodded in agreement. It's number 1 today, but it could drop tomorrow. And more than that, unlike box office figures for movies, rankings are not definitive results. They're highly fluid. For the current number 1 ranking on US Netflix to hold steady and for word of mouth to spread consistently, it needs to sustain itself to truly hit bombshell-level success. That said, Choi Sung-gun paused for a moment before raising his phone again and waving it with a grin that grew even wider. Even if it holds the number 1 spot for just a single day, that alone is already insane. After all, it's the first ever Korean work to take the number 1 spot on US Netflix. Plus, Beneficial Evil knocked out some US dramas that have been holding the number 1 spot or dominating the top rankings for weeks. It broke through those concrete walls. And it's a Korean work. As Choi Sung-gun explained, every country's Netflix had its own set of top-ranked hits that dominated the charts like immovable giants. This was especially true for US Netflix. It was full of incredibly high-quality and phenomenal works. That's why breaking into the US Netflix rankings, let alone dominating them, was an extraordinarily difficult feat. Sure, other high-quality US dramas or blockbusters could manage it, but for a Korean drama to shatter these concrete rankings was nearly impossible. The recognition and interest levels were simply too low, and yet, Beneficial Evil had achieved the impossible. So even if it was just for a single day, it was meaningful. It had elevated the status of Korean dramas and introduced a positive image to the US. Even if brief, it was a significant step forward. But if this phenomenon, this trend, lasted for more than just a day, if it stretched into several days or weeks, the world was bound to be turned upside down. However, achieving that would be extremely challenging. Despite this, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun was already envisioning a bright future for Beneficial Evil. If it keeps this up for just a week, oh, man, it'd be beyond a nuclear bomb. Woojin, your international recognition would skyrocket by several times from what it is now. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together. That's right. Woojin, your Instagram and your Kang Woojin alter ego channel is probably blowing up already. Though he hadn't checked, it was obvious without needing to look. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, maintaining his stiff expression, was momentarily lost in thought. The rank of Beneficial Evil is EX grade. Considering the results achieved by SSS grade works like The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Leech, it was clear that EX grade Beneficial Evil would shake the world with relentless force. Kang Woojin barely managed to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. Damn, that was close. At this point, instead of Woojin, it was Choi Sung-gun who was practically dancing with excitement. Anyway, number 1 in the US is still number 1, but rankings in other countries are important too. And even more so, the overall global cumulative final ranking. It was at this moment that Choi Sung-gun's phone buzzed. The caller was Kim So-hyang, the executive director, who was back in Korea. Yes, this is me. As soon as Choi Sung-gun started his call, Woojin's phone also buzzed with a long vibration. Similarly, it was an incoming call. This time, it was Miley Kara. Kang Woojin placed his phone to his ear. Hello. Soon, a voice tinged with laughter came from the other side of the phone. It was Kara. I'm watching Beneficial Evil, and the cinematography turned out amazing. I'm also happy with how I look. Is that so? You heard the news, right? Congratulations on hitting #1 on Netflix USA. Congratulations to you as well. That's right. I deserve congratulations too, don't I? I've been getting an insane number of calls. And this isn't just something I'm just saying. Kara then added some sincere words. A lot of my colleagues are going crazy over how entertaining Beneficial Evil is. By colleagues, she was undoubtedly referring to top Hollywood actors. Meanwhile, around noon on the 4th, a day after the official launch of Beneficial Evil, as expected, the entirety of Korea was plastered with mentions of Beneficial Evil. It was nothing short of explosive. Issue pick, the long-awaited Beneficial Evil starring Kang Woojin, claims #1 on Korean Netflix immediately upon release. Right now, SNS and various online communities are ablaze with Beneficial Evil. This is insanely good and unanimous praised. It's on par with Hollywood productions, if not better. Critics also highly praise Beneficial Evil. Numerous articles flooded in, but at the moment, the headlines were focused on one thing: Beneficial Evil creating a storm. Ranked #1 on Netflix USA. A first for Korean dramas. Rather than domestic news, the focus was on the whirlwind of news from overseas. Issue chat, a first for Korean dramas. Beneficial Evil creates a storm as it claims the #1 spot on Netflix USA. Just how fun is Beneficial Evil? From Korea to the USA, it's #1 everywhere. Kang Woojin's acting resonates globally, as Beneficial Evil becomes the first Korean drama to top Netflix USA. #1 in Korea, #1 in the USA. That made two countries where it had already claimed the top spot. However, Beneficial Evil was being serviced in 80 countries, which meant there were still many countries yet to release their rankings. Then, additional news broke. Beneficial Evil achieves #1 on Netflix Japan, following Korea and the USA. Japan also gives Beneficial Evil a thumbs up. Following the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and Leech, Beneficial Evil shows signs of a major hit. Japan joined the lineup of countries where the show ranked #1. By this point, domestic public opinion, actually, the Korean public in general, had been in an uproar since the moment Beneficial Evil launched. Beneficial Evil is so damn good. To be honest, I had zero expectations, but wow, Beneficial Evil turned out incredible. I think it's boring. Kang Woojin's action scenes were lit. Info: the action scenes Kang Woojin performed in Beneficial Evil include a significant amount of CQC, a technique considered challenging even in Hollywood. Holy shit, Kang Woojin is so cool. I nearly pissed myself during the long take scene. Kang Woojin and Miley Kara's chemistry is insane. Turns out Kara actually had more screen time than I thought. Gotta watch it again. Long take plus Kang Woojin's action gave me chills. It was just okay, don't overhype it. No way it stays at #1 in the USA beyond tomorrow. Beneficial Evil quality is insane. I'm watching it now, and it feels like a legit Hollywood movie. Action, direction, acting, there's nothing that isn't top tier. A masterpiece has been born. Wow, is it really true that it's #1 on Netflix USA? That's so crazy. Watched Beneficial Evil 10 times. Seriously, it's eye candy. Every online community, SNS platform, blog, CAF, and even YouTube, it was impossible to escape talk of Beneficial Evil. The excitement wasn't just bubbling, it was erupting into flames. What was interesting, though? Global success is on the horizon for Beneficial Evil. International netizens are joining the buzz/photo. This explosive reaction wasn't just limited to Korea. It was also spreading to various online communities overseas. Naturally, these spaces were filled with excited, glowing reviews. The momentum wasn't bad at all. The powerful word of mouth was starting to spread like a typhoon. As a result, everyone involved with Beneficial Evil, from Netflix Korea to PD Song Manwoo, writer Choi Nana, and more, became incredibly busy, barely having a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, the momentum of Beneficial Evil only grew stronger. Beneficial Evil viewing proof pops up on top, stars SNS accounts/photo. Issue talk. The intense Beneficial Evil syndrome storm sweeps through Korea and the world. This was the situation just one day after the release of Beneficial Evil. Of course, this was just the beginning. Starting the morning of the 5th, one day later. OMG. Beneficial Evil is #1 in Hong Kong too. By the 6th, new #1 rankings continued to emerge. Beneficial Evil climbs to #1 on Netflix in Mexico, France, Saudi Arabia, and Hong Kong. Ranked #2 in the UK and Switzerland. Beneficial Evil was becoming something enormous. Special feature: on the third day of its release, Beneficial Evil stuns the world, maintaining the #1 spot in multiple countries, including Korea and the US. It was creating a colossal trend. Meanwhile, in LA, in the afternoon, in the bustling downtown area of LA, stood the massive Columbia Studios. Even now, numerous tourists were coming and going inside the studio. Within one of its mid-sized meeting rooms, Kang Woojin could be found. He was seated at the middle of a shaped table, staring out of the window in front of him. His expression was firm, and his attire, a blazer, reflected a sense of formality. However, inside, he was filled with excitement. Wow, damn crazy. How many countries did they say Beneficial Evil is #1 in now? Was it 20? Even while in LA, Kang Woojin was continuously keeping tabs on the worldwide storm that Beneficial Evil was creating. With each passing day, the news became more eye-popping. But Woojin instinctively knew that this was far from the end. Still, he had to remain calm. No, stop it, you damn corners of my mouth, don't go up. Woojin's inner excitement was being outwardly expressed by those around him. Choi Sung-gun and the employees of BW Entertainment's overseas branch, who were seated nearby. They had been continuously monitoring Beneficial Evil since the morning and were now talking excitedly about it. Their broad smiles were the cherry on top. It was only natural, given that they were breaking records and making history day by day. It was at this moment. Squeak. The glass door of the meeting room slid open, and foreigners entered. Their faces were familiar. The executive producer of Pierrot and several executives from Columbia Studios had arrived. At the back of the group, the wrinkled face of director Ahn Jae-bok was also visible. These were the core production team members of the movie Pierrot. Soon, more than a dozen individuals were seated in the meeting room. 5 were on Woojin's side, and 7 on the opposite side. The reason for this gathering was simple. The first meeting following the audition. In other words, this is kind of nerve-wracking. Kang Woojin was not here as a candidate for the role, but as the confirmed actor for the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot. Thus, Woojin couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. He had experienced numerous such meetings before, but this was his first time entering a Hollywood production, so it was a natural reaction. The meeting began with simple introductions. They exchanged pleasantries, talked about impressions from the recent audition, and even mentioned the buzz surrounding Beneficial Evil currently sweeping across the US. Of course, Woojin had a brief exchange in Korean with director Ahn Jae-bok as well. Beneficial Evil has become a huge hit. I enjoyed it. As well. Thank you. It seems like almost everyone here has seen it too. The buzz surrounding it is extraordinary. According to my rusty intuition, Beneficial Evil won't just be a short-lived phenomenon. I think so too. It looks like it's about to make a major impact. Roughly 10 minutes passed this way. At this point, Mr. Kang Woojin, one of the foreigners across the table, the female producer of Pierrot, suddenly put on a serious expression. Today, we will be finalizing various matters regarding your role as Henry Gordon. However, before that, there are 2 important things we need to inform you about. Both of these are directly related to Pierrot and are quite significant. While we have finalized and want you for the role, you still have the right to decline the part after hearing about these matters. Decline? What nonsense is that? Watching the producer suddenly set a heavy tone, Kang Woojin kept his mouth shut for the time being. His mindset was something along the lines of, what are you trying to say by being so serious? Let's hear it first. The executive producer glanced at director Ahn Jae-bok and the surrounding executives before speaking again. First, it is true that Mr. Kang Woojin has been confirmed for the role of Henry Gordon. Usually, once the actors for other roles are also confirmed, we announce all casting together. That's the standard procedure, and it's the same for us and other film companies. We were aiming for roughly 1 month from now for the announcement. However, we believe it's necessary to make a change. The global attention on your Beneficial Evil, not only from Hollywood but from around the world, is significant. The producer, locking eyes with Kang Woojin, spoke with added emphasis in her voice. The announcement will, for now, be made with just Mr. Kang Woojin alone. The stage for the announcement will not be small, and the timing will be moved forward significantly to 3 days from now. Are you okay with this? It's urgent, and it could be overwhelming if it's too much. No. Woojin shook his head nonchalantly and answered in a low-toned English. I'm fine with doing it right now if needed. At this moment, the official SNS account of Columbia Studios had just uploaded a new post. Hello, this is Columbia Studios. We have some news to share regarding the film Pierrot, which is currently in production. For several years now, Columbia Studios has been preparing a major project, and only recently has this project begun to take shape. The post carried an unmistakable air of dedication. Naturally so. For several years, Columbia Studios had been working in utmost secrecy to shape this massive project. Pierrot will be the film that marks the beginning of this grand project, because this was the moment they first revealed their cinematic universe. Chapter 399, Full Bloom, 5. Pierrot will be the film that marks the beginning of this grand project. For several years, we have reviewed numerous stories and characters, and as a result, our Columbia Studios has decided to take on this challenge. It is certain that this will not be an easy path, but we plan to do our very best. Pierrot will be the starting point of the cinematic universe we have prepared. The world is introduced to this cinematic universe by Columbia Studios. This is not a cinematic universe that is being approached lightly. It will be a hero series where various movies are organically connected, with a vast world building, a wide range of characters, and countless stories. We are placing high expectations on this major project. We promise to bring you exciting films in the future. Additionally, they mentioned a change to the title. Also, the title of Pierrot will be changed to Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. This is because the protagonist of Pierrot, Henry Gordon, will be the first villain of our cinematic universe. We will provide a detailed briefing as soon as we finalize more details. Thank you. This marked the conclusion of the explanation regarding Columbia Studios' All-In Cinematic Universe project. Although it was not a lengthy post, it included all the core content. As Columbia Studios is counted among Hollywood's Big Five, the post, which had just been uploaded to their official SNS, quickly accumulated an overwhelming number of comments. While many were in English, numerous other languages were also present. Oh, cinematic universe? Is this for real? I'm not sure how expansive the world building will be, but it sounds pretty exciting. A hero series. I see what they're aiming for, but who's been cast as the lead actor for Pierrot? When are they going to announce the actor playing the male lead in Pierrot, the opening film for this massive project? It's probably Chris Hartnett anyway. Nice. I'm starting to feel a little excited. Of course, I'm also worried. Many studios have attempted cinematic universes, but they've failed. Henry Gordon is the protagonist's name? I saw Beneficial Evil, and I think Kang Woojin would be a good fit. The other candidates in the running are all too high profile. Plus, for Kang Woojin to take on the character that launches a cinematic universe project seems like a stretch. Cinematic universe. Columbia is making a really big decision here. The reactions from international audiences were becoming explosively widespread. Of course, in the comments, there were frequent mentions of who would play the lead in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and Kang Woojin's name came up quite often as well. The general sentiment was a mix of curiosity and rising anticipation. At this moment, in one of Columbia Studios' medium-sized meeting rooms, all of the production staff for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, including director Jie Bach, were looking at Kang Woojin. I'm fine with doing it right now if needed. They were amazed by Kang Woojin's no-backing-down attitude. Despite the global surge of attention on him at present, he showed no hesitation whatsoever. In response, the executive producer, though slightly surprised, spoke. Al, right. We'll finalize the announcement for 3 days from now and organize the schedule to send over. Okay. In truth, the reason Columbia Studios had pushed forward the announcement of the actor cast as Henry Gordon was, of course, due to the extraordinary buzz created by the issue of Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin had already been attracting global attention with numerous projects, and thanks to the release of Beneficial Evil, which many international audiences had been eagerly waiting for, that interest had increased tenfold. Such a powerful promotional and marketing tool was not something Columbia Studios would overlook. In other words, they were leveraging Kang Woojin. Even Hollywood's giant film company, Columbia Studios, was doing so. Perhaps, no, undoubtedly. If they made the announcement under the current circumstances, both Kang Woojin and Pierrot would enjoy an enormous promotional effect. The executive producer then quietly conversed with director On Bak before changing the subject. And secondly, the title of Pierrot will be changed to Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain. Kang Woojin, listening silently, showed no major change in expression on his poker face. This was the same on the inside. Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain? Not bad. Kang Woojin liked the new title. However, the producer's explanation wasn't over yet. And Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain, will be the opening film for an expansive cinematic universe. Cinematic universe? A question mark popped into Kang Woojin's mind. Though he didn't show it, he was puzzled by what that even meant. Meanwhile, the eyes of Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting next to Woojin, suddenly widened. Holy shit. A cinematic universe? Is this for real? He could already guess what the female producer sitting across from him was about to say. As if to prove his guess correct, the producer continued her briefing. The cinematic universe I just mentioned is a massive project that Columbia Studios has been preparing for several years. The explanation that executives had once given to director On Bak, as well as the content uploaded on their official SNS, was now being eloquently delivered by her. The more Choi Sung-gun listened, the wider his eyes grew. Really? Our Woojin is going to be the first villain in this life-or-death project from Columbia Studios? This isn't just a scoop. This is breaking news. Choi Sung-gun speculated that once all of this was announced to the world, everyone would have the same expression as him. A film that served as the opening act for such a colossal franchise, directed by On Bak, with Kang Woojin as the male lead. On top of that, the fact that he was the first villain in the cinematic universe implied that Kang Woojin would continue appearing in future installments of the series. No one knew what the world building would look like or what movies and characters would come out in the future, but one thing was certain. Kang Woojin was now part of that universe. It wasn't strange at all that Choi Sung-gun's heart was racing like crazy. To think we've come this far in just 3 years, it's absurd. As he glanced sideways at Kang Woojin, who sat next to him with his indifferent expression still intact. You will not only participate in this Pierrot film, but also in various series that will be part of this cinematic universe in the future. Mr. Woojin, are you okay with that? She was asking for his consent. As she had mentioned from the beginning, Kang Woojin had the right to refuse at this point. But Woojin's answer came quickly. No problem. He understood that this was a huge deal, that many things were already in motion. But those kinds of things didn't scare him. Above all, Pierrot was an EX+ grade project. And he wasn't the kind of idiot who would chicken out and let an EX+ grade project slip through his fingers. That was the extent of his mindset. Well, at the very least, it sounds like it'll be fun. Once Kang Woojin made his decision, swoosh, the faces of the executive producer, director On Bak, and the Columbia Studios executives brightened. It seemed they had been somewhat worried. Before long, shall we proceed with the contract then? The time had come for full-fledged discussions, agreements, and negotiations. The contract prepared by Columbia Studios, along with the proposed schedule and various other documents, were brought out. Approximately an hour later. What damn? Oh, really? Kang Woojin's eyes almost popped out of his head. Though, of course, only internally. The reason was simple. How much is this? The numbers being tossed around were far beyond what he had ever imagined for himself. Meanwhile, while Kang Woojin was in the middle of negotiating with Columbia Studios, the foreign press was abuzz with excitement over Pierrot, the birth of a villain in the cinematic universe. CNN/Columbia Studios suddenly announces large-scale project. We've been preparing the cinematic universe for several years. BBX/Pierrot, the starting point of the cinematic universe, changes its title to Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain. LA Times/Columbia Studios to launch a superhero cinematic universe. Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain, serves as its opening act. While part of the excitement was due to Columbia Studios dropping such a major teaser without warning, the highly provocative content of the teaser itself played an equally significant role. ABY/Cinematic. Universes have frequently failed even in Hollywood. Can Columbia Studios succeed? The opening act of a major project. Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Attention focuses on who will play the first villain. This stirred up Hollywood. Interest from foreign media and international audiences surged, and curiosity about which actor had been cast as the male lead in Pierrot, the birth of a villain, grew even stronger. As a result, names of candidates like Kang Woojin and Chris Hartnett were frequently mentioned. This news quickly made its way to South Korea. International topic. Pierrot, which Kang Woojin auditioned for, is the opening act of a major project, the cinematic universe. Can Kang Woojin become the first villain in Columbia Studios' cinematic universe? A superhero series? What does Columbia Studios' expansive cinematic universe, as announced, actually mean? The fact that the movie Kang Woojin auditioned for and screen-tested was the start of an enormous project? There was no way the domestic media would stay quiet. The public opinion mirrored this sentiment. The film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had dropped a major teaser not only in Hollywood, but also across South Korea, Japan, and the rest of the world. International audiences expressed a wide range of opinions, from excitement to concern. And so, night fell in South Korea. However, this is insane. If Kang Woojin gets cast for Pierrot, that means he'll not only debut in Hollywood, but also become the first villain of the cinematic universe? Do you think he'll actually make it? The Hollywood actors he auditioned alongside are so next level, he probably got eliminated immediately. Still, just the fact that a Korean actor participated in an audition for a project of this scale is impressive. True. Fuck, even auditioning alongside ultra-tier Hollywood actors, but director On Jae-bok? He's seriously a legend now. I can't believe the director of such a massive project is a Korean director. I feel so proud. The buzz surrounding Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, refused to die down. 3 days later, in LA, it was late morning. Among the many five-star hotels in LA, a large hall in one located near the city center was packed with foreign reporters for some reason. Even at a glance, there were over 100 people. Rows of long tables were lined up, and seated at them were foreign reporters. In front of each of them were massive, Canon-like cameras or laptops. On the stage at the front of the hall, visible to the 100 or so reporters, was another table long enough to seat about 10 people. In the midst of this, the murmurings of the foreign reporters could be heard. A cinematic universe, huh? We hadn't heard any rumors about this. That just shows how tightly Columbia Studios kept it under wraps. From what insiders say, Columbia Studios has staked everything on this project. Of course they have. A cinematic universe costs an insane amount of money. Naturally, they'll be betting everything on Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The beginning is the most important part. They'll be more focused than ever. And to think the director of this film is Korean, it already smells like a huge challenge. Familiar words were frequently heard. The reason was simple. This was a press conference prepared by Columbia Studios. While they called it a press conference, it was essentially a continuation of the explanation session for the recently announced Cinematic Universe project. Their goal was to sustain the buzz by gathering over 100 reporters. But the male lead is supposed to be Henry Gordon, right? The protagonist of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. He's already auditioned, but has the actor been confirmed? I hope they reveal it today. Columbia Studios called it the first villain to announce the beginning of their massive project. With a project of this size, how hard must it have been to select the first actor? Soon, among the 100 or so foreign reporters, the names of Hollywood actors began to spread. Who will it be? Tom Brando? Jack Gable? Both are great actors, but Chris Hartnett is the biggest name. I think it's him. What about Kang Woojin? I mean, his chances are probably the lowest, aren't they? Naturally, Kang Woojin's name could also be heard. No matter how much buzz Kang Woojin created internationally with Beneficial Evil, do you think Columbia Studios would entrust their All-In project to him? He has the shortest career among all the candidates. Just the fact that Kang Woojin was part of this process is already incredible. True. Still, I think it'll be Chris Hartnett. He's outstanding in all aspects: acting, recognition, private life. At that moment, swoosh. At the front of the hall, where only reporters were present, additional individuals entered the stage. Among them were the executive producer and key staff of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, 3 executives from Columbia Studios, and Director On Bak, wearing a serious expression. The appearance of the key production team for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, caused the 100 or so foreign reporters to pabababababak, press the shutters of their Canon-like cameras furiously. In an instant, the hall was flooded with blinding flashes. Then, hello, the executive producer, now seated at the table on the stage, greeted the gathered reporters briefly before continuing. Before we officially begin, we have an announcement to make. The room buzzed. The eyes of the reporters, who had been pressing their camera shutters, widened slightly. The executive producer, unperturbed, continued speaking. Recently, we've confirmed the actor for Henry Gordon, the male lead in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. I'll introduce that actor first. The widened eyes of the 100 or so foreign reporters now gleamed with expressions that said, "We hit the jackpot." This was something completely unexpected. Who is it? Chris Hartnett. Chris Hartnett seems the most likely, but it could also be Tom Brando or Jack Gable. Either way, I'm glad I came. Hurry up and bring him out. Who is it? Who's going to play the first villain in the Cinematic Universe project? Soon, the producer turned their head to the right. Please come up. The actor everyone had been waiting for was called to the stage. And, swish, a man with an indifferent face appeared on the stage. He, with black hair wearing a brown blazer. As soon as the man with intense cynicism climbed onto the stage, the 100-plus journalists' eyes, filled with question marks, dumbfounded faces. Regardless, the black-haired man, no, Kang Woojin, nice to meet you all, introduced himself, unfazed, in fluent English and a low tone, as he sat down next to director On Bak. I am Kang Woojin, the actor who will be playing the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot, Birth of a Villain. Chapter 400, Full Bloom, 6. In truth, Kang Woojin, waiting in the hall of the Columbia Studios press conference, was steeped in tension. From the moment he entered the hotel until the time his name was called. His face was stoic, radiating a heavy aura, but inside, he was soft and trembling. Ah, damn, I'm nervous. Even though I've already experienced this before, it's still like this. He'd experienced press conferences swarmed with over 100 reporters before, but this was his first time in Hollywood. Moreover, today was about showcasing his presence to the world and exploding his existence into recognition, which made it all the more nerve-wracking. Kang Woojin raised his concept to its highest level ever. He doused his pounding heart with ice water again and again. As he was about to introduce himself to the world, he couldn't allow himself to appear light. Woojin's demeanor became even more indifferent. The intensity deepened. He exhaled softly without making it obvious. Finally, he felt somewhat calmer. Meanwhile, the team around Woojin, including Choi Sung-gun and the stylists, were buzzing with nervous excitement. What do I do? Why am I the one shaking? Exactly. I'm losing my mind. Woojin Appa is so calm, so we need to be too, but it's not working. So when Appa steps out, the whole world is going to find out, right? Of course. I peeked earlier, and there were over 100 reporters. If this blows up, it's going to be insane. But none of this reached Kang Woojin's ears. He was wholly focused on his concept. Since this was a press conference, there was no prearranged script. No matter what questions were thrown at him, or what situations arose, Woojin had to handle it all on his own. At that moment, knock, knock. A foreign staff member knocked on the waiting room door and gave Kang Woojin the standby signal. His team's panic escalated. Choi Sung-gun gripped Kang Woojin's shoulder and said, "Do well out there." The composed Kang Woojin replied, "Yes, Seonim." He slowly followed the staff member out of the waiting room. The closer he got to the hall filled with over 100 reporters, the louder the murmurs grew. Soon, the solemn voice of the executive producer of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, could be heard. "Please come up." It was the cue to enter. Kang Woojin checked his concept once more before passing through the front door of the hall. The scene unfolded instantly before his eyes. The vast hall, the production team and director On Bak seated at the podium up front, and the dense crowd of foreign reporters. Most notably, the reporters' expressions as they spotted Kang Woojin were priceless. They're all stunned, huh? They didn't expect me to show up. Surprisingly, seeing the dumbfounded faces of over 100 foreign reporters put Woojin at ease. Every step he took carried an arrogant confidence. That's right. As always, it's full on my way or the highway. Kang Woojin took his seat. Then, addressing the reporters whose eyes wide as saucers, he made his opening statement. Nice to meet you all. I am Kang Woojin, the actor who will be playing the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot, Birth of a Villain. He declared it to the world. Not some high-profile Hollywood top actor, but him. He was the protagonist of the film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Surprised? It was a composed yet firm introduction. However, all the foreign reporters staring at Kang Woojin on the podium were silent. They didn't react immediately. Their movement stopped. They blinked their eyes. The appearance of someone completely unexpected had thrown them off. The hall, packed with over 100 reporters, went silent. For at least 5 seconds, the entire room was frozen. Kang Woojin, calmly observing the reporters in front of him for a brief moment, thought to himself, their souls have left them, all of them. Then, he spoke into the microphone once more. Are you surprised? This comment wasn't out of concern. It was closer to mockery. Like, how's that for a twist? Regardless, once Woojin's question of surprise was tossed out, the reporters began to stir. Oh. One by one, the over 100 foreign reporters began snapping out of it. Still, they couldn't quite believe that the person before them was Kang Woojin. Yet instinctively, they raised their cameras. Soon, all the reporters, without exception, pabababababak, pabababababab. The reporters began snapping away at Kang Woojin on the podium. The previously halted flashes now burst forth in a blinding barrage. Staring for too long could have left someone blinded, and the foreign reporters were shouting excitedly with a mix of astonishment. Kang Woojin? It really happened. This. I didn't see this coming at all. Who could have known? Anyway, it's a big scoop. The chaos was a result of the sheer shock that hit them like a ton of bricks. It was a scenario no one could have anticipated. Of course, amidst the frenzied 100 or so reporters, there were still many who couldn't fully believe it. Seriously? Columbia Studios actually gave the role to Kang Woojin. Unbelievable. Planning a massive cinematic universe project, and they're entrusting its first step to Kang Woojin. So, does this mean that Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, is being led by a Korean director and a Korean actor? Wait a minute. If Kang Woojin is confirmed, does that mean he beat out even Chris Hartnett and all those other top-tier actors? What the hell exactly happened during the audition? Before long, the foreign reporters were running wild. But Kang Woojin remained calm, observing the situation. Meanwhile, director On Jae-bak, seated to Woojin's left, allowed a faint smile to emerge. This is worth watching. It was the reaction he had both anticipated and intended. Including Kang Woojin in this press conference had been a calculated event. An event paired with a nuclear bomb. From Cannes to discussions of Pierrot, Beast, and the Beauty and Beneficial Evil, Kang Woojin had been making waves even in Hollywood with a myriad of issues. Columbia Studios had no intention of making his entrance boring. Judging by the reactions of the reporters now, the bombshell event was undeniably a success. Of course, the mastermind behind the plan was the female producer of Pierrot. Such being the case, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the opening act of the cinematic universe, will start with its first villain, actor Kang Woojin. This was the beginning of the scheduled briefing. With Kang Woojin present, she had to explain the production status of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the grand project of the cinematic universe, and the plans for the future. However, the 100 or so reporters barely paid attention to her words. Tap, 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 tap. They were all too busy hammering away at their laptops. At this exact moment, at World Disney Pictures, the production team of Beast and the Beauty was gathered in a conference room. All right, so we'll conduct the auditions and screen tests in 5 days. This was because they had recently sent audition and screen test materials to the candidate actors, and there were still many decisions to finalize. I'll notify the actors right away. By the way, which role should we focus on first, Beast or Beauty Belle? Wouldn't it make sense to decide on the actor for the Beast role first? I agree. After selecting the actor for the Beast role, how about having them attend the auditions for the Beauty Belle role? To check the chemistry between the Beast and Belle? That's not a bad idea. Not just their acting, but also matching their vocal tones. It would definitely help in finalizing the actress for Belle role. At that moment, among the dozens of team members, a man with thick mustache from the production department, who had been habitually holding his phone, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This. Because of him, everyone in the conference room turned their attention toward him. The man with the thick mustache waved his phone, exclaiming. On his phone screen was an article that had just been released. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Kang Woojin has been confirmed as the male lead. The conference room instantly buzzed. However, similar scenes of commotion were unfolding all across LA. Inside a van speeding down the road, Hollywood top actor Chris Hartnett spoke up. Chris, take a look at this. The actor for the role of Henry Gordon has been announced. As expected, it's Kang Woojin. Looks like the stage for the announcement was a press conference. Haha. There's nothing surprising about the Joker playing the Joker. Of course, instead of a boring article release, they orchestrated a whole stage for this. The ripple effect is going to be huge. It's still regrettable. Columbia Studios should have revealed the cinematic universe concept from the start. Does it matter? I'll be participating in a different role, not the Joker, so there's no problem, right? So how are you feeling about tomorrow's audition? I won't hold back. I'm going to give it my all. I want to be a part of this no matter what. Meanwhile, Miley Cara, who was preparing for the role of Beauty Belle, reacted as well. As expected, he got it. Huh? What did he get? Kang Woojin. He landed the male lead in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Ah, really? Oh. What? Really? Yes. Articles about it are popping up everywhere right now. I should send him a congratulatory message. So, does that mean Columbia Studios is kicking off their cinematic universe with Kang Woojin? That's shocking. Shocking? I didn't see the auditions myself, but Kang Woojin must have presented something only he could deliver. He's a fascinating man. I've never seen someone with such unstoppable momentum. Things are going to be noisy for a while again. Cara looked quite pleased. This is going to give Beneficial Evil another boost, isn't it? Of course, this news also reached the ears of the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. Ha! Amazing. Simply amazing. No, in fact, all of Hollywood was witnessing it. This was the moment Kang Woojin officially cemented his debut in Hollywood. Even as the press conference was ongoing, articles were being published one after another, and countless Hollywood actors who saw the news reacted differently. Some were astonished, others intrigued, some couldn't believe it, some thought it was fake, and others found it refreshing. Kang Woojin was a whirlwind. And what about the countless film studios, distributors, and production companies in LA? Kang Woojin has been confirmed. For what? For Pierrot? Columbia Studios decided on Kang Woojin. What? Really? If Kang Woojin also gets confirmed for Beast and the Beauty, isn't that going to create an unbelievable situation? In no way. Most reactions were a mix of shock and confusion. The situation was rolling out in a direction no one could have predicted, and this moment was unprecedented in Hollywood history. At this point, it seemed almost extravagant to try to guess what might happen next. Even though this was only the beginning, even though the only thing known was that Kang Woojin had been cast as Henry Gordon, all of Hollywood was trembling like an earthquake. And this wave quickly began to spread to audiences around the world. It was expanding. The fingers of the international audience who saw the real-time articles began moving rapidly. Probably. No, 100% for sure. The rumors spreading through their fingertips would circulate worldwide in an instant. Even in Korea, where it was past 4 a.m. Unlike the morning in LA. Breaking news, Kang Woojin confirmed as the male lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, debuting as the sole lead in his Hollywood entry. The news was delivered so swiftly it was astonishing. About an hour later, back at the press conference, it had been roughly an hour and some minutes since Kang Woojin's shocking appearance. The press conference in the hall, where the members of Columbia Studios, director On Bak, Kang Woojin, and over 100 foreign reporters had gathered, was nearing its conclusion. During this time, the executive producer had conveyed and explained a lot to the reporters. The direction and rationale behind the cinematic universe, the production progress of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and so on. Soon, she addressed the reporters, who were still busy clicking their shutters. That concludes our explanation. We will now take questions. The countless reporters, who had been desperately holding back until now, simultaneously shot their hands up. Their faces all screamed, "Pick me." Of course, all the reporters' gazes were fixed on Kang Woojin, who sat with an indifferent expression. Naturally, Woojin was their prey. Thus, "Yes, you there." The executive producer pointed to the first reporter, a woman with short red hair, who immediately directed her question to Kang Woojin. "First of all, congratulations on your successful Hollywood debut. I have so many things I'd like to ask. It's hard to pick just one." Mr. Kang Woojin, you've been cast in Beneficial Evil, Beast and the Beauty, and now Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and your international recognition seems to be skyrocketing. Do you have any words for your growing international fanbase who are watching you? Normally, one would take a moment to think here, but Kang Woojin, sitting calmly, opened his mouth immediately. "During my Best Actor acceptance speech at Cannes, I said, recently, I got a house in LA, so next year, I'll set my sights there. I also said to keep watching, didn't I? I understand that became quite the buzz. I heard there were plenty of people who criticized me, right?" Without a hint of hesitation, as if he couldn't care less about the eyes of the world. "I don't break my promises. As you can see, I've just taken the first step in fulfilling the promise I made. It was pure my way or the highway. I'll see you at the Academy Awards." Chapter 401, Full Bloom 7. Kang Woojin's declaration, "I'll see you at the Academy Awards," to over 100 foreign reporters left them frozen in shock. Dash. Oh my. So openly. It was truly no backing down. After his bombshell statement during the Cannes acceptance speech that shook up Hollywood and many other places, one might expect him to show some restraint. But Kang Woojin showed no hesitation at all. How to put it, to the many foreign reporters, the current Kang Woojin, mentioning the Academy Awards so casually, looked like a racehorse with no rear view, only running forward. On the other hand, his overwhelming confidence made him come off as a bit arrogant. At that moment, the reporters, who had momentarily frozen, started murmuring amongst themselves. Again? He's talking about the Academy Awards again. Is he just fearless, or is he simply naive? Setting aside his audacity, he's coming across as a little cocky. Well, taking the lead role in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was impressive, but isn't he getting a bit too full of himself? Regardless of their reactions, Kang Woojin silently gazed at the reporters with his usual detached expression, showing no significant change. His demeanor was beyond calm, it bordered on indifferent. However, his eyes brimmed with certainty. At least, that's how it seemed to the reporters, though Woojin's true thoughts were a bit uncertain. Was it too much to bring up the Academy Awards again? The reporters' reactions seem a bit off. TSK, whatever. What's the worst that can happen? No matter what, the more than 100 foreign reporters. Pabababak. They unleashed a barrage of camera flashes on Kang Woojin while frantically typing away on their laptops. Who he was as an actor was a secondary matter for now. Getting the article out came first. The fact that Kang Woojin had mentioned the Academy Awards here as well meant that his bombshell statement at Cannes wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment whim. It signified that he, Kang Woojin, intended to surpass Hollywood's most prominent actors. Then, the female reporter who had asked Woojin a question scratched her head before speaking again. "Mr. Kang Woojin, is it all right to write the article as you just stated?" Woojin nodded calmly. Of course. His tone implied he didn't mind at all. At this, director on GA Box smiled wrinkled smile. It felt like a he hasn't changed kind of sentiment. On the other hand, the executive producer of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, stared at Kang Woojin with widened eyes. I understand now why he's so marketable. It was her own form of admiration. Although her time experiencing Kang Woojin was brief, from Cannes to the auditions to today, he always managed to drop bombs and leave a shockwave in his wake. His presence, his aura, was extraordinary. Star power. That unconventional star power. Could it be the driving force that brought him this far? To the executive producer, Kang Woojin's raw and unpolished demeanor felt unfamiliar yet refreshing. In Hollywood and the global entertainment industry, top actors are usually presented in a refined and curated form. But Woojin was different. He has enough influence to shake up Hollywood, yet he's not polished. Rather, he's rough and raw. And somehow, That lack of refinement isn't off-putting. It's intriguing. He's an intriguing actor. Confidence backed by reason. That reason was his undeniable skill. The executive producer had witnessed this skill, his extraordinary acting ability, during the auditions, which had been enough to make even someone as towering as Chris Hartnett back off. After that, Mr. Kang Woojin, you know that Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, is the starting point of Colombia's cinematic universe, right? What are your thoughts on that? A barrage of monumental questions was directed at Kang Woojin. Was there any memorable moment during the cinematic universe auditions? Do you feel confident about the Beast and the Beauty auditions? You mentioned the Academy Awards again. Can you elaborate further on that? The topics were wide-ranging. Currently, Beneficial Evil is gaining significant traction worldwide. How successful do you think it will be? When does filming for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain begin? However, Kang Woojin did not answer all the questions. Since this was a press conference for Columbia Studios, he only responded to questions related to it. The remaining questions on other topics were cut off by the executive producer. After more than 30 minutes had passed, the stern-looking producer wrapped up the session with a calm demeanor in front of the 100 or so foreign reporters. That will be all for today. Thank you. But the reporters, still unsatisfied, continued throwing questions at the Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain team, and Kang Woojin as they tidied up their positions on the stage. However, Woojin and the production team left the hall without looking back. The barrage of camera flashes ceased, but the reporters remaining in the hall were still reeling from the intense impression left by Kang Woojin's eccentric charisma. Kang Woojin taking on the lead role in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, I still can't believe it. In the unpredictable atmosphere, they began making guesses about the future one by one. Do you think he might actually take on Beast and the Beauty as well? No way. If that happens, Kang Woojin will create an unprecedented stir in Hollywood. This speculation spread quickly among the reporters. Meanwhile, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain team, along with Kang Woojin, had just left the hall. Soon, Columbia Studios executives smiled as they spoke to Woojin. Your remarks were a bit bold, but thanks to them, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is going to become a major topic. That's right. You've left a strong enough impact. Their expressions were satisfied. Of course, the executive producer felt the same. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, only director On Bak remained standing in front of Woojin. The veteran director extended his hand to Woojin, signaling for a handshake. It feels redundant to say, but let's do our best again. Now that you've openly mentioned the Academy Awards, there's no turning back. With his resolute expression, Kang Woojin replied nonchalantly. That was part of the plan from the beginning. Haha. Yes, I figured. Still, it's an honor to be part of that moment with you, not just on any ordinary stage. Director On Bak patted Woojin's shoulder a couple of times before turning to leave. That was when Woojin, someone called out to Kang Woojin from behind. When he turned, he saw Choi Sung-gun hurrying toward him. As he approached Woojin, he leaned in close. I just got a call from World Disney Pictures. He lowered his voice slightly. They've finalized the date for the audition and screen test. The same day, just past noon, at around 2 p.m. in LA. After the grand press conference hosted by Columbia Studios concluded, Kang Woojin was currently inside the moving van. He maintained a solemn demeanor, but was quite surprised on the inside. What? Damn, the article's coming out this fast? He had been checking foreign media reports. The articles were already flooding in. The 100 or so reporters who had dispersed from the hall were relentlessly churning out shared headlines. LA Times / the beginning of the cinematic universe, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, with South Korea's Kang Woojin confirmed as the lead. However, this news had already started spreading during the press conference when Woojin had been fielding questions. BCN / Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Kang Woojin, who won the role against formidable actors including Chris Hartnett, says, "See you at the Academy Awards." Hollywood was abuzz with talk of Woojin. Despite its vastness, Hollywood's rumors traveled several times faster. Because of that, the global audience was already aware of this issue. Kang Woojin's name was trending on social media and various international communities. What's this? Are these breaking articles true? Wow, Kang Woojin actually won the competition? I always thought he had a chance. If you watch Beneficial Evil even once, you'll understand. His talent is exceptional. Is Columbia out of their minds? Entrusting the start of a project they've prepared for years to an unproven Korean actor? Oh my god. Kang Woojin beat Chris. He's not unproven. He won the Best Actor award at Cannes, didn't he? Cannes is one thing, but in Hollywood, he's a rookie. That's why people are saying that. This is a bit shocking. Upon confirming the situation, Woojin observed the reactions quite deeply. It's complete chaos. Absolute madness. But it's still kind of fascinating to hear foreigners saying my name. At that moment, buzz. A short vibration. It was a message. The sender was Kim Dae-young, one of his best friends. Kim Dae-young. Hey, did you land the lead role in that Pierrot thing? For a moment, Kang Woojin tilted his head in curiosity. Then he realized, has the news already reached Korea? Well, of course, it makes sense. With all of Hollywood buzzing, it's only natural that Korea would catch wind of it, too. What was amusing, though, was buzz, buzz, buzz. Starting with Kim Dae-young, Woojin's phone began vibrating non-stop with messages. Unsurprisingly, all the messages were in a similar vein to Kim Dae-young's. Then, buzz, views. This time it was a call. The caller ID showed it was his younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Woojin answered with a calm tone. Yeah. Immediately, Kang Hyuna's shrill scream echoed through the phone. Appa, did you really make it? For real? Are you really the lead in Pierrot? Good grief, my ears are going to bleed. Muttering inwardly, Woojin kept his voice as low and composed as possible, aware of the eyes around him. Yeah, that's right. No way. This is amazing. Amazing. Mom, Dad, Appa says it's true. Appa got the lead in a Hollywood movie. From the sound of it, his parents were nearby. Shortly after, Hyuna's voice rang out again through the phone. This is crazy for real. Appa in Hollywood. Appa, right now, Korea is exploding with news about you. It was true. While it was past lunchtime in LA, it was the early morning commute in Korea, and Kang Woojin's name was dominating headlines everywhere. In the phones of people waiting for the subways or buses. Official Kang Woojin. Confirmed as lead in Pierrot, Birth of a Villain. Korean director, Korean actor, picture complete in mega project planned by Columbia Studios. Hollywood actor Kang Woojin / photos. From rookie to Hollywood movie lead in 3 years, Kang Woojin racing to become a true global star. Even on the radios and cars stuck in congested roads, Woojin's name was being mentioned constantly. Wow, did you see the news? Right now, Kang Woojin SSI has been officially announced as the lead for Pierrot, the birth of a villain in Hollywood. Right. I saw the article too, and I got chills. He's a legend, a legend. The first Korean actor to lead a Hollywood production. Kang Woojin SSI. I don't know if you're listening to this radio, but congratulations. Really, truly. Ha ha ha. I hope he's listening. Either way, it's really happening, isn't it? A Korean director and actor leading a Hollywood production. And it wasn't just one channel, nearly all of them were talking about it. Moreover, morning news broadcasts that signaled the start of the day were all competing to report on Kang Woojin's success. Sad face, we begin the morning with some uplifting news. Actor Kang Woojin, currently in LA, has officially secured his Hollywood debut. He has been confirmed as the lead in the recently auditioned film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The announcement was made at a press conference hosted by Columbia Studios. This marks the first time a Korean actor has taken the lead in a Hollywood production. This is reporter Kim Suk-man. While the wording of each news segment differed, they all included common terms. Columbia Studios, Cinematic Universe, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Academy Awards, and so on. And, with Kang Woojin confirmed as the lead in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, there's increasing interest in the outcome of the auditions for Beast and the Beauty, where he's also a candidate. Beast and the Beauty was also mentioned frequently. The reason was simple. If Woojin also landed that role, it wouldn't just be a first for Korea, it would be a first even in the history of Hollywood itself. Kang Woojin, confirmed as lead in Pierrot, Birth of a Villain, mentions Academy Awards again. With the media in such a frenzy, how could the public opinion in Korea be any different? Kang Woojin confirmed as the lead in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Historic press conference scene. Issue King TV. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Kang Woojin had completely taken over the internet. Goosebumps. Wow. I mean, wow. This is insane. Kang Woojin's form is seriously unbelievable. Oh my god. Congratulations, Woojin Appa. Wow. The national pride is overflowing. Overflowing. And it's not a supporting role, it's a lead after sweeping Can. Now Kang Woojin is getting ready to dominate Hollywood. Who would have thought an actor from Korea would land a leading role in Hollywood? Seriously, this is so moving. Where did all those idiots go who were saying Kang Woojin is a nobody? This is legendary. If Kang Woojin even lands Beast and the Beauty after this, what the hell is going to happen? What's going to happen? The world's just going to go crazy. That's what. Of course, Kang Woojin's name was endlessly discussed, not only online but also among people in real life, from the general public to his family, friends, acquaintances, and even the entertainment industry. Actors who had connections with Woojin were also in an uproar. Most notably, Wallin, who had recently been fully immersed in fangirling. Kaya, this is amazing. Others, like Hong Hae-yeon, Ryu Young-min, and Jin Jae-jun, as well as many others, shared similar reactions. Even domestic directors like Kwon Ki-taek were full of congratulations and exclamations. This news quickly spread beyond Korea and into Japan as well. Incredible. Kang Woojin confirmed as the male lead in the Hollywood film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. A monster is on the loose. Without a doubt, this level of attention was not going to subside easily in just a few days. A few days later, in LA, it was late morning, and the location resembled a massive amusement park. Among all the film studios in LA, this was the largest, World Disney Pictures. A familiar logo and sculptures stood at the entrance of World Disney Pictures, through which a van had just passed. The van maneuvered through crowds of tourists. Virum. It passed stage warehouses, several sets, and enormous buildings before coming to a stop in the parking lot in front of a large, dome-roofed building. Soon, a man with black hair stepped out of the van. With an indifferent expression, he looked up at the building ahead. This place feels less like a film studio and more like another world. Damn, this is fascinating. It was Kang Woojin. Following him, Choi Sung-gun and other team members got out of the van as well. Choi Sung-gun placed his hand on Woojin's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Yes. Without much reaction, Woojin started walking. Kang Woojin, currently the hottest name in the world, had stepped into World Disney Pictures. Just like always. He was here to take part in the audition and screen test for Beast and the Beauty. Chapter 402, Full Bloom, 8. Kang Woojin was walking down a hallway in one of the buildings within World Disney Pictures alongside Choi Sung-gun. The other team members were waiting in the van. Anyway, Woojin, who was deep in his concept act, moved his gaze forward. A foreign female employee was leading the way, and Kang Woojin, with his usual indifferent expression, let out an exclamation while looking at her back. Of course, inwardly. Wow, she's insanely tall. Is she about the same height as me? No. Maybe taller. The woman's physical stature was astounding. She was almost the same height as Woojin, who was over 180 centimeters tall. As expected of America? Once again, Kang Woojin found himself marveling at how everything in America seemed so big. But the female employee ahead wasn't the only thing to catch his attention. The hallway they were walking through was filled with plenty to see. Various Disney posters adorned the walls, life-sized character statues appeared here and there, and countless foreigners passed by frequently. What was interesting was, the foreigners passing by were all either staring intently at Kang Woojin or whispering among themselves about him. The answer to this came from Choi Sung-gun, who was readying his ponytail neatly. He whispered into Kang Woojin's ear, "They probably find you fascinating. Don't let it bother you. To them, you probably seem like an alien. Think about it. Out of nowhere, you suddenly showed up, got involved with Miley Cara, made waves with Beneficial Evil, and even snagged the lead role in Pierrot. On top of that, you're a candidate for the role of the Beast in Beast and the Beauty here. You're doing things even Hollywood actors find difficult, so it's no wonder they find you strange, a completely unfamiliar Korean actor achieving all this." Was that it? Thinking it over, Woojin found it understandable. For example, it might feel similar to a foreigner from a completely unfamiliar country suddenly showing up in Korea and causing a stir. I guess I'd be bewildered too. Being treated like an alien felt natural. He had been making waves with major issues without any warning. After all, Woojin quickly ignored their stares. This kind of treatment as an oddball had been a constant since he gained the void space. It wasn't something that bothered him anymore. Soon, swish, the towering female employee leading the way stopped walking. She smiled lightly and gestured to the right. You can go in. Beyond the glass door, the inside was visible. Judging by the long table, it appeared to be a conference room. Choi Sung-gun opened the glass door first, and Kang Woojin followed him in. Inside the conference room, several foreigners were already seated. There were roughly more than a dozen. As soon as Kang Woojin entered, he scanned the room. Are these the people from the preliminary meeting before? There seem to be some foreigners I'm seeing for the first time. But what is this? Is this where the audition is? What the heck? The higher-ups of the Beast and the Beauty team, that is, World Disney Pictures executives, producers, key staff, and the director, all stood up to greet Woojin as soon as they saw him. Most of them offered congratulations. Congratulations on Pierrot, the birth of a villain. We were surprised, didn't expect such a loud announcement. Congratulations, haha. Your popularity is growing so quickly. It's been a while. I've been enjoying Beneficial Evil. It's amazing to see it reach #1 on Netflix US. I hope it continues to do well. Kang Woojin received their congratulations while shaking hands with several foreigners. Though responding to each of them was a bit of a hassle. Why does everyone have to come and talk to me? Couldn't just one person do it on behalf of the rest? But he had to endure it. After all, there was an audition to attend, and he had to maintain his concept act. Thus, Woojin kept his stoic expression intact. About 10 minutes passed like that. Kang Woojin and the Beast and the Beauty team finally sat across from each other at the long table. The first to speak was an older man sitting in the middle. He was half-bald, and he wore black horn-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be in his 60s. Beneficial Evil was really entertaining. Especially, the action scenes were spectacular and incredible. I didn't know Mr. Woojin was good at action too. Kang Woojin replied in his calm English. Thank you, director. The elderly man wearing black horn-rimmed glasses was the director of the live-action film Beast and the Beauty. His name was Bill Rotner. He was a director of such caliber that he could be called a master in Hollywood. Though he didn't have many trophies due to bad luck with awards, he had many hit works and had worked quite often with World Disney Pictures. Director Bill Rotner, with a serious expression, continued speaking. Today's Beast and the Beauty audition and screen test will be conducted privately. In other words, unlike Pierrot, there would be no other actors present. And the audition won't take place here. We will move to a different location. The reason we called you here first is that you're the first to audition, so we wanted to move together. He then explained how the audition for Beast and the Beauty would proceed. The location for the audition and screen test is the actual filming set for Beast and the Beauty. Although the set construction is still ongoing, the area where the audition will be held has been completed. There, Mr. Woojin, you will need to show us the performance we're looking for. You'll also change into the costume. The actual filming set? Woojin, while listening indifferently, couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement internally. After all, it meant he would be the first actor to step onto the filming set of Beast and the Beauty. Afterward, Woojin received questions from the Beast and the Beauty team, including executives and producers, and it wasn't until about 30 minutes later that he could leave the meeting room. The Beast and the Beauty team seemed to be moving as a group. In terms of size, there were roughly over 100 people, and that was less than half of the total staff. Anyway, various vehicles, vans, trucks, buses, began leaving World Disney Pictures one by one. Woojin's van was no exception. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, sitting inside the van, searched for the destination he had been given and spoke to Kang Woojin. SBT Studio. Apparently, it's a famous set filming location around here. The size is a whopping 50,000 pion. 50,000 pion. Phew. What is this size even? TL note. Roughly around 165,000 square meters. 50,000 pion. To be honest, Kang Woojin couldn't quite grasp it. He figured he'd understand once they arrived. Choi Sung-gun's briefing continued after that. For instance, the filming plan for Beast and the Beauty involved 8 indoor sets and 2 outdoor locations. Out of those, 80% of the set filming will take place at the SBT studio we're heading to. They said they couldn't use World Disney Pictures' internal stages because another movie is already using them. Probably due to scheduling conflicts, they must have contracted an external studio. As they listened to various bits of information, Woojin's van traveled for about an hour. Before long, the densely packed buildings had thinned out, replaced by open spaces, and ahead, they could see an enormous gray warehouse. That was the entrance to the 50,000 Pyong SPT studio. Virum. Numerous vehicles belonging to the Beast and the Beauty team entered the SPT studio. Kang Woojin's vehicle was no different. Around this point, Woojin equipped himself with his trademark cynicism, though internally, his mouth was wide open in astonishment. Wow. Shit. This is insane. This place is huge. Is this really a film set? He was utterly shocked at the size of SPT Studio. Though he had been impressed by large-scale set complexes in Korea, this place was on an entirely different level. It was several times larger and more expansive than any massive apartment complex. The warehouse-style stages they passed were twice as big as logistics warehouses, and there were dozens of them. Moreover, in front of every warehouse-like stage, teams of set construction workers were busy. The scene itself was incredible, but the part that truly made Kang Woojin internally scream in amazement was elsewhere. It happened when Woojin's vehicle stopped in front of an enormous warehouse, and he stepped inside. Holy shit, this is insane. Is this even real? As soon as he stepped into the set, Kang Woojin forgot all about his concept act and halted in his tracks. Then, he took in the breathtaking sight before him. A towering ceiling, countless lights hanging from it, dozens of luxurious chandeliers just below, elegant and antique furniture, intricately patterned pillars scattered throughout, and a marble floor inlaid with large paintings. If there were nobles dressed in gowns and formal attire, the place would instantly transform into a palace ballroom. How to put it, looking at the beige and brown mixed set ballroom, Woojin, this is absolutely insane, was under the illusion that he had entered a fairy tale or fantasy world. But this was reality. The grand banquet hall set was bustling with over 100 foreign staff members, and various cameras and equipment were being installed all around. Magnificent. It was a moment that could only be described as magnificent. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun brought Kang Woojin, who had been lost in thought, back to reality. Unlike Woojin, he was openly exclaiming in amazement. Wow, this is incredible. I want to say more, but I can't think of anything. It's just amazing. Then, suddenly, he tapped Kang Woojin on the shoulder and said, Woojin, over there. Woojin, barely managing to maintain his concept act, turned his gaze in the direction Choi Sung-gun was pointing. Ah, the piano. A piano had been placed on one side of the banquet hall set. Of course, even that looks ridiculously fancy. It was the piano that Kang Woojin would play. Not long after, the setup for the audition and screen test in the future Beast and the Beauty filming banquet hall set was complete. The lights on the vast and luxurious banquet hall ceiling turned on, causing the dozens of chandeliers hanging there to sparkle. Several cameras attached to small jibs or installed separately were in place. The audio equipment was also set up. With the gathered staff, including the director and other related personnel, the total exceeded 100 people. From the equipment to the number of people, it resembled an actual filming site at a glance. However, in reality, this was relatively simple. A table with monitors had been set up, and many foreigners were gathered around it. Among them were Bill Rotner, the black horn-rimmed glasses-wearing director, producers, key staff, World Disney Pictures executives, and others. Soon, the monitors began displaying different angles. The main focus was the piano. In any case, it meant the camera setup was complete. Shortly after, Beast and the Beauty director Bill Rotner looked around. He was searching for Kang Woojin. Woojin was at one side of the set, checking his costume, and since he seemed nearly done, it looked like he would step onto the stage soon. At that moment, the executive producer quietly spoke to Bill Rotner. In such a short time, he's gained the most attention among the candidate actors. When we selected him as a candidate, or even during the preliminary meeting, we didn't expect it to be to this extent. What do you think? The half-bald director Bill Rotner shrugged his shoulders. About what? Unlike the preliminary meeting, today Kang Woojin has to show what we're looking for. Do you think he'll handle it well? Well, we've already seen his skills. He's been vetted, and we observed him during the preliminary meeting. I'm looking forward to his acting, too. If he weren't up to the task, Columbia Studios wouldn't have entrusted him with the beginning of that major project. At that moment, one of the foreign executives, who hadn't been present during Kang Woojin's preliminary meeting, chimed in. Still, regardless of his existing skills, today's audition and screen test will determine how well he immerses himself in the role of the Beast. That's the key point. We know Kang Woojin's vocal, piano, and acting skills are impressive, but the question is how convincingly he can portray the Beast. It wasn't wrong. In fact, it was a universal truth often heard anywhere. Moreover, Beast and the Beauty already had an original work that was beloved worldwide. So instead of jaw-dropping creativity, a breathtaking level of synchronization would obviously score higher. In short, it meant he had to completely abandon his own style and dedicate everything to becoming the Beast. You know how sometimes there are actors who, engrossed in their own stubbornness, arbitrarily alter and fix a character however they like. Some of the executives nodded, as if they had seen similar cases before. Well, skilled actors do tend to exhibit such behavior occasionally. And isn't Kang Woojin known to have a strong will? While that can be an advantage, it's also something to worry about. Sure, having some persistence as an actor is good, but ultimately, the basics are to approach the character as closely as possible. The appearance, physique, speech, expressions, habits, everything. Especially for live-action adaptations like Beast. And the Beauty. I just hope Kang Woojin doesn't get confused by his meteoric rise and make mistakes. In the end, both the producer and director Bill Rotner nodded in agreement. Based on the flow of the conversation, it seemed that Walt Disney Pictures preferred a Beast faithful to the original work rather than a creatively reimagined version. They acknowledged that Kang Woojin's skills were outstanding. Even in the preliminary meeting, his energy had been the closest to that of the Beast. However, Kang Woojin's standing in Hollywood had changed significantly in the meantime. Buoyed by his growing influence, there was a possibility that he might deviate from the basics during this audition. This was what the Walt Disney Pictures team was concerned about. At that moment, "We're ready." Following the staff's shout, Kang Woojin stepped onto the set banquet hall. His face was expressionless. His attire was a banquet outfit with a harmonious mix of blue and beige. Silver patterns were intricately etched throughout, making it quite lavish. As Woojin approached the piano, the attention of the 100 or so foreign staff members gathered in the hall focused entirely on him. Director Bill Rotner, seated among the monitors, spoke. "You can start whenever you're ready." Kang Woojin sat down at the piano, which was decorated with colorful golden patterns against a white base. On every monitor, Woojin appeared from different angles. Placing one hand on the keys, he began. Swish. After briefly running his hand over the white and black keys, he finally positioned both hands on the piano. And then, the melody of the piano began to resonate throughout the vast banquet hall set. Woojin's performance had started. The tempo gradually picked up, and in just 10 seconds, ing. Wow. Incredible. Is he really an actor? The sheet music was only passed over recently, yet it's such a high-level dash. Every single foreigner gathered in the banquet hall was left with their mouths agape. Kang Woojin's piano performance deserved such a reaction. Meanwhile, director Bill Rotner checked the monitor displaying Kang Woojin. He's smiling. Woojin was smiling with a mix of thrill and delight. It was only natural. At this moment, Kang Woojin was not the Beast. He's just someone so overwhelmed with joy from playing the piano that he's losing his mind. He was the prince before he became the monster. Chapter 403, Full Bloom 9. The set banquet hall with over 100 staff members and numerous filming equipment set up. And Kang Woojin sitting at a piano with a white bass and intricate golden patterns on one side. This was the view that greeted the foreign staff members crowded in the set. But for Kang Woojin, it was different. As he smiled while pressing the keys, his gaze didn't register the cameras, lights, audio equipment, or foreign production crew. To Woojin, this set banquet hall appeared entirely different. An elegant, classic atmosphere. Countless candles illuminating the chandeliers that filled the ceiling. The banquet hall filled with warm colors thanks to those candles. appetizing food, nobles dancing to the piano melody in colorful dresses and formal attire, their laughter filling the massive banquet hall. To Kang Woojin, this was no longer an audition venue. It had become a party filled with rhythm and happiness. Of course, it was only natural. At this moment, Woojin was the beast itself. No, to be precise, he was the prince before falling to the curse. From the moment he stepped into this banquet hall, he had channeled the prince. His thoughts and being transformed in an instant, and everything visible in reality vanished as if it were smoke. Kang Woojin wasn't just playing the piano. He was sharing the beast's world with everyone. This wasn't acting. He was bringing the beast from beast and the beauty into reality, succinctly narrating its life. The piano was merely a medium. I wasn't originally a monster, a beast, he seemed to say. Look at this. Could a mere beast produce this gentle piano melody? Could these nobles in the banquet hall smile so blissfully because of it? Kang Woojin, or rather the prince, was performing a life brimming with laughter, devoid of flaws, not a scripted role but a real existence. But this, my goodness, has he already started acting? Seems like it, doesn't it? Bill Rotner, the director of Beast and the Beauty, the executive producer, the executives from World Disney Pictures, and the 100 or so foreign staff perceived it as intense acting. It was inevitable. The face reflected on the monitor was distinctly different from the earlier scenes, and his gaze moved as if the empty set banquet hall was filled with people. The emotions embedded in the piano melody were enough to melt their ears. It was 100% acting. What was peculiar, however, were the expressions of the Beast and the Beauty production crew. Their eyes widened, mouths fell open, or brows furrowed. Every single pair of eyes contained a hint of bewilderment. The reason was simple. Did anyone ask him to include acting during the piano performance? No, not at all. Even when we handed over the audition materials, it was explicitly conveyed. Since the piano performance would focus solely on skill and visual elements with a costume change, there was no need to include acting, just focus on the piano performance. None of the Beast and the Beauty production team present in this set banquet hall had asked Kang Woojin to incorporate acting into his piano performance. The requests made to the actors auditioning for the role of the Beast were only 3: piano, singing, and acting. Among these, piano and singing were intended to evaluate how well the actors could handle the iconic OSTs that were considered trademarks of the live-action Beast and the Beauty. Of course, during filming, acting would be combined with piano or singing. However, since the music sheets had only recently been distributed, there wasn't much time to practice. For now, they were only supposed to focus on showcasing their piano or vocal skills without acting. Even mastering just that would already be impressive. Including acting would require starting with a script analysis and then dedicating considerable time to practicing the integration of acting with the piano and OST. World Disney Pictures had seen and executed such processes countless times. And yet, now, Kang Woojin, dressed in a banquet suit perfectly blending blue and beige. He was performing while playing the piano. However, it didn't look forced or contrived. The impressions voiced by everyone present, including director Bill Rotner, were proof of that. This really feels like the actual banquet hall from Beast and the Beauty. Me too. Is it because of Kang Woojin's smile? Or is it the piano melody? Probably both. He's portraying the prince and embedding the emotions of the prince into the piano. The performance itself is lively. It's not rough at all. Unbelievable. I'm starting to see nobles dancing in this empty banquet hall. This is my first time experiencing something like this, and yet he's pulling off such a difficult feat so effortlessly. Director Bill Rotner, his wide eyes behind black-rimmed glasses, adjusted his glasses upward. Moreover, the piano performance itself has far exceeded our expectations. What on earth? How has he managed to master such piano skills and acting in such a short time, and make it seem so effortless? It was as if Kang Woojin was showing the production team of Beast and the Beauty a live video, like saying, "This is what your imagined live-action adaptation looks like." That kind of feeling. At that moment, there was a shift. The tempo seems to be getting slightly faster. Yes, and irritation is seeping into the performance. Woojin's cheerful and playful piano melody gradually became faster and heavier. The smile on Kang Woojin's face started to fade, and darkness began to creep in. This was vividly captured on the monitor. In real time, his expression transformed into a blank face. The radiant melody that could once be heard was now imbued with pain. And then, Kang Woojin, or rather the prince, struck the piano keys roughly with both of his outstretched hands. The performance, which had filled the banquet hall, abruptly ceased. The banquet hall, which had been full of warmth, suddenly became desolate. The winter chill they had forgotten penetrated the clothes of the 100 staff members. It was chilling. A faint anger painted Woojin's expressionless face on the monitor. The silence lingered. Dressed in his banquet suit, Kang Woojin simply stared down at the golden piano without moving a muscle. Roughly 10 seconds passed like this. Watching, director Bill Rotner and the executive producer made a guess. Is it over? Did he only practice up to the middle section of the sheet music? Even so, he played the piece so freely, as if it were his own composition. He's exceeded expectations. He doesn't seem to be performing all the way to the end. Well, incorporating acting into the performance must have been demanding enough. No, still, this is already incredible. Even with just this, he surpassed everyone's expectations here. It seemed that this eccentric Korean actor had only prepared up to this point. With that, director Bill Rotner, who had been staring at the monitor, got up from his seat. He intended to speak to Woojin by the piano. Mr. Kang Woojin. At that moment, the piano performance, which had stopped, resonated through the set banquet hall once more. Kang Woojin had begun moving his fingers again. Director Bill Rotner, who had just risen, froze in place. It's not over. From the executive producer to the 100 or so foreign staff, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Naturally, their gazes were fixed on Woojin at the piano. As he resumed his performance, he began striking the keys very aggressively from the start. It was bizarre. Although the melody continued from the earlier part of the piece, it felt like a completely different song. Every foreign staff member in the banquet hall had the same thought. What is this? The mood has completely changed. Kang Woojin's perspective had also shifted. The banquet hall, once warm and splendid, filled with delectable food, had vanished entirely. The bright candles adorning the chandelier had all been extinguished. The numerous nobles dressed in elegant banquet attire had also disappeared. Now, only darkness remained. A bone-chilling wind mixed with a snowstorm swept through. There was no trace of human warmth. Only darkness and mustiness lingered. The banquet suit he was wearing had become tattered and turned to rags. Even the hands playing the piano were now covered in brown fur. The beast. At this moment, Kang Woojin was no longer the prince. He was the beast, the cursed man who had become a monster. Thus, the season in his sight and his heart transformed from spring to winter. The laughter-filled heart was torn apart by the monster. It clawed, bit, and roared. Emptiness and unease lingered. Irritation surged. Anxiety crept in. All those emotions were conveyed through the piano performance. Rough and coarse with clear anger. The same was true for Woojin's face, captured on camera and displayed on the monitor. It was entirely the irritated, discomfort-filled expression of the beast. And as the performance continued, the intensity only increased. It was understandable. He had summoned the beast and amplified the beastification within him. Why did I become like this? Where did my warm past go? When can I return? Am I going to die like this? Anyone would do. Please appear. It's as lonely as hell itself. Kang Woojin had no lines. His tightly shut lips didn't open. Yet his gaze, his expression, and his piano performance completed the beast more vividly than 100 lines of dialogue could. From this point on, the bleak and coarse piano performance began to explode, and director Bill Rotner and the 100 or so production staff of Beast and the Beauty started to realize something. Without any makeup, the thick fur and chilling face of the beast are vivid. Could it be that Kang Woojin, replacing the prince's face to Beast's face with piano performance? They realized that Kang Woojin was using a piano performance infused with acting to depict the transformations from prince to beast, implementing the visual and technical aspects without makeup or CG. Naturally, this was entirely Woojin's intention. The live-action Beast and the Beauty would include professionally intensive makeup. However, for the audition, they didn't apply such makeup. In other words, The 100 or so foreigners gathered here were watching the actors' auditions, assessing their acting, piano performance, and vocals while imagining the makeup or technical aspects. But wasn't that a bit unsatisfying? Of course, there was no need to explicitly do the beast makeup, but since he had come all the way here to audition, Kang Woojin wanted to show everyone a proper beast. And it wasn't as if there wasn't a way to do that. The piano. He poured the lives of both the prince and the beast into the piano. That left an impact on the production team of Beast and the Beauty that was several times stronger than makeup. There was no need to imagine anymore. The unconventional piano melody that passed through their ears made their brains automatically form the shape of the beast. Then, the beast's performance, which had reached its climax, came to an end. Kang Woojin closed the lid of the golden piano and looked straight at the camera set up beyond the piano. His eyes were filled with raw, childlike emotions. Had about 5 seconds passed like that? SSSHHH. Suddenly, Kang Woojin returned to a face full of indifference. Rising to his feet, he muttered in a low tone of English to the 100 or so foreign staff. "It's finished." However, no one responded immediately. This was because the lingering resonance of the beast was still thick in the air. A few dozen minutes later, Kang Woojin stepped out of the warehouse-like stage within the SPT studio, which spanned a massive 50,000 pyeong, where the audition for Beast and the Beauty had been held. He had already taken off the banquet suit he had worn as his costume. Naturally so. The audition, the screen test was over. Looking back at the massive warehouse set, Woojin's expression hardened. However, inside, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's over. That was unexpectedly exhausting. Anyway, I feel so relieved now. From piano to vocals to acting, he had shown everything he had prepared without any regrets. After it was all over, he was somewhat surprised by the fact that director Bill Rotner, the executive producer, and the executives of World Disney Pictures didn't ask many questions. There were only a few inquiries about his audition preparation process. Though Kang Woojin found this slightly strange. Was it not that good? Ugh, who cares? It's already over, and now all that's left is the result. He let it go lightly. Thinking about it further wouldn't change anything at this point. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who was standing next to Kang Woojin, suddenly gave him a thumbs up. "You killed it again this time. No, you're seriously crazy." When you paused the piano performance in the middle, and then continued with a completely different vibe, I seriously got goosebumps. Was it okay? Okay doesn't even begin to describe it. You absolutely nailed it. Didn't you see the expressions on the director and the production team? Their souls were practically sucked out. I even heard some of them gasping in awe here and there. Really? Woojin felt relieved, and Choi Sung-gun spoke again. "There are still 4 big-name Hollywood actors left to go after you. But, honestly, I don't think you're at any disadvantage compared to them. But then again, this place is known for all sorts of unexpected things happening. And let's not forget the controversy that blew up when you were first mentioned as a candidate for Beast and the Beauty. For now, let's just wait with a lighter heart." In other words, regardless of talent, World Disney Pictures would have many other factors to consider. There was also the matter of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, which Woojin had recently secured, and the controversy surrounding his candidacy for the role of the Beast, which was still a heated topic among the global audience. On top of that, while it wasn't visible on the surface, there might even be subtle discrimination at play, just as Kang Woojin nodded in agreement. SSSHHH. A group of foreigners passed in front of him. Among them, a man with brown permed hair glanced at Woojin. His striking visual made it clear he wasn't an ordinary individual. As they moved away, Choi Sung-gun muttered quietly, "The next one's going in." It was one of the Hollywood actors also vying for the role. Upon closer inspection, he was the same Hollywood actor who had once gossiped about Kang Woojin to Miley Cara during a fashion show and was subsequently scolded by her for being loose-lipped. However, Kang Woojin, unaware of this, simply observed him with a rigid face, finding the situation intriguing. "That actor, I don't remember his name, but wow, he's incredibly good-looking in person, super handsome and super tall." Wadash, the Hollywood actor with brown hair, now entering the audition hall, recalled something Miley Cara had said to him in the past. "With your current attitude, you'll get crushed, you know? Quite miserably at that." He snorted at the memory. As if I'd ever get crushed by a guy like that. Ridiculous. Roughly 20 minutes later, the sound of piano music once again filled the set banquet hall where the Beast and the Beauty audition was taking place. Seated at the golden piano was a man in a blue banquet suit. However, it wasn't Kang Woojin. It was the next candidate, the Hollywood actor with brown hair. He was passionately delivering a piano performance that was practically professional grade. Director Bill Rotner and the 100 or so foreigners watched intently. Judging by their serious and focused expressions, they seemed to be quite impressed by his performance. But in truth, the minds of the foreigners, though their mouths were shut, were not filled with admiration but with bewilderment. The reason? Phew, starting off by seeing something so extraordinary really does a number on you. Director Bill Rotner, who had taken off his black-rimmed glasses, was still preoccupied with the memory of the Beast's performance. From earlier, as he listened to the Hollywood actor's piano playing, he muttered quietly, "This is Child's Play. Chapter 404, Full Bloom, 10. Around noon on the 12th. Kang Woojin, who had wrapped up the audition for Beast and the Beauty earlier in the morning, was now inside a van speeding down the road. He was wearing a rather thick gray blazer, full makeup, with his hair styled neatly. This was because he had just finished an interview with a famous Hollywood media outlet. Vroom. After completing the approximately 1-hour interview, Kang Woojin's team was on their way to grab a meal. The menu was pizza. This was based on a recommendation from Han Yeung, who said there was a famous restaurant nearby. Meanwhile, Woojin, sporting an intense concept look, crossed his legs and turned his gaze to the window as he mused to himself. Has the audition for the role of the Beast wrapped up by now? Or is it still ongoing? The thought suddenly crossed his mind. Unlike Pierrot, which had been an open audition and allowed him to see the end of it, the audition for Beast and the Beauty was held privately, which only made his curiosity grow. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who was seated on the right, glanced at the clock on his phone and muttered, seemingly sharing the same thought. "Woojin, there are 4 more people after you. Time-wise, I think the audition and screen test for the Beast role must be done. Unless it's the very last person now. I wonder what the director and production team are thinking, what their final reactions are." The stylists and other team members joined in, talking about how they also wanted to see it and how the scale of the set for Beast and the Beauty was supposedly insane. Although Kang Woojin was curious as well, he acted otherwise and put on a confident front. "We'll hear back soon enough." Haha, a call about your acceptance? Yes. Man, is there no reverse gear in that brain of yours? Probably not. At that moment. Be easy, be easy. Kang Woojin's phone vibrated for an extended time. Seeing the caller ID, it was Miley Kara. He raised the phone to his ear and spoke in fluent, low English. "Yes, hello." On the other end, Kara's slightly excited voice came through. "Hi, I just thought of you, so I called. You did the audition for the Beast role, right?" "Yes." "How was it?" "What do you mean?" "Just, how did it feel? Do you think you did well?" "Probably. I don't know what to make of that. Anyway, I heard from a colleague. He said he saw you. Didn't you see him?" Kara explained about her colleague. Woojin recalled the Hollywood actor with permed hair he had seen earlier. "I saw him, though we didn't greet each other. He was probably conscious of you as a competitor because you got under his skin. I really hope you get the Beast role, sincerely. You know this would be a first in Hollywood." "Right. That's what I heard." Kara, who had been chuckling softly, one of the candidates for the role of Beauty Bella, changed the subject. "I heard that the auditions and screen tests for the Beauty Bella role will only take place after the actor for the Beast role has been decided." "Oh, really? I didn't know that." Woojin replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" "Yes. The Beast role actor will probably attend the auditions for the Beauty Bella role. They'll match the Beast with the Bella candidates. So, Woojin, you'll probably get to see all the Bella candidates, including me. Nothing's been decided yet, though." "Oh, right, my bad." "That's true." After a light-hearted response mixed with laughter, Kara spoke again. "Personally, I'd love to sing while you play the piano, as Beauty Bella." Meanwhile, at the SBT studio complex, where the live-action Beast and the Beauty was set to be filmed. Inside one of the massive warehouse-like stages, the audition for the Beast role had been underway since morning. Hundreds of foreign staff members were busily moving about. Currently, they were in the middle of cleanup. The audition and screen tests for the Beast role had concluded, so the lights, cameras, audio equipment, and other setup in the grand ballroom set were being loaded back into trucks. In the midst of this, near the piano with golden patterns in the set's grand ballroom, stood director Bill Rotner, whose head was half-bald. Unlike the bustling 100 or so staff members, he stared at the piano with a thoughtful expression. It seemed as though he was recalling the audition scenes he had witnessed since morning. Standing next to him was the executive producer. "Director, what are you thinking about?" Director Bill removed his black-rimmed glasses and let out a faint laugh. "It's not that I'm thinking. It's that thoughts are forcing their way out on their own." Violently. Kang Woojin. Director Bill Rotner did not immediately respond to the question and instead scanned the ballroom set that had been constructed. It was an incredibly detailed and well-crafted set. In fact, it was so well-made that it could easily pass as a real ballroom. As a director, it was impossible to forget Kang Woojin, no, the beast who had run wild here. At least that's what director Bill Rotner thought. Just through his piano performance, he conveyed the appearance, personality, and life of the beast. I've never seen such an absurdly expressive performance in my life. On top of that, his vocals and acting were. Trailing off, he locked eyes with the executive producer, standing next to him. Now I understand why he suddenly appeared at Cannes and snatched the Best Actor award, why he casually bring up the Academy Awards, and why he was confirmed as the lead for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. I understand why he's shaking up Hollywood right now. I feel the same way. Even Disney executives refer to him as a monster. I'm dying to see him in full makeup. Pardon, Bill Rotner, thinking about Kang Woojin, who was no longer present, clarified. I mean, I want to see Kang Woojin in the true form of the beast. Honestly, the other actors who came today weren't bad either. We'll have to gather later and conduct a deep review of today's auditions. I also understand that Disney has to be mindful of the controversies surrounding Kang Woojin and the eyes of the global public. But I'll be upfront with you about my feelings. Director Bill Rotner expressed his honest thoughts to the executive producer of Beast and the Beauty. Right now, I can't think of anyone but Kang Woojin for the role of the Beast. Later, the news that the audition and screen tests for the Beast role had concluded spread across Hollywood on the following day, the 13th. Being a globally popular project, it was only natural that international media would pick up on the story. LA Times/live-action adaptation of Beast and the Beauty by World Disney Pictures. Auditions for the Beast role appear to have concluded yesterday. This issue quickly went viral, and soon various online communities across the globe were buzzing with speculation. Naturally, Kang Woojin's name was prominently featured. The fact that he had even been considered as a candidate for the Beast role was already a hot topic, but after securing the lead role in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the attention on him had only intensified. What on earth made Hollywood fall for him so completely? However, there was something slightly different compared to the initial reactions. The response from the international audience had softened a little. It's not like Kang Woojin being cast as the Beast is totally absurd. Seriously, just watch Beneficial Evil. I agree. He's handsome and a great actor. I actually think Kang Woojin would fit the role of the Beast quite well. This was the power of Beneficial Evil, which had suddenly taken the world by storm. For reference, it had been about 10 days since the show launched, and Beneficial Evil was currently making waves. I planned to watch just one episode, but I ended up binging it all night. The world is now obsessed with Beneficial Evil. It was truly unstoppable. Video, Beneficial Evil creates a sensation amid divided opinions. A whirlwind between freshness and familiarity, paired with spectacular action. Still ranked #1 in the US. Due to Beneficial Evil's global popularity, Kang Woojin and other actors like Wallin see explosive growth in SNS followers. What many had expected to die down after just a few days was, instead, continuing its momentum. 10 days after its release, Beneficial Evil was still holding the #1 spot not only in the US and South Korea, but also in several other countries. Moreover, Beneficial Evil sweeps the globe, maintaining its #1 position in about 22 countries, including the US, 10 days after release. It had reached #1 on Netflix in over 20 countries. Around the world, people were talking about Beneficial Evil. I didn't know much about Korea before, but after watching Beneficial Evil, I want to visit. When is part 2 coming out? Netflix, do your job already. I've been looking for other Korean dramas on Netflix because of Beneficial Evil, but nothing compares to it. The action is decent, but the story is weak. I don't get why it's such a big deal. I couldn't stay focused on it either. For the first time, I'm interested in a Korean actor. Kang Woojin is so cool. It was like a global syndrome. Beneficial Evil captivates the world, breaking records in Korea. Kang Woojin's global recognition skyrocketing exponentially. Then a day later, on the 14th. Issue pick, Korean drama rewriting history. Beneficial Evil maintains number 1 in the US and others. Global rankings announced. Beneficial Evil achieves Korea's first global number 1. Beneficial Evil causes a major sensation. Surges to number 1 worldwide on Netflix. Beneficial Evil's first overall ranking was released. Kang Woojin conquers the world. Netflix global number 1 drama Beneficial Evil. A new record for Korean dramas. Comprehensive, Beneficial Evil ranks number 1 in 22 countries, including Korea, the US, and Japan, while maintaining top positions or number 2 in 50 other countries. A global triumph as Beneficial Evil hits number 1 overall. In just 10 days since its release, Beneficial Evil achieves global number 1. If this momentum continues, it will result in unprecedented success. This was the first time a Korean drama had ever achieved global number 1. At this time, slightly away from downtown LA, a fairly large 2-story building came into view. It was mostly gray, surrounded by transparent windows, and encircled by a spacious garden filled with trees. While such a scale wasn't particularly surprising in the vast expanse of LA, something about this building stood out. It was the massive statue in front of it. The statue, over 3 times the size of a person, depicted a winged woman holding a globe and gazing toward the sky. At a glance, it resembled a trophy. In fact, it was a trophy. It was simply an enlarged version of the original. The statue of the winged woman holding a globe and looking skyward was an immensely famous symbol, not just in the United States, but worldwide. In the film industry, there was the Academy Awards, and in theater and musicals, there was the Tony Awards. For the television industry, there was the Primetime Emmy Awards, or simply the Emmy Awards. The winged woman statue was the trophy for the Emmys. The Emmy Awards were as prestigious to the television industry as the Academy Awards were to film, making them the most respected awards show in global television. Naturally, the world's television industry was fiercely competitive to be part of this ceremony. The Emmy Awards included not only global broadcast networks, but also cable channels and various OTT platforms. Similar to Cannes, the Emmys had several sections, with the Primetime Emmy Awards serving as the main event, often referred to simply as the Emmys. Of course, there was also a Best Actor award. In any case, the reason this massive Emmy Awards trophy statue was proudly displayed in front of this building was simple. This was the headquarters of the Emmy Awards. The Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, ATAS, which annually hosts the Primetime Emmy Awards, was based here. Interestingly, in one of the meeting rooms inside this building, a diverse group of foreigners of various ages had gathered. Beneficial Evil. Its momentum is extraordinary. The words coming out of their mouths were about the Korean drama Beneficial Evil. I agree. It hit number 1 in the US on Netflix just 1 day after its release. That's a first for a Korean production. And that's not all. It's now ranked number 1 in over 20 countries, with the remaining 50 countries showing it in either the number 2 spot or somewhere in the top rankings. It's beyond just an unusual trend. It's setting new records daily. Well, the conversation among these dozens of gathered people was quite serious. It's currently Netflix's number 1 show globally. Not many American dramas have even achieved that. While we'd need exact data, it's probably countable on one hand. The production itself is both entertaining and well executed. The direction is excellent, and the action scenes are particularly outstanding. Kang Woojin, he's certainly worthy of causing a storm. Following Cannes, he's involved in both Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and Beast and the Beauty, and now Beneficial Evil has exploded globally. Is this even possible? It must be possible since it's happening in reality. Anyway, it's clear that this Beneficial Evil, and Kang Woojin have created a miracle. Kang Woojin's miracle is still ongoing. For reference, the Primetime Emmy Awards collect candidate works from April of the previous year to April of the current year. After passing through the votes and processes of numerous judging members, the ceremony is grandly held in August. Since it was currently February, this was the period during which candidate works were being actively collected. At this moment, a foreigner with a thick mustache spoke up. Beneficial Evil. Would it be okay to put it up as a candidate? A pot-bellied foreigner crossed his arms and answered, "We need to watch it a bit more. But if its momentum continues, I think it will be more than sufficient." As a result, most of the gathered foreigners nodded in agreement. Soon, the foreigner with the pot belly spoke again. If Beneficial Evil gets officially nominated, it would be the first non-English work to do so. The Emmy Awards had taken notice of Beneficial Evil. Chapter 405, Full Bloom, 11. February 14th, late morning. LA. By the time the Television Academy of Arts and Sciences, ADAS, responsible for the Primetime Emmy Awards, became aware of Beneficial Evil, Kang Woojin, who had no way of knowing this, was on the move in a large van. Having recently wrapped up the auditions for Beast and the Beauty, he had completed all the major official schedules in LA, leaving only moderately sized tasks ahead. Let's see. Today, I'm recording in the morning and heading to Columbia Studios in the afternoon, right? The schedule here is relatively simple, which makes it convenient. Wearing a hoodie zipped up with a cap pulled down low, Woojin was on his way to a rented studio for recording and filming related to his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. After that, he would head to Columbia Studios for a meeting. Notably, even while staying in LA, Woojin hadn't neglected his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Upon arriving here, he rented a studio and continued recording and filming without pause. Thus, even if the video uploads were slow, they were still ongoing. The meetings with Columbia Studios were expected to occur frequently for some time, since the lead male role and the Grand Cinematic Universe project were both confirmed. The movie Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was now rapidly advancing in its pre-production phase. Currently, other actors were being cast, and the respective teams were bustling with activity. At this stage, there wasn't much that Kang Woojin needed to do, to be honest. Other actors might be staking their lives on analyzing the script at this point. But Woojin already had the role of Henry Gordon in Pierrot. Of course, compared to the past, Woojin had grown significantly in various skills and as an actor, so he was working on refining the role by reading the script and enhancing its quality through role synthesis and freedom of the role. However, even this process was relatively straightforward compared to other Hollywood actors. Even if I execute the tasks Columbia requests, there'll still be some time left. TSK, if I get the role of the Beast, it might keep me a bit busier. Wonder when that call will come. The auditions for Beast and the Beauty had concluded just 2 days ago. It was too soon to expect any updates. Whatever the case, LA before the start of filming was like paradise for Woojin. Honestly, it was to the point that he felt restless. Back in Korea, every day had been a nightmare of packed schedules. Soon, Woojin, wearing a solemn expression, gazed out the crowded window filled with cars. Suddenly, the face of the giant, Joseph, came to mind. That giant guy kept making a fuss about showing the script. Once it's done, has it still not come out? Joseph Felton, who had started working with Universal Movies, another Big Five studio alongside Columbia Studios, had met Woojin at Cannes last October. Counting the days, it had been about 5 months since then. Well, scriptwriting isn't exactly something that happens overnight. Especially in Hollywood, it might take even longer. Around this time, Woojin's team members were loudly chattering about Beneficial Evil reaching #1 worldwide on Netflix. First Korean drama to reach #1 worldwide. Goosebumps. Korea, Japan, even the American media here are going wild, just wild. Other countries are probably the same, right? Beneficial Evil is the first drama of its kind to cause such an insane ripple effect across Asia. Seriously, Beneficial Evil feels like it's going to blow people's minds even further, though it already has. Woojin agreed wholeheartedly. There was no way an EX-grade project like Beneficial Evil would stop here. While he felt like dancing with joy, he refrained from being careless and nonchalantly picked up his phone. Swish. He had already checked the domestic and international press coverage and public opinion. This time, Woojin accessed his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 47.71 million. Videos: 123. The number of subscribers had neared 50 million before he realized it. Naturally, it was still rising rapidly. It's seriously mind-blowing. 50 million? Even though it was reality, Woojin felt as if he were dreaming. With 50 million subscribers, his influence was impossible to ignore, not just in Korea, but globally. Worldwide, he ranked within the top 50, and in Korea, he was fourth. Although there were still many ahead of him, in terms of growth rate, Kang Woojin was number one. Woojin tapped on his most recent video. Comments from newly incoming subscribers were flooding in languages from all around the world. Positive comments such as cheers and support made up around 70%, while negative comments, excluding hate, accounted for around 30%. Notably, there were many comments related to Beast and the beauty. The hate comments that began in Korea had now spread globally. But Kang Woojin, as always. These kinds of bastards are everywhere, huh? Go ahead and talk all you want. It's only your fingers that'll get tired. It had no impact on him whatsoever. While briefly browsing his own YouTube channel, Woojin moved on and logged into a different platform, his SNS account. At Woojin_in. Posts: 308. Followers: 61.98 million. Following: 166. The growth here was also explosively rapid. Naturally, the number of hate comments was equally significant. Nevertheless, the numbers alone were enough to prove Kang Woojin's skyrocketing global recognition. It was at this moment. Buzz. A DM arrived for Woojin. It was from none other than Chris Hartnett, a top Hollywood actor with whom Woojin had recently been in contact. Chris had been the one to initiate the request. Woojin chuckled internally at the thought of exchanging DMs with a top Hollywood star like Chris Hartnett. I can't believe I'm actually DMing with Chris Hartnett. Still, he checked the message. Chris had sent a photo of himself watching Beneficial Evil along with a short comment. Something along the lines of, "Your action scenes are amazing. I'm more amazed that you're sending me DMs, man." Hiding his amusement, Woojin sent back a casual reply while thinking about Beneficial Evil. Is it about time to start filming part 2? Meanwhile, in New York, among the towering buildings of the bustling city stood one that was unmistakably the largest. This was the headquarters of a major American broadcasting network. Inside the building, in a studio meeting room, about 8 foreigners were gathered. What was particularly interesting were the photos adorning the walls of the meeting room. Just a glance revealed they were from a talk show, featuring numerous Hollywood stars. There were over 10 such pictures. The reason was simple. These individuals were the main production team of The Jamie Show, which boasted the highest ratings among America's top 3 talk shows. Even Miley Cara had appeared on it in the past, and her photo was among those on the wall. Back then, Cara had mentioned Kang Woojin on the show while preparing for her new album. Though it was brief, Woojin had become a hot topic in both international and domestic media because of it. The Jamie Show was a program symbolic of being a Hollywood star. It was a badge of honor. With its long history and tradition, countless superstars had graced this talk show. However, no Korean actor had ever appeared on it, until now, it seemed. The reason was simple. The main production team of The Jamie Show had their sights set on Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. We absolutely have to book him right now. I agree. Honestly, we should have acted sooner. I've heard rumors that other shows are already eyeing him. There's so much material to work with. Can Film Festival, Beast and the Beauty, his relationship with Miley Cara, and even Pierrot, the birth of a villain. It's all great content. For the first time, they were eager to feature a Korean actor. And that actor was Kang Woojin. Forget research. Let's focus on booking him first. Let's contact him immediately. The next day, February 15th, Kang Woojin received the booking request from The Jamie Show. Woojin, Jamie Show wants you. Can you believe it? The Jamie Show. Choi Sung-gun was practically jumping with excitement. In contrast, Kang Woojin remained calm. Is that so? Though his tone was casual and seemingly detached, Kang Woojin's true feelings were genuinely calm and sincere. He had heard of The Jamie Show before, but having only watched it a few times, he wasn't particularly moved by the opportunity. All he knew was that it was a popular talk show in America. However, Choi Sung-gun was beside himself with excitement. Yes, man. I mean, the Jamie show, you know? Isn't that great? And it's even a solo appearance. This place basically confirms you've become a star in the US. Your recognition will skyrocket. It sounds good. When you're so calm, it makes me look weird. Anyway, explaining this is almost a waste of breath, but it's the #1 talk show in America in terms of ratings, and the timing for your appearance couldn't be better. Beneficial Evil is already at insane level, but this will give it an even bigger boost. Same goes for your other films. So, are you going to do it? Of course, if you don't wanna, we can turn it down. Even as he spoke that way, Choi Sung-gun's eyes were practically shouting, please, please. Woojin also thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to appear on the show. Since it was his first experience with something like this, he found it intriguing. But, will a solo appearance really be okay? He felt a bit nervous. A solo appearance on America's #1 talk show was no small deal. Still, his curiosity outweighed his nervousness. Woojin responded casually, I think it'll be fine. Great. I'll get it set up right away. The news confirming Kang Woojin's appearance on the Jamie show broke the following morning. Starting with Korea, star issue Kang Woojin confirmed to appear on the Jamie show, a talk show graced by Hollywood superstars. Already entering the ranks of Hollywood stars, Kang Woojin to appear as a solo guest on the Jamie show. And international outlets. LA Times/Kang Woojin, the first Korean actor invited to the Jamie show. Being the first Korean actor to make a solo appearance on Jamie show was no small issue. Woojin was already a hot topic for various reasons, and from his Hollywood debut until now, he had achieved numerous firsts. The brand power of Kang Woojin was undeniable. Woojin met with the Jamie show production team on the morning of the 17th. Oh, hello. Yes, nice to meet you. Naturally, the Jamie show team had flown to LA. They were moving so urgently that it was almost palpable. It was only natural, they needed to jump on this rising wave as quickly as possible. The meeting wasn't particularly long, lasting about 2 hours. Many things were decided during the meeting, but the most important was the recording date. The recording was set for 5 days later, February 22nd. Of course, Kang Woojin would have to travel to the Jamie show studio in New York. This news, too, quickly spread across both Korean and international media. And world #1 Beneficial Evil continues to dominate global attention 2 weeks after release. Beneficial Evil was still holding strong as the world's #1. February 21st, LA. The time was past 11 a.m. Kang Woojin had just arrived at the SPT studio, a massive 50,000 pylon complex where he had auditioned for the role of the Beast. This was the same location where the actual filming for Beast and the Beauty would take place in the future. Among the numerous warehouse-like stages, Woojin stepped out at Klang, the stage where the banquet hall set was located. Woojin silently looked up at the massive warehouse stage. Though his expression remained stoic, curiosity brewed within him. Why did they call me back here again? The reason Kang Woojin had returned to the set where he had auditioned for the role of the Beast was due to a request from Walt Disney Pictures, more specifically, from Bill Ratner, the director of Beast and the Beauty. Out of the blue, he had asked for Kang Woojin to come to this location. Though it felt a bit strange, Woojin moved to the stage with Choi Sung-gun and a few team members. Near the entrance, there were a few foreign staff members. After briefly exchanging greetings with them, Woojin entered the banquet hall set that had left him in awe during the audition. The set was somewhat dim. This was because only a few lights were on. There were also foreign staff members inside the banquet hall set, people Woojin hadn't seen during the audition. Among them, an older foreign man who noticed Woojin's presence approached him with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Kang Woojin. It was Bill Ratner, the director. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, he extended his hand toward Woojin. Sorry for the sudden request. Woojin, with his usual indifferent expression, replied simply, No, it's fine. Shall we have a little chat? Woojin nodded and glanced toward Choi Sung-gun at the back before stepping forward to the center of the banquet hall set with Bill Ratner. The director was the first to break the silence. It's been hectic since the audition. Many discussions took place. Unfortunately, we must choose only one person, and time isn't infinite. Bill Ratner, who had been murmuring, made eye contact with Woojin. Beast and the Beauty's global fans still harbor doubts about you. Perhaps it's because your recognition has been rising so rapidly in such a short time. But the controversies surrounding you haven't faded easily. Woojin thought to himself, am I rejected? Judging by this old man's long-winded build-up, is he trying to soften the blow because he feels bad? Bill Rotner's introduction was indeed lengthy, and the atmosphere suggested as much. For now, Kang Woojin remained silent and listened. Director Bill Rotner gestured to Woojin. It was toward a golden piano at one side of the set banquet hall. Would you mind sitting there? After briefly looking at the director, Woojin maintained his poker face and sat at the piano. As he sat there, Bill Rotner, observing him, continued to speak. But we've decided to endure those controversies for the sake of this vision. He smiled. Please illuminate the memories of global fans as Disney's Beast. Chapter 406, Roar 1. What am I supposed to illuminate as Disney's Beast? Memories? Kang Woojin, sitting at the golden piano, blankly stared ahead for a moment, his thoughts drifting. He was looking at the smiling face of director Bill Rotner. Of course, since his expression carried a strong sense of cynicism, he didn't look particularly stupid. Woojin repeated the words that the foreign director had just muttered. He was being asked to illuminate the memories of global fans as Disney's Beast. Moreover, the director even said they would endure significant controversies just to capture the image of Woojin sitting at the piano. What the heck? So, does this mean I'm the Beast? That I've landed the role of the Beast? After just a few seconds of processing, Woojin calmly asked director Bill Rotner for confirmation. When you say, as the Beast, do you mean I've been cast as the actor for the role of the Beast? Bill Rotner's smile deepened. That's correct, Mr. Woojin. You've been confirmed as the actor for the Beast. Congratulations, and I look forward to working with you. Director Bill Rotner placed his hand on poker-faced Woojin's shoulder. At this point, while Kang Woojin's face was remarkably composed, his inner state was completely different. Wah shit. He almost threw his arms up and embraced director Bill Rotner. If he hadn't restrained himself, he might have even enthusiastically played the piano right then and there. I was on edge because of this grandpa's build-up. Crazy. I'm the Beast. In that moment, memories from Woojin's childhood flashed through his mind. The times when he watched Disney's animated movies, and of course, among them was the Beast and the Beauty. And now, Woojin would bring that very story to life in a live-action movie. He had beaten out countless top Hollywood actors for the role. How should he describe this feeling? It was slightly different from the thrill he felt when he landed the role in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Rather than thrill, it was closer to an overwhelming surge of emotion. Of course, Pierrot was also a phenomenal project, but The Beast and the Beauty had an undeniably massive global recognition. While Woojin's heartbeat accelerated, Bill Rotner, pointing at Woojin and the piano, spoke again. I could have told you anywhere, but I wanted to tell you here. I also wanted to see this image again. What do you think? Kang Woojin mentally poured a bucket of ice water over his racing heart. As thrilled as he was, it was time to stay composed. Thank you. I'll do my best. Bill Rotner, still smiling, slightly tilted his head. You don't look as happy as I expected. No, I'm happy. Ha. It's just funny, seeing such a calm face even after being confirmed as the male lead for The Beast and the Beauty. I had to ask, but if you say you're happy, that's good to hear. Still, it's fascinating how you're so composed normally, but once you start acting, you completely transform. That's probably why Hollywood is paying so much attention to you. Woojin kept his mouth shut for now. Unlike usual, it was difficult to fully calm himself. Checking the time, Bill Rotner pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and spoke again. We need to head to World Disney Pictures. Everyone will be waiting for us. That included all the production team members related to The Beast and the Beauty. Is it okay if we leave in 30 minutes? That's fine. Bill Rotner smiled again at Woojin's response, then turned around and walked toward the foreign staff waiting for him. Kang Woojin remained seated at the golden piano for a moment before standing up. Quietly and subtly, he took a deep breath. Phew. When he turned his gaze, he saw Choi Sung-gun and the rest of the team. They were staring at Kang Woojin, their eyes fixed on him, as if they had been desperately waiting for good news. With an indifferent expression, Woojin slowly began to move his feet. Unable to contain himself as Woojin approached, Choi Sung-gun hurriedly ran up to him first. Director Bill Rotner. What did he say? He looked serious, then he laughed. The atmosphere was all over the place. Well? Huh? Woojin? Why aren't you answering? No way. Was it a rejection? So, did he offer you a different role instead? Huh? Just say something already. With tense faces, Choi Sung-gun and the team looked at Kang Woojin. Staring at them, Woojin answered in a low and clear voice. The role of the beast. I got it. As soon as they heard the answer, neither Choi Sung-gun nor the team members reacted right away. Everyone simply remained silent, staring at Kang Woojin's composed face. Then, wah, huh, Choi Sung-gun let out a loud shout, throwing his arms up, but quickly covered his mouth with one hand. After all, they were in the presence of director Bill Rotner and the production team of The Beast and the Beauty. With barely suppressed excitement, Choi Sung-gun clenched both fists tightly and whispered to Kang Woojin. As a representative of an actor who signed contracts with two of Hollywood's Big Five studios, I shouldn't have lost my composure like this. How embarrassing. His tone was filled with joy. Congratulations, Woojin. You've just written an unprecedented legend in both Korea and Hollywood. Behind them, Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the team followed director Bill Rotner and the production staff. They were heading to World Disney Pictures. Inside the van speeding down the road, it was like a wild festival. Everyone except for Choi Sung-gun was screaming at the top of their lungs. Kaya, seriously, congratulations, Appa. Wah, hua. I'm so happy for you. Ugh, I'm tearing up. Unbelievable. If the news breaks out now that Appa's been confirmed for the role of the Beast, the country, no, the whole world is going to be shocked. Even Kang Woojin, who maintained his usual indifferent demeanor amidst the chaotic celebration, couldn't help but agree internally. Beneficial Evil and Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had only recently exploded in popularity. Even now, the global public, including international media, were dissecting and analyzing Woojin with great interest. Korea didn't even need to be mentioned. If the news about The Beast and the Beauty, which had already been a subject of major controversy and focus, were to break out on top of this, I can't even imagine what will happen. It was clear that an unpredictable storm was on the horizon. Regardless, when Woojin and Choi Sung-gun arrived at the vast premises of World Disney Pictures, they immediately entered a spacious meeting room inside along with director Bill Rotner. The room was already filled with people, most of whom were foreigners. They seemed to have been gathered there earlier and included individuals Woojin had seen during auditions, executive producers, executives, key staff, and so on. Among them, director Bill Rotner blended into the crowd. SSSHHH. Woojin took a seat, in the first chair on the opposite side. Beside him, Choi Sung-gun sat down, his face noticeably tense. In contrast, Woojin felt relatively calm. At this point, there was no turning back, only moving forward. Soon, all the foreigners in the meeting room congratulated Woojin. Many also said they were looking forward to working with him. This went on for about 10 minutes before the executive producer of The Beast and the Beauty shifted the conversation to another topic. There will be several meetings in the future, but we'll organize those step by step. This was likely about the formal contract, including the staggering salary figures that would make eyes widen, just like with Pierrot. How astronomical would the numbers be this time? While Woojin briefly drifted into his own thoughts, the producer continued speaking. First, there's something we'd like to ask of Mr. Kang Woojin. A request? What kind of request? What is it? Now that you've been confirmed for the role of the Beast, there will be an audition for the role of Beauty Bella. As you might know, several pre-confirmed candidate actresses, including Miley Cara, will be attending that audition. We'd like you to participate as the Beast and observe. This was something Woojin had already heard about during his earlier phone call with Miley Cara. What did she say again? Something about checking the sync between the Beast and Bella during the audition? Woojin thought it sounded interesting. Besides Cara, he'd also get to check out the other candidate actresses. More than anything, I guess I'll get a chance to feel what it's like to be part of the Beast and the Beauty live-action adaptation in advance. It was like getting a sneak peek at the live-action The Beast and the Beauty. When will the audition for the role of Bella take place? Director Bill Rotner answered in place of the producer. The morning of the 28th. It'll be around 11 a.m. Today was the 21st. About a week remained. With a serious expression, Woojin turned to look at Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting next to him. His gaze seemed to ask if the schedule was manageable. After thinking for a moment, Choi Sung-gun nodded. Woojin then gave his answer to the director across from him. That's fine. Upon hearing the response, the faces of director Bill Rotner, the executive producer, and the rest of the Beast and the Beauty production team brightened. Bill Rotner adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and changed the subject. And Mr. Woojin, please wait a bit before announcing the news about your confirmation as the Beast. It's such a heated topic among global fans, and since it's not the result they wanted, we have some preparations to make on our end as well. Of course. It won't take too long, though. We've already decided to proceed, so there's no major reason for delay. At that moment, the executive producer sitting to the right of Bill Rotner joined the conversation. Mr. Kang Woojin, I heard you'll be appearing on the Jamie show soon. It seemed the producer had come across an article about Woojin's appearance on the top talk show in the United States. Woojin gave a calm nod. Yes. When is the recording? It's tomorrow. And the location is New York, correct? Yes, that's right. The producer, who had been nodding slowly, briefly whispered with the surrounding staff before speaking again, a faint smile on his face. I think this could work well. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? The next day, on the afternoon of the 22nd, star photo, Kang Woojin photographed in New York for Jamie Show recording/photo. The recording for Kang Woojin's appearance on the Jamie Show began. A few days later, on the night of the 26th in LA. The location was a grand two-story mansion situated far from the city center. Its overall design was in white tones, with a vast yard and an eye-catching swimming pool. Though it was described as a two-story house, its overall size made it comparable to a three-story mansion. The sheer size of the mansion was overwhelming, and the living room was enormous enough to leave anyone speechless. Every piece of furniture in the space looked expensive. In this lavish living room, a man with relaxed brown hair dressed in a comfortable hoodie appeared. In one hand, he held a snack, and in the other, the script for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Swoosh. The man was none other than the Hollywood top actor, Chris Hartnett, whose deep brown eyes and striking gaze exuded charm. After sweeping back his hair once, Chris sank into the large sofa. He checked the time and then turned on the massive TV in front of him. It should be starting around now. Crossing his legs, Chris Hartnett popped a potato chip into his mouth while fiddling with the remote. As he flipped through channels, various foreign programs flashed across the enormous screen. Then, on one channel, a familiar opening tune began playing. It was the Jamie Show, the top-rated late-night talk show in the United States. By now, not only Chris Hartnett, but also countless viewers across the globe were likely tuning in to watch. Soon, the camera showed the host seated at a simple table alongside a cozy-looking single sofa. The host of the Jamie Show was someone Chris Hartnett also knew well. The host delivered his usual opening remarks. As always, welcome to the Jamie Show. Today we have a guest who's been setting Hollywood ablaze. He's also the first Korean actor to ever appear on the Jamie Show. Chris let out a brief chuckle as he watched the Jamie Show. He's always the first at everything. The host then introduced today's guest. Actor Kang Woojin. As the guest entrance music played, the camera angle shifted slightly. A man with black hair and a calm expression entered, heading toward the single sofa. It was Kang Woojin, dressed in a tailored suit. After shaking hands with the host, Woojin sat down on the sofa and greeted the camera in a low-toned English voice. Hello, I'm actor Kang Woojin. The moment Woojin appeared, Chris's smile grew wider. He commented again. Oh, it suits him well. Haha, completely different from Joker. Chris, munching on potato chips as if he found it amusing, focused on the Jamie Show. Soon, on the TV, Kang Woojin's talk began in earnest. There's so much to talk about. How does it feel to be the busiest man in Hollywood these days? Not bad. That's it. That's it. Hey, this is the Jamie Show. Give us longer answers. Seeing the trademark comedic tone of the Jamie Show, Chris chuckled. About 20 minutes passed like that. The talk, which started with Kang Woojin's debut, eventually moved on to the Cannes Film Festival and even touched on Miley Cara. You're close with Miley Cara, right? She's been a great help to me. You also participated in her album, which, I think, that's when your name began spreading in Hollywood. Afterward, you co-starred in Beneficial Evil. I really enjoyed Beneficial Evil. Thank you. We'll talk more about the miraculous success of Beneficial Evil, Netflix's globally #1 later. Anyway, you've often been associated with Miley. Recently, you were both confirmed as candidate actors for the highly anticipated live-action The Beast and the Beauty, right? Hearing The Beast and the Beauty mentioned, Chris, who was watching the TV, slowly nodded. Yeah, I was surprised too. The announcement came right after Joker. Now that I think about it, I heard the audition for the role of the Beast is over, but, well, it'll be tough to manage both Columbia and Disney. At that moment, no, I'm not a candidate actor. Kang Woojin on the TV said in a cynical tone to the host. Chris tilted his head, puzzled. Once again, Kang Woojin's low-toned voice resonated from the TV. I've been confirmed for the Beast role. For a moment, Chris Hartnett's brown eyes widened, and his movements froze. His mouth opened slightly, but no other sound came out. What did he just say? Chapter 407, Roar 2. Chris Hartnett, who had been watching TV, suddenly froze with his brown eyes wide open. It was a rare sight to see such shock from a Hollywood superstar like him. He even dropped the potato chip he was about to eat onto the floor. What did you say? His gaze was locked on Kang Woojin on the TV. Really? For real. His face was one of pure shock. And it was understandable. Kang Woojin, who had appeared on America's #1 rated show, The Jamie Show, had just made an explosive announcement out of nowhere. No, I'm not a candidate actor. I've been confirmed for the Beast role. Since the news had been made public, it had been the most hotly debated topic among global audiences. Kang Woojin, one of the candidate actors, declared that he had been confirmed for the role of Beast. And he did so without any prior warning or promotional build-up, like a bolt out of the blue. Moreover, my God, but how can he deliver such a bombshell announcement so casually? On TV, Kang Woojin's expression was so composed it bordered on boredom. It was as if the news was no big deal to him. Because of this, Chris, who had frozen with his gaze fixed on the TV, momentarily thought he must have misheard. It was more of a "did I hear that wrong?" kind of reaction. Snapping out of his daze, Chris grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. Soon, the host on the TV, who also looked slightly flustered, asked Woojin again for confirmation. Excuse me? Woojin, what did you just dash? Right, that's exactly what I want to ask. Sharing the same sentiment as the host, Chris stared at the TV with a stiff expression. But nothing had changed. Kang Woojin answered once again in a calm, low tone. I said I've been confirmed for the role of Beast. Oh, really? For real? Yes. It's such big news, but the way you're saying it so calmly makes it even harder to believe. Are you joking? I'm not particularly one to enjoy joking around. This time, Kang Woojin on the TV looked directly at the camera, essentially at the viewers of The Jamie Show, and repeated himself. I have been chosen for the role of Beast, and this is true. At this moment, Chris Hartnett, who had been watching, finally showed a visible reaction. He suddenly ran his hand through his hair and let out a loud laugh. Well, this is truly surprising. From Joker to Beast? This is a first. I thought this could never happen in Hollywood. His thoughts were perfectly reasonable. Hollywood was filled with top-tier actors, but an actor like Kang Woojin, who landed lead roles in massive productions one after another since his debut, was unprecedented. On top of that, Woojin was a Korean actor. Even though Hollywood wasn't his backyard, he was making history and turning it upside down. Adding to that, Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures both choosing the same actor. It was also unprecedented for two of Hollywood's so-called Big Five, massive film studio giants, to cast the same actor as the lead around the same time. Sure, being a candidate actor could happen due to various circumstances or luck, but actually being finalized as the lead for both was far beyond the realm of mere fortune. This was evidence that both studios were completely enamored with Kang Woojin, to the point of overlooking numerous interests, reputations, and traditions. Chris Hartnett, who had spent over a decade navigating Hollywood, understood this better than anyone. What I couldn't achieve in over a decade of my career. this Korean actor accomplished in less than a year? It's interesting, but also makes me a bit jealous. However, as Chris recalled Woojin's performance in Joker, he couldn't help but nod. He must have shown something real for Beast too. Something that made World Disney Pictures have no choice but to cast him. Feeling slightly deflated, Chris slumped back onto the sofa. Meanwhile, on TV, the host of the Jamie Show was visibly excited and speaking animatedly. Wow. Every story connected to you seems to be extraordinary. Even before we start talking about Pierrot, the birth of a villain, this bombshell about Beast and the Beauty just dropped. First of all, congratulations. I think this is an incredible achievement. Thank you. But is it okay to make such a big announcement here, all of a sudden? Of course. I thought it would be fine if it was on the Jamie Show. Haha, I'm honored to hear that. Has this been coordinated with Disney? Yes. It was already discussed in advance. Unlike the excited host, Kang Woojin remained profoundly solemn. The host continued. Wow. After this broadcast airs, not just Hollywood but the whole world is going to be buzzing. This was already a hot topic to begin with. Riding the wave of the bombshell, the host followed up with more questions related to Beast and the Beauty. The timing is such that you joined Beast and the Beauty almost right after Pierrot. How did you feel when you got the acceptance call? Of course I was happy. Haha. You seem pretty calm about it now. Did you somewhat expect it? To some extent. The surprised host then pointed at the camera. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the viewers watching this show? Kang Woojin on TV responded indifferently to the viewers. To me, Beast and the Beauty is a cherished work with a lot of memories tied to it, and I will pour everything I have into it without any regrets. Actors, in general, are known to do whatever it takes for a role, but this time I plan to be even bolder. I will do everything to become a beast that satisfies everyone. If it's for the sake of syncing perfectly with the character of Beast, I'll do whatever it takes. Even shaving my head. You're welcome to criticize me after watching the film. In simpler terms, he was telling people not to speak prematurely. Chris Hartnett, who was watching this, chuckled and muttered to himself. Hollywood's about to catch fire, big time. Later, after dropping the nuclear bomb of Beast on the Jamie Show, Kang Woojin discussed a variety of topics. These included Beast and the Beauty, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, the globally sensational beneficial evil, Woojin's social media, his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, and so on. There was even a brief mention of Part 2 of Beneficial Evil. Thus, the explosive and content-packed The Jamie Show came to an end late at night. But America, including Hollywood, was far from quiet. I can't sit still. I'm curious how others reacted. I should start making some calls. Chris, sitting in front of his TV, began calling his fellow actors. Miley Cara, who also watched The Jamie Show at home, was no different. She was several times more excited than Chris. As expected, I knew Kang Woojin would snag the role of Beast. But isn't he insane? To just casually announce it on The Jamie Show without any build-up? The news spread at lightning speed among Hollywood actors who had also watched The Jamie Show, some of whom had auditioned alongside Woojin for Pierrot, the birth of a villain. This is unbelievable. Did he really land the role of Beast? Both Columbia and Disney at the same time? And among actors who had auditioned for the role of Beast. I mean, I get why I didn't make it, but how did Kang Woojin get confirmed as Beast? That's just crazy. From actors who had seen Woojin at Cannes, to those who found his presence intriguing or even uncomfortable, to people from fields beyond acting, singing, and broadcasting, the buzz surrounding Woojin's unbelievable path quickly spread. It was a completely natural phenomenon. After all, an unprecedented situation was unfolding as if it were nothing. Hollywood shook instantly. Right after The Jamie Show, which holds the top spot in American viewership ratings, ended, international news outlets released a deluge of articles on the topic, as if they had been waiting for this moment. LA Times/Kang Woojin, the first Korean actor to appear on The Jamie Show, says, I am the Beast. BBX/Kang Woojin confirms himself as the Beast for Disney's live-action adaptation, Beast and the Beauty. CNN/Kang Woojin declares on The Jamie Show that he is confirmed for the role of Beast. From Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain to Beast and the Beauty in one go. The articles were written with the fervor of fans already fired up by Pierrot and Beneficial Evil. I Am the Beast. Kang Woojin directly confirms casting, tells global fans, "Criticize me after you've seen the film." Kang Woojin's sudden declaration was like pouring water on heated fans. Kang Woojin confirmed for the role of Beast. It is highly unusual for both Columbia Studios and Walt Disney Pictures to finalize the same actor around the same time. Walt Disney Pictures released an official statement as if they had been waiting for the moment. It was posted on their official social media channel. Hello, this is Walt Disney Pictures. The actor for the role of Beast in Beast and the Beauty has been confirmed as Kang Woojin. We have high expectations for him and believe that Kang Woojin has fully embodied the character of Beast. We ask for the support of fans who love Beast and the Beauty. The timing of the announcement was unmistakably deliberate. The attention of Columbia Studios, countless other Hollywood film companies, and production houses, along with the global industry, was now laser-focused on Kang Woojin. LA Times/Walt Disney Pictures acknowledges Kang Woojin as confirmed in an official SNS announcement. The first comment came from Columbia Studios. But at this moment, the most excited group wasn't the industry but the general public. Fuck. Seriously? Naturally, the first wave of reactions came from the international audience who had watched the Jamie show. Really? Are you sure? Has Kang Woojin officially been confirmed to play the Beast? I figured people would be shocked. I spat out the beer I was drinking when I heard his announcement on the Jamie show. Disney, I'm disappointed. What's with everyone? I think it's fine for him to play the Beast. Lies. Wasn't Kang Woojin only doing Pierrot? Why on earth is this happening? We should consider why major Hollywood studios are clamoring for him. Ever since Beneficial Evil, it's clear Kang Woojin has been stirring up a fresh storm in Hollywood. Shut up. I refuse to accept this. The uproar spread globally in no time. Within just a few minutes, Kang Woojin, the Jamie show, and Beast and the Beauty were trending across various online communities and social media platforms worldwide. This all happened within an hour after the Jamie show ended. Morning, Kang Woojin's home in LA. The time was past 9 a.m. Woojin groggily sat up in bed. Stretching with a groan, he immediately reached for his phone. Although texts, DMs, and other messages were pouring in at the moment, his phone was eerily silent. That was because he had set it to mute. Of course, Woojin had also watched the Jamie show the previous night. Phew damn, there's an insane amount of messages. The sheer volume of notifications had caused his phone to vibrate uncontrollably. Woojin first skimmed through his missed calls. There were over 20 of them. Neither his parents nor Kang Hyun-ah were among them since Woojin had already contacted them before the Jamie show. As for his messages, they were completely overloaded. Not only from his best friends, but also from Wallin, Hong Hae-yeon, Ryu Young-min, and numerous other top Korean actors. Even heavyweights like PD Song Man-woo and director Kwon Ki-taek had sent congratulatory messages. As for his DMs, it's chaos, absolute chaos. Similar to his messages, but in different languages. His inbox was filled with messages from actors and prominent figures from Japan and Hollywood. Even renowned Hollywood producer Joseph Felton was among them. Responding to all of these individually was impossible. Swoosh. Woojin put his phone down for a moment. A slight smile crept across his lips. Well, I guess this went according to expectations. Though, this is just the beginning. It was the start of a whirlwind. The nuclear bomb had gone off, and Woojin seemed to be enjoying the rush. He picked up his phone again, intending to check the reactions in Korea, where it was dawn. Though he hadn't seen it yet, he was certain that chaos had erupted there as well. Let's see. Seeing it firsthand always feels different. On Woojin's phone screen, Korea's #1 search engine was displayed. And then, breaking news, Kang Woojin confirmed to star as Beast in Walt Disney Pictures live-action Beast and the Beauty. The main page of the search engine was flooded with Kang Woojin's name. It had been about 10 hours since the Jamie show aired, so the news had more than enough time to reach Korea. Most likely, it had gained momentum within 30 minutes of the show ending. At that moment, although his phone was on silent and there was no vibration, the screen suddenly changed. It was an incoming call. The caller was Choi Sung-gun. Kang Woojin cleared his throat briefly, put the phone to his ear, and lowered his voice. Yes, Seonim. On the other end, Choi Sung-gun sounded urgent. Woojin, turn on the TV. Right now. Woojin, still in character, tilted his head slightly, but moved toward the first-floor living room. Picking up the remote from the table, he turned on the channel Choi Sung-gun had mentioned. The news was playing. Of course, it was an American news station. One so famous that even Woojin recognized it. The interesting thing was, wow, damn, that's me. Kang Woojin was appearing on America's morning news. Chapter 408. Roar 3. The American morning news that Kang Woojin was watching felt slightly more open compared to Korean news. The anchors were often seen making witty jokes while delivering the news. And right now, there's a movie that became a hot topic after World Disney Pictures announced it would be made into a live-action film, right? It's none other than Beast and the Beauty. The original work is so globally popular that even the announcement of the candidate actors caused a stir. Yesterday, the actor for the role of the Beast in Beast and the Beauty was officially confirmed. 2 anchors, one male and one female, along with a guest expert, were covering cultural news among various stories. The topic of the night was the much-discussed Beast and the Beauty. Actor Kang Woojin himself made an unexpected announcement about it on the Jamie Show, didn't he? That's right, and after that, World Disney Pictures confirmed it by uploading a series of posts on their official SNS, verifying that it was indeed Kang Woojin. Soon, the news screen, which had been showing the anchors, transitioned to a segment about Kang Woojin. The screen displayed a compilation of various photos, with many from the Jamie Show aired yesterday. Upon seeing this, Woojin, forgetting even his usual demeanor, focused on watching himself on the news. Oh, why does this feel so strange? It wasn't an odd sight. His face was appearing on a major American news channel, and the news was even featuring him as the main topic. Though he had experienced this several times in Korea, seeing himself on American news felt completely unfamiliar. The news screen, which had been showing Woojin, then returned to the anchors. Kang Woojin's career path is truly extraordinary. Exactly, he has achieved so much as the first Korean actor to do so. From winning the Best Actor award at Cannes, collaborating on an album with Miley Cara, being confirmed as the male lead for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Beneficial Evil starting at #1 in America, and now being confirmed as the Beast in Beast and the Beauty. Wow, hearing it all together makes it sound even more surreal. Moreover, I heard Kang Woojin is the first actor to secure leading roles for both Columbia and Disney at the same time. That's true, but the more surprising part is the timeline. It hasn't even been half a year since he turned Cannes upside down and then took Hollywood by storm. The anchors and the expert guest continued the segment in a conversational, analytical tone. Throughout the discussion, Kang Woojin's name was mentioned countless times. While American news occasionally covered topics related to Korea, dedicating such an extended and exclusive segment to a single individual was unprecedented, making Woojin a unique case. What do you think is the reason Kang Woojin has garnered such attention in Hollywood the moment he appeared? Hearing the rhetorical question from the news, Kang Woojin, with his arms crossed, reacted. Yeah, what is it? Let's hear the answer. On the TV, a foreign expert with a bushy beard around his chin and mouth immediately responded. He has shown an unprecedented pace, even in Korea. Would you believe me if I said Kang Woojin is only in his 3rd year since debuting? 3 years? Really? Yes. But despite his short career, Kang Woojin is mysterious and somewhat eccentric. His character is interesting. According to someone who knows him personally, Kang Woojin may appear like a rookie on the surface, but underneath, he seems like a veteran who has honed his skills for decades. That acquaintance described it as the aura of a star. Kang Woojin's lips curled up slightly. Who is it? Who said such a praiseworthy thing about me? Of course, there was no way the expert on TV could know this as he continued speaking. Naturally, his behavior in the media isn't ordinary either. At Cannes, surrounded by countless Hollywood figures, he casually mentioned the Academy Awards during his speech, and he did the same at the press conference announcing the male lead for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. And on the Jamie Show, where his casting as the Beast was confirmed, he boldly told critics worldwide to watch the work before criticizing. Dash. He gives off a vibe of a fearless troublemaker without breaks, doesn't he? Dash. Yes, but it's not just all talk. He has the skills to back it up, which is why he's making waves at Cannes and Hollywood. His influence is already being proven by beneficial evil. Even those who criticized him ended up becoming his fans. While opinions about him may be divided, one thing is clear: he's a type of actor Hollywood has never seen before. Dash. And that's his driving force. Dash. That, along with his looks, multilingual skills, and various talents, has all contributed. His musicality as well. There's no doubt the casting of him as the Beast will stir up major controversy. But on the flip side, Kang Woojin's popularity will continue to soar vertically. As he listened to the explanation, Kang Woojin gave a thumbs up toward the TV. I acknowledge as an expert. The news continued discussing Kang Woojin for a few more minutes before moving on to other topics. Looking at the time, they had spent over 10 minutes on him. Just then, his phone rang. The caller was Choi Sung-gun. Did you watch the news? Yes, Nim. Good. But it'll get even louder when Disney starts their full-fledged promotions. How do you feel, being the first Korean actor to get a solo feature on American news? He wanted to reply with something like, "Should I do a celebratory dance?" But instead, Woojin kept his response calm. "It's just all right." Choi Sung-gun chuckled on the other end of the line. I figured you'd say that. Get ready. We're heading to World Disney Pictures. Later, Kang Woojin, who met up with Choi Sung-gun and the team, got into a large van. Even as the van sped off quickly, Woojin's name echoed in English. It was coming from the van's radio. Just like the morning news, the radio was reporting on the Beast and the Beauty updates. The team members immediately started making a fuss. But Kang Woojin's poker face remained strong. Still, internally he found it all fascinating. How to put it? He felt like, how did my name end up spreading across this vast America? Woojin crossed his legs and picked up his phone. The first thing he accessed was YouTube. While it was to check the status of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, there wasn't even a need for that. The response is insane. He had already taken over the top 10 spots of live trending videos. Kang Woojin confirmed as the Beast. Hashtag Kang Woojin, hashtag Hollywood, hashtag Beast's Beauty, hashtag Disney, hashtag Jamie Show, Global Hot Topic TV. Reactions of Hollywood actors to Kang Woojin being confirmed as the Beast. Excited. Movie bell. From issue-focused YouTubers to general content creators, everyone was talking about Beast and the Beauty or Kang Woojin. It was only natural, as it was currently the hottest topic. This wasn't limited to Korean YouTube. The situation was similar on American YouTube. Woojin didn't check it himself, but it was obvious that YouTubers around the world were buzzing with the same topic. Kang Woojin clicked on a random video from his Kang Woojin alter ego channel. Swipe. Then he immediately closed it. It's seriously gone crazy. The comment section was overflowing. It was several dozen times messier than before. Social media wasn't quiet either. It was as if every country in the world had converged on Woojin's social media, making it feel like the entire world was rushing in. For some reason, Woojin found himself smiling. Hollywood's power is truly incredible. The media and public opinion were louder than a roar on a global scale. Naturally, Korea was included in this global phenomenon, and the intensity there was unmatched. Kang Woojin becomes the first Korean actor to star in a Disney lead role, confirmed as the Beast in Beast and the Beauty. Kang Woojin declares to the world on the Jamie Show, beating out top Hollywood actors to secure the lead role in Beast and the Beauty. Star Talk, the first ever Korean male actor to lead a Disney film, Kang Woojin, the world roars for him, /photos. A day passed. Kang Woojin is such a crazy bastard it looks like he's just winging it, but he's conquering the world. This national pride is insane, damn. But seriously, isn't this the first time someone has pulled off such a massive casting game like this? Even Hollywood hasn't seen anything like this before, right? The real crazy thing is that beneficial evil is still #1 in the world amidst all this. But personally, I'm not really feeling Kang Woojin as the Beast. This guy definitely hasn't watched any of Kang Woojin's work. Kang Woojin's been in Beast mode since Cannes, boosted like crazy, and going full throttle. Kang Woojin's projects always come with controversies, same with the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, but every time, his insane acting shuts down the debates. Even 2 days later, the uproar showed no signs of settling. On the contrary, the noise kept growing louder. If it were only Korea making a fuss, it might have been manageable, but with the entire world, including the US, buzzing, no one could stop this chaotic momentum. It was like a controversy spreading like wildfire. Even overseas, big company YouTubers are going crazy over Kang Woojin content. The global media threw fuel on the fire, while famous YouTubers, internet broadcasters, influencers, and countless others fanned the flames. And finally, what poured oil on the blaze was, of course, the throngs of people worldwide. The polarizing opinions were stark. But ironically, the more polarized it became. Chris Hartnett mentioned Kang Woojin on SNS, said Kang Woojin's acting is insane. Kang Woojin's global recognition skyrocketed exponentially. Issue check. World star Kang Woojin, global luxury brands rush in, world's #1 choice for ambassador. And will Kang Woojin's Beneficial Evil go to US Emmy Awards? Foreign media says has nomination qualifications. The insane momentum of Beneficial Evil remained steady. About a week later, the 28th lane. As Kang Woojin's global reputation continued to intensify day by day, the 28th of February, the last day of the month, dawned. It was around 10 a.m. The location was SBT Studio, an ultra-large set complex spanning over 50,000 paya, approximately 165,000 square meters, where the live-action filming of Beast and the Beauty was set to take place. In front of one of the numerous warehouse-style stages, specifically the one where the audition for the Beast role had been held, there was a bustling scene. Several vans, trucks, and buses were parked, and over 100 people, primarily foreigners, were moving around busily. Of course, they were the staff for Beast and the Beauty. In front of the stage, a large white van had just arrived. And then, swoosh, from the van emerged a foreign woman with striking dark brown eyes and an impressive facial structure. Her features were sharp, with a prominent nose, thick eyebrows, and hair that shimmered from brown at the roots to golden blonde as it reached her shoulders. Even though she was dressed casually in a hoodie, her beauty stood out unmistakably. Her aura was extraordinary. Naturally, it was to be expected. She was one of Hollywood's top actresses. Soon, foreign team members approached her. "Maria, after entering the set, you need to greet the team and then change into the dress costume." Maria, her full name was Maria Armas. Originally from Spain, she was now one of Hollywood's top actresses. Hearing the muscular man's instructions, Maria let out a small sigh and responded in English. "Do I really have to wear a dress for just an audition? What choice do you have? You know how meticulous World Disney Pictures is, right? And director Bill Rotner is the same. He said all the male actors wore suits during the audition for the Beast role. Just bear with it and put it on." Such a hassle. "So, are you giving up the role of Beauty Belle then?" Maria immediately furrowed her brows. "Are you crazy? For what? To make someone else happy? No way I'm letting Miley laugh at me. Especially with the media already comparing her to me. Ugh, why am I the first to start? Huh, why are you and Miley Cara so at odds with each other? We're just incompatible. I realized it clearly when we worked together before." Indeed, today was the official audition for the role of Beauty Belle in Beast and the Beauty. In other words, Maria was one of the 5 candidate actresses. Soon, Maria, brushing her brown and gold mixed hair, began moving. But why is that actor participating in today's audition? That actor. You know, the one from Korea? Kang Woojin. The muscular man shrugged his shoulders. "Not sure. I don't know for certain, but my guess is the production team wants to test the chemistry between the Beast and Belle. Since the Beast role has already been confirmed as Kang Woojin." Maria, chewing on her lips indifferently, grumbled. "I don't like him. Maria, there are people around." She suddenly stopped walking, staring at the massive warehouse-like stage ahead, and spoke again. "He's just so unlikable." This time, it wasn't in English but in Spanish. "I saw Kang Woojin at Cannes and in the interview for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. He disrespected the Academy Awards and treated them like a joke. It's a place I haven't even won an award at yet. And Kang Woojin doesn't suit the role of the Beast." The muscular man let out a sigh. Maria, speak in English. I don't know what you're saying. But Maria continued in Spanish. He's a little lacking to play the beast. No, rather than the beast, he doesn't suit the prince. The prince needs to look more handsome. It was at that moment. That's a shame. A low-toned, fluent Spanish voice interjected from behind. Thanks to this, both Maria and her team members turned their heads. A man with black hair was walking toward them. Swoosh. It was Kang Woojin. With his expression nonchalant, he approached close to Maria. Maria's already large eyes widened further upon seeing Woojin. Regardless, Kang Woojin spoke flatly to her. You're less beautiful than Miley Cara. It was again in native-level Spanish. Chapter 409, Roar 4. When Kang Woojin first saw Maria Armas, his initial reaction was curiosity. Maria appeared just as Woojin arrived at the massive 50,000 Pyong set of SBT Studio. The first to react was Choi Sung-gun. Oh, that actress. Then Kang Woojin's gaze landed on her. Of course, he couldn't recall her name. Like Chris Hartnett, she was clearly a Hollywood actress he recognized. However, one thing was certain. Wow, damn, she's stunning. Her aura is on another level. Her presence exuded elegance, no doubt about it. Particularly, her deep brown eyes left a strong impression. Soon after, Choi Sung-gun mentioned her name. You know that actress, right? Maria Armas. She's one of the candidates for the role of Belle, along with Miley Cara. People often compare her vibe to Miley Cara's. Maria Armas? Honestly, even hearing the name didn't immediately ring a bell. Regardless, Kang Woojin feigned familiarity in a low tone. Yes, I've seen her. She doesn't openly pursue a singing career like Cara does, but in Hollywood, she's known for having great singing ability. She's pretty good at musicals, too. And, well, her looks? They say she rivals Miley. Kang Woojin carefully studied Maria's face from a few steps away. Both actresses had unparalleled beauty, but there was no need to compare them. They each had a different kind of charm, he thought. Just then, Choi Sung-gun tapped Woojin's shoulder. Let's go say hi. And that's when Kang Woojin heard it. I don't like him. Maria's Spanish words criticizing him. It was such an absurdly bad-timed comment that he was left speechless. However, there was no way Choi Sung-gun could understand Spanish. Huh. She switched from English to Spanish all of a sudden? That's Spanish, right? Here, Woojin was the only one who could understand the words Maria was spouting. Thanks to reading, experiencing Jurassic Land 4, he'd picked up Spanish. He's a little lacking to play the beast. No, rather than the beast, he doesn't suit the prince. The prince needs to look more handsome. What was this? Infuriating. Was she that bold just because she was pretty? Kang Woojin's no-backing-down streak began to surface. Criticizing him right to his face wasn't something he could tolerate, neither in his concept nor in his true personality. Thus, Kang Woojin fired back, of course, in Spanish. You're less beautiful than Miley Cara. Maria Armas visibly flinched, clearly caught off guard, and her face slightly contorted. For one thing, she hadn't expected this Korean actor to speak Spanish at a native level. What? How does he know Spanish? Not only Maria, but also the foreign staff, and even Choi Sung-gun were equally stunned. As Spanish? Everyone stared at Woojin with wide eyes. Woojin, however, remained indifferent, his expression unchanging as he gazed at Maria from a step away. At that point, Maria furrowed her brows. What did you just say? It was still in Spanish, and her pride was on full display. While being caught talking behind someone's back wasn't great, what Kang Woojin had said irritated her even more. I'm less beautiful than Miley. However, Woojin showed no intention of easing the tension and casually repeated himself. You're less beautiful than Miley Cara. Hey, in Korea, we have a saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As confusion crossed Maria's face, Woojin explained the meaning. It basically means you repay people in kind for what they've done to you. Maria bit her lower lip lightly. Her personality urged her to fire back immediately, but she forced herself to swallow her annoyance since she knew she was in the wrong first. Her gaze was intense, but Kang Woojin nonchalantly extended his hand toward her. Swoosh. This time, he spoke in English, loud enough for everyone to hear. I'm Kang Woojin. I look forward to working with you today. Maria, who had been glaring at Woojin, reluctantly shook his hand, likely because of the gazes of those around them. Yes, nice to meet you. After briefly shaking hands twice, Kang Woojin moved first. Choi Sung-gun and the rest of the team followed behind him. As they walked, Choi Sung-gun glanced back at Maria and asked Woojin, "What was that? What were you two talking about in Spanish?" Maintaining his stoic poker face, Kang Woojin gave a concise answer. "We just complimented each other's appearances." It didn't seem like compliments were exchanged. How could that be? Really? No, wait. Hey, Woojin, when did you even learn Spanish? Choi Sung-gun seemed about to ask something, but then let out a small sigh and forced a fake smile. No, never mind. Well, even if I ask, it'll probably just leave me dumbfounded anyway. Meanwhile, Maria, who was still standing in the back, glaring at Woojin's retreating figure, muttered to herself. How annoying. She felt a rare sense of defeat. How on earth does he know Spanish? About 30 minutes later, having been here before, this time, Kang Woojin was participating in the audition not as a candidate, but as the actor playing the role of the Beast. His eyes were once again filled with the grandeur of the set banquet hall, the numerous chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, intricately patterned columns, and the marble floor adorned with magnificent paintings. Already dressed in his blue banquet attire, Woojin stood among many foreign staff members. He was currently in conversation with Bill Rotner, the director. Woojin, there's no need to push yourself too hard. Please just play the piano piece from the last audition, but with the Beast's feeling. Yes, director. You don't have to play the full piece. First, we'll look at a two-shot with the Beast, and then later, we'll check one-shots with the Belle candidate actresses. For the record, Kang Woojin wasn't participating in today's audition for free. Of course, there was proper compensation involved. The arrangement had been finalized after prior discussions between Choi Sung-gun and World Disney Pictures. At that moment, swoosh, a female actress in a light yellow dress entered the set banquet hall. It was Maria Armas, with her hair tied up, transitioning from brown to blonde. She wore a rather large gold necklace around her neck. As soon as she appeared, Bill Rotner, who had been talking to Woojin, approached Maria. He intended to give her explanations regarding the audition. While being briefed, Maria kept glancing at Kang Woojin. Although Woojin could sense her gaze, he ignored it. What? Is she nervous or something? 10 minutes later, all the cameras and lighting were fully set up. Most of the staff, aside from Bill Rotner and a few key members, had taken their seats. Kang Woojin was walking toward the piano positioned in the banquet hall set. Ahem. A deliberate clearing of the throat came from behind. With a stiff expression, Woojin turned his head. There stood Maria in her dress, her face slightly pouty as she spoke, again in Spanish. About. Earlier dash. Internally, Maria was boiling. TCH, how did things even end up like this? But for now, she prioritized salvaging the situation. I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't mean it. Kang Woojin replied in a low tone, also in Spanish. It's fine. I know you didn't mean it. What? But it won't have much impact on the audition. Because I'm a professional. After saying his piece, Kang Woojin strode off with long, confident steps. Maria, who was left staring blankly at his back, felt something she had never experienced before. What kind of crazy bastard is this? She realized that Kang Woojin wasn't just eccentric. He was completely beyond comprehension. Regardless of the tension, the audition proceeded without any issues, just as Woojin had said. Swoosh. The Beast, or Kang Woojin, sat down at the piano, while Maria in her dress stood at the center of the banquet hall set. Soon, Bill Rotner gave the signal to begin. The sound of Woojin's piano filled the banquet hall almost immediately. The last audition had started with the Prince, but this time, it began with the rough, raw performance of the Beast. Then, Maria's eyes widened for a moment, seemingly shocked by Woojin's piano skills. But soon after, Maria, after taking a breath, began to sing, matching her voice to the piano melody. Her usual curt tone transformed. How to describe it? Clear and pure, perhaps? She had already started acting. Casting glances at Kang Woojin at the piano as if he were the Beast, she continued the song with difficulty. Meanwhile, Bill Rotner, the director, watched the scene on the monitor. He rubbed his chin, as though assessing their synchronization. This is good. As expected, Maria, who had been the audience's top pick for the role of the beauty belle, fit perfectly into the scene. After standing still for some time while singing, she then, swoosh, began dancing alone, following the piano melody. How many minutes passed? Cut. At the director's cue, Maria stopped dancing. Soon, Kang Woojin left the piano, and it was her turn for a solo performance. Woojin, blending in among the foreign staff, observed her acting. She's good. As expected, she didn't become a top Hollywood actress for no reason. Maria's acting had an impressive pull to it. Thus, Maria Armas' audition came to an end. As she left the set banquet hall, greeting the director and staff, she made brief eye contact with Kang Woojin, but didn't show much reaction. Woojin, of course, was the same. After exchanging only subtle glances, Maria disappeared. 10 minutes later, the next person to take the baton was Hello Dash, a familiar voice. It belonged to a blonde woman. Her hair fell to her chest, and her eyes were a bright blue. Miley Cara. Unlike Maria from earlier, Miley, look at this, flashed a faint smile at Kang Woojin and addressed him warmly. I told you, didn't I, that you'd be playing the piano for my audition. And, as I already mentioned, congratulations on landing the role of the Beast. While internally sighing as expected at the instantly relaxed atmosphere, Miley Cara is the real deal. Outwardly, Woojin amplified his concept act. Please take care of me. This is the second time you're seeing me in a costume, right? I'm looking forward to working with you, too. 15 minutes later, Miley Cara reappeared in the set banquet hall, now wearing the same light yellow dress. By then, Kang Woojin was already seated at the piano. The setup mirrored the previous scene with Maria. Woojin, seated at the piano, briefly glanced at Cara standing at the center of the hall. Despite wearing the same dress, the atmosphere was entirely different. Is it because she's a true blonde? The dress seems to suit her even better. Bill Rotner, the director, who was watching the monitor, felt the same. Maria had been great, but Miley Cara's presence was so captivating that it was difficult to take his eyes off her. The overall composition works much better. It's not about looks or appearance. This is her unique trait. Her energy. Above all, her two-shot with Kang Woojin is, whether on the monitor or in reality, the pairing of the two actors in the set banquet hall was flawless. This was Bill Rotner's first impression. Shortly after, you can start when you're ready. At the director's cue, the Beast, Kang Woojin, began playing the piano again, and Miley Cara, now stepping into the role of the beauty belle, hesitantly glanced at Woojin before starting her lines. It was as though she was watching the Beast carefully for any reaction. The notes were crisp, but at the ends of Cara's tones, there was a faint tremble. A mistake? But to Bill Rotner, watching the scene on the monitor, the set banquet hall had already transformed into something else. It was no longer a mere set, but the cold, oppressive castle of the Beast. This is incredible. At this moment, Bill Rotner wasn't just witnessing an audition. He was experiencing the Beast and the beauty. Later that same day, in the late afternoon, time seemed to have flown by. Having completed the audition for the Belle, Kang Woojin had already arrived at World Disney Pictures. Naturally, Bill Rotner, the director, was with him. Once again, Woojin was left astonished as he listened to the contents of the meeting. The amount written in the contract, essentially Woojin's pay, left him speechless. Crazy. Though he barely held back thanks to his concept act, the situation of dealing with unimaginable amounts of money was still unfamiliar to Woojin. Internally, he questioned himself, does this kind of money even exist in the world? However, the negotiation unfolding before his eyes was undeniably real. The meeting lasted about 2 hours. Although not everything was finalized, much had been coordinated. The next destination was Columbia Studios. Kang Woojin was essentially zipping across Hollywood, east to west. During the move, Kang Woojin had to make several decisions regarding matters raised by Choi Sung-gun. Woojin, after the Jamie show, the casting offers are exploding, literally exploding. Countless invitations were pouring in, not only from American media and broadcasting companies, but also from other major outlets, including massive YouTube channels. However, it was impossible to accommodate them all. There's no need to attend every single one. Kang Woojin decided there was no reason to oversaturate his image. People would continue hyping him up even if he remained still, so why needlessly rush around? It was a quick thought, but close to the right answer. Currently, foreign media articles covering Kang Woojin were erupting daily. LA Times/news of Kang Woojin confirmed for the role of the Beast sends global media into a frenzy. BBX/Columbia and Disney's lead, Kang Woojin, sparks explosive interest amid polarized opinions worldwide. CNN/ you can criticize after watching the work. Is Kang Woojin's statement confidence or arrogance? Several days later in the morning, Choi Sung-gun and team members gathered at Kang Woojin's house. While having a simple breakfast with bread, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun closed the diary he had been looking at and said, "It's about time to head back to Korea." This indicated that the rather lengthy LA schedule was finally wrapping up. As expected, the ever-composed Woojin nodded in agreement. BZZ. His phone vibrated with a long buzz. It was a call, and the caller was Miley Kara. After excusing himself to Choi Sung-gun, Woojin lowered his voice as he put the phone to his ear. "Yes, hello." In contrast, Kara's voice on the phone was slightly excited. "Good morning, Mr. Beast. I'm calling you now as the Beauty Belt." And at the same time, an official announcement was made by World Disney Pictures. CNN/following Kang Woojin as the Beast, World Disney Pictures announces Miley Kara as the Beauty Belt. It was the moment the Beast and the Beauty lead role casting had been completed. Chapter 410, Roar 5. She called as the Beauty Belle? As soon as Kang Woojin heard Miley Kara's voice over the phone, he thought, Then, had she been confirmed for the role of Belle? Otherwise, the situation didn't make sense. It was unlikely for Kara to call so early in the morning just to joke around. Nevertheless, Woojin decided to confirm it. Of course, his voice was as composed as ever. "Calling as the Beauty Belle means you're starring alongside me." "That's right." Kara, sounding somewhat rushed and with a hint of laughter, cut off Woojin's words. "I've become the Beauty Belle. It means we're in. Beast and the Beauty together." The situation was now clear, and Woojin, wearing a solemn expression, exchanged a brief glance with Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in front of him. Still holding his planner, Choi Sung-gun silently mouthed to Woojin, "Why? What's going on?" or something to that effect. Instead of replying, Woojin congratulated Kara and relayed the situation. "Kara, congratulations on landing the role of the Beauty Belt. It feels strange. Of course, I thought it would be me, but it still feels good. You congratulated me before, so it's only right for me to do the same." I thought you had forgotten my congratulations. I look forward to working with you." "Yes, Mr. Beast. I'm looking forward to it too." While Woojin and Kara were exchanging words, Choi Sung-gun and the team members around them were causing quite a commotion. Choi Sung-gun quickly pulled out his phone, while the stylists and other team members, wow, MMPH, held back their voices but danced with excitement. It seemed they had all secretly hoped Kara would get the role. From the team's perspective, Miley Kara, who had already worked with Kang Woojin multiple times on projects like her album and Beneficial Evil, was probably a comfortable choice. More than anything, amazing, Woojin Appa and Miley Kara's Beast and the Beauty will now be released worldwide? Totally agree. The two of them look so good together. I can't wait to see it. I didn't get to see their chemistry during the auditions. The whispers among the team members and their wishes alike indicated that Woojin and Kara's synchronicity was notably high. Woojin, looking at such reactions indifferently, was inwardly pleased. "Yeah, I like it. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Maybe he had grown desensitized to it after seeing her so often. But the Miley Kara he was currently on the phone with was a superstar considered one of Hollywood's greatest. And now, he was starring alongside her in the globally beloved Beast and the Beauty. Every aspect of the situation was extraordinary. How could he even begin to describe this strange feeling? No, now was the time to stay calm. He had to be composed. With his characteristic composure, Woojin lowered his voice as he spoke into the phone. "This will be our second work together." Miley Kara's laughter grew warmer on the other end of the line. Beneficial Evil was honestly a bit disappointing since it was so short. For me, Beast and the Beauty feels like the first real one. And, while company will probably contact you too, how about filming something for YouTube? YouTube? Woojin, puzzled, fell silent, prompting Kara to elaborate. "We haven't filmed anything since my album, right? It'd be a nice way for Beast and the Beauty Belle to greet global fans. World Disney Pictures said it wouldn't be an issue. I already asked about it. Woojin figured there was no harm. Sure, let's do it. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun, who had just confirmed an international news article on his phone stating that Kara had been officially cast as the Beauty Belle, swoosh, looked up at Kang Woojin in front of him. It still felt surreal. Just a few years ago, he had been blown away by Woojin's performance as Park Dae-ri. And now, Kang Woojin was on the phone with Hollywood superstar Miley Kara as co-leads of Beast and the Beauty. In Hollywood's very heart, Los Angeles, no less. At that moment, something surged within ponytailed Choi Sung-gun's chest. You're already a monster. No, you're a world star, Woojin. Around this time, from Woojin's phone again. The announcement is already out. Kara's voice was heard again. This will cause quite a stir for a while, right? Afterwards. After finishing his call with Miley Kara, Kang Woojin boarded the van to move to his next schedule and check the international news reactions during the ride. What could he say? Wow. Damn, the articles are blowing up like crazy. The news articles were already spreading beyond LA and across the entire United States. CNN/official announcement from World Disney Pictures. Miley Kara confirmed as the Beauty Belle for Beast and the Beauty. LA Times/Beauty Belle belongs to Miley Kara. The live-action Beast and the Beauty will be completed by Kang Woojin and Miley Kara. ABY/this is the fastest casting announcement ever. How high must the sync rate be between Kang Woojin and Miley Kara? The excitement, bordering on frenzy, was palpable through the overflowing articles. NT/Kang Woojin was unexpected. Miley Kara was expected. What kind of visuals will the two actors create in Beast and the Beauty? It was understandable. The live-action announcement for Beast and the Beauty had caused one wave. Kang Woojin's confirmation as Beast had caused another, and now Miley Kara's casting was adding yet another. Moreover, given the explosive global interest in the project, this level of reaction was only natural. BBX/following Kang Woojin, Miley Kara's confirmation as the Beauty Belle causes a global stir once again. By this point, countless Hollywood studios, actors, and others in the industry were already aware, and it was only a matter of time before the entire world's media caught on. Thus, a few days flew by in the blink of an eye. Before long, it was Monday, March 7th. Hello, Mr. Beast. Hello, Miley. What's this? You should call me Belle too. Next time. Boring. On this day, Kang Woojin had a YouTube shoot with Miley Kara. Of course, the video would be used both for Kang Woojin's alter ego channel and Kara's YouTube channel. The format was roughly a duet song presented to their global fans, a brief greeting from the two actors, and a light-hearted sharing of anecdotes from the auditions. While the runtime wasn't very long, the impact of the video, uploaded to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel 2 days later, was enormous. -2.02 million views. It surpassed 2 million views in less than 30 minutes. March 12th, early afternoon, South Korea. The location was a large event hall inside a massive building in Seoul. The first thing that stood out was the dozen or so reporters stationed from the hall's entrance to the back. The hall, which had seating for 500 people and a sizable stage at the front, was crowded with hundreds of attendees, many of whom were prominent figures. Seated in the front rows were familiar faces like director Kwon Ki-taek, with his warm demeanor, director Kim Do-hee, known for Drug Dealer, and director Shin Dong-chan, famous for Exorcism, along with many others. All of them were present as judges. There were dozens of renowned directors, honorary judges who were top actors, invited directors, special guest foreign directors, invited actors and celebrities, and notable figures from the industry. On the stage at the front of the hall, this banner was displayed. Misunderstanding Short Film Festival. The Misunderstanding Short Film Festival, a major domestic event often referred to as the Blue Dragon of short film festivals, was also considered a gateway to success in the film industry. The festival was now wrapping up its roughly week-long schedule with its closing ceremony and awards event. We will now begin the awards ceremony. At the host's announcement, several reporters' cameras flashed. Pabababababak. Pababababababak. The first award was then announced. Short Film Entry Prize. The presenter was director Shin Dong-chan, who had made his directorial debut at this very festival with Exorcism. With his square jawline drawing attention, he stepped onto the stage, and among the hundreds of people in the audience, rookie directors who had staked everything on this festival clapped and began to speak one by one. That's director Shin Dong-chun, the one who really made it big at the misunderstanding short film festival. I'm so jealous. His debut film's male lead was none other than Kang Woojin. But wasn't Kang Woojin a rookie back then? What does it matter? Kang Woojin became a world star in just 3 years. I heard Exorcism is being remade overseas. The film was good, sure, but I'm certain Kang Woojin's star power is the reason it caught international attention. The audience seats were filled with numerous rookie directors, most of whom were overflowing with envy as they watched director Shin Dong-chun on stage. Well, it's no wonder director Shin is walking on air. I mean, his debut film was Exorcism, right? Kang Woojin's first movie. If it were me, I'd be telling that story to my descendants forever. They started as rookies together, but Kang Woojin hit 10 million viewers the next year, then swept the top 3 spots in Korea's box office history. And now he's a Hollywood star. If I were director Shin, I think I'd feel a little pressured. Nah, director Shin Dong-chun is doing fine. He's working on a major film right now. While the rookie directors were busy chatting, director Shin Dong-chun was on stage, handing over trophy. After that, the ceremony proceeded with awards for entries, bronze, and gold prizes. And now, it's time for the Actor Award. Starting this year, only the grand prize will be awarded. It was the turn for the award known as the Acting Grand Prize. Immediately, the rookie actors seated in the audience, numbering in the hundreds, grew visibly tense. After all, only one of them could win the award. I really want this. I want to win the Kang Woojin Award so badly. The rookie actors muttered their thoughts to the people they'd come with. If you win the Kang Woojin Award, it'll definitely make the headlines, right? Yeah, 100%. As long as Kang Woojin's name is attached, it's an instant buzz. Please let them call my name. Interestingly, the rookie actors referred to the Acting Grand Prize, uniquely, as the Kang Woojin Award. Why are there so many rookie actors this year? Damn, this sucks. They're all here for the same reason as you, idiot. They're aiming for the Kang Woojin Award. Don't forget, Kang Woojin was the first to win it, and that was his first trophy ever. Since then, the misunderstanding Short Film Festival's Acting Grand Prize has become synonymous with Kang Woojin. The reason was simple. Kang Woojin had received the misunderstanding Short Film Festival's first ever Acting Grand Prize. Moreover, the year he won marked the award's debut and was also the year Woojin earned his first trophy. In other words, they're all dreaming of becoming like Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin had become the symbol of the misunderstanding Short Film Festival's Acting Grand Prize. From then on, every rookie actor, director, and attendee at the festival referred to the award as the Kang Woojin Award. With his name attached, the award's prestige multiplied several times over. Even journalists and industry insiders held it in the highest regard. Naturally, the rookie actors couldn't help but drool over it. By the way, director Shin Dong-chun is here this year, but isn't Kang Woojin's Sunbae coming? Why would someone who's busy hanging out with Hollywood's top actors bother coming here? He's probably swamped with meetings with the Big 5 Hollywood studios. I just wanted to see him once. He's my role model. Win this award and work your ass off. Maybe you'll get to cross paths with him someday. Pray for it. And so, countless rookie actors prayed, wishing for even a sliver of Kang Woojin's glow to shine on them. At this point, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Kang Woojin had long become more than just a role model for domestic rookie actors. His popularity had reached near mythical levels. Watching the rookie actors pray so fervently, one might even mistake them for worshippers of some Kang Woojin cult. At that moment, the presenter for the Acting Grand Prize will be Dash. The male host, about to proceed, suddenly stopped speaking. A festival staff member approached him and whispered something in his ear. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he whispered back to the staff member, "Hey, are you serious? That person is really here right now." If even the host didn't know beforehand, there was no way the hundreds of people in the hall could have known. Still stunned, the host struggled to lift his handheld microphone and speak again. Sorry about that. Let's continue. The presenter for the Acting Grand Prize is an absolutely extraordinary individual. Hearing this, The reporters stationed at the very back of the hall began murmuring amongst themselves. An extraordinary individual? Who could it be? Did anyone hear about this beforehand? This is news to me. Yeah, it's the first I'm hearing of it too. No idea. Let's just keep shooting and see what happens. The reporters, though puzzled, instinctively raised their cameras. Naturally, so did the prominent directors like Kwon Ki-taek sitting at the front, the top actors, and many others. Especially the rookie directors and actors, who openly murmured in excitement. At that moment, the flustered host spoke again. Then, please come up. The sound of footsteps in dress shoes echoed across the stage. Swish. A man with black hair, dressed in a suit and wearing an indifferent expression, appeared. As soon as his face came into view, the rookie directors and actors in the audience gaped, unable to stop themselves from exclaiming. Yu Hook. It was their idol, the man who had received the acting grand prize here and ascended to the rank of world star in just 3 years. Kang Woojin. It was Kang Woojin. Immediately, hundreds of rookie directors and actors reacted with something akin to a collective seizure. It's really Kang Woojin. Wow, this is insane. Their eyes widened to their limits, and it was entirely understandable. No one could have imagined seeing such a global star this up close. His aura is just unreal. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, the true owner of the so-called Kang Woojin Award, and the man who had flipped the room on its head, seemed unfazed. With calm composure, he slowly scanned the hundreds of rookies in the audience before leaning into the microphone. His voice was deep and low. This is amusing. The fact that I'm here to present an award with my name on it. Kang Woojin had returned to Korea. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Chapter 411, Roar 6. In truth, every year, the misunderstanding Short Film Festival had sent invitations to Kang Woojin. It was only natural, considering Woojin had won the inaugural acting grand prize when the festival first introduced the category, and later, his overwhelming fame had skyrocketed. In fact, his influence was so significant that the acting grand prize had even come to be referred to as the Kang Woojin Award. However, Kang Woojin had consistently declined the festival's invitations. It wasn't for any major reason. He was just too busy. This year was no exception. When Woojin left for LA, an invitation had come his way, but uncertain about his Hollywood schedule, he had once again politely declined. And yet, suddenly, Kang Woojin made an unannounced appearance at the misunderstanding Short Film Festival. No one saw it coming. More accurately, no one even knew that Woojin was currently in Korea. That included the domestic media, public opinion, and everyone else. Naturally, this was because Kang Woojin had entered Korea secretly, with utmost confidentiality. There were several reasons for this, but the biggest issue was the chaos that reporters and fans swarming the airport would cause. Regardless, no one knew that Kang Woojin had returned to Korea. A thunderous entrance. Although he had previously declined, his return to Korea coincidentally aligned perfectly with the festival schedule. When Kang Woojin arrived at the back hall of the misunderstanding Short Film Festival, his face was rather cynical, but deep inside, he was moved. A touch of excitement was just a bonus. Phew, it's been a while, misunderstanding. Feels like yesterday when I received my first acting award here, but that was already years ago. Unaware of this, Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail, standing behind Woojin, placed his hand on Woojin's shoulder and said, "Does it bring back memories? You received the acting grand prize here and also formed a connection with director Kyotaro. Remember?" Yes, Seonim. How could he forget? Looking back, that was also the first day he showcased his Japanese language skills. On top of that, top actress Hong Hae-yeon had won the Best Actress award, and Woojin's win had stirred up the entire country. Haha, you've heard about it, right? The acting grand prize here is now called the Kang Woojin Award. The Kang Woojin Award. Woojin, of course, was aware of this. Rumor had it that all rookie actors were dying to win it. The more Kang Woojin made waves in the industry, the greater the prestige of the Kang Woojin Award became. It's the trickle-down effect. Your name's influence is insane, so the Kang Woojin Award keeps gaining more and more weight. misunderstanding is actually famous for discovering rookie directors, but ever since the Kang Woojin Award was introduced, it's become strongly associated with launching rookie actors. The rookie actor who won last year's Kang Woojin Award had been a hot topic, and riding the momentum, was now doing much better than other rookies. Of course, that actor was likely working themselves to death to live up to the award's reputation. A virtuous cycle, one might say. Soon after, Choi Sung-gun moved closer to Woojin and added, "But this year's rookie actor who's receiving the Kang Woojin Award, they've hit the jackpot. It's already a highly sought-after, media-frenzied award in the entertainment industry, but this time, the Kang Woojin Award is being presented by none other than Kang Woojin himself. On top of that, it's your first public appearance in Korea since returning from Hollywood. If I were that actor, I'd probably cry." Seriously, it was an accurate assessment. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising if the attention drawn to the event was several times higher than usual. For the rookie actor, who had likely lived in obscurity until now, the surge of interest would be an unprecedented experience. Even Woojin couldn't help but wonder, would they really cry over this? Still, having an award named after me is pretty amazing. Then, swish. Dressed in a suit, Woojin stepped onto the stage. Although it wasn't a particularly large stage, the hundreds of people gathered in the audience made it feel substantial. The host, who suddenly found themselves face-to-face with Woojin, slightly parted their lips and let out an involuntary exclamation. Whoa, it's really Kang Woojin. It wasn't the kind of awe you'd feel when seeing a celebrity. It was more akin to the feeling of witnessing a mythical creature in the flesh. Such was the testament to Kang Woojin's staggering global influence. But regardless of all that, Kang Woojin remained. He casually met the host's gaze, silently signaling for the microphone. It was only then that the host, whose spirit had just returned from wandering, hastily handed the mic to him with a flustered expression. With the microphone in hand, Kang Woojin turned his gaze forward. The audience seats were filled with countless big names, top actors, rookie directors, and aspiring actors. Oh, director Kwon Ki-taek. It's been a while. Oh, and director Shin Dong-chun too. Most of the prominent figures in the audience were people with whom Kang Woojin shared close ties. However, every single one of them had their eyes wide open in shock. It seemed none of them had anticipated Woojin's appearance. The most dramatic reactions, though, came from the rookie directors and actors. Their responses were as varied as if they had just seen a ghost. Some stared at Woojin with dumbfounded expressions, others shouted his name in confusion, and still others exclaimed with cries of "Wow dash" or "Oh my God dash." One thing was certain. "Hello, I'm Kang Woojin." He had just delivered a greeting that was remarkably low-key, but everyone was now looking up at him with reverence. In the front row of the audience, director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been momentarily startled, let out a warm chuckle. He must have slipped into Korea without a peep. And yet, for his first move back in Korea to be attending misunderstanding, does he have some fondness for nostalgia despite his outward indifference? Honestly, I can never figure him out. Director Shin Dong-chun waved warmly at Kang Woojin, clearly happy to see him. And then, what the hell? Kang Woojin? A group of a dozen or so reporters positioned at the back of the hall lost their composure and began shouting. Why is Kang Woojin here? Wasn't he in Hollywood? Who cares about that right now? Move. If you don't want to take pictures, don't hog the spot. Hey, watch it. Don't push. Whoa. He leaves Hollywood, returns to Korea, and immediately presents the Kang Woojin Award himself? The actor winning it this year just hit the jackpot. Considering the unprecedented appearance of the world star Kang Woojin, their reaction was understandable. Pabababababak. Pababababababak. What had been a relatively calm atmosphere until moments ago was now filled with a blinding barrage of camera flashes that came so fast it could make one dizzy. Amidst the commotion, since many of you must be waiting, I'll go straight to the announcement. On stage, the ever-composed Kang Woojin leaned into the mic and announced the name of this year's recipient of the Kang Woojin Award. Adding a touch of mischief, he played with his phrasing slightly. The Kang Woojin Award. No, the acting grand prize. Congratulations, actress Seo Ji-won. He deliberately mentioned Kang Woojin Award in the announcement, and as soon as the name was called, a female actor sitting in the middle of the audience jumped up and screamed. Eek! What? Me? For real? Looking like she couldn't believe it, she jumped up and down as if on the verge of fainting, then hurriedly ran up to the stage amidst the congratulations pouring in. She wasn't particularly tall, but she had a strikingly charming face. What was amusing, though, was the sudden shift in her demeanor. Until moments ago, her energy was through the roof, but as soon as she approached Kang Woojin on stage, she froze. Wow, Sunbeam. This is so surreal. No, I mean, thank you so much. Though Woojin appeared calm as he looked at her, he was subtly exerting effort internally. She's trembling so much. Should I help her calm down a bit? After a brief moment of thought, Woojin extended his hand for a handshake before handing over the trophy. In a simple and straightforward tone, he gave her a few words of encouragement. I'll see you on set sometime. It was a very plain and nonchalant remark, but hidden within it was a message of support, encouraging her to work hard and rise to the occasion. However, Cog1, the rookie actress in question, responded with, "What? You mean we'll meet on set? Hick. Hook." An immediate burst of uncontrollable tears on stage. She suddenly started sobbing loudly, and while Kang Woojin maintained his poker face outwardly, internally, he was utterly bewildered. Why? Why is she crying? Did I say something wrong? Afterwards, the rookie actress, who had been pouring out tears moments ago, managed to calm herself, and the Kang Woojin Award trophy was finally handed to her. However, judging by her expression, the trophy itself seemed far less significant to her than the presence of Kang Woojin right in front of her. After numerous awards were handed out, this year's misunderstanding short film festival came to an end. That said, Kang Woojin didn't leave immediately. He stayed behind to fulfill the scheduled photo time. Kang Woojin SSI. Kang Woojin SSI. Over here. Please look this way. Can we get a finger heart, please? From group shots to individual photos and more, Kang Woojin posed for photos at least 20 times. He also exchanged a few brief words with the rookie actress who had received the Kang Woojin Award and had cautiously approached him. I swear I'll do my best, Sunbeam. I'll work so hard that I can act with you on set someday. Yes, I'll see you then. Thank you so much. Woojin also had short conversations with prominent directors like Kwon Ki-taek, Shin Dong-chun, and Kim Do-hee, catching up on their recent activities. All the while, the flash of cameras never ceased, and hundreds of rookie directors and actors were busy snapping pictures of Woojin with their phones. Naturally, many also requested his autograph. According to the original schedule, Woojin was supposed to leave immediately, but he ended up staying for about an hour. Once Kang Woojin finally wrapped things up and got into his black van. Phew, that was pretty exhausting. He exhaled a deep sigh inwardly. As the van began moving, Choi Sung-gun and the team chattered noisily. After all, it had been quite some time since Woojin had been in Korea, and his first public move upon returning had been novel enough to warrant excitement. The van carrying Kang Woojin headed toward his residence in the Samsung-dong area. Truthfully, Woojin had only arrived in Korea earlier that morning and was in need of some rest. Technically, he had been given about 3 days off. His schedule was packed with commitments in Hollywood, Korea, and Japan, but Kang Woojin needed a break. Choi Sung-gun had suggested taking a week off, but Woojin had cut it down to 3 days. He arrived home in the late afternoon. Shit. How long has it been since I've been home? Kang Woojin immediately dropped his concept. Rather than unpacking, he threw himself onto the bed first. Phew. Even though he'd flown on a private jet and had been relatively comfortable, the accumulated fatigue overtook him, and Woojin quickly fell into a deep sleep. But unlike Woojin, Korea was far from quiet. Star photo. World star Kang Woojin makes a surprise appearance at the misunderstanding short film festival/photos. Was he supposed to be in Hollywood? Kang Woojin shows up at misunderstanding, personally presenting the Kang Woojin Award. Kang Woojin's secret return to Korea throws the misunderstanding short film festival into chaos. The news of Kang Woojin's return to Korea, which no one had known about, was plastered across headlines everywhere. Rookie actress Seo Ji-won, who received the Kang Woojin Award directly from the star, says, "It was my lifelong dream," and bursts into tears/photo. Due to his massive achievements in Hollywood, articles were pouring out every second, every minute. Naturally, the misunderstanding short film festival and the Kang Woojin Award were frequently mentioned in these reports. All Woojin had done was return to Korea, but the public and media were in an uproar. The news spread so quickly that it even reached Japan within no time. Japan highlights Kang Woojin's return to Korea. The prince has returned. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Even during the early hours of the morning, as Kang Woojin slept soundly, the explosive buzz continued. What? Kang Woojin's back? Suddenly? Also romantic Kang Woojin as soon as he returned. He went to where he received his first award. Honestly, Kang Woojin is officially a world star now, no doubt about it. This guy? Seriously never does anything quietly. So cool. Lead roles in 2 major Hollywood film studio projects. But can't Kang Woojin give up on Beast? Really doesn't suit him. Here comes another troll. Don't feed the idiots. Kang Woojin is truly something else. This is what you call a star. His aura is unmatched. A Korean actor leading Hollywood blockbusters. Gives me chills. Around dawn on the 13th, when Kang Woojin instinctively opened his eyes wide. Phew, why are there so many messages piled up? Kang Woojin was all over South Korea. Meanwhile, in LA, unlike Korea, where it was the early hours of dawn, it was just past noon, around 1 p.m., in Los Angeles, where Kang Woojin had departed from. The entire U.S., including LA, was still buzzing with the commotion sparked a few days ago over Beast and the Beauty, while the rising attention surrounding beneficial evil continued to draw interest. Even foreign media were openly covering Woojin's secretive return to Korea, indicating the extent of the global interest. At that moment, in one of the meeting rooms of the massive Columbia Studios in LA, a conversation was wrapping up between several foreigners and an elderly Korean man. The elderly Korean man was director Ahn Jae-bok of the film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Then I look forward to working with you, Chris. The Hollywood top actor with deep brown eyes and striking good looks, who had just shaken hands with director Ahn Jae-bok, smiled warmly. Likewise, I'll do my best to deliver a performance that strengthens both the work and the cinematic universe, director. It was Chris Hartnett. After the meeting concluded, Chris and his team left the meeting room. As soon as he exited, the female producer of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, let out a small sigh. Phew, so Chris Hartnett is confirmed too. Still, I didn't expect Chris to want a role other than the lead. Several other foreigners nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, unlike the others, director Ahn Jae-bok, whose wrinkled face reflected deep thoughts, quietly focused elsewhere. Swish. Looking at a projected schedule on his tablet, he muttered softly in Korean. We need to schedule the script reading by May at the latest. Chapter 412, Busy One. Around noon Korean time on the 13th. Though he woke up at dawn, Kang Woojin, who had fallen back asleep, got up groggily. With disheveled hair, Woojin grabbed his phone first. Ugh, damn, 12 o'clock? Am I crazy? How long has it been since I've slept in like this? Sleeping until noon was a first since he became an actor. It was partly due to accumulated fatigue, but being in a comfortable home had made him relax completely, allowing him to sleep deeply. Still, Kang Woojin had no regrets. Whatever. It's a holiday anyway. Woojin, who had 3 days off starting today, moved to the living room and gulped down some water. After waking himself up with some light stretching, he picked up his phone from the bed again to check his accumulated messages. There were overflowing messages from many people starting with Choi Sung-gun, but among them, what caught Kang Woojin's eye was, a DM from Hollywood's top actor, Chris Hartnett. The content was brief. Something about looking forward to working together and hoping to make Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, a success. Reading it, Kang Woojin tilted his head. This handsome guy, didn't he drop out of the audition? So why was he saying they should work well together? Woojin, scratching his chin, finally understood Chris's message after reading Choi Sung-gun's fairly long text message. Oh, that message had information about Chris, specifically that he had joined the cast of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Slightly surprised, Woojin checked Hollywood-related foreign news articles online. Articles about Chris were already flooding in. LA Times/Columbia says, Chris Hartnett confirmed to join Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. ABY/Chris Hartnett confirmed for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Wasn't he auditioning for the lead role? This news had been circulating since a few hours ago, while Woojin was still fast asleep. Columbia Studios had announced Chris's participation, and the foreign press had been rapidly spreading the news. According to reports, Chris's casting was confirmed early afternoon, LA time. Oh, amazing. Reading a few foreign articles, Woojin was genuinely surprised. Director on Ga Bok hadn't told him anything about it, and honestly, he hadn't even expected it. I thought my connection with him ended with the audition. Regardless, to the foreign press, Chris's participation in Pierrot was an incredibly juicy piece of news. After all, Chris Hartnett had gone head-to-head with Woojin for the lead role in an audition and lost. Technically, he had dropped out, but to the press, it looked like he had been defeated. Now, despite losing to Kang Woojin, he was confirmed for a different role in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, sparking curiosity. Chris Hartnett, who was a candidate for the lead role alongside Kang Woojin and lost, now joining Pierrot in a different role. Why did Chris Hartnett join Pierrot even though he lost? And not even as the lead, but in another role. Lingering regret? Determination? Revenge? The foreign articles were riddled with all sorts of speculation. After skimming through the articles for a while, Kang Woojin lost interest. Whatever, damn it. I'll find out when I meet him. After casually sending a reply to Chris's DM, Woojin began preparing to go out. His destination for the day was Jeonju, where his parents lived. Having been busy recently, he decided to spend at least a day there since he finally had some free time. Later on, while the world was abuzz with news about Kang Woojin, he spent a quiet and peaceful holiday. He met his parents after a long time, caught up on delayed conversations, and ate delicious food. This is so relaxing. Stripped of all his public persona and work-related matters, he felt like his true self. While Woojin's parents initially expressed amazement at their son, now a world star, they soon treated him as they always did, simply as their son. Of course, Kang Hyuna, on the other hand, was in a constant state of excitement. Appa, are you seriously going to be working with Chris Hartnett on Pierrot? Various conversations continued until late at night. Stories about things in Hollywood, meeting big shots, projects, and so on. Only late at night could Kang Woojin lie down in his room. After browsing various things on his phone for a while, Woojin, swoosh, accessed SNS. To be exact, the official SNS of World Disney Pictures. Naturally, the most recent post was the one officially announcing a few days ago that Kara had been confirmed as the Beauty Belle. This post already had hundreds of thousands of fans flocking to it. Miley. I knew Miley would be perfect as the Beauty Belle. Maria Armas is great too, but Miley is a step ahead. Finally, the casting for Beast and the Beauty Belle is confirmed. I'm looking forward to it, Disney. Why look forward to it? The moment Kang Woojin was confirmed, it was already doomed. I think the same. Miley is fine, but I wish they'd reverse Kang Woojin's casting. Come on, everyone. It's not a good look to criticize just because it's not to your taste. Disney, are you making another mistake? Kang Woojin and Miley. I can't imagine it yet, but I think it's okay. Seeing Kang Woojin in Beneficial Evil gives me a bit of hope. What was the criteria for choosing the actor for the Beast role, Disney? Considering how often Miley and Kang Woojin have worked together, I think they'll do well. Hey, Disney, are you going to keep ignoring the complaints of fans worldwide? Chaos. A colorful and messy mix of various languages. Seeing this, Kang Woojin smiled. Of course, only inwardly. Man, this firepower just keeps exploding. If this was the state of things here, other platforms must have been in complete meltdown without even needing to check. And that was exactly the case. Communities, SNS platforms, YouTube, everything worldwide was already ablaze. And Korea? Needless to say, Kang Woojin and Miley Kara in a Beast and Belle 2 shot. Can't wait. It was no different from the earthquake happening in America. Currently, the Korean media and public opinion were rabidly pouncing on any tidbit about Kang Woojin. To Woojin, it didn't feel like a big deal. But to Korea, everything about this was unprecedented and miraculous, almost a series of miracles. Beast and the Beauty receiving intense global recognition and criticism. When will filming begin? Several days later, after Kang Woojin finished his holiday, the accumulated schedules for him upon his return were tremendous, and among them, what Woojin started first was, "Oh, look at this, our world star has arrived." All right, everyone, let's give him a round of applause. We already told you this via message, but congratulations, Woojin SSI, on everything that happened in Hollywood. Ha ha. And right on time, Beneficial Evil blew up too. So you must have been insanely busy in Hollywood, right? It was a preliminary meeting for Beneficial Evil Part 2. The location was Netflix Korea. In the spacious meeting room, PD Song Man-woo with his trademark goatee, several key staff members, Kim So-hyang, the executive director, Netflix executives, and writer Choi Nan-I erupted into exaggerated fanfare the moment Kang Woojin appeared. This place was more like a wild party than anything else. While Kang Woojin's explosive rise in Hollywood played a part, Beneficial Evil Part 1, still being loved globally, made this enthusiasm natural. Although Kang Woojin wore an indifferent expression, inwardly, he shared their excitement. At that moment, sorry to interrupt everyone's joy, but, Woojin SSI, we should start talking about work now. PD Song Man-woo, barely managing to steer the conversation back on track, addressed Kang Woojin. Beneficial Evil Part 2 filming starts next week. Afterward, before the official filming for Beneficial Evil Part 2 began, Kang Woojin had to endure yet another hellish schedule. The backlog tasks from his time in LA came rushing at him like a tidal wave: interviews, commercials, various shoots, photo spreads, countless events and promotions. On top of that, fan signings and fan meetings were also held. Kang Woojin ran frantically back and forth between Korea and Japan. However, unlike the relatively relaxed pace of LA, this sudden plunge into a grueling schedule didn't shake Woojin much. In the past, just maintaining his public persona would have been overwhelming, but now he had some breathing room. This wasn't him trying to show off. How should I put it? It doesn't feel that intense. Have I unknowingly grown? It feels like I could handle several times this workload. Of course, he still made appropriate use of the void space, but its frequency had drastically decreased. Meanwhile, the YouTube video featuring Kang Woojin and Miley Cara related to Beast and the Beauty had produced staggering results, surpassing 70 million views. It was truly a display of global power. However, the truly global impact involving Kang Woojin at this time was coming from issue pick, Beneficial Evil maintaining global #1 for 6 weeks. Viewing time increases further with recent Beast and the Beauty issue. It was Beneficial Evil, which was setting new records both in Korea and on Netflix. Beneficial Evil starring Kang Woojin has worn the global #1 badge for over a month. PD Song Man-woo, dumbfounded by global box office storm. Netflix CEO says Beneficial Evil could become the greatest series of all time. Even though Beneficial Evil had already achieved the world's #1 spot and was thriving, the explosion of Kang Woojin's influence in Hollywood caused its word-of-mouth popularity to multiply. He was appearing so frequently on the world's largest online community, Reddit, that it had practically become a trend. Overseas topic: Beneficial Evil, global fever at #1 in 80 countries including US, Europe, gains more momentum thanks to Kang Woojin. Moreover, what initially circulated as speculation that Beneficial Evil might be in contention for an Emmy Award was now openly gaining traction. A Korean drama achieving such unprecedented global success, coupled with Kang Woojin's momentum, had propelled the series further. Rumors swirl that Netflix's Beneficial Evil has been nominated for an Emmy, the award for the world's best TV programs. For now, this was still just a rumor. The Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, ATAS, which oversees the Primetime Emmy Awards, had not made any official announcements. But very secretly, Beneficial Evil had already. Netflix CEO confidently declares, Beneficial Evil will aim for the Emmys. Been placed on the nominee selection ballot for the Primetime Emmy Awards. Then, issue pick. Korea's first potential Emmy contender, Beneficial Evil Part 2, begins filming soon. Global fans in love with Kang Woojin are thrilled at the news of the upcoming shoot. The announcement of Beneficial Evil Part 2, starting production, spread worldwide. March 22nd, late morning. Incheon Airport. Around 11:30 a.m., crowds were gathering at the airport's arrivals hall. Over 200 people, including dozens of reporters clinging to barricades and fans armed with phones and massive camera lenses, were present. The reason was simple. A popular domestic girl group was returning after completing their schedule in Japan. This was the usual scene when a top-tier idol group showed up at the airport. At that moment, swoosh, the doors to the arrivals hall slid open, and people began to emerge one by one. Ordinary travelers looked slightly startled at the crowd of reporters and fans, though some seemed to understand the reason. As signs of the girl group's arrival began to surface, reporters quickly raised their cameras. Then, a group of foreign individuals suddenly appeared at the arrivals hall. About 6 people. Most of the reporters didn't pay much attention to the group of foreigners. They simply assumed they were tourists visiting Korea. However, a few of the dozens of reporters fixed their gazes on the newly arrived foreigners. More precisely, they were staring at a towering black man in the group, whose face was oddly familiar. Among the reporters was a chubby journalist, well-versed in Hollywood news and foreign entertainment stories. "That giant," he muttered quietly, looking at the absurdly tall black man. What was his name again? Joseph Felton. Isn't he a famous producer in Hollywood? He wasn't entirely sure, though. So the chubby reporter decided to snap a photo of the tall black man and the foreign group. Then, as he watched the group walk away, he sent the photo to a fellow reporter he knew, along with a question. "This tall black guy, isn't he Joseph Felton?" The reply came quickly, confirming it was Joseph Felton. But the chubby reporter's curiosity only deepened. From what he knew, Joseph Felton was a very prominent producer in Hollywood. Don't those Hollywood giant studios line up just to work with him? So why did he suddenly come to Korea? Sensing instinctively that something unusual was going on, the reporter received another message. Reading the text sent by his acquaintance, the chubby reporter's eyes widened slightly. Joseph Felton is currently working with Universal Movies. Universal Movies was one of Hollywood's Big Five studios, on the same level as Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures. A heavyweight producer collaborating with such a massive studio had just arrived in Korea. At that moment, a thought flashed through the reporter's mind. Columbia Studios, World Disney Pictures, and Universal Movies? Could it be Kang Woojin? It was about Kang Woojin. Chapter 413, Busy 2. A chubby reporter who, upon seeing Hollywood's famous producer Joseph Felton, immediately thought of Kang Woojin. That was the most likely possibility. After all, there was no other actor in Korea right now who could be called a world star. 2 of Hollywood's Big Five film companies have already connected with Kang Woojin. That alone is unprecedented. But could Universal Movies also join in, making it 3 companies clinging to him? Of course, it might not be the case. Joseph Felton might not have come to Korea for Kang Woojin, but for some other reason. Logically, that would make more sense. But the timing is just too perfect. Woojin had turned the world upside down by being cast as the male lead in 2 major Hollywood films. Even though it had been about a week since his return to Korea, the heat surrounding him was still like a blazing furnace. And now, Joseph Felton had appeared in Korea. The coincidence was just too precise. The chubby reporter instinctively sensed that this would make for a highly sellable article. He was already so focused on it that he barely paid attention to the girl group that had appeared in the arrival hall. Swoosh. He scanned the chaotic surroundings caused by the girl group's arrival. Dozens of reporters and onlookers were completely unaware of the foreigners who had passed by just moments ago. The chubby reporter raised his camera and checked the pictures he had taken of Joseph Felton. Whether they came because of Kang Woojin or not, I should just throw this out there first. A smile quickly spread across his lips. Kang Woojin. Was there ever an actor in Korean entertainment history with such an immense impact? If he published the article, it would sell like hotcakes, no matter what. Even if Joseph Felton wasn't here for Woojin, the article would still attract enough attention. But if they really had come for Woojin, this is a scoop. Soon, the reporter left the noisy arrival hall, walking away at a leisurely pace. Swipe. He sent the photos he had taken somewhere. Then, he enthusiastically tapped on his phone, leading to a phone call. "Yes, it's me. You saw the photos, right? They're not just any foreigners. They're Hollywood big shots. No, just listen to me first. The script is solid." His conversation included names like Kang Woojin, Universal Movies, and Joseph Felton. After roughly 10 minutes, he ended the call and lowered his phone. Then, he looked at a large advertisement on the airport lobby's monitor and chuckled. The person in the ad was Kang Woojin. But if even Universal Movies has joined in, doesn't that mean he's at a level even Hollywood's top stars can't compete with? Meanwhile, inside a speeding van on the highway, 2 vans were driving fast. The one in front was filled with foreigners. The most striking figure was a tall, broad-shouldered man. In a leather jacket sitting by the window, it was Hollywood's famous producer, Joseph Felton. Joseph rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window before murmuring softly in English. "Korea, it's been a while. The last time was during the filming of Leech last year." The bald man sitting next to him reacted quickly. "I'm concerned about the reporters who were gathered at the arrival hall earlier. They mostly seemed unaware of who we were, but they might have taken photos." "That's possible, but what can we do? We didn't expect our schedule to overlap with a popular Korean group. A reporter might have recognized us." Joseph let out a chuckle, crossing his long legs and shrugging his shoulders. "Haha. Do you really think a reporter would recognize me and then link it to Kang Woojin? But it doesn't matter. Even if it gets out, it's not a big deal. Actually, the truth is, I don't have time to worry about things like that." Bald-headed Robert, who had been looking at the giant Joseph, let out a small sigh. "Coming all the way to Korea just to deliver the script to Kang Woojin. Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Of course, we gave other reasons like distribution, but still. Too late." "Excuse me. It's already too late. I was the first to discover Kang Woojin, but I ended up in last place. In all my years in this industry, I've never felt this frustrated." Joseph Felton ran a hand through his hair, recalling the first time he had seen Kang Woojin. It had been quite a while ago, early last year, around the time of the screen test for Last Kill 3. The moment I saw his extraordinary energy, I knew he'd make his presence known in Hollywood soon enough, but I never expected his value to skyrocket by dozens of times this fast. Last year, he was a complete nobody, but now, he's already a superstar in Hollywood. We had some prior agreements, but in the business world, promises are as insignificant as dust. I have to show this level of sincerity myself just to get Kang Woojin to show even a little interest, don't you think? Pierrot, the birth of a villain and Beast and the Beauty are already locked in. He might not even care about us at all. We're the ones who are desperate here." Joseph Felton, a man who had been navigating Hollywood for decades. Even for someone like him, Kang Woojin's insane growth was something he had never witnessed before. In the blink of an eye, Woojin had become a global star. It was enough to make Joseph feel frustrated. He had been the first to recognize the rough diamond, but someone else had cut and polished it, then sold it to the world. But what could he do? The situation had already turned out this way. Raising the white flag wouldn't be strange at this point. However, Joseph Felton, who had been observing Woojin all this time and had Kang Woojin's monstrous potential burned into his mind, couldn't let him go. More precisely, he couldn't give up. He wanted to experience the same awe he had felt when he first saw Woojin, during Leech, and Beneficial Evil all over again. So what if I'm in third place? As long as I'm the one who catches him in the end, nothing else matters. More than anything, Joseph had another goal in mind. If I secure Kang Woojin, I can also lock in director Danny Landis. Hollywood's heavyweight director, Danny Landis, had conditionally accepted the directing role on the premise that Woojin would join the project. One way or another, Joseph Felton had no choice but to stake everything on Kang Woojin. "When is our meeting with Kang Woojin?" Bald-headed Robert answered immediately. 2 days from now. He's currently filming Beneficial Evil Part 2, right?" "Yes." "Who dash?" After letting out quite a long sigh, Joseph looked down at the stack of papers. "No, the script," on his knee, and muttered quietly. "I wonder how this will look to Kang Woojin." That same day, just past noon. The location was a massive set complex in Yongkyon, Gyeonggi Province. A familiar place. It was the set of Beneficial Evil, after all. Of course, the vast warehouse set looked completely different from how it had been in Part 1. The construction for Part 2's filming had already been completed. Outside, in the parking lot of the set complex. Screech. A black van came to a stop, and a man with jet black hair stepped out. It was Kang Woojin with his concept-heavy face. Though he looked indifferent as he gazed at the set complex, internally, he was deeply moved. "Damn, it's been a while since I was here." It felt almost like coming home. Having spent so much time overseas, his return made the feeling even stronger. As Woojin adjusted the cap on his head, "Looks like they really went all out." A voice spoke up beside him. It was Choi Sung-gun, his hair tied back in a ponytail. The success of Part 1 wasn't just crazy. It created a worldwide phenomenon. "I heard they doubled the original plans for the Part 2 set construction. Even the CEO of Netflix's headquarters in the US had personally stepped in to praise beneficial evil. Naturally, the funding had poured in toward the project. Woojin was looking forward to it as well. Oh, is that so? The transformed set, the beginning of Beneficial Evil Part 2's filming today, all of it. Looking at his schedule, adding Beneficial Evil to the mix would make it even more of a living hell. But it's fine, I'm good. Still, I should stop by the void space once before we start. Kang Woojin's condition was at its peak. With that, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the team stepped into the Beneficial Evil set complex. Not long after, some assistant directors and staff who had been waiting near the entrance spotted him, and immediately, Kang Woojin Nim has arrived. After sending the radio call, he quickly approached Woojin. Within minutes, a man came rushing over. It was PD Song Man-woo, who had recently been making a name for himself on the global stage. Alongside him were several familiar faces, including the now visibly more confident writer Choi Na-na and executive director Kim So-hyang, along with many others. Before long, the entrance to the set complex was teeming with people, and Kang Woojin, filled with anticipation, thought to himself, "Whoa, damn, their energy is something else." Kinda made me flinch for a second. Instinctively, he layered on an extra dose of cynicism. What was amusing, though? Woojin SSI, PD Song Man-woo, still catching his breath from running, threw out an unexpected question. "Did you sign on for another project with Universal Movies?" Huh. Suddenly, Kang Woojin was internally confused by this question that came before any greeting. Writer Choi Na-na, Kim So-hyang, and all the gathered people looked at Woojin with the same expression as PD Song Man-woo, meaning they were 100% of the same mind. Why is Universal Movies suddenly being mentioned? Woojin, who had been silent, glanced at Choi Sung-gun. He slightly shook his head. At this point, no, but the news just broke. PD Song Man-woo held up his phone, showing Woojin the screen. He must have been reading it just moments ago because the article was still displayed. Exclusive Hollywood famous producer Joseph Felton spotted at Incheon Airport, the reason why he's in Korea while working with Universal Movies. To meet Kang Woojin. The photos in the article clearly showed the giant Joseph Felton and his team. At that moment, Kang Woojin thought internally, he got caught. There were already discussions about meetings with Joseph's side. But why did he come in so boldly? Though there wasn't any talk about secrecy, from the flow of things, Woojin thought their meeting was supposed to be private. Soon, executive director Kim So-hyang, who had joined beside PD Song Man-woo, spoke with a slightly excited voice. "I know Joseph Felton too. I've met him a few times in the past, and he even came to our Bangkok location shoot, remember? But for him to come to Korea at this timing, it has to be connected to Woojin SSI, right?" PD Song Man-woo chimed in. "There's no way he's just here to casually watch our Part 2 filming. So, are you actually discussing something with Universal Movies?" The situation was becoming full of curiosity. Understandably so. Two of Hollywood's Big Five weren't enough, and now a third, Universal Movies, had appeared. After being silent for a moment, Kang Woojin answered casually. His tone was quite low. "There's nothing discussed with Universal Movies." "Ah, really?" And he didn't seem particularly interested in hiding anything either. "But I will be meeting with Joseph Felton." At that moment, the eyes of everyone, including PD Song Man-woo, widened dramatically. Up until now, Kang Woojin had already made history with his unprecedented moves. Yet this statement meant that his legendary journey was far from over. With a dazed look, PD Song Man-woo muttered, "At this rate, Hollywood folks are going to start having existential crises." Later on, by the time Kang Woojin had finally begun filming Beneficial Evil Part 2, the domestic media had already gone into a frenzy, scrambling to chase down the explosive scoop that had suddenly dropped. Columbia Studios, World Disney Pictures, and now even Universal Movies? Did a major Hollywood producer really come just to see Kang Woojin? Issue pic. The Hollywood producer spotted at Incheon Airport is reportedly involved in a project with Universal Movies. Kang Woojin, planning to dominate all five of Hollywood's Big Five? Now even Universal Movies is making a move. Universal Movies joins the Kang Woojin casting war. Kang Woojin's side remains silent despite the shocking news. The articles pouring in didn't care about facts or anything else. They were just being blasted out recklessly. Speculation, clickbait, and rumors were running rampant. Since Kang Woojin was already at the center of countless issues, the wildfire spread in an instant. What? What the hell is this? This came out of nowhere. No way Universal is actually going after Kang Woojin, right? The reporters are just getting ahead of themselves after spotting some random foreigner. Nah. The black guy in the picture is actually a legit Hollywood producer. Other articles confirmed it. He probably came to Korea for something else. But if Universal is actually trying to sign Kang Woojin, then damn, he's basically a god tier. I think he really did come to recruit Woojin. This is insane. At this point, isn't Kang Woojin just steamrolling all of Hollywood? Then, exactly 2 hours later, CNN/Joseph Felton quietly arrives in Korea. Korean media speculates, is Universal Movies also interested in Kang Woojin? The flames had now spread to foreign media as well. 2 days later, Thursday, March 24th, BW Entertainment. It was a medium-sized conference room inside the newly expanded BW Entertainment headquarters. The time was around 8 a.m. Several people sat around the large-shaped table. By the window, a group of foreigners. At the center of them sat the giant, Joseph Felton. On the opposite side were Choi Sung-gun and other BW Entertainment staff. And then, Kang Woojin, staring at Joseph with an indifferent expression. The greetings had already been exchanged. Joseph, wearing a slight smile, spoke to Woojin. I apologize. It seems our arrival has stirred up quite a bit of noise in Korea. Woojin casually responded in English. It's fine. It happens all the time. Haha, is that so? Is everything okay on Hollywood's side? Looks like the news spread all the way over there too. There's been a lot of calls, but nothing problematic. Joseph answered with a relaxed tone. Then, swoosh. He slid a stack of papers toward Kang Woojin. This is it. The script I've been telling you about for a while now. Maintaining his poker face, Woojin picked up the script. Damn, this took forever. Or maybe this is normal. Whatever, gotta check it in the void space first. He was about to discreetly press the black square attached to the script. But before he could, Woojin, Joseph Felton spoke first. You know director Danny Landis, right? Danny who? For a moment, Woojin blanked. But then he recalled the director he had seen at the Cannes Film Festival. Of course. In Hollywood, Danny Landis is one of the greatest of the greats. And he wants you. He's made it a condition. If you take this role, he will personally direct the film. This is probably the first time he's ever done something like this. Choi Sung-gun, who had roughly understood what was being said, was internally shocked. That Danny Landis? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin remained completely unfazed. Is that so? Joseph Felton continued. Additionally, we will not require any additions or screen tests from you. This was his trump card. If Kang Woojin agrees, the male lead role is yours. No questions asked. Chapter 414, Busy 3. If I decide, does that mean I'm confirmed as the male lead right away? On the other side of the giant, Joseph Felton's face held a faint smile, along with a determined expression. Although Kang Woojin's deep poker face showed little change in expression. Inside, Kang Woojin was quite surprised. Whoa, shit, no audition or screen test. Damn, for real? If I just say I'll do it, it's an immediate okay? The same went for Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting next to him. No, Choi Sung-gun was several times more shocked than Woojin. Just by looking at his widened eyes, his emotions were palpable. Wait, so if our Woojin just says he'll do it, he's confirmed as the male lead? Is he serious? What the hell? Did he already talk this over with Universal Movies? Of course, the BW Entertainment staff felt the same way. Even though they weren't deeply familiar with Hollywood, the condition Joseph Felton just laid out was unheard of. Just thinking simply, Hollywood's top actors like Chris Hartnett in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, or Miley Cara in Beast and the Beauty had to go through auditions. But Kang Woojin gets a free pass? It wasn't strange at all that Choi Sung-gun was in shock. A brief silence spread across the entire conference room. Neither Kang Woojin nor Joseph spoke, only exchanging glances. This lasted for about a few dozen seconds. The first to break the silence was Joseph Felton. Woojin, please understand that this condition is quite extraordinary. Of course, I have already received confirmation from Universal Movies. I'm not acting on my own. Choi Sung-gun gasped again. There was no doubt. This condition Joseph presented was unprecedented not only for himself, or Universal Movies, but possibly for all of Hollywood. If this news spread, it would stir up not just Korea, but the entire Hollywood industry. For the first time in his career, Joseph had offered such an exceptional condition to Kang Woojin. Woojin could feel just how determined Joseph Felton was. Damn, this guy's confidence is insane. And it's even more impressive because he's such a famous producer. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Woojin's mind. From the moment he first saw Joseph Felton until now. Come to think of it, Joseph Felton was the first person in Hollywood to acknowledge Woojin. It started with Last Kill 3, and after that, Joseph had shown him continuous admiration. He even led his team all the way to Bangkok during Beneficial Evil filming. If there had been a confirmed script, he would have handed it to Woojin sooner, and if the project's quality wasn't bad, Woojin would have taken it. But the timing hadn't been right. Did he not expect me to rise this fast in Hollywood? Well, he might feel a bit unfairly treated, but for me, this situation is working out fine. If Joseph had given Woojin a script earlier than Columbia or Disney, he wouldn't have had to offer such an unprecedented condition. There would have been an audition, no exceptions. Whatever the case. Swoosh. Kang Woojin lowered his gaze back to the bundle of papers Joseph had handed him, the script. I see. He responded briefly in a low voice. It was to show that he wasn't particularly affected. In other words, he was putting on an act. Sure, he was surprised, but reacting impulsively wouldn't do. Joseph, across from him, was about to say something. Yes, but aside from those conditions, we are confident dash. Poof. Before he knew it, Woojin had already entered the endless, pitch-black void space. He had secretly poked the black square. As soon as he arrived in the void space, Kang Woojin muttered, "Phew damn." Almost showed I was surprised since that came out of nowhere. He immediately dropped his composed act. Feeling stiff, he stretched his neck from side to side and arrived at the place where the white rectangles were lined up. At the far end, he saw the latest scripts in which he had been confirmed as the male lead. -11/script, title, Pierrot, EX plus grade. -12/script, title, Beast and the Beauty, EX grade. And at the very end, -13/script, title, Unknown, S grade. **, a highly completed movie script. 80% reading is possible. The script Joseph had handed him floated in the air. As soon as he saw it, Woojin folded his arms and muttered. As expected, the title doesn't show up. It wasn't written on the script either, right? The script cover he had received was blank. While the content was there, neither the title nor the director's name was written on it. That meant the director and title had yet to be decided. What was unusual? But the completion rate is 80%. The completion rate. Not 100%, but 80%. That meant the script wasn't perfect yet. Was it roughly an early draft before revisions? That's what Kang Woojin thought. He had encountered a few similar cases before. In other words, Joseph had brought the script to Woojin the moment it was available. He must have been in a hurry, that guy, since it had come to Korea immediately without a title, director, or detailed revisions. That was the obvious conclusion. Yet, the fact that it was already rated as S-grade was remarkable. Of course, there was a difference compared to the recent EX-grade scripts, but for an unfinished script to be S-grade, that's huge. Profiler Hanryang had been S-grade. Island of the Missing had been SS grade. Moreover, once this script was complete, its rating could go up, or there might be other variables at play, like Hollywood's renowned director, Danny Landis. And if Kang Woojin himself joined as well, the rating would undoubtedly change. All things considered, it wasn't a bad situation. Woojin rubbed his chin as he stared at the white rectangles. His mind began spinning rapidly. Unlike when he was a rookie in acting, he now fully embraced the mindset of an actor. Well, the rating is one thing, but there's another factor I can't ignore. The other factor he was considering, to put it bluntly, impact, the buzz it would generate. He had already secured roles with two of Hollywood's Big Five, Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures. That alone was historic. But if Universal Movies joined in, that would make it three. Kang Woojin would have conquered three major Hollywood studios. It would be the first time in Hollywood history, and the one making it happen was a Korean actor, Kang Woojin. This wasn't just legendary, it was unparalleled. Beyond the symbolic significance, It would be an insurmountable record for not just future Korean actors, but even Hollywood actors. And the key part? In all three films, he wasn't a supporting actor or an extra. He was the lead. Every single one of these projects had massive influence. Even with a rough estimation, it was clear that Woojin's impact on the world would far exceed common sense. Will an opportunity like this ever come again? If he continued to push forward in Hollywood like a madman, similar situations might arise someday. But was there any reason to wait for that? Right now, a golden opportunity was lying right in front of him, just waiting to be seized. In Woojin's eyes, the path to becoming a Hollywood legend was wide open. And with that, Kang Woojin's no-backing-down mentality kicked into overdrive. Then, exit. With a slight smirk on his lips, Woojin left the void space and returned to reality. Specifically, BW Entertainment's conference room. As if time had resumed, Joseph Felton continued speaking right where he had left off. We are confident. We've invested a great deal of time in developing this script, and when I read it. However, Woojin wasn't listening. Joseph's English words went in one ear and out the other. Instead, he flipped past the blank cover of the script. Russell. Countless lines of English text appeared before him. He casually skimmed through the first page, the second page, and several more before looking up. Then, in a low-toned English, he addressed Joseph, who was still passionately giving his briefing. Joseph, this project, it doesn't have a title yet. Joseph Felton hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right. Actually, we haven't decided on a title yet. We brought it to you as soon as the first draft was completed. So that's why the script's completion feels a bit lacking. Of course, Kang Woojin didn't actually feel that way at all. That was just an act. But there was no way Joseph could know that, and his eyes widened in surprise. You could tell? Yes. Kang Woojin closed the script he had been flipping through and responded to Joseph. I understand. I'll read through the script and get back to you. He was serious about reading the project. Later, after finishing the meeting with Kang Woojin, Joseph Felton and his team members got into the elevator. At the same time, the towering Joseph ran a hand through his hair and let out a small laugh. Haha, honestly, I was planning to keep that part hidden dash. His team members tilted their heads in confusion, and it was the bald Robert who spoke up. What do you mean? Joseph, keeping his gaze forward, responded with a faint smile. The script's level of completion. Oh, not having a title isn't a big issue, but I didn't expect him to skim through the script and immediately notice that it wasn't at completion. The script I handed over is still a draft and needs revisions. But even experienced actors wouldn't easily pick up on that. That's why I just pushed forward. We were in a hurry, after all. As he spoke, Joseph stepped out of the elevator, recalling Kang Woojin's composed expression from earlier. For him to realize that after only reading a few pages, my instincts were spot on. It was a complete misunderstanding. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Joseph, Kang Woojin headed straight to Yongkyeon, Gyeonggi Province. He was preparing to film Beneficial Evil Part 2. Russell. Inside the moving van, he was reading the script. Oh, this one feels good right from the start. Damn, without the void space, I wouldn't have caught anything about the completion level. Choi Sung-gun, who was watching Woojin through the rearview mirror, chimed in. Woojin, of course, you'll read through the project before deciding, but what's your impression so far? Are you leaning positively? Kang Woojin responded nonchalantly. For now, yes. If the script isn't interesting, I'll obviously reject it. That said, Woojin highly doubted he'd have to reject it. There was a reason the void space had rated it S grade. Even from just a quick glance, it was already entertaining. At the Beneficial Evil set, Kang Woojin arrived at the film set. PD Song Man-woo and over 100 staff members were bursting with curiosity about him. Around the set, dozens of reporters were stationed, but Woojin focused entirely on filming. Meanwhile, domestic media was stirring up the buzz. As expected of world star Kang Woojin, Universal Movies personally came to Korea just to meet him. Feature growing rumors. Did Universal Movies really visit just for Kang Woojin? If true, this would be a Hollywood first. Hollywood was no different. Especially, Universal Movies movements were heating up two of Hollywood's big five studios, Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures. Director On G.A. Bak, who was deep in mid-stage pre-production, commented, Universal Movies, huh? Well, those guys did show up at the Leech filming site too. This isn't just some tabloid rumor. Hollywood's about to flip upside down again. Similarly, Bill Rotner, who was building up the early stages of Beast and the Beauty, marveled. Ever since Kang Woojin appeared, Hollywood hasn't had a single quiet day. Naturally, not only the executives of the two film studios, but also countless staff members, actors involved in the films, and many others in the industry were reacting in a similar manner. Miley Cara and Chris Hartnett even posted about the buzz on their social media accounts. The rumors and speculation quickly engulfed Hollywood. However, even after a day, then 2 days, and even on the third day when Joseph Felton boarded a flight back to LA, there was no major response from Kang Woojin's side. Only, Kang Woojin remained silent on Universal Movies while throwing himself into filming Beneficial Evil Part 2. He was simply pushing through the Beneficial Evil Part 2 shoot and enduring a grueling schedule. And the more he remained silent, the more the buzz surrounding him continued to grow. Not just this latest rumor, but also topics related to Beneficial Evil's Emmy prospects, Beast and the Beauty, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and numerous others. With both Korea and Hollywood in a frenzy, time melted away relentlessly. Before anyone knew it, March had ended, and April had begun. April 4th, Monday. Early in the morning, seated inside a van, Kang Woojin was staring at the script with a composed expression. Lately, whenever he had a moment to spare, whether during transit or short breaks, Woojin was always reading this script. And then, swoosh. After completing his first full read-through, Kang Woojin closed the script. His expression remained unchanged. That was because his eyes had met with Choi Sung-gun, who was seated in the passenger seat. Without a word, Woojin gave a slight nod with his usual indifferent face. Meanwhile, in LA, while it was early morning in Korea, in Los Angeles, it was already afternoon. A giant man, Joseph Felton, sat in his office, gazing out the window while talking on the phone. It seemed to be a business call. After wrapping up the conversation, he put his phone down and glanced at the date displayed on his laptop. His face showed slight impatience. It's been over a week. Should I reach out to him first after all? He was thinking about Kang Woojin, who was in Korea. Just then, his phone suddenly rang loudly in his hand. Startled for a moment, he checked the caller ID. His eyes widened immediately, and he pressed the phone to his ear without hesitation. His English carried a sense of urgency. Woojin, I've been waiting for your call. Because the caller was none other than Kang Woojin. A few days later, afternoon, Yongkyeon, Gyeonggi Province. By the time morning and lunch had passed, Kang Woojin had finished a photo shoot. Funk. He then arrived at the Yongkyeon set for Beneficial Evil filming. As he walked in, he glanced down at his phone with his usual unreadable expression. Displayed on his screen was a freshly published international news article. BBX/Universal Movies' new project to be helmed by legendary director Danny Landis. This marks the first time he directs a film he hasn't personally written. Kang Woojin smiled. Of course, only on the inside. Joseph, that guy works ridiculously fast. Chapter 415, Busy 4. The news that Hollywood veteran Danny Landis would be directing Universal Movies' new film was a major issue in Hollywood. Director Danny Landis, who was always mentioned when talking about legendary filmmakers, had only ever directed films for which he had written the script himself. It was safe to say that he had never joined an existing project as a hired director. So it was no surprise that foreign media were making a big deal out of Danny Landis. But for Kang Woojin, who was reading the articles, well, yeah, Joseph seemed in a hurry, so of course, things would move quickly. But this Danny Landis director must really be a big deal in Hollywood. Though he chuckled inwardly, he didn't feel much excitement. Danny Landis might be famous worldwide, but to Kang Woojin, he was just another senior director, like on G.A. Bach. Standing still, Woojin checked a few more foreign articles related to Universal Movies and Danny Landis. The content was similar across the board, and the foreign media were clearly excited. While Danny Landis was a significant name, my name is popping up quite a bit too, huh? With each new article, Kang Woojin was mentioned more frequently. LA Times/Danny Landis, taking on a Universal Movies project for the first time in his career. What about the recent rumors of Kang Woojin joining? Ultimately, The reason Danny Landis had suddenly taken on the directorial role for Universal Movies' new project was simple. He had given the okay to Joseph Felton, who had personally come to Korea and made a bold move by offering an audition-free condition. After that, Joseph must have worked quickly to convince Danny Landis. With his decision already made, Kang Woojin had nothing left to do but watch. Now that the director is set, they'll probably start revising the script to enhance its quality, decide on a title, and just get really busy. At that moment, swoosh, standing in front of the van, Woojin was joined by Choi Sung-gun and other team members. Once everyone was gathered, Kang Woojin's team moved toward the beneficial evil set. After taking a few steps, Choi Sung-gun, who had checked the articles, whispered to Woojin, "You said you'd do it, so that means you're practically confirmed as the male lead. But Universal Movies only announced Danny Landis as the director and left you out." "Yes, I saw that too." "Well, I guess we should reach out to them. But they probably have a set timeline in mind. Maybe they'll wait until they finalize the title before making the big reveal." That could be the case. With a heavy expression, Kang Woojin didn't mind whether they stirred up more anticipation before announcing it or revealed it at the optimal moment. After all, he was already a hot topic, not just in Korea but globally, including Hollywood. Every day, new rumors about beneficial evil and his Hollywood projects kept the buzz alive. And at the heart of it all was Kang Woojin, a high-impact name. Arriving at the set where today's shoot was scheduled, Kang Woojin entered. Dozens of staff members greeted him with loud cheers, followed by the new, unknown rookie actors selected for Part 2. Woojin accepted the greetings with his usual poker-faced demeanor and approached PD Song Man-woo. Watching this, the rookies whispered among themselves. They had seen the articles too. Did you see the article? The Universal Movies project that Kang Woojin Sunbae is rumored to join. Danny Landis is directing it. What? No way. That's insane. Danny Landis. He's one of Hollywood's top directors. But Woojin Sunbae's participation in Universal Movies' new film isn't confirmed yet, right? It's still just speculation. Yeah, it's just speculation for now, but I'd say it's 99.9% certain. I mean, why else would Universal Movies producers suddenly fly to Korea? Whether it's confirmed or just speculation, Kang Woojin Sunbae is a living legend. I never thought we'd see the day when a Korean actor appears in Hollywood articles this frequently. If Woojin Sunbae secures Universal Movies too, wow, he's not just a monster, he's something. Beyond that, for the unknown rookie actors, just sharing the same set as Kang Woojin was an honor. They couldn't help but look up to him. And the fact that he did all this in just 3 years. Ugh, I can't even put it into words. It wasn't just fast, it was unbelievably fast. And while PD Song Man-woo was in the middle of discussing today's shoot with Kang Woojin, Woojin SSI, unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered to Woojin, "I really respect Danny Landis as a director too, but what's the deal with the Universal Movies project? Just tell me a little bit." Kang Woojin responded briefly and indifferently. "Well, who knows? But there will be good news soon." Afterward, even with the thick atmosphere of speculation, Kang Woojin quietly continued filming Beneficial Evil Part 2 without much concern. Since he had already experienced filming Part 1, the Beneficial Evil team worked together seamlessly, making the shooting process smooth and efficient. Cut. Look, Woojin SSI, that was great. Let's do a full shot again. Naturally, there were more OK signals than NGs, and compared to Part 1, they were clearing the shooting schedule at a much faster pace. Time for Woojin was speeding by like a sports car racing down the Autobahn. On top of that, his brutal schedule, beyond mere hell, made each day pass in a chaotic blur. Filming, managing schedules, filming again, repeating the cycle. What damn, this past week flew by. To Kang Woojin, a week felt like just an hour. Meanwhile, the speculation surrounding Universal Movies thickened and progress accelerated. LA Times/Danny Landis has his first meeting with Universal Movies. But Kang Woojin remains silent. Was the rumor of his involvement just a hoax? Not only that, while Part 2 was still filming, Beneficial Evil Part 1, which had already created a global phenomenon, continued its explosive momentum. Beneficial Evil eyes an Emmy Award, holds the #1 spot in 80 countries for 2 months straight. Issue pick. When will the power of Kang Woojin's beneficial evil fade? Still holding the #1 global ranking. #1 in 83 countries. Beneficial evil, rewriting legend status. Foreign media, high possibility of sweeping the Emmy Awards. More than the media, however, it was the global public that was going wild. Even after 3 months since its release, the hype showed no signs of slowing down. Overseas. Beneficial Evil International Reaction Compilation. First time experiencing a K-drama ending? Hilarious reactions from foreigners after watching the last episode of Beneficial Evil Part 1. How do Koreans endure this? Compilation of the most shocking and funniest comments from the international Reddit community about Beneficial Evil. Global Beneficial Evil Craze, a collection of foreign news reports covering the worldwide phenomenon. Warning, extreme national pride boost. Amidst all this explosive success both domestically and internationally, the Baeksang Arts Awards was held in Korea toward the end of April. As usual, the Baeksang Arts Awards focused on works from the past year up until early this year. And of course, the biggest question was Kang Woojin's attendance. Baeksang, Kang Woojin, who starred in Korea's all-time top 1, 2, and 3 highest-grossing films, will he attend this year's Baeksang? With Island of the Missing and Leech both surpassing 20 million viewers, making Kang Woojin the lead in Korea's top 3 highest-grossing films, his presence at the awards directly impacted viewership ratings. Given his hellish schedule, there was much speculation about whether he would attend, but fortunately, Kang Woojin's side confirms he will attend the Baeksang Awards. The Baeksang committee is thrilled. It was now confirmed Kang Woojin would be attending the Baeksang Arts Awards for the 2nd consecutive year. For most actors, their second Baeksang might still be early in their careers, but Woojin was different. There was a 100% chance he was nominated for Best Actor. And then, Pabababababak. Pabababababab. Under an onslaught of camera flashes, Kang Woojin nonchalantly walked down the red carpet. Ugh, it's blinding. The reaction is insane. Following Cannes and the Blue Dragon Film Awards. Film category, Best Actor Award. Congratulations, Kang Woojin from Leech. He won the highest acting award at Baeksang as well. Dressed sharply in a black tuxedo, Kang Woojin stepped onto the stage, collecting yet another trophy. As he brought the microphone to his lips, hundreds of audience members, the broadcast crew, and journalist cameras all focused on him. By now, his award speeches had become a trademark. However, this time, Kang Woojin's acceptance speech was simple. Thank you. Soon, I will show you all the moment I lift a trophy in Hollywood. Even this brief remark quickly became a hot topic. Additionally, Kang Woojin, who won the top prize at Baeksang. Star Talk. World star Kang Woojin sweeps Blue Dragon, Grand Bell, and Baeksang, major domestic film awards conquered. In just 3 years, he had dominated Korea's top film awards. Of course, this was just the beginning. Kang Woojin wins Triple Crown of Domestic Film Festival Best Actor Awards in 1 year. Next up, Emmy Awards. Academy Awards. May 1st, LA. April had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before anyone realized, the first day of May had arrived, and inside the large conference room at Universal Movies, more than 30 people had gathered. Among them were quite a few familiar faces. The towering Joseph Felton and casting director Megan Stone, among others. Everyone in attendance was here for the upcoming Universal Movies project. The staffing seemed to be nearly complete. And sitting across from Joseph Felton was Danny Landis, a Hollywood heavyweight director, wearing glasses perched on the tip of his nose and with a slightly receding hairline. He was quietly reading through a thick stack of papers in his hand. It was the same script that Kang Woojin had. Not just Danny Landis, but every key staff member in the conference room had a copy. Before officially launching pre-production, they needed to finalize the script and settle on a title. In reality, 99% of the script revisions were already complete. Only a final review remained, and once the title was confirmed, pre-production could officially begin. Nearing the final pages of the nearly finished script, Danny Landis stroked his chin. The script itself was solid, no doubt about that. But that made it even harder to decide. The title, that was the issue. While Universal Movies, Joseph Felton, and others had listed several potential titles, none of them sit right with me. Danny Landis wasn't satisfied with any of them. What would be the best choice? Which title would fit perfectly? Once more, he slowly recalled the essence of the story. The main inspiration was Jekyll and Hyde, mixed in with dissociative identity disorder. But those elements are just supporting devices. If he had to categorize the overall atmosphere and genre of the script, espionage/spy action. A world of secret agents, espionage, and spies, filled with crime and action. The Jekyll and Hyde motif and dissociative identity disorder were simply narrative devices assigned to the male lead, while the overall backdrop was spy action. Naturally, the script featured numerous action sequences, but to Danny Landis, it didn't feel particularly dynamic. Rather, it's calm and static. Yet, it was intense and realistic. And it wasn't just Danny Landis who held this opinion. Every key staff member in the meeting room, including Joseph Felton, shared the same assessment. In fact, as Joseph read through the script, he couldn't help but visualize the CQC and action sequences performed by Kang Woojin, based on what he had previously witnessed. At that moment, swoosh, Joseph Felton, the executive producer, crossed his legs and spoke. "I don't think the script needs any more revisions. What do you think, director?" Danny Landis, removing his round glasses from the bridge of his nose, gave a nod. "I'm satisfied." "Great. Then we'll finalize it as is. We need to print the final version of the script right away. It has to be sent to the cast, including Kang Woojin. But before that, we need to decide on a title." Joseph smiled faintly and gazed at Danny Landis, a look that clearly said, "You were the one who put the decision on hold, so now it's your turn to come up with something." A brief silence followed, lasting about 10 seconds. Finally, Danny Landis folded his arms and spoke in his aged voice. "The core of this film is, without a doubt, the protagonist, and compared to other works, his presence is exceptionally strong. So, the title should include the male lead's name. Additionally, it should reflect his deficiency." Then, looking at Joseph Felton, Danny Landis proposed the title he had in mind. "What do you think of John Persona?" 2 days later, Universal Movies officially announced the title of their new film, John Persona. And included in that announcement was Kang Woojin. Chapter 416, Busy 5. The first platform Universal Movies used for their official announcement was their official social media. "Hello, this is Universal Movies. We bring you new updates. The title of director Danny Landis' new film has been confirmed as John Persona. Additionally, regarding the male lead actor, which has been a topic of discussion for some time, our Universal Movies has decided to work with actor Kang Woojin for John Persona. We have high expectations for him." Following this, Universal Movies' official YouTube channel and media outlets followed suit. LA Times/Universal Movies. The title of the new project is John Persona, with Kang Woojin confirmed as the male lead. ABY/Universal Movies announces the title for the first time, and the casting rumors about Kang Woojin were true. Hollywood quickly became abuzz. Of course, it was expected. Firstly, John Persona was the first film in which Danny Landis didn't write the screenplay himself. But more than that, it was because of the rumors surrounding Kang Woojin that had been spreading like wildfire for the past few weeks. BBX/Korean actor Kang Woojin confirmed to work with director Danny Landis. Sets a new record by securing roles in 3 out of Hollywood's Big 5 studios, following Columbia Studios and World Disney Pictures, now even Universal Movies. Kang Woojin had been cast as the male lead in new films from 3 major Hollywood studios. And this happened just as he appeared in Hollywood, practically all at the same time. There had never been an actor in Hollywood who had achieved such a feat. Since this record-breaking actor was Korean, it was only natural that foreign media and international audiences were thrilled. This unbelievable news spread beyond Hollywood and quickly reached the rest of the world. Once again, Kang Woojin's name was on fire everywhere. While foreign media largely reported the facts and the shock of the announcement, global public opinion had mixed reactions. Is this possible? How could this happen? What kind of magic did Kang Woojin use? Obviously, he earned it through skill. I doubted my eyes when I saw the article, and so on. Since the perception of Kang Woojin varied widely among international audiences, the reactions to him were split evenly between positive and negative. With the world rapidly shifting into a state of excitement, there was no way Korea would remain Quiet. Breaking news. Kang Woojin joins Universal Movies as the male lead. Official. The title of Universal Movies' new film is John Persona, with Kang Woojin confirmed as the male lead. The rumors were true. Kang Woojin will work as the male lead under Hollywood's legendary director Danny Landis. The news of Kang Woojin securing Universal Movies spread across Korea at the speed of light. The public was in a frenzy. Wow, this is insane. Is this for real? No way, this is so impressive. Kang Woojin is seriously on another level. What happened? There was no talk about Kang Woojin even auditioning, right? Is this a joke? You idiot, it's official. The source is Universal's official SNS. Holy shit, this is actually happening? Kang Woojin's momentum is so crazy it's laughable. So that famous producer who came to Korea last time was really here to see Kang Woojin. A contract as the male lead with 3 out of the Hollywood Big 5. My chest is swelling with pride. But is this even a possible schedule? At this point, even Hollywood actors can't compete with Kang Woojin. However, the one receiving overwhelming congratulations from over 100 staff members and actors at the beneficial Evil set in Yongkyeon, Gyeonggi Province. Wow, Woojin SSI. Is this real? Is it really true? Amazing. Congratulations. This is seriously legendary. Huh. How did things escalate to this level? Am I seeing this right? Woojin SSI is literally devouring Hollywood. Congrats. I never thought I'd witness something like this in my lifetime. Kang Woojin himself had little change in his emotions. He simply nodded slightly and responded in a low tone. Thank you. Although he was keeping up his usual concept act, deep down, Kang Woojin felt the same way. He had already been in contact with Joseph Felton, received the official script for John Persona, and even knew when the announcement would be made. Of course, seeing his colleagues celebrate so enthusiastically made him feel a little awkward. They're too excited. Kinda embarrassing. Should I slip into the void space for a bit? He briefly considered escaping there, but in the end, he decided to stay and watch their happiness unfold. Their expressions had a certain energy, something akin to a national team winning the World Cup. At the same time, Kang Woojin's phone was practically on fire. Beezy's is easy. Beezy's is easy. Beezy's is easy. An endless stream of vibrations. Beyond his usual contacts in Korea, Japan, and Hollywood, countless others were sending their congratulations. And so, for the entire day, both Korea and Kang Woojin's immediate surroundings were swept up in a half-crazed festival-like atmosphere. Naturally, this kind of buzz wouldn't die down in just a day or two. Swoosh. That same night, Kang Woojin, who was resting at the now somewhat calmer, beneficial Evil set, entered the void space. He needed to check the newly arrived John Persona list and take a brief rest. Anyway, as soon as he arrived in the endlessly dark place, Woojin, let's see, anything changed? Immediately moved to the white rectangle. The last white rectangle with changed text from before. John Persona, which was S-rank before. 13/script, title, John Persona, SSS grade. ***. This is a movie screenplay with very high completeness. 100% reading possible. It had been upgraded 2 levels, now reaching SSS grade. Exiting the void space, Kang Woojin let out a small chuckle and murmured under his breath. At this rate, even EX grade might be possible. Meanwhile, in LA, in front of a massive building, a towering statue stood, over 3 times the height of an average person. To be precise, it was a trophy statue of the Primetime Emmy Awards, also known as the Academy Awards of Television. This was the ADA's headquarters, the governing body of the Emmy Awards. Inside, key figures responsible for reviewing numerous productions had gathered in a large meeting room. Although the exact date wasn't set yet, by August, the Primetime Emmy Awards would officially take place, so, naturally, things were getting hectic. For reference, although there had been no public announcement yet, the Emmy Awards had already finalized their official nominee. Selections through voting by numerous jury members. All the selections are in. Then all that's left is announcing the official nominees. Thus, the ADA's executives reached a conclusion. All right, let's schedule the announcement within the week. The nominee list was locked in. Back to Kang Woojin. Due to the sky-high impact of the movie John Persona issue, Kang Woojin's already hellish schedule became more than twice as busy. Filming Beneficial Evil Part 2 was default, and including various domestic schedules, he also graced the covers of famous overseas magazines. Many foreign media outlets personally entered Korea to secure interviews with Kang Woojin. With worldwide attention pouring in at nuclear levels, this was a natural progression. At this point, it wouldn't be strange for someone's nose to reach the sky with pride, but, ugh, this is chaos, pure chaos. Hold on. First I gotta shoot Beneficial Evil, then prep for John Persona reading experience, too. There wasn't much change in Woojin's mindset. His head was full of works he needed to film ahead. Meanwhile, BW Entertainment's global influence had also become tremendously powerful. And in the midst of it all, Hollywood projects involving Kang Woojin were moving forward without delay. With the title and male lead now set, John Persona had officially entered the early stages of pre-production. Though they confirmed Kang Woojin as the male lead, the rest of the cast was undecided. So first, they needed to compile the actor list. Of course, Beast and the Beauty was also progressing rapidly. LA Times/Kang Woojin and Miley Kara, duo leads for Beast and the Beauty. Casting in full swing for remaining roles. Beast and the Beauty required an especially long period for set construction. Since it was based on an animated original, filming at real-world locations was not an option. In other words, the 50,000 Pyong SBT studio set had to be completed first. Not to mention, extensive work was required for special makeup, CGI, and other post-production elements, so a long production schedule was inevitable. Still, the casting process was in its final stages. On the other hand, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain showed the fastest progress. CNM/the first chapter of the cinematic universe, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, completes actor casting. When will the script reading take place with Kang Woojin as the male lead? From the beginning, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had the quickest start and was the first to complete its planning among the ongoing projects. With Kang Woojin and Chris Hartnett already on board, the entire cast had been finalized. Of course, director On Jae-bok was also wrapping up pre-production. While the system in Korea was quite different, director On Jae-bok's experienced and skilled handling significantly shortened the preparation time. At that moment, director On Jae-bok was finalizing the draft shooting schedule and arranging the remaining location scouting. Phew. Somehow, we should be able to hold the script reading within May. Thus, the script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain was set. A few days later, May 8th, late morning, around 11 a.m. The location was Netflix Korea's headquarters. Inside a meeting room adorned with posters of numerous hit productions, including the newly added Beneficial Evil, Kang Woojin sat in the middle of the shaped conference table with a cynical expression. Though he was deliberately maintaining an air of composure and weight, internally, he was quite nervous. Sigh, why is this taking so long? Beside Woojin, Choi Sung-gun was seated. Surrounding them were PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Na-na, and other core members of Beneficial Evil. The unusual thing was that everyone's faces looked exceptionally serious. The tension was thick. PD Song Man-woo was anxiously tapping the table with his index finger, while writer Choi Na-na, who was naturally timid, had been taking deep breaths for a while now. The others were no different. Some shook their legs, while others constantly glanced at their phones, each displaying their own form of nervousness. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who had just tied his ponytail more securely, scanned the room before subtly leaning toward Kang Woojin's ear. Swoosh. He whispered, "How do you think this will go?" Startled, Woojin flinched slightly but forced himself to stay composed, lowering his voice. "Who knows? Aren't you nervous?" "Oh, wait, right. There's no way you would be." Internally, Woojin muttered, "Actually, I am." Then, across from him, he locked eyes with PD Song Man-woo. Without a word, PD Song Man-woo showed a faint smile. A forced one. Despite his well-established reputation, and having become an even bigger figure thanks to Beneficial Evil, PD Song Man-woo, who had more than enough experience, couldn't stop his heart from pounding. But why? Why was the entire Beneficial Evil team gathered at Netflix Korea in the middle of filming? And why was Kang Woojin there as well? The answer was about to be revealed. Click. The sudden creak of the conference room door. Entering was Kim So-hyang, the executive director, who looked noticeably thinner. Had she run here? She was slightly out of breath as she appeared. The moment she stepped in, PD Song Manwoo and writer Choi Nana shot to their feet. Kang Woojin and Choi Sunggun swiftly turned their heads toward Kim So-hyang. Of course, the same went for the dozens of people in the meeting room. The announcement is out. With an expression that was difficult to read, somewhere between a smile and neutrality, Kim So-hyang spoke. In truth, just moments ago, she had been reviewing the official nominee list for this year's Primetime Emmy Awards as announced on their official website and live-streamed online. Up until now, everything had been confidential, but foreign media had strongly predicted Beneficial Evil would be among the nominees. Now, the moment of truth had arrived, straight from Kim So-hyang's mouth. Her gaze lingered on Kang Woojin before shifting to PD Song Manwoo. Then, she grinned. It's confirmed. Beneficial Evil has officially been nominated for this year's Emmy Awards. The moment the words left Kim So-hyang's mouth, a deafening roar erupted in the conference room. PD Song Manwoo, writer Choi Nana, and the entire Beneficial Evil team screamed in unison. Kwa. Yes, this is how it should be. That's right. We did it. Kaya. Really? Is this real? Their reaction was more than justified. Out of countless non-English dramas worldwide, Beneficial Evil had become the first to ever be nominated for the Emmy Awards, the most prestigious honor in the television industry. This was not just a victory for Korea, it was a monumental achievement for all of Asia. But Kim So-hyang wasn't done yet. She spoke again to the ecstatic team, as if there was more. And it's not just any nomination. Beneficial Evil has been nominated in a total of 10 categories. What? What do you mean? Is this for real? You're saying we got nominated in 10 categories? Finally, Executive Director Kim So-hyang's smile deepened as she met eyes with Kang Woojin, who was the only one sitting indifferently. Kang Woojin SSI is included in those 10 categories. Silence fell for a brief moment. Then, Woojin SSI has been nominated for Best Actor in a Drama. He's one of the 5 finalists. You realize what this means, right? He's the first Asian actor ever to achieve this. After Cannes, now the Emmy Awards. Yet, Kang Woojin's expression remained as indifferent as ever. But inside, his mind was filled with nothing but giant question marks. Chapter 417, Busy 6. I'm nominated for Best Actor? Though his poker face showed little change, Kang Woojin was actually quite bewildered inside. Had he dropped his concept act, he probably would have shown his surprise by tilting his head. Wow. Damn, I honestly didn't see this coming. He hadn't expected it, or even considered the possibility. Kang Woojin was aware of the Primetime Emmy Awards. Of course, until a few months ago, he hadn't heard of them or cared about them. But with the foreign and domestic media constantly mentioning Beneficial Evil and the Emmys, he couldn't help but take notice. After looking into it here and there, he confirmed that it was an enormous awards ceremony. There were some complicated aspects, but Woojin simply concluded that it was the TV equivalent of the Academy Awards. And to be nominated for Best Actor at such an Emmy Awards? His feelings were subtly different from when he was at Cannes. If anything, he had intentionally aimed for Cannes. But this Emmy nomination? It was completely unintentional. I didn't take my acting lightly dash. That didn't mean Kang Woojin had approached Beneficial Evil half-heartedly. If anything, he had incorporated all the acting skills he had accumulated so far with his first attempt at action, making it high-level. On top of that, CQC was a bonus. Still, since he hadn't initially aimed for the Emmys, at this moment, Kang Woojin was. I mean, it's great, but why does it feel like I just stumbled into this? The feeling was strange. Regardless, he was happy. Being nominated for Best Actor at the globally recognized Emmys, including Hollywood, was. Guess this means I really killed it. It was proof that the Emmys acknowledged his acting and action in Beneficial Evil. On top of that, Woojin was the first ever Asian actor to be nominated for Emmy Best Actor. That was why PD Song Manwoo, Executive Director Kim So-hyang, writer Choi Nana, Choi Sunggun, and many others were practically having a seizure from excitement. W8, Best Actor nominee? Oh my god. Woojin SSI is a Best Actor nominee. This is a first. A Korean actor, no, an Asian actor, has never been nominated for Emmy Best Actor before. This is insane. Woojin SSI? Congratulations. This is seriously a huge deal. Even if you don't win, you've already changed Emmy history. Kim was already crazy, and now this? I mean, of course, Woojin SSI was incredible in Beneficial Evil, but I never expected him to get a Best Actor nomination just like that. Woojin, you did it. You really did it. Ha. I mean, straight from Ken to the Emmys? Domestic and international media are gonna go nuts over this. Everyone was genuinely congratulating Kang Woojin for his Emmy Best Actor nomination. The atmosphere was a frenzy of excitement, admiration, and emotion. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, yes, thank you, remained calm. Sure, there was a bit of an act to it, but even deep down, he wasn't as hyped as the others. He wasn't exactly indifferent, but maybe his reaction was just more muted? These people deeply understood the Emmys' insane influence. But for Woojin, who was only encountering the Emmys for the first time this year, it still felt unfamiliar. Let's just chalk it up to a difference in experience. PD Song Man-woo, now familiar with such reactions from Woojin, laughed heartily. As expected, you somewhat anticipated the Emmy nomination too, right? Right, Woojin SSI? You maintained that incredible tension throughout filming, so you must have been confident. Expected what? I didn't think about this at all. Kang Woojin silently conveyed his true feelings, but outwardly just gave a vague response. More or less. Executive Director Kim So-hyang seemed a little surprised. She still wasn't used to Woojin's boldness. Still, Woojin SSI? This is the Emmys. It's basically on the same level as the Academy Awards. But you seem way too lukewarm about it. No, I'm happy. You don't look happy at all. At this point, Choi Sung-gun was looking at Woojin with a mix of pride and affection. This guy just made Ken look like a stepping stone. He was getting chills all over again. Honestly, with Ken alone, Kang Woojin's career was already legendary. And that wasn't even all. He had swept through Korea's Blue Dragon, Baeksang, and Grand Bell Awards. Plus, he had joined 3 major Hollywood Big Five studios. He had already surpassed monster-level achievements by a long shot. And now, out of nowhere, the Emmys had appeared. In other words, for an ordinary actor, the journey up to this point would be enough to film an autobiography. But for this alien, Kang Woojin, it was just another stepping stone. Even if Woojin were to end his career here, there wouldn't be another actor surpassing this record for centuries. However, seeing Woojin's bland reaction, Choi Sung-gun couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Even the Emmys are just another stepping stone to him, huh? No, that was a complete misunderstanding. Kang Woojin, noticing the fiery look in Choi Sung-gun's eyes, vaguely realized the misconception. But he didn't bother correcting it. Whatever, let it roll however it wants. Woojin had long since mastered the art of dealing with misunderstandings and misconceptions. For the next several minutes, the meeting room remained filled with deafening shouts of excitement over Woojin's big news. Then, as she finally regained her composure, Kim So-hyang suddenly exclaimed, look at me losing my mind. Sorry, I'll show you all the categories Beneficial Evil has been nominated in right now. She quickly projected a neatly organized list from her laptop onto the projector. Soon, on the slightly dimmed conference room screen, the achievements of Beneficial Evil at the Emmys began to appear. A staggering 10 nominations. Drama category, Best Drama, Best Actor, Best Directing, Best Writing, Best Original Music, Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, Best Editing, Best Special Effects, Best Stunt Performance. A total of 10 categories. It was an absolutely overwhelming list. Below each award title, the names of the nominees were displayed. Of course, Kang Woojin's name was there, along with PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Nana, and several key staff members. It was an achievement so monumental that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it legendary. This is already a historic achievement. A non-English drama being nominated in 10 categories at the Emmys. That's unprecedented. Exactly. This isn't just global recognition. It's a matter of national prestige. The president should be calling any moment now. Then, turning to the still silent Kang Woojin, Kim So-hyang said, if we win even just one of these awards, Beneficial Evil will be remembered forever, including on Netflix. Meanwhile, while Kang Woojin and the Beneficial Evil team were in the midst of a frenzied meeting at Netflix Korea, the shockwave was spreading like wildfire across the entire Korean entertainment industry. The Emmys. Is this for real? Not only is Beneficial Evil officially nominated, but in 10 categories. What? 10 categories? Are you sure you're not misreading it? Dude, just come and see for yourself. Not just broadcasting stations, film companies, production studios, and media outlets, but all related industries were in an uproar. Holy shit. Even being nominated in just one category is a historic milestone. But 10. The official nomination list, announced on the Emmys' official website and through a live online broadcast, had just been confirmed. And the impact of this globally publicized announcement sent shockwaves across Korea. Whoa, what is this result? With all the international media hyping up the Emmys, I thought maybe they'd get a directing nomination. But 10 categories? And not just any 10 categories. These are major drama categories at the Emmys. The big ones. Has this ever happened before? Maybe in Hollywood. Sure. But for Korea? No. For Asia as a whole? Never. This is the first time an Asian drama has completely overturned the Emmys like this. And then, get the article out. As fast as possible. Make sure. Beneficial Evil, Emmys, and Kang Woojin are all in the headline. Yes, sir. No, wait. Publish Kang Woojin's Best Actor nomination first. Woojin first. Yes. Led with Kang Woojin. Then drop Beneficial Evil right after. Hurry up. Kang Woojin's name had been elevated beyond mere glory. It had exploded into something even greater. And rightfully so. Beneficial Evil had already demonstrated monstrous global success. And most recently, it had shattered expectations by dominating Universal movies. So naturally, while Kang Woojin got nominated for Emmy Best Actor in the drama category? Huh? For real? Yeah, look at this. That's insane. Just look at the Hollywood actors nominated alongside him. I feel so proud that a Korean actor is up there. But damn, I'm also jealous as hell. Honestly, as a fellow actor, I have to admit, this is incredible. Feels like he's a pioneer or something. No doubt about it. He's paving the way for everyone else in Hollywood all by himself. At first, his rapid success seemed almost bizarre, but now, it's nothing but pure respect. Even though he's technically my junior. What are you talking about? At Kang Woojin's level, forget seniority, he's automatically a sunbae to everyone now. The undeniable symbol and main figure behind Beneficial Evil's Emmy nominations in 10 categories was, of course, Kang Woojin. Reporters, witnessing this earth-shattering news, went absolutely berserk, flooding the internet with articles. Breaking news, Beneficial Evil nominated in 10 Emmy drama categories. Kang Woojin secures Best Actor nomination. Netflix's Beneficial Evil makes history, major Emmy nominations in the U.S. Kang Woojin becomes the first Asian actor ever nominated for Emmy Best Actor. Beneficial Evil secures 10 nominations. Broadcasting networks scrambled to prepare reports, while influencers, YouTubers, bloggers, anyone with a finger on the pulse of trending news, rushed to react. All of this unfolded within just 30 minutes of the Emmys' official announcement. This was before Netflix Korea, Kang Woojin, or BW Entertainment had even released an official statement. Official Beneficial Evil's Kang Woojin does it again. Makes history with U.S. Emmy Best Actor nomination. Cannes Film Festival was just an appetizer. This massive news spread across Korea in an instant. And of course, this was only the beginning. After sweeping through Korea, it was inevitable that the news would spread to Japan, Hollywood, and eventually the entire world. Because of this, Kang Woojin's global image would become even more alien-like. To be fair, Hollywood, and the international scene in general, had already viewed Kang Woojin as an absurdly unpredictable anomaly. And now, with the Emmys on top of everything else, his reputation was about to grow exponentially. And if, by any chance, Kang Woojin actually won the Emmy for Best Actor, then he wouldn't just be limited to Korea anymore. Foreign media declares Kang Woojin the strongest contender for the Emmys, predicts first ever Asian Best Actor win. At that point, calling him the hero of all Asia wouldn't even be an exaggeration. That same afternoon, in the morning, Kang Woojin had been at Netflix Korea, but now he had already moved to Yongkyeon, Gyeonggi Province, specifically to the filming set of Beneficial Evil. Even though today was a historic day that shocked the world, he couldn't skip a scheduled shoot. Having arrived around noon, Woojin had been filming for several hours straight. Currently, they were on a short break. Today's filming atmosphere for Beneficial Evil was more electric than ever before. And how could it not be? From PD Song Man-woo to over 100 crew members, actors, and their personal staff, easily exceeding 200 people, everyone had Emmys on their minds. The energy levels were several times higher than usual, and the excitement was practically explosive. Kang Woojin's team, including Choi Sung-gun, was no exception. Ooh, new articles are popping up literally every second. Whoa, Appa, your Instagram followers are skyrocketing. It's insane. The online communities are going wild. The entire conversation is just Beneficial Evil, the Emmys, and Woojin Appa. Ponytailed Choi Sung-gun hadn't put his phone down since the morning. That meant the calls were nonstop. The same was true for Woojin's phone. However, instead of calls, he was flooded with messages, the usual congratulations. Still, compared to the past, the number of people reaching out had drastically increased, and the range of nationalities was diverse. Even more surprising, whoa damn, Miley Cara and Chris Hartnett. Sure, I get that. But who the hell are these other Hollywood actors? I've never even seen them before. What's going on? Hollywood actors that Kang Woojin had never even met were posting congratulatory messages about him on social media. The common theme in all of their posts, they all explicitly stated that they were fans of Kang Woojin. Woojin found it somewhat fascinating. Damn, this is kind of exciting. But it wasn't all that strange. Because right now, he was the star of Hollywood stars. At that moment, BVZ. His phone vibrated with a long buzz. A call. The caller? Director On Bak, who was in LA. With the bustling commotion around him, Woojin got up and moved a bit away before answering. Yes, Director Nim. A deep, aged voice came through the phone. Woojin Gun, first of all, congratulations. Your Emmy Best Actor nomination, it's truly remarkable. You accomplished in just 3 years what all of Asia couldn't do for decades. I can only say I've accomplished something if I actually win the award. Ha ha ha, true. Am I getting ahead of myself? No, thank you. I appreciate it. Then, Director On Bak's tone subtly shifted. Actually, the congratulations were just part of the reason I called. The script reading date has been set. His voice now carried the authority of someone speaking as the executive director of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. It's on May 17th. The script reading was next week. Chapter 418, Appearance 1. May 17th was the script reading day for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Holding his phone to his ear, Kang Woojin silently calculated the date. Today is the 8th, right? It was May 8th. That meant May 17th was next week, and there were less than 10 days left. It might seem a bit tight, but it wasn't a big problem for Kang Woojin. He had already been informed in advance that the script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, would take place between the 2nd and 3rd weeks of May. Thus, Kang Woojin was scheduled to depart for LA around the 12th. The plan was to arrive early, take care of some scheduled activities in LA, and then participate in the script reading. Even though he was in the middle of filming Beneficial Evil, his scenes were already in the mid to late phase, and PD Song Man-woo, who was well aware of Woojin's insane schedule, would surely understand. Anyway, Woojin responded to Director On Bak over the phone. 17th, understood, Director. Soon, the laughter of Director On Bak came through the phone. Columbia Studios. We'll also contact BW Entertainment separately. One way or another, we've made it to the script reading. At first, it seems so far away. Time flies fast. We've both been swamped, haven't we? Though, of course, you must be going through it much worse than I am. Anyway, there's nothing specific you need to prepare for the script reading. We'll distribute the scripts there. But if you prefer your own copy, feel free to bring it. Yes. I'll send the exact location and time within a few days. Sensing that the call was wrapping up, Woojin bid farewell. Thank you, Director Nim. See you then. Unexpectedly, Director On Bak responded with an offhand remark. I'm sure you've already guessed, but your influence in Hollywood is quite something right now. Things were loud even when Universal Movies was involved, but now that the Emmy Awards have happened, the staff can't stop talking about you. Is that so? Yeah, and if the staff are like that, what do you think the actors will be like? I guarantee that at the script reading, every single one of them will be focused on you. Director On Bok chuckled. Curiosity, envy, scrutiny, jealousy. There will be all kinds of mixed feelings. Should be interesting, right? This is your first script reading in Hollywood, isn't it? After chatting for a while longer, Kang Woojin slowly lowered his phone. The call had ended. Still, he muttered internally. All right, this is my first script reading in Hollywood. Aside from Chris Hartnett, he was meeting all the Hollywood actors cast in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, for the first time. Of course, they were also encountering Kang Woojin for the first time. Come to think of it, it's quite a memorable day. For Woojin, for Columbia Studios, and for the Hollywood actors in the cast, it was a day of many firsts. In a way, this could be considered Woojin's official Hollywood debut. At this point, he should have felt at least a little nervous. If it were the old him, he certainly would have. However, well, what's so different about it? Surprisingly, Kang Woojin remained calm. It wasn't that he wasn't nervous at all, but it wasn't anything overwhelming. Was it thanks to maintaining his persona for so long that he had developed a thicker skin? Or had he simply adapted to Hollywood? Maybe he had grown. Whatever the reason, the fact was that he wasn't feeling anxious. On the contrary, right now, Kang Woojin, I feel kind of fired up, actually. Even his attitude was aggressive, like a general marching into battle, proudly representing Korea. Whether it was the staff or the actors involved in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, no matter how they viewed him, Woojin would move forward without hesitation. Fuck it, full speed ahead. Just as Woojin's no-holds-barred attitude was intensifying, Choi Sung-gun spoke up. Was that director On Bok? What did he say? At this point, Woojin's persona was a few times stronger than usual. The script reading is confirmed for May 17th. Choi Sung-gun smirked and grabbed Woojin's shoulder. Okay, let's crush it. Later, the day came to an end. Then, the next day began. Kang Woojin's first schedule of the day was a commercial shoot. It was for a newly added sports brand advertisement. Even at that moment, all of Korea was abuzz with talk about Beneficial Evil and Kang Woojin. It was several times more intense than the day before. Beneficial Evil, nominated in 10 categories for the Primetime Emmy Awards, international media coverage in full swing. Kang Woojin, nominee for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards, expresses gratitude. Thank you to Beneficial Evil fans around the world. Issue pick. Beneficial Evil, nominated in 10 Emmy categories. Director On Bok in Hollywood says, we will overcome language and cultural barriers. Will Beneficial Evil sweep the Emmy Awards? The shifting public opinion in Korea is already predicting. At least one award is guaranteed. What had been intense for 2 days escalated to a level of frenzy. Not only the domestic media, but also the excited public were typing away nonstop. As a result, talk of Beneficial Evil and Kang Woojin was everywhere, not just on the internet, but also in real life. The atmosphere in Korea, a boiling furnace, was mirrored in Japan. Japanese public reacts to Beneficial Evil's Emmy nomination, jealous, cheering for them. With the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and Leech taking Japan by storm, Japanese media is talking all about Kang Woojin right now/photo. To be precise, it wasn't just Japan or LA, it had spread rapidly across the entire world beyond France, where it had taken place. Global topic. Major international communities, including Reddit, are currently buzzing about Beneficial Evil and Kang Woojin/photo. At this point, Hollywood's Columbia Studios posted a new message on their official SNS. Hello, this is Columbia Studios. Recently, something incredible has happened to actor Kang Woojin and his work. First, we extend our congratulations. Additionally, the official script reading date for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, has been set. Along with congratulating Kang Woojin and Beneficial Evil, they announced the script reading date for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Given that Woojin was already causing a worldwide sensation, this news spread quickly, not just in Hollywood, but also in Korea. Then, on the early morning of the 12th, while the entire world was losing its mind, Kang Woojin continued filming Beneficial Evil quietly. Asia's first Emmy nominee for Best Actor, Kang Woojin departs for LA for the script reading of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain/photo. Kang Woojin gives a calm wave to hundreds of fans gathered at the airport, an aura befitting an Emmy nominee. He is now heading to LA/photo. He temporarily paused filming Beneficial Evil and set off for LA. More than 200 reporters had gathered at the airport, and with the addition of fans and onlookers, the entire airport lobby was packed. After much difficulty, Woojin finally boarded his private jet. Phew for now. He decided to rest in the void space later and first opened the script for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. His plan was to read it thoroughly once again before practicing his lines. The more he repeated this process, the more he could embody Henry Gordon, unleashing his Joker-like energy. A few dozen minutes later, here we go. Woojin's private jet took off. A few days later, May 17th, LA. Hollywood's massive Columbia Studios, a site that continuously saw a steady stream of tourists. However, today, the entrance was packed with foreign reporters and paparazzi. They were busy snapping photos of large vans and SUVs passing through the Columbia Studios gate. Inside the main building of Columbia Studios, the space was bustling with film company staff and industry professionals constantly moving about. Among them, the conference hall, usually used for meetings, was now filled with foreigners busily working. A closer look revealed that all the frantic individuals were part of the Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain production team. The reason they were frantically setting up in the conference hall was simple. In about 2 hours, the official script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was set to take place. Thus, the foreign staff were transforming the conference hall into a proper script reading venue. The setup looked no different from script reading rooms in Korea. Water. Where's the water? It's stacked in the back over there. Where? Oh, found it. In the vast script reading room, the director, key staff members, and actors' tables were arranged in a square shape at the center. Black cloth was draped over them, and each seat was meticulously set with a script, a water bottle, a table microphone, and a character nameplate. Surrounding the shaped table, multiple cameras were installed, while dozens of chairs were arranged behind it. These seats were designated for invited journalists, Columbia Studios executives and staff, as well as the actors' team members. The only clear difference from a Korean script reading was that everyone here was a foreigner. Additionally, the scale of the script reading was nearly twice as large compared to those in Korea. This was Columbia Studios, one of Hollywood's Big Five, and Pierrot was the project marking the grand beginning of their cinematic universe, so it was only natural. Not to mention, the sheer number of participating actors contributed to its size. About an hour had passed. Soon, figures other than the production crew began to arrive at the expansive reading room. The first to enter were Columbia Studios executives. Following them were the foreign journalists invited to the script reading. Gradually, the once empty room filled with a growing murmur of English chatter. Finally, but did we come too early? Not a single actor is here yet. There's still an hour left. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing Kang Woojin, who'll be sitting as the lead actor in this huge project. Same here. I've heard endless news about this project, Beast and the Beauty, John Persona, and the Emmy Awards, but this will be my first time seeing him in person. Haha, I bet that's true for most of the reporters here. Hardly anyone has seen his acting live. What do you think of Kang Woojin? I watched Beneficial Evil, but honestly, I wouldn't say it had the kind of intensity to shake up Hollywood like this. I find it curious too, but there must be a reason why the Big Five studios were so taken with him. From dozens of foreign journalists to studio executives, everyone was engaged in their own conversations. Interestingly, while there was talk of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and Chris Hartnett, the majority of the discussions revolved around Kang Woojin. Then, hello Dash. Oh, Robert. Welcome. The Hollywood actors cast in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, began to arrive one after another. Every actor, including those in minor roles, was attending today's reading. As time passed, supporting actors, extras, and co-leads, regardless of role, poured in randomly. Haha. Bill, long time no see. Yeah man, you lost some weight, huh? Have you been working out? You look better. Director on Ga Bach asked me to. He said I needed to be in shape. The empty seats at the central shaped table gradually filled up. More and more Hollywood actors, some quite famous and others not as popular but regarded as top-tier performers, took their seats. At the same time, the chairs behind them were becoming so crowded that it was difficult to find an empty spot. The number of attendees had easily surpassed 100. Before anyone realized it, Only 30 minutes remained until the script reading began. More than half of the shaped table was now occupied, and the once murmuring reading room had grown outright noisy. Particularly, the actors in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, couldn't seem to stop talking. "Mark, how much have you practiced your lines?" "Don't even ask. I can recite them in my sleep." "What about you?" "Ha ha ha, same here." "Still, I should be reviewing the script before the reading, but I can't focus." "Because of Kang Woojin, right?" "Yeah, I'm going crazy with curiosity." Honestly, I can understand why Columbia cast him, but the fact that he's also secured deals with Disney and Universal is baffling. Right? That's never happened in Hollywood before. And on top of that, he got nominated for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards this year too. This is beyond just a sensation. What kind of guy is he really? A common trend among the more than 20 Hollywood actors present. All of them kept glancing at the empty seat next to where the director would sit. The nameplate placed there had English lettering engraved on it. Henry Gordon / Kang Woojin. In this vast script reading room, his was the only Korean name. That alone sparked curiosity among the actors, whether they were leads, supporting actors, or even those sitting in the back as minor roles. I became a fan of Kang Woojin after watching Beneficial Evil. Really? That's surprising. I actually found Beneficial Evil a bit underwhelming. Honestly, I don't get how Kang Woojin managed to outact Chris Hartnett. I was shocked too. I've never seen Chris lose in a performance battle when he was truly giving it his all. There's a rumor going around that Kang Woojin has connections with some powerful figures behind the scenes. No way. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Just then. That's nonsense. A man's voice cut into the conversation of the minor role actors near the entrance. Where do you even hear these kinds of rumors? It was Chris Hartnett, a Hollywood top star with striking dark brown eyes. As he entered, the gazes of dozens of gathered Hollywood actors immediately locked onto him. Chris shrugged his shoulders lightly and smirked as he continued. "Besides, I didn't even attempt the audition. I gave up after watching Kang Woojin act, or you could say I lost the will to compete." Even though his words could have been sensitive, Chris spoke casually. Meanwhile, his manager, who was sitting in one of the chairs at the back, let out a deep sigh and covered his face with his hands. But Chris Hartnett's mouth didn't stop. "Well, in the end, I guess it helped me grow." At that moment, when everyone's attention was fixated on Chris, a low-toned voice in English suddenly came from right behind him. "Hello, Chris." Chris Hartnett flinched slightly and quickly turned his head. A man with black hair and an indifferent expression was looking straight at him. "It's been a while." It was Kang Woojin. At that moment, not just the gathered actors, but all 100 or so foreigners in the reading room had their eyes glued to Kang Woojin. The unusual thing was, as soon as Woojin appeared, the once bustling reading room instantly fell silent. It was the grand entrance of the lead actor in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Chapter 419, Appearance 2. When Kang Woojin first arrived at the script reading venue for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, he had only one thought. It's not all that different from Korea, is it? It didn't feel unfamiliar. Even though this was Hollywood, which ruled the global film industry, the script reading itself wasn't anything special. The atmosphere was almost identical to that of Korea. There was just one difference. Everyone, without exception, was a foreigner. As expected, Woojin's thoughts were right. No matter how massive Hollywood's reputation was, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Just before arriving, he had felt a bit nervous since this was his first Hollywood script reading experience, but the familiar atmosphere quickly eased his tension. However, his mindset was a little different than usual. His fighting spirit had surged. Kang Woojin was the only Korean actor in this script reading room. Moreover, he was the male lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Even if the script reading setting was nearly identical, the background and the people were completely different. If script readings in Korea were a battlefield for maintaining his concept, here, it was a battlefield where he had to unleash his pride as Korea's representative. Beyond this hallway, once he entered the reading room, countless Hollywood actors would be lined up. They'll all be watching me, won't they? There was no doubt that they would be judging him, the only Korean actor and male lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and the very person who had been shaking up Hollywood with multiple issues recently. It was only natural for them to be curious. Is this what it feels like to be a national representative? Even though no one had particularly challenged him, yet something hot was welling up inside Woojin's heart. It wasn't about crushing everyone, but rather about making his presence unmistakably clear. Something like, I am Kang Woojin, but there was no need to overdo it. Acting too tough and trying to seem strong often makes you look weak. Yeah, that's right. Keep it cool, stay flexible and composed. But when it's time to show my skills, make it undeniable. Just as Woojin reached the reading room, the first thing he saw was the back of a Hollywood top star he was quite familiar with. It was Chris Hartnett. He was speaking to the people inside the reading room. Besides, I didn't even attempt the audition. I gave up after watching Kang Woojin act, or you could say I lost the will to compete. Wait, what is this guy talking about? Woojin's face remained indifferent, but internally, he was quite surprised. What? What is he saying? Hearing someone talk about him was already odd enough. But what was even stranger was how Chris was casually blurting out such a sensitive topic as if it were nothing. Is this just how Hollywood is? Damn, they're so open. Or is it just that this guy is weird? Woojin was tempted to watch a bit more, but instead, he decided to make his presence known to Chris with a low-toned greeting in English. Hello, Chris. Chris Hartnett flinched slightly and turned around. By then, Woojin had already equipped his concept as he stepped calmly into the reading room. A spacious area with a table. In the center, packed with foreign actors. To the left, dozens of chairs filled with more people. Woojin quietly scanned the numerous foreigners. His expression barely changed. The unusual thing was that, despite the room being filled with Hollywood actors, it was eerily silent. And all of them, without exception, were staring at him. It was an overwhelmingly pressuring situation, yet Woojin remained unfazed. At that moment, swoosh, Chris Hartnett, with his striking deep brown eyes, smoothly approached Woojin, wearing a faint smile. It's been a while. Your aura is quite different from the last time I saw you. He was referring to multiple Hollywood-related achievements, including the Emmy Award for Best Actor. Woojin, after briefly shaking hands with Chris, responded concisely. Thanks for the support you sent through DM. Oh, come on. We're friends, aren't we? Friends? With who? Me? Internally, Woojin tilted his head in confusion, but outwardly, he simply nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Even while Woojin was having a casual conversation with Chris, the reading room remained silent aside from the two of them. However, everyone was assessing the newly arrived Kang Woojin. That included the invited foreign reporters. Impressive, such composure, and the atmosphere around him is definitely different. This must be his first script reading in Hollywood, yet he stands firm without a hint of hesitation. Arrogance. No, he just seems strong. Actors, team members, staff, and production crew, all of them, especially the Hollywood actors seated at the table, whose minds were buzzing with thoughts. It's expected for the male lead, but he's not intimidated at all. On top of that, his aura is so heavy. Is he close with Chris? More than that. Even with all the controversies surrounding him, he hasn't been in Hollywood for long. So why does he seem so relaxed? There's no awkwardness at all. But he's more cynical than I expected? Is that just his natural persona? His aura is definitely not ordinary. Though silent, a flood of internal evaluations about Kang Woojin was being exchanged. The general consensus was simple. He's definitely not ordinary. And that extraordinary Kang Woojin was internally getting excited while marveling at the scene before him. Oh, so many actors here. I've seen that actor and that actor before, and that one too. There were plenty of Hollywood actors he recognized. It made him realize once again how far he had come. You never know where life will take you. Who would have thought I'd be doing a script reading with these people? After greeting Chris and the surrounding foreign actors with appropriate courtesy, Woojin moved to take his seat. The excessive attention on him was starting to feel a bit tiresome. Scanning the room, he found his designated spot. Henry Gordon / Kang Woojin. It was the seat of the male lead-in. Pierrot, the birth of a villain, as well as the seat of the very first character in Columbia Studios' high-stakes cinematic universe. Swish. As Woojin sat down, a strange tension spread through the reading room. The executives from Columbia Studios, seated in the back row, slowly nodded in approval. The first villain should have at least this much presence. They were already getting swept up in Kang Woojin's concept mode. Soon after, Chris took the seat to Woojin's right. With his arrival, All the actor seats at the table were filled. All the actors had arrived. Then, pababababak. A barrage of camera shutters went off. The reporters had begun capturing the completed cast lineup of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Of course, Kang Woojin is the focal point. The main figure here is Kang Woojin. Every photo inevitably included Woojin. Chris, sitting to his right, was also caught in every shot. At that moment, SSSHH. A few additional figures entered the already heated reading room. One was a wrinkled-faced Korean man, director On Jae-bak. The other was a woman with an intense presence, the executive producer of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. As soon as On Jae-bak entered, he began greeting several film executives and staff members. Yet, his eyes met those of Kang Woojin, who was seated in the male lead's chair. It suits him well. Is this the second time since Leech? The circumstances, the actors, and the Hollywood setting were all different from before, but one element remained unchanged. There was a unique commonality between the past and present. On Jae-bak was still the director. Kang Woojin was still the male lead. With that, director On Jae-bak and the producer made their way to their seats. At the rectangular table, right next to Woojin, On Jae-bak pulled out the head seat's chair and looked at Woojin as he spoke in a low voice. In Korean, let's enjoy this. And take it easy, take it easy. Shortly after, with director On Jae-bak's arrival, the script reading for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, officially began. Inside the spacious reading room, dozens of Hollywood actors and at least 100 foreign crew members were gathered. The one commanding the atmosphere was none other than director On Jae-bak. Nice to meet you all. I'm On Jae-bak, the director of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. As soon as he greeted them, applause filled the room. The next to speak was the executive producer, followed by director On Jae-bak, who continued. First, thank you all for joining Pierrot, the birth of a villain. With so much interest surrounding this project, and as the grand beginning of our cinematic universe, we will give it our absolute best. I believe everyone here shares the same mindset. I look forward to working with you all. The script is prepared, but feel free to make it your own. A serious atmosphere soon took over the room. Kang Woojin's expression also grew noticeably rigid. However, inside, his mind was elsewhere. Whoa, damn the old man. I mean, Director On's English has improved a lot. Before long, Director On Jae-bak began introducing the actors. Kang Woojin, playing the role of Henry Gordon. Woojin, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality and immediately shifted into concept mode. Rising smoothly to his feet, he spoke in a deep, weighty voice in English. I'm Kang Woojin. I look forward to an enjoyable filming. A simple and concise greeting. Some Hollywood actors looked slightly surprised, with a few even furrowing their brows. Is he nervous? He doesn't seem like it, though. Regardless, Director On continued introducing the cast. Next up was Chris Hartnett, who, unlike Woojin, mixed humor into his greeting. The introductions of the entire cast took over 30 minutes. Including the executive producer, key staff members, and Columbia Studios executives, the process lasted nearly an hour. Finally, Russell, with his wrinkled hands, director On Jae-bak flipped open the script. Following his lead, Kang Woojin, Chris, and all the other Hollywood actors did the same. The filming crew checked the cameras positioned around the room, while the reporters and others turned their attention toward the actors. More specifically, most eyes were on Kang Woojin, the official start of the Pierrot, the birth of a villain script. Reading began with director On Jae-bak's voice. A bus is speeding down the road at night. Naturally, director On handled the scene descriptions and supplementary narration. The beginning of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, did not start with Henry Gordon, but rather with a brief glimpse of his awakened Joker persona. After reading the opening scene, director On passed the baton to Kang Woojin. By this point, Woojin had already drawn up Henry Gordon. No, he had fully become Joker. Chris and the surrounding Hollywood actors disappeared from his perception. All he could see was a graffiti-covered bus. The sound of its exhaust echoed in his ears. His slightly damp red hair pricked at his eyes. He roughly swept his hair back. Madness coursed through his veins. It seeped into his organs, into his brain. Tragedy and comedy coexisted. His emotions surged. There was no need for explanation. After all, they wouldn't understand him anyway. Kang Woojin's mouth twisted into a grin. Would grinning even be the right way to describe it? There was no other way to put it. A deeply unsettling expression and piercing eyes. Tragedy and comedy existed simultaneously on his face. At a glance, he seemed terrifying, someone to run away from. But strangely, he also felt reliable. For the first time, dozens of Hollywood actors got a taste of Kang Woojin's Henry Gordon. Some actors slightly parted their lips, while others furrowed their brows, as if thinking, what the hell is this? The next part of the script introduced a group of punk thugs who started causing trouble. Since they were minor roles, their lines were read by director On and the producer. Violence ensued. Kang Woojin's grin widened even further. Ho dash. Even though he wasn't actually being beaten, Woojin's laughter grew even wilder, his madness intensifying. Cook, cook, cook. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. His eerie laughter filled the entire reading room. At that moment, every single person, actors, dozens of staff members, and reporters felt goosebumps rise on their arms. He jumped straight into this level of acting the moment the script reading began. However, the reading did not stop. This time, director On Bak took on the role of the bus driver and delivered his line. Why you? You're crazy. Kang Woojin, tilting his head slightly at an angle, responded. Crazy? What a compliment. Within this scene, which lasted less than 10 minutes, the way every actor perceived Kang Woojin shifted. Joker. My God. It's as if he tore through the script and emerged into reality. Damn it. I'm watching a performance, so why do I feel like I'm seeing things? The seated Woojin had vanished entirely, replaced by a white and red painted Pierrot. But that transformation did not last long. A man in a tattered zip-up hoodie walks down the street. Director On Bak's narration signaled a scene change. In that instant, the madness-filled laughter of Woojin disappeared. It happened in a fraction of a second. And now, Kang Woojin was. What? Ah no, I just dash. A weak and timid Henry Gordon with slumped shoulders. He was an entirely different person. Yet, he didn't seem like a complete fool. His expression and posture were fragile, but within Woojin's gaze, there was a faintly hidden fury. It could be felt in his breathing and in the subtle intensity of his lines. The madness hadn't disappeared. He had simply buried it deep within. As they observed Woojin's absurdly immersive acting, the Hollywood actors gradually came to a realization. Now I understand why he was chosen as Henry Gordon. They began to acknowledge him. I can't believe what I'm seeing. How can he perform at such a high level so effortlessly? Method acting? No, this is something even beyond that. Incredible. No wonder he beat out Chris. Shit. The goosebumps won't go away. Honestly, I thought it would feel off somehow, but it doesn't. This isn't acting. He is Joker. They finally understood why this Korean actor, Kang Woojin, was sitting in the lead role of such a massive film. Why he had been given a seat ahead of Chris. There's no need to analyze it. I was completely drawn in. With acting like that, how could they not give him the role of Henry Gordon? The Hollywood actors were deeply shaken. At the same time, the curiosity and skepticism they had harbored at the beginning were wiped away completely. Crazy. It feels like we're in the same space as Joker. No wonder Chris gave up on auditioning. At this point, refusing to acknowledge Kang Woojin was nothing more than sheer arrogance. With that, Henry Gordon's scene came to an end. Before moving on to the next scene, director On Bak softly called, "Cut." Since this was the first gathering of the cast, he was giving them brief moments to recalibrate between takes. Soon, murmurs spread throughout the reading room. Reporters, staff, and others were all busy exchanging words. At that moment, Mr. Kang Woojin, Chris, who had been slightly tilting his head while watching Woojin skin the script with an indifferent expression, spoke up. You feel a bit different from the audition, like you're holding back a little. Woojin, after briefly looking at Chris, answered simply, I just did it moderately since it's a script reading. It was the truth. Instantly, the expressions of dozens of Hollywood actors visibly twisted. What? That was moderate. Chapter 420, Appearance 3. In truth, the Hollywood actors gathered in this script reading session had different perspectives on Kang Woojin. Some were curious, some were jealous or envious, while others were simply bewildered. There were even those who couldn't comprehend him at all. Because Kang Woojin had shown such an abnormal trajectory. No matter how talented he was, seeing a Korean actor with no Hollywood experience making such waves was quite unfamiliar for everyone present. As a result, all the Hollywood actors remained silent while looking at Woojin. Their eyes were wide, and their bodies motionless. Meanwhile, Chris Hartnett, who was sitting right next to Kang Woojin, glanced at him and let out a faint smile. Then, he asked again, "Since it's just a script reading, you went easy?" Woojin, with his usual stiff expression, nodded. Yes. At that simple response, Chris let out a short laugh. He had asked because he thought Woojin might have held back a little, but hearing that answer, delivered so confidently, without any concern for others' reactions, was unexpected. Even if he really did hold back, people don't usually admit it so bluntly. They either say it in a roundabout way or downplay it. But this guy, nothing about him is ordinary. How should he put it? Just like their first meeting, Chris felt like Kang Woojin was a life form he had never encountered before. The more he observed him, the more he felt that way. Perhaps that was why his curiosity and interest in Woojin kept growing. Chris looked at Woojin for a moment before chuckling softly. Haha, I see. So that's why you felt a little different from the audition. Kang Woojin stared at Chris Hartnett, who was laughing as if dumbfounded. Though he was maintaining his persona, but internally, Woojin had a question mark floating in his mind. Why? What? Why is this ridiculously handsome guy laughing? Isn't it normal to hold back a little during a script reading? In reality, Kang Woojin had not gone all out for this script reading of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. He had held back about 30% of his effort. But wasn't that how script readings usually went? It wasn't like he had been careless. He had come here representing his country, after all. He had still showcased his skills when necessary. He had simply adjusted his intensity and maintained a cool demeanor. Honestly, it'd be fun to completely overwhelm all these foreigners. But if I seemed too desperate, it could actually make me look weaker. Woojin casually glanced around. Still, even though I held back, they all looked shocked out of their minds, huh? The widened eyes and stunned expressions of the Hollywood actors said it all. They looked completely dazed. It had been a calculated move on Woojin's part, but it seemed to have worked perfectly. I was wondering how to make an impression, but Chris came in at just the right time. Thanks, man. Since this was his first advance in Hollywood, setting a strong image was crucial. If he came off as a no-backing-down guy with a touch of arrogance, that would be a success. But it wasn't empty bravado. His confidence was well-founded. That was exactly what Woojin had intended, similar to how he had introduced himself back in Profiler Hanriang. It was like a self-introduction, since this was their first time seeing Kang Woojin. However, contrary to Woojin's intentions, something amplified around him. That something started with Chris Hartnett. Yeah, part of it is just how this guy is. But still, speaking so confidently like that, it was clearly meant to establish a distinct gap in level between him and the other actors here. That thought quickly spread among the dozens of Hollywood actors gathered there. Went easy? So the acting he's shown so far wasn't even his maximum? Is that even possible? But if it's true, did he just reveal the gap between us? What the hell? There's no way he's bluffing in this situation. And Chris's reaction is strange too. Does that mean there's another level to Kang Woojin's acting? Has he been holding back this whole time? But why? Is he planning to crush us? My God, then what about the shock I just felt? Was I left speechless over acting that wasn't even his best? And it's not just me. Everyone here must be feeling the same. Is this intimidation? Is he trying to make sure no one can say a word against him? Even what he just did was amazing. But now you're telling me there's even more? Damn. Is he straight up trying to stomp on us? It was misunderstanding and misconception. They had judged things however they pleased and amplified their own conclusions endlessly. The first shock was that the insane performance Kang Woojin had shown, the one that had mesmerized everyone in this script reading room, was merely him going easy. The second was the realization that he had deliberately held back his true abilities, yet still managed to leave everyone utterly shaken. And he did all that without a care, in a script reading room full of industry giants? What kind of guts? No. Is he just a crazy bastard? For some reason, the tension in the room increased several times over. The Hollywood actors stared intently at Woojin's cynical face, each lost in their own thoughts, while Woojin, who had by now lowered his gaze back to the script, maintained his perfectly curated persona. You guys are going to burn a hole through my face at this rate." Then, the foreign reporters who had been watching started speaking up one by one. "What? The performance I saw wasn't even his 100%. He literally just said so himself. That he was going easy. That doesn't make any sense. I got chills from his acting. And that was him holding back. He's got to be joking." "No," Chris asked first. He must have seen Woojin's audition performance firsthand. So it's obvious this wasn't his full power. Kang Woojin must have orchestrated this whole thing on purpose. Was it because he wasn't fully convinced that he had everyone's attention yet? Now, not just the actors, but even their team members and industry professionals began murmuring among themselves. With over 100 people gathered, the room quickly became noisy. However, some of the key figures, the executive producers of Pierrot and a few senior officials from Columbia Studios, didn't show much of a reaction, because they had seen Kang Woojin's real acting during the auditions. That meant they already knew he was holding back for the script reading. Soon, a slight smile formed on the wrinkled lips of director On Jae-bak. "Reminds me of Leech." He had already experienced Kang Woojin firsthand. Back then, he too had been deeply impressed when he saw Woojin's toned-down acting. But when the actual filming started, I saw his real performance and was completely floored. I never imagined he was hiding something even more incredible. Director On Jae-bak's gaze shifted momentarily from Woojin to the Hollywood actors encountering this monster for the first time. Then to their staff, the key production members, the reporters, every single one of them had an expression worth seeing. Should I drop one more bombshell? There was no downside for On Jae-bak in raising the tension further. When they shot Leech, Woojin had set the entire acting standard for not only his character, but for the entire cast. As a result, the overall quality of the performances had significantly improved. Then, On Jae-bak, swish, rubbed his chin thoughtfully before calling out to Kang Woojin, then asked in English, "Can you also act all the other roles in Pierrot? The birth of a villain besides the role of Henry Gordon this time too?" Chris, the Hollywood actors, and every foreigner in the script reading room, except for On Jae-bak, all furrowed their brows. What the hell is he talking about? However, Woojin's response, spoken in his low-toned English, was incredibly simple. "No problem." After that, for a brief moment, the shock swallowed everyone whole. Yet the script reading of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, continued. However, the dazed expressions of everyone remained. Curious beyond reason, Chris Hartnett handed over his own role to Kang Woojin. "If you really can do other roles, I'd like to see you perform mine." The approval from On Jae-bak and the executive producer came instantly. And then, Kang Woojin turned the reading room upside down once again. Without any preparation time, he immediately performed Chris's role on the spot. Watching this, Chris realized the level of the monster standing before him. This goes way beyond just being a good actor. What is he? A god. Though the character might have been the same, the substance within it was completely different. And so, a script reading filled with shock and awe continued until late in the afternoon. The reactions of the gathered actors were split into two. Some clung to Kang Woojin, bombarding him with questions. Others fled the reading room as if running for their lives. Either way, none of it had anything to do with Kang Woojin. Satisfied. The aftermath of the script reading, the reporters who had attended the reading quickly left their seats. However, they weren't fleeing. They were simply in a rush to publish what they had just witnessed as soon as possible, within the boundaries of what Columbia Studios had permitted for media release. It took only a few dozen minutes before articles about the Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain script reading flooded Hollywood. CNN/script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain completed. Kang Woojin was a monster. LA Times/ at the script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Kang Woojin silenced everyone. He will take over Hollywood with ease. In most headlines, Kang Woojin's name was displayed in bold letters. Woojin, who was checking these articles while riding in the van, appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was secretly grinning. "Kakik, they're hyping me up again." After scanning through a few international articles, Woojin then checked Korean media coverage. The buzz surrounding his nomination for the Emmy Award for Best Actor was still red hot. Kang Woojin is a legend. 10 Emmy nominations. Never thought I'd see something like this in real life. When Beneficial Evil was first released, I never imagined it would blow up like this. Seeing it become such a massive hit overseas is actually kind of emotional. Song Man-woo, Kang Woojin Nim. Thank you for making Korea proud. Every time I see him, I feel proud. He's only a nominee for now, but he's already made history. If he actually wins an award, it's going to be insane. What's crazy about this is that the Emmys are already a massive wall to climb, but Beneficial Evil managed to beat out Subtle Stories 2, which was a mega hit in the US. That's legendary. Kang Woojin is truly a treasure of Korean culture. There was no way the Korean media would ignore the fact that Kang Woojin had conquered 3 of Hollywood's Big 5 studios. Kang Woojin completes script reading for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Foreign media praises, Kang Woojin was a monster. What happened? The news had already exploded. Over the next few days, Kang Woojin effortlessly handled his Hollywood schedule. First, Chris Hartnett appeared as a guest on the Kang Woojin's Alter Ego channel. It was a somewhat last-minute arrangement, but the filming wrapped up smoothly. Woojin also visited World Disney Pictures and Universal Movies. Meetings, interviews with various media outlets and magazines, it was a whirlwind. Despite the short period, he even managed to attend a number of events and parties. Star Talk. Kang Woojin attends a luxury brand event, takes photos with Hollywood superstars/photos. After an exhausting schedule with barely any time to breathe, Kang Woojin finally returned to Korea a week later. However, instead of taking a break, he immediately dove into his packed itinerary. From shooting Beneficial Evil Part 2 to countless other engagements, so many that listing them all was impossible. Back in Korea, Kang Woojin begins filming Beneficial Evil Part 2. Meanwhile, international backlash against Beast and the Beauty continues. When is the script reading? The world is watching Emmy Award Best Actor nominee Kang Woojin. Emmy Awards officials. We will announce the official ceremony date soon. Time flew by once again. May 27th had arrived. Before he knew it, May was coming to an end. Half of the year had already passed. At that moment, Kang Woojin was in the midst of filming Beneficial Evil Part 2 in Yongkyeon, Gyeonggi Province. Alright, Woojin SSI, we're going for a bust shot. Action. For reference, the filming of Beneficial Evil Part 2 was in its final stages. Kang Woojin was already well known as an actor who never made NGs, and with the Emmy Award buzz fueling his momentum, PD Song Man-woo's energy was at its peak. The production team was just as fired up. At this current insane pace, our crank-up is scheduled for early next month, right? Wow, next month already? Feels like we just started filming Part 2 yesterday. Time is flying. If we wrap up filming around June, then with post-production and everything else, it should be up on Netflix by September. Seems like it. Since Part 1 was a massive hit both domestically and internationally, we need to push it out as quickly as possible. So that means it'll be after the Emmy Awards, huh? If we win even one award at the Emmys and then launch Part 2, that would be perfect timing. Beneficial Evil Part 2 was set to crank up in June and officially launch in September. That night, as the intense filming continued on set, PD Song Man-woo gave his final cue. Cut. Look, Woojin SSI nice. After wrapping up a conversation with Song Man-woo about the next day's shoot, Kang Woojin returned to his seat. His suit, worn for the intense scene, was torn in several places, and his face was covered in special effects makeup, aside from a few real scratches. But his signature poker face remained unchanged. Swish. Waiting for him at his seat was Choi Sung-gun, with his signature ponytail. Woojin. Yes, Seonim. He flashed a slight smile. Got a call an hour ago. The first filming date for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, has been confirmed. It was a smile filled with anticipation. Second week of June. Chapter 4:21. Appearance 4. Looking at Choi Sung-gun, who wore a deep smile, Kang Woojin remained composed. There was no particular change in his cynical expression. Sweat trickled down his forehead. It was already late May. With June just around the corner, the weather had become much hotter. Woojin nodded slowly and responded to Choi Sung-gun. As expected, his voice was calm and composed. Has the first shoot been confirmed? Yes. With a smile, Choi Sung-gun placed a hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. The second week of June. Specifically, June 11th. There's a chance it could be moved forward or back by a day or two due to circumstances, but if everything goes smoothly, The crank-in will be on the 11th. The 11th? Huh. Not much time left. Outwardly, Woojin remained composed, but internally, a slight tension built up. Every time, with every project, he felt that the preparation phase, including script readings and the actual filming process, were worlds apart. It had been the same for every project he had shot so far. It was like, how should he put it? The preparation phase was like loading a gun, while the first shoot was pulling the trigger and firing towards the world. And this time, it's Hollywood, isn't it? And that wasn't all. Having set numerous firsts and records, Kang Woojin had become the first Asian actor to land a lead role in Hollywood. This was the ignition point. Today was May 27th. That meant there were roughly 2 weeks left until June 11th. Depending on perspective, it could be seen as a long or short time. No, considering Kang Woojin's hellish schedule, it was undoubtedly tight. With a faint tension lingering in the air, Kang Woojin took off his suit jacket. It was too hot. Swish. Then, starting with Choi Sung-gun, who was still smiling, he scanned the faces of the team members. Everyone wore expressions full of anticipation. Woojin then turned his body. The filming site for Beneficial Evil Part 2 came into view. It was a dark night, yet the installed lights shone blindingly bright. Insects were gradually gathering around them, while nearly 100 staff members were busy cleaning up. PD Song Man-woo was engaged in conversation with the assistant directors regarding tomorrow's shoot. With the rising temperatures, everyone was in short sleeves. As he observed the scene for a moment, Kang Woojin felt a slight sense of regret. So this will be my last shoot in Korea. What is this feeling? Why do I feel a bit sentimental? Though his face, hardened with his usual persona, remained unchanged, his heart softened slightly. It was understandable. Once he left for LA, he wouldn't be returning to Korea for quite some time. How did he end up here? Various thoughts flashed through Woojin's mind, and Choi Sung-gun stepped up beside him. Staring straight ahead like Woojin, he suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Feeling a bit sentimental? Now that you're really about to spend all your time in Hollywood. What the dash? Might as well spread out a fortune-telling mat. Internally startled, Woojin forced himself to respond nonchalantly. No, I just feel like time is passing quickly. Haha, true. It's already been 3 years since I first met you. Feels like Profiler Henry Yang was just yesterday. Especially with PD Song over there. It makes it feel even more so. At this moment, as if sensing their gaze, or perhaps by coincidence, PD Song Man-woo, who had been talking with the staff, came jogging over. Wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and a cap pulled low over his head, he got straight to the point the moment he arrived. We'll be on standby from noon tomorrow. Understood. After Woojin's dry response, Choi Sung-gun tilted his head. That's a bit of a late start, isn't it? I have an interview shoot at Netflix in the morning. Something about the Emmy Awards. Netflix HQ requested it, or something like that. But did something happen? You two seem pretty serious. Woojin gave a brief response. Pierrot, the birth of a villain's first shoot date has been set. PD Song Man-woo, momentarily pausing, widened his eyes and grew excited. Oh, really? When? June 11th. The 11th? Hold on. The 11th means there are only 2 weeks left? Whoa, that's tight. Isn't Woojin SSI getting stretched too thin? Are you okay? No problem. Well, I know you'll handle it fine. But still, you have to take care of your health. If you suddenly collapse, phew, how many productions would get put on hold? Just imagining it made PD Song Man-woo visibly uneasy, and suddenly, swish. Folding his fingers, he seemed to be calculating something. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious. We were roughly planning to crank up around June 7th. But let's try to move it up, even if just by a few days. If we push a little, shortening the schedule isn't a big deal. There's no need to go that far. No. A growing smile spread across PD Song Man-woo's face as he called over the assistant director and then spoke. Our world star's first deployment day is set, so he needs to be in top condition. Don't you agree, CEO Choi? Ha. I'd be grateful if you did. Let's try to wrap it up by the 4th or 5th at the latest. Having reached a conclusion, PD Song Man-woo glanced at the ever-composed Kang Woojin and grinned widely. Make those Hollywood folks overbite in surprise. Meanwhile, in LA, unlike Korea, where it had already passed midnight, it was early morning in LA. The roads were packed with cars, and the blaring of honking horns echoed piercing through the air. Cafes, bagel shops, and even the sidewalks were crowded with foreigners. The subway was no exception. Inside one particular subway car in LA, which at a glance could be mistaken for a gang hideout, a familiar face stepped in. It was director Ahn Jae-bok, dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt and comfortable jeans. Of course, he wasn't alone. At least a dozen foreigners surrounded him, the key staff members of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. The reason Ahn Jae-bok and his team were in the subway was simple. A subway scene works better on location than on a set. As he muttered this, they were out on a location hunt for Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Given the filming schedule, this was their final scouting session. Technically, the location hunt had already been wrapped up, but an additional check had been scheduled at director Ahn Jae-bok's request. Screech. Just then, a subway train arrived. However, neither Ahn Jae-bok nor the foreign key staff boarded. Rubbing his chin, Ahn Jae-bok took in the entire platform with his eyes, while some of the key staff wandered around, busy taking photos. At this point, several details caught Ahn Jae-bok's attention. The graffiti scrawled across the walls, the homeless people settled in corners or on benches, the oddly dressed individuals, and even a man playing the guitar, possibly an aspiring musician. But to Ahn Jae-bok, the sound of the guitar was different. The music plays. One of the many OSTs from Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, echoed in his mind. Just then, police officers appeared on the platform, seemingly to crack down on the homeless. And before he knew it, Ahn Jae-bok's gaze had transformed into that of a camera lens. Kang Woojin appeared. No, to be precise, the dancing Joker, pursued by the police. It was Joker. To director Ahn Jae-bok, the sight of the two police officers rounding up the homeless resembled a scene where Joker taunted them by tap dancing. The enraged officers, with their heavy bodies, waddled clumsily as they tried to chase after Kang Woojin, or rather, Joker. But they were no match. Smirking, Joker even flicked away his cigarette with a relaxed air. Then, Joker slid down the stair railing as if riding a slide. Blowing out a long plume of smoke, he glanced up the stairs. The overweight officers were chasing him as if their lives depended on it, but with a smirk, Joker, with his long red hair, swept it back and moved with steps infused with tap dancing. At that moment, standing by the stairs, director Ahn Jae-bok murmured in a low voice. This feels killer. A sudden, overwhelming desire surged within him, to see this imagined scene on a monitor as soon as possible. Phew, these 2 weeks are going to feel like 200 years. With that thought, he turned to the approaching foreign key staff and spoke in English. We'll shoot this scene here. Pulling a Joker card from his pocket, Ahn Jae-bok spoke again. The card had an illustration of Joker on it. The first shoot should be Joker's first awakening scene. About a week later, on June 4th, Korea. May came to an end, and June began. With the weather now radiating intense heat, people on the streets had all switched to lighter clothing. It was late afternoon. Inside a van speeding down the highway, writer Choi Na-na, the mind behind Beneficial Evil, which was rapidly expanding its reach worldwide, was seated. Her now considerably long hair was twisted up into a bun. Swish. She was looking down at her phone, checking articles related to Beneficial Evil. Beneficial Evil loses world's #1 spot, but holds strong at #2. Beneficial Evil, nominated in 10 categories for the Emmy Awards, famous international YouTubers parody the show, proving it's a monstrous drama. Issue pick. Beneficial Evil takes over the world. Rumors swirl about a Season 2 production. Adjusting her round glasses as she read the articles, Choi Na-na switched her search topic. This time, she typed in Kang Woojin. An overwhelming number of results flooded in. Wow, amazing! Though she was well aware of Kang Woojin's massive influence, she still couldn't help but feel amazed every time. It had become a habit for her to look him up. By the way, Choi Na-na's own value had skyrocketed. Of course, she was nowhere near Kang Woojin's level, but having hit global home run with her debut work, she was now receiving offers from overseas as well. At that moment, writer Nim, a woman sitting beside Choi Na-na, spoke. It was executive director Kim So-hyang. In fact, this van had departed from Netflix Korea, and the destination for Choi Na-na, Kim So-hyang, and the others was Yongkyon in Gyeonggi Province. In other words, They were headed to the Beneficial Evil filming set. With a small smile, Executive Director Kim So-hyang asked Choi Nana, "Have you come up with a storyline for Beneficial Evil 2? Lowering her phone, Choi Nana scratched her head. "Not yet. Honestly, the story was left open with Jang Yun-woo, so if the lead changes, I have no idea how to begin." Kim So-hyang let out a short sigh, as if she had the same headache. Phew. Of course, having Jang Yun-woo continue the story would be the best. But aside from Kang Woojin's drastically increased fee, the real issue is his schedule. I checked with CEO Choi, and not only this year, but next year too. He's almost fully booked. I expected that. But, Executive Director, if Woojin Nim isn't in Beneficial Evil, do you think people will still watch it? The viewership will definitely drop. By a lot. At least by half. No, it could be even worse. But when Netflix HQ is throwing an insane amount of money at this project, ignoring it isn't exactly an option for me. I agreed to this because I truly love Beneficial Evil. But honestly, I don't know. Whether we'll find an actor who can take over Woojin Nim's role is also a big question. As their conversation continued, Choi Nana was the first to lower her gaze. Looking troubled, she picked up her phone again. Despite her many thoughts, her fingers moved instinctively. Swish. This time, she accessed Instagram. Out of habit, she first checked Kang Woojin's account before moving to another page she had been frequenting lately. And then, her once gloomy expression suddenly turned excited. "Oh!" She immediately turned to Kim So-hyang and shouted. "They announced it." Urgently, she held up her phone screen for Kim So-hyang to see. The SNS account she had accessed was, "Hello, this is the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, ADAS. It was the official channel of the organization that hosted the Emmy Awards, often referred to as the Television Industry's Academy Awards. ADAS had just posted an official announcement, and Choi Nana exclaimed the key detail. The Emmy Awards. It's happening on August 1st. That meant it was less than 2 months away. Meanwhile, in Yongkyon, Gyeonggi Province, over 100 staff members silently watched the filming zone, holding their breath. They were the production crew of Beneficial Evil. PD Song Man-woo, his expression serious, focused on one of the multiple monitors, the one displaying a close-up of the actor's face. Naturally, the person on the screen was Kang Woojin. Currently embodying Jang Yun-woo completely, Woojin took off his suit jacket and spoke. "It's hot." Inside the filming zone, he trudged forward toward the front-facing camera. His face was filled with annoyance, carrying the weary aura of an exhausted office worker. As he gradually approached the camera, he delivered his next line. "Next is dash." He brushed right past the camera, but the camera remained still. For a brief moment, silence spread across the entire set. Around 5 seconds passed before anyone realized it. Not just Kang Woojin, but all the 100-plus staff members had turned their gazes toward PD Song Man-woo. The goateed PD, still staring at the monitor, finally spoke. "Cut." With that short signal, he stood up and exchanged a look with Kang Woojin. Then he raised his thumb. "Okay, well done, and that was incredible, Woojin SSI." Immediately, as if on cue, over 100 staff members erupted into cheers. PD Song Man-woo then approached Kang Woojin, who was dusting off his clothes, and extended a handshake. "I'm looking forward to Pierrot, the birth of a villain." Kang Woojin responded indifferently. "I'll see you at the Emmy Awards." The filming for Beneficial Evil Part 2 had wrapped up. Chapter 422, Appearance 5. After all the filming for Beneficial Evil Part 2 was completed, the official announcement of the primetime Emmy Awards ceremony date spread throughout the entire set, just as the staff were already in a frenzy. PD Nim. The Academy of Television Arts and Sciences has announced the Emmy Awards date. It started with an assistant director, and soon, the news reached PD Song Man-woo, over 100 staff members, and Kang Woojin. August 1st. It's on August 1st. The staff, who were already ecstatic from wrapping up filming, went completely wild. Whoa, August 1st? That means it's less than 2 months away? Whoa, PD Nim. Are you finally stepping onto the Emmy Awards stage? Amazing. PD Nim. Who's going? Who's going? By the way, does anyone know where the Emmy Awards are held? Hey, were you all just getting excited without even knowing that? Do you know camera director Nim? Of course. I'm going to. The atmosphere of the set instantly shifted to focus on the Emmy Awards. The same was true for Kang Woojin's team. From the stylists to all the team members, everyone was busy checking their phones, while Choi Sung-gun was already calling the company's PR team. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was calm. His reaction wasn't much different. He genuinely had no particular thoughts about it. He acknowledged that the Emmys were a big deal, but the overall picture seemed similar to the Cannes Film Festival. Well, getting nominated for Best Actor was a bit surprising, though. As more people arrived on set, including writer Choi Na-na and executive director Kim So-hyang, the excitement only escalated further. Beneficial Evil had been nominated in a staggering 10 categories: Best Actor, Best Drama Series, Best Directing, and more. Meaning, many people from this set, PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Na-na, Kang Woojin, the music director, art director, cinematographer, and others, would be heading to the Emmy Awards. Naturally, Netflix Korea would also be joining them. It was going to be a massive delegation, and Beneficial Evil was making history as the first Asian production to be nominated for so many awards at the Emmys. It was completely understandable why everyone was losing their minds. And then, Virum, by the time Kang Woojin got into the van and started moving, the news had already spread across the entire country. As expected, reporters are fast. Really fast. The Emmy Awards news was already dominating the main pages of every major portal site. Issue Talk. Primetime Emmy Awards officially set for August 1st. Beneficial Evil, nominated in 10 categories at the Emmys. The global festival set to be held grandly on August 1st. The fact that Beneficial Evil had set an unprecedented record for Asia was already a national sensation in Korea. August 1st confirmed for the Emmys. What are Beneficial Evil's and Kang Woojin's chances of winning? Though there were still about 2 months left, the domestic media were firing off articles as if the Emmys were happening in just 2 hours. Issue IS. About 2 months until the Emmys. Will Kang Woojin have to attend while filming a Hollywood project? If they win even one of the 10 categories, it's huge. Global attention on Beneficial Evil. The public, too, was quick to flood the internet with comments. Finally, it's happening. Cheering for them. Shit, the rest still time left, but why am I already nervous? Where can we watch the Emmys? Is there a live stream? These days, all awards shows stream live on YouTube. -10 nominations. That's legendary. But looking at Kang Woojin, he's literally attending all the major film festivals, Korean ones, Cannes, and now the Emmys. If Beneficial Evil sweeps all the awards, that would be insane. I'm holding my breath until August 1st. Cannes, Emmys, and even the Academy Awards within 3 years. Is Kang Woojin the first to do this? The way people are talking, it sounds like he already won an Academy Award, like that's just some small convenience store. The heated atmosphere carried on through the night, into the early morning, and even into the next day. Around this time, Netflix Korea dropped another major announcement, further escalating the excitement. Official Netflix Korea, Beneficial Evil Part 2 filming is complete, set to launch as early as September. They had officially announced the crank-up of Beneficial Evil Part 2. Early June in Korea was filled with noise and excitement. The media, public opinion, various platforms, SNS, YouTube, everywhere was hungry for the same topic. Information was overflowing, but everything was selling like hotcakes. Beneficial Evil Part 2 filming wraps up, Emmys in August, and Part 2 launching in September. Netizens, it'll be huge if they win awards and then release Part 2. Regardless of whether it was Beneficial Evil or the Emmys, the main focus was Woojin. Yet, surprisingly, Woojin himself wasn't making any flashy moves, quietly handling his remaining schedule. There were only a few days left until June 11th, and his departure was set for June 8th. However, there was no official announcement yet. Then, 2 days later, hello, this is Columbia Studios. We bring you new updates regarding Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Soon, on June 11th, the first filming session for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, will take place. Currently, director On Ga Bak and the staff are preparing with utmost dedication. Columbia Studios officially announced the crank-in of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, to the world. They used their official SNS accounts and YouTube, and soon, Foreign press turned it into articles that spread widely. CNN/Columbia Studios kicks off its cinematic universe with Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Official crank-in on June 11th. Where will the first filming take place? Pierrot, the birth of a villain, had already been under excessive attention for a long time. And since it was the first film following the bombshell that Kang Woojin had dropped, the volume of related articles was overwhelming. The world's eyes on South Korean actor Kang Woojin. With the first filming of Pierrot, the birth of a villain confirmed, Reddit is buzzing again. As a result, Hollywood spent the entire day buzzing about Pierrot, the birth of a villain, and the heat quickly spread to Korea, which was already fired up over the Emmys. Around this time, Kang Woojin's side made an official statement. Whoa, Kang Woojin is flying out on the 8th. Just the fact that he's the lead in a major Hollywood film is insanely cool. The official statement confirmed that Woojin, having completed filming for Beneficial Evil, would be departing on the 8th, arriving in LA, spending a few days there, and then beginning his first filming session on the 11th. It was, in every way, a massive bait for the public. As a result, with just 2 days left until Kang Woojin's departure, domestic news outlets scrambled to cover the story, while the media and YouTubers all joined the frenzy. And just like that, 2 days vanished in the blink of an eye. June 8th, early morning, Incheon Airport. Kang Woojin appeared at Incheon Airport. Since the announcement had been made on such a large scale, dozens of security guards and staff were stationed throughout the airport lobby. But even so, they were vastly outnumbered by the flood of reporters, spectators, and fans who had gathered in overwhelming numbers. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin SSI. Woojin SSI. Just one comment, please. Woojin SSI. How are you feeling right now? Are you nervous? Ow. Don't push. Kang Woojin SSI. Please look this way. Do you think you have a chance of winning Best Actor at the Emmys? What did director On Jae-bok say? Reporters were shouting, fans were screaming, security guards were yelling. The moment Kang Woojin appeared, the airport turned into complete chaos. But Kang Woojin's poker face remained unchanged and Woojin casually waved towards the swarming fans and reporters, then simply said one thing. I plan to enjoy it. Shortly after, Kang Woojin's private jet took off into the sky. A few days later, June 10th, LA. Inside the vast Columbia Studios set, the space resembled an amusement park, with buildings of different concepts scattered throughout. Among them was a section designed to resemble an entire city. It was clearly a set designed to resemble New York. Along the roads, countless filming equipment and hundreds of foreign staff were bustling about. Camera test. Drone is rolling too. How much time left for audio setup? 10 minutes. Lowering the small Jimmy jib. Each team was busy positioning and testing their equipment. The overall scene was similar to what one would find in Korea, yet distinctly different. The equipment alone made that clear. The types of cameras, whether mounted on cranes or attached to vehicles, were overwhelming, and beyond just audio and lighting, there was an array of expensive equipment rarely seen in Korea. And that wasn't all. The sheer number of staff far exceeded what was typical in Korea. Just a short distance from where hundreds of crew members were gathered, a row of trailers, resembling small buses, stood impressively. Among the massive Hollywood crew, most held scripts in their hands, with a bold title printed on the cover. Pierrot, the birth of a villain. In other words, all these hundreds of crew members belonged to the Pierrot, the birth of a villain team. Naturally, at a table where the key staff and lead figures were gathered, an aged face with headphones around his neck could be seen. It was director On Jae-bok. He was in the middle of reviewing the shooting storyboard and giving instructions to the production team. So, was today, the 10th, the first day of filming for Pierrot, the birth of a villain? Technically, not quite. Today's schedule included the final preparations and equipment tests, insert shots, and the first poster shoot for the film. Of course, Hollywood also had a standard process leading up to the first day of filming. Director. The drone setup is complete, but such things could always be adjusted at the director's discretion. However, given that this was Hollywood, a director's authority was relatively limited. To make significant schedule changes, discussions with the film company and producers were necessary. Fortunately, Columbia Studios placed a great deal of trust in director On Jae-bok, so they were approving almost everything he requested. About an hour later, "All right, action." Director on GA Bach's first cue echoed across the vast set. Of course, no actors were involved yet. The shots being taken were for the buildings, roads, and storefronts. As the team focused on capturing the pre-planned insert shots, they moved in perfect sync. Since they were insert shots, on GA Bach's cut, signals came quickly. "Cut, let's go one more time." A female staff member clapped the slate in front of several cameras, followed by another brief take. A continuous cycle of short insert shots and cut signals from on GA Bach. Meanwhile, this process also served as a way to coordinate the hundreds of staff members and test all the equipment before the official crank-in. Then, "Move," a male staff member shouted, and the hundreds of crew members shifted in unison. They headed towards an intersection not too far away, where slightly worn-out crosswalks were painted. This was the location that on GA Bach had chosen for the first poster shoot of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Soon, on GA Bach, reviewing the poster shoot storyboard, spoke. "Call him over." He said it in English, addressing the surrounding staff. A few foreign staff members nodded and took off running. Their destination was a few minutes away, where several gray-painted trailers stood in a row. There were at least 5 of them, and the first trailer was where a female staff member knocked. Knock, knock. Almost immediately, a low-toned voice responded from inside, speaking in English. "Yes, shall I come out?" The female staff member nodded and called out in a fairly loud voice. "Yes, please stand." "But," understood. Hearing the response, the female staff member and the others quickly ran back to the set. Exactly 5 minutes later, the trailer door opened. SSSHHK. A man with jet black hair stepped out. He gazed at the massive set, where hundreds of foreign staff were gathered, his expression indifferent. Without a word, he began moving. As he did, the waiting foreign staff members immediately fell in line beside him. Soon, the hundreds of crew members and director on GA Bach turned their heads. The actor they had been waiting for, the lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was walking toward them. And then, SSSHHK. He arrived in front of director on GA Bach. "Director Nim." It was Kang Woojin. All right. We're going to take a test shot for the poster first." "Yes." Their entire conversation was in English. In fact, ever since their reunion, Kang Woojin and On GA Bach had barely spoken in Korean. Woojin then stepped into the crowd of hundreds of staff members, while On GA Bach directed the angles for the numerous cameras. Right at the center of the intersection's crosswalk. How much time had passed? About 30 minutes later, Kang Woojin reappeared among the staff, this time in a bizarre outfit. He hadn't applied any facial makeup yet, but his suit alone was striking. A red jacket and pants, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, and worn-out brown shoes. The sight of him made On GA Bach unconsciously react. Did I just get chills? Goosebumps? No, this was closer to a thrill. Unaware of this, Kang Woojin, with a cynical expression, brushed past On GA Bach and moved toward the point where all the cameras were focused. Then, SSSHHK. With both hands shoved into his pockets, he turned his body and faced the countless cameras, director On GA Bach, and the hundreds of crew members head-on. And soon, the hundreds of foreign staff members also. Wow, even without the facial makeup dash. I almost mistook him for the real thing. They, too, felt the same thrill that had struck On GA Bach. Because standing before them, is this good enough? The Joker was speaking. Chapter 4:23, Joker 1. Standing in the shooting zone was the Joker. No, it was Kang Woojin. But in reality, he wasn't the true Joker just yet. He was merely wearing the costume that would be used for the actual shoot. But his face hadn't been fully made up, nor had his hair been styled. Right now, Woojin was simply standing there for a pre-shoot test before the actual poster shoot. However, for the hundreds of crew members of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, for the cameras focusing intently on him, and for veteran director On GA Bach, who was watching Woojin. To think I'd get chills at my age. And we haven't even really started yet. An unidentifiable wave of goosebumps surged through him. Those chills carried many emotions: thrill, excitement, admiration, and awe. Of course, he had already seen Woojin in the costume he had prepared himself during the audition and screen test. However, Seeing Kang Woojin in the officially completed Joker costume was a completely different experience. What was once rough now felt crystal clear. Moreover, that guy, the actor who used me as a stepping stone, is now standing at the center of Hollywood. Although it had been a long journey filled with hardships, Woojin was now standing there as the male lead, commanding the attention of numerous Hollywood figures. It wasn't as if Bak had never imagined this moment, but actually witnessing it with his own eyes sent endless shivers down his spine. The hundreds of foreign crew members watching Kang Woojin felt something similar. The nature of their emotions differed slightly. While Bak felt a mix of thrill and admiration, the foreign crew members were filled with awe and amazement. It wasn't surprising. Only a handful of people had seen Woojin's performance during his audition. For the majority of them, this was their first time seeing him as the Joker. A brief moment of silent observation. Bak alternated his gaze between the real-life Kang Woojin and the image of him on the monitor, while the hundreds of crew members continued to take in the sight of Woojin standing still. Meanwhile, quite a few of the foreign crew tilted their heads, puzzled by Woojin's extremely composed demeanor. He's surprisingly relaxed. Is he not nervous at all? It's not his first shoot, but this is the first time the entire team has gathered together, yet he seems completely at ease. It's like he's been working in Hollywood for over a decade. Despite having no prior Hollywood experience, his posture remained perfectly steady, utterly still, like a tranquil sea without a single ripple. But this was a complete misunderstanding. Right now, Kang Woojin was shit. What the hell is that camera? In an extremely excited state. Because he was overwhelmed with extreme curiosity. That camera mounted on the car over there is huge. Is that thing a freaking tank? To be honest, he was more fascinated by everything around him than focused on the shoot. In fact, ever since arriving at this Columbia Studios set, he had been in a state of internal frenzy. Though his expression remained unchanged due to his intense commitment to staying in character, internally, Kang Woojin had screamed at least 10 times. Hollywood's film sets far exceeded anything he had ever imagined. For starters, the sheer scale was absurd. Hundreds of foreign crew members, shooting equipment he had never even heard of, and all sorts of additional structures set up on site. It was all overwhelming. When Woojin had first experienced the trailer assigned to him today, he had nearly let out an audible gasp. The quality was insane. Shit, it felt like a damn mini hotel. Things that were hard to come by in Korea were commonplace here. The sheer novelty of it all made time fly. Before he knew it, Woojin was standing on the verge of the poster shoot. Just then, a hoarse voice reached his ears. Let's start with the test shot. It was Bak. Since it was a cue given through a megaphone, Kang Woojin quickly nodded. He had already been briefed on the poster concept beforehand, and with the number of productions he had been involved in, he had done countless poster shoots. Still, standing here in this unfamiliar environment, with hundreds of foreign crew members watching. Ugh, this is kinda embarrassing. A wave of awkwardness crept in. But, hi Q. The moment the shoot started, any sense of embarrassment was tossed aside like garbage. Standing on a crosswalk, Kang Woojin struck a variety of poses without hesitation. Running, walking, brushing his hair back, stretching out both hands and jumping, raising his middle finger straight at the camera, tap dancing, among many others. For the record, P.R.O., the Birth of a Villain's poster featured Kang Woojin alone. All promotional posters, as well as every other poster being produced, were planned to feature him alone. While other actors' faces would be included in the official release poster, the dominant presence on the poster would be Kang Woojin. After about tens of minutes of test shooting, Bak, seemingly satisfied. We're good. Let's move on to makeup, gave the next instruction. Soon, Woojin stepped out of the shooting zone, and the makeup team moved busily. It was time for him to transform, not just in costume, but into the real Joker. About an hour later, while Bak was shooting additional insert shots, a message came through his radio. Woojin's makeup was complete. After responding to bring him over, Bak turned to the key staff and instructed them to prepare for the official poster shoot. The hundreds of crew members moved in perfect coordination. And then, swoosh. Through the crowd of hundreds of foreign crew members, the real Joker, Kang Woojin, appeared, his dress shoes clicking with every step. A red jacket and trousers, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, and worn-out brown shoes. The outfit remained the same, but his face had changed completely. First, his hair. A deep, wet red, longer than his usual hair, reaching past his ears and covering his jawline. But the hair was the least of it. Woojin's expression was utterly indifferent, but his face was ghostly white. That wasn't all. His eyes were encased in sharp, rectangular black paint. Red dots marked the ends of his eyebrows and the tip of his nose. Most striking of all, his mouth. Kang Woojin, grinning as if his lips had been slashed open several times over. No, it was drawn that way. A vivid, blood-red smile. It was unervingly natural, far from artificial, thanks to the mastery of Hollywood's makeup team. And then, starting with On Jae-bok. Every single foreign crew member was utterly mesmerized by him. But Woojin, unfazed, simply flicked his damp red hair back and nonchalantly stepped in front of the countless cameras. It was the same crosswalk from earlier, but this time, he was the real Joker. As he swept back the strands of hair that had fallen over his face. Swish. He pulled a cigarette from his jacket's inner pocket and placed it between his lips, exhaling a long stream of smoke, cigarette still in his mouth. He let out a smile, a grin so wide it seemed unnatural. In that instant, every single crew member froze in place. Why? Because right before their eyes, the Joker was smirking at them. They were completely intimidated. Afterwards, the insert shots, posters, and test footage for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, weren't wrapped up until late afternoon. As soon as the work was finished, Kang Woojin left, but On Jae-bok and the key staff immediately gathered at Columbia Studios for a final meeting. Because the official crank-in was happening tomorrow. At that moment, inside the van heading to his hotel, Kang Woojin was looking at his phone. The stylist had sent over the photos. Images of him as the Joker during the poster shoot were loading on his screen. Damn, this is insane. Feels monumental. He marveled internally, and the rest of his team felt the same way. We have to upload these photos to Woojin Oppa's Instagram right away. I know, right? The moment we post them, the internet's gonna explode. The fact that we can't because of spoilers is killing me. But the makeup, it's insane, isn't it? Woojin Oppa doesn't even look like himself. It's like the Joker is real. Agreed. The moment he stepped out after getting his makeup done, I got chills. So this look is going to be on posters everywhere around the world? I cannot wait. Even Choi Sung-gun was grinning in satisfaction while looking at the photos. It was completely understandable. Even Kang Woojin himself had been momentarily stunned when he saw his face after the transformation. Of course, only on the inside. I wonder what Dad and Mom will say when they see this. Not just his parents. Every single person who knew Kang Woojin would be left speechless. Meanwhile, many figures in Hollywood were also making their moves in anticipation of tomorrow. Among them were the high-ranking executives of Columbia Studios, who had poured an immense amount of money into the production. Tomorrow, we're all heading to the Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain set first. It starts in the morning, right? Of course, we have to be there. Seeing Kang Woojin's performance and his Joker portrayal should give us a clearer picture. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain has to succeed. It's nerve-wracking. Same here. But this is the start of the cinematic universe, so I need to see it with my own eyes. The Hollywood actors who had attended the script reading of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and witnessed Kang Woojin's moderate performance. You're going to the Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain set tomorrow? I get that it's a symbolic day since it's the crank-in, but there won't even be any actual filming. Is there really a reason to go? It's not just me. A lot of other actors said they're going too. Aren't you curious if what Kang Woojin showed at the reading was real or just an act? I already told you, it was just a bit of bravado to boost his confidence early on. Sure, Kang Woojin's acting during the reading was impressive, but I can't imagine him delivering something even greater than that. Most people seem to think the same, but Chris and the director's reactions bother me. In a way, Kang Woojin's behavior was quite arrogant, yet they just accepted it like it was nothing. Additionally, Miley Cara and other actors from Beast and the Beauty, Joseph Felton, and members of John Persona. No, all of Hollywood was talking about Kang Woojin. Whether negative or positive, everyone was discussing him in their own way. At this point, Kang Woojin, poof, entered the void space. 11/scenario, title, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, EX plus great. I should do a few more readings, experiences, before sleeping. Today, it was to refine Henry Gordon's clarity several times over. The next day, the 11th, heavy rain was pouring down. The rain was so heavy that the streets were nearly deserted. It was only natural, on a day like this, staying indoors and watching TV was the best choice. Rumble. Thunder boomed, shaking the air. Because of this, the streets were almost empty, but there was one man walking along the sidewalk. He was dressed in a black hoodie and jeans. With the hood pulled up over his head, his face remained hidden. However, something about him stood out. Step, step. His steps were weak and unsteady. His back and shoulders were hunched. The overall atmosphere he carried was inexplicably eerie, sending a chill down one's spine. Despite being drenched in the heavy rain, he moved at an unnaturally slow pace. That alone made him unsettling. The man came to a stop in front of a pizza shop. He lifted his gaze toward the old, shabby sign above. The sign looked so run down that it wouldn't be surprising if the place had already gone out of business. The man flinched slightly. He pulled his hands out of his hoodie's pockets, then shoved them back in, took a step forward, then hesitated, turned his body as if to leave, only to return. He stared blankly at the sign again. What was he doing? Anyone could tell from his body language. He was struggling with deep hesitation and internal conflict. But in the end, the man, screech, pushed open the heavily rusted metal door of the pizza shop, the kind of door that made one reluctant to touch it. A harsh, eerie creaking sound echoed. Inside, the sound of people talking filled the air. No, it was the sound of a TV. A fat man was sitting in front of the television, chuckling. A beer bottle was in his hand. He turned his head sharply in surprise. The hooded man stood there, rainwater dripping from him. The fat man furrowed his brow. What the hell? We're closed today? Get lost. Another crash of thunder rumbled. Rumble boom. At the same time, recognition flashed across the fat man's face as he realized who the hooded figure was. He slowly set down his beer bottle and got to his feet. You're Henry? You're Henry Gordon, aren't you? What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? The moment the fat man uttered the name, Henry Gordon, his tense expression instantly loosened. The fear that had spiked within him dissipated. However, the hooded man, the one he had called Henry Gordon, remained utterly still. Inside his mind, a storm of emotions raged. Contempt, oppression, discrimination, prejudice, scorn. Screw it. They can all go to hell. The hunched man, Henry Gordon, fidgeted with the hands buried deep in his hoodie pockets. The fat man tilted his head in suspicion. What's that? A strange chuckle escaped from Henry Gordon's lips. Fuhu. A tragedy for you, a comedy for me. What? What the hell are you saying, you crazy bastard? The fat man roared. Henry Gordon's shoulders twitched. Not because he was intimidated, but because of the overwhelming sense of release surging from deep within him. Then, he pulled something out from his hoodie pocket. A silver object. A gun. And then, inside the pizza shop. Hey, you. A cacophony of chaotic noises erupted. Beer bottles shattered, chairs fell, various objects spilled, something broke, and gunshots muffled by thunder rang out. Bang! Bang! Someone's heavy body slammed onto the floor. Thud! Before he knew it, only Henry Gordon was standing in the pizza shop. He was breathing heavily. His face was white with flour. He looked down at the lump of meat sprawled on the floor. Nonchalantly. Bang! 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 He fired a few more bullets into the mass of flesh. With a smile on his face. Hee hee. At that moment, a large camera slowly moved in toward Henry Gordon, or rather, Kang Woojin. SSSHHH. His figure was intensely captured on various monitors, and more than 200 foreigners were watching those monitors. Hollywood actors were mixed in. What the fuck? Everyone was holding their breath. Chapter 424, Joker 2. Since when had Kang Woojin been Henry Gordon? In the vast set teeming with hundreds of foreign staff and Hollywood actors, crowded with executives and officials from Columbia Studios, Tech, with the first slate. Action. From the moment director on GA box first cue rang out, officially marking the crank-in, Kang Woojin was Henry Gordon. The first shoot of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had begun. Its prologue had opened. Hundreds of eyes and ears fixated on one spot, all watching Kang Woojin, fully immersed. Each person had different thoughts. As long as he shows the same tension from the audition and screen test, there's nothing to worry about. I'm curious to see if his energy during the script reading was just for show or the real deal. Even though it's the first shoot, he's as indifferent as ever. And damn, so many people showed up. Guess they all came to gauge Kang Woojin's acting. How will he respond? I'll judge whether what I saw during the reading was him holding back or giving his best. Though their perspectives varied, at the core, their thoughts aligned. Show us your acting. Then, Kang Woojin stepped into the artificially created ring. Dressed in a black zip-up hoodie and jeans, he had already fully become Henry Gordon. Henry Gordon had been unleashed into reality. Flowing through his veins was Henry Gordon intertwined with Corporal Jean Suncheol, both the weak one and the rough one. But right now, the leash Woojin had been holding on to was completely unfastened. Without any emotional build-up from the earlier part of the script, he stood on the verge of Henry Gordon's awakening, twisted in tragedy, yet, to him, seething with the boundless euphoria of comedy. He was Henry Gordon itself. To Kang Woojin's eyes, the hundreds of onlookers, the numerous cameras, the boom mics hovering above, and the lighting equipment all ceased to exist. Even the artificial rain was real. Everything in the script was reality, and this side was no different. Thus, Woojin did only what Henry Gordon would do. His shoulders slumped, his posture grotesque. He was at the edge of a cliff. If he gave in here, something would be born. Woojin could feel it himself. Once he opened this pizzeria's door, the person he had been until now would cease to exist. So what? Who cares? Bang, bang, bang. Kang Woojin committed his first kill without hesitation, a thick grin on his face. A few more gunshots followed. The camera moved slowly from the front to Woojin's side. Holding a gun in one hand, Woojin, let out a peculiar breath while tilting his head up toward the ceiling. His eyes closed. It felt like classical music was playing from somewhere. No, it was playing. A television left on was the source. It urged Woojin forward. Joker was about to awaken. As the classical music intensified, the madness reverberating within Kang Woojin swelled. Swish. He lowered his face that had been raised to the ceiling. His smile had grown several times deeper. He rolled his eyes. The heavy chunks of meat scattered at his feet. The floor covered in blood and flour. The interior cluttered with various objects. Just then, Koo-goo-goo-gong. A thunderclap roared, accompanying the storm. Lightning struck, momentarily illuminating the darkened pizzeria. Kang Woojin suddenly sneezed. Poochoo, because of the flour covering his face. He sniffled, then casually tossed the gun in his hand onto a nearby table. Everything was overturned, but that was the only table still standing. Woojin's expression remained unchanged. Just a face simply existing in this space. Swish. He took a step forward. Then, he slightly slipped. The blood-soaked floor was the cause. Catching himself by pressing down on the heavy corpse's forearm, Kang Woojin steadied his balance. The camera zoomed in on his face. His eyes widened, just a little. A mere flicker of emotion, a mistake, nothing more. A few subtle movements further solidified Henry Gordon's presence. Except, this wasn't in the script. Wait, was that movement in the script? Things like the sneeze, the slip, they weren't there. Damn it, he's flexible. He not only brings out these details, but integrates them seamlessly into the performance. Dozens of actors from Pierrot, the birth of a villain, had come to the set, some with the intent of scrutinizing, yet. These natural, everyday movements amplify the madness in the scene tenfold. It's smooth and realistic. No, I've only watched for a few minutes, but all I see is Henry Gordon. They were barely breathing. Their concentration was razor-sharp. At some point, they were no longer evaluating Kang Woojin's acting. They were simply enjoying it, utterly captivated, unable to think of anything else. Among these actors, one Hollywood star, eyes widened, stood out as he stared at the monitor. The Henry Gordon from the audition wasn't his limit. It was Chris Hartnett. His brown eyes, usually brimming with charm, now carried an ambiguous expression, somewhere between amusement and deep contemplation. He had something even beyond that. What the hell is that insane portrayal? Every tiny movement is packed with impact. The tension never once falters. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? Director Angie Bach, with his short white hair and face streaked with wrinkles, had been silent ever since calling action through his headset. He stared at the monitors without a word, not blinking, dead serious. His determination was clear. He wouldn't miss anything. Unlike the Hollywood actors, who were slowly getting overwhelmed with excitement, he was different. In fact, out of the hundreds of foreigners present, he was the only one like this. While everyone had experienced Kang Woojin through his audition and script reading, only director On Bak had witnessed his true essence. He knew better than anyone just how ridiculous this man's acting was. So, there was no room for shock. I can't watch with a viewer's eyes, must use a director's eyes. Kang Woojin's performance was the kind that devoured you if you let your guard down. A presence that could consume directors and writers alike. On Bak had already witnessed such a thing before in Leech. Anyone would get distracted seeing the character they created running wild in reality. Even though Woojin was performing based on the script, the character he brought to life was boundlessly free. His acting far surpassed a director's imagination, to the point of inducing despair. Even now, his madness-infused, realistic movements, those alone have expanded the scale of this scene several times over. Next to On Bak, standing with her arms crossed while watching Woojin's performance on the monitor, was the executive producer. She had sharp features, her expression tough, until she let out a short chuckle. If the writer of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain saw this, they'd probably be on the verge of tears. But were those movements improvised? Or planned? Either way, it was the right decision to cast him as Joker. Soon. Cut. Director On Bak stood up and gave the signal. It wasn't an NG. It was to change the camera angles. Only then did the murmurs swell among the crowd of hundreds behind him. Who dash? Huh. Sounds of breathing could be heard. The murmuring grew louder. The executives from Columbia Studios were busy having serious discussions. The dozens of actors and their staff were frozen, unable to take their eyes off the monitor. Throughout the production crew of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, quiet exclamations of awe could be heard. Director On Bak glanced at the foreign staff behind him, his excitement rising at the sight. Yeah, whether in Korea or here, Kang Woojin's acting creates the same reaction. It overlapped with what had happened during Leech. Meanwhile, inside the pizzeria set, swish. With a poker-faced expression, Kang Woojin extended his hand toward the heavy actor sprawled on the floor. Take my hand. The actor, drenched in blood and flour, reached up and took it. Ah, thank you. No problem. Are you all right? Yes. He looked slightly bewildered. The speed of his switch, isn't it way too fast? That's not normal. His return to a neutral state had been instantaneous. Shortly after, dozens of foreign staff members rushed into the pizzeria set. They needed to restore everything to its original state. But with so many people working on it, the reset didn't take long and action. The shoot resumed immediately. Once again, the torrential rain poured, and Kang Woojin entered the pizzeria. The same scene was repeated at least 5 times. Cut. Let's make the rain a bit heavier. There were adjustments to camera angles, changes in the actors' positions, and modifications to props and set pieces. Perhaps because it was the first shoot, the first cut. Director On Bak's passion was overflowing. Yet, not a single actor, including Kang Woojin, raised any objections, nor did the hundreds of foreign production crew members. They were all professionals. And so about an hour passed. Finally, the first cut of the storyboard was completed. But they weren't moving to a new location, naturally so. The next scene was also set in this pizzeria. Even though they had been fixed in place for over an hour, not a single one of the numerous foreign crew members or the dozens of Hollywood actors left their spots. So, during the script reading, he really was holding back. Right? Honestly, I didn't think the difference would be this drastic dash. But Kang Woojin's acting is. I don't know how to put this, but it doesn't feel like acting. It keeps making me feel like I'm watching the real Henry Gordon in reality. Same here. Even though he's using method acting, the way he instantly resets his emotions is unreal. Just how many times has he repeated this to reach that level? At this point, Kang Woojin was inside the pizzeria, speaking with director On Bak. It was about the next scene, and the heavy Hollywood actor was there as well. Woojin, you can keep performing however you feel comfortable. Do you need anything? At the question, Kang Woojin glanced down at the floor and replied indifferently. I'd like a bit more flour on the ground. Flour. Yes. Got it. More flour was scattered on the floor, and then director On Ga Bak and the staff stepped back. Before long, only Kang Woojin, the heavy actor, and the cameras remained inside the pizzeria. A few minutes later, director On Ga Bak, seated among the hundreds of foreign crew members, gave the next cue. Action. The heavy actor, no, the pizzeria owner, had once again become a lifeless mass of flesh sprawled on the floor. Kang Woojin, or rather, Henry Gordon, stepped over the body. The camera followed. He turned up the volume on the TV, placed on a table near the kitchen. The classical music playing grew twice as loud. It nearly drowned out the rain and thunder outside. Kang Woojin raised both hands. He ran them through his wet hair, which clung to his jawline. His face was ghostly white, covered in flour. Blood splatters marked his skin in several places. The camera captured Woojin's face head-on. He took a deep breath. SSSSS, paha. He was laughing. His lips curled into a wide grin that wouldn't drop. And then, swish, Kang Woojin began to dance. He surrendered his body to the classical music echoing around him. A mad dance. At times, he swayed smoothly in a wave-like motion. At times, he tiptoed before sliding forward as if gliding. At times, he spun in place. Several times, he leaped playfully over the massive corpse on the floor. At one point, his foot kicked the body. Well, that happens when you're lost in dance, right? As the transformation into a clown progressed, Kang Woojin glanced down at the corpse and casually muttered an apology. My bad. Then, he lost himself in the classical music once more. And at that moment, euphoria burst from his lips. Kaho. Ha ha ha. This was it. This feeling. A wave of liberation spread throughout Kang Woojin's entire body. The ghastly white-faced clown, dancing in sync with the classical melody. It was grotesque beyond words, and every bit of it was captured vividly by the camera. Yet, unaffected, Woojin kept swaying, until suddenly his movement stopped. He had just stepped on something. Oh dash! A shattered beer bottle and scattered playing cards lay across the floor. Among them, one card was drenched in blood. Kang Woojin picked it up. The image on the card depicted a mischievous-looking clown. There was text as well. Joker. Kang Woojin, who had been staring at the card for a moment, smirked and spoke. Joker, I like it. That was the end of the scene according to the script. Chris and the dozens of actors watching the monitor, who had been holding their breath, were about to exhale. Director On Ga Bak, who had been observing, was also about to call cut. But, the scene had ended, yet Kang Woojin on the monitor did not stop. Chris Hartnett and the other actors furrowed their brows or tilted their heads in confusion. What is this? Was there more movement scripted? No, there wasn't. What's he doing? What the hell is he planning? Director On Ga Bak felt the same, but he kept watching. On the monitor, Kang Woojin casually wiped the blood off the card with his hand. The Pierrot on the card became even clearer. Then, he moved his other hand, touching his own cheek. Flower. Something flashed in Woojin's mind as he raised his head. He noticed a small, square mirror mounted on the wall. It wasn't intact. Half of it was shattered, but it still reflected Woojin's face clearly. Slowly, he approached the mirror. The camera followed him from the side. Standing so close that his nose was almost touching the glass, Woojin glanced at the card in his hand. Looked back at his own face in the mirror. They were similar. His current appearance and the Pierrot on the Joker card. But it was missing something. Woojin reached for a handful of flour from a nearby table and smeared it across his face. His complexion turned several shades whiter. Then, swish. He glanced around the floor. That'll do. He walked over to the massive corpse sprawled on the ground. Scooping up a handful of the blood that had pooled beneath it, Woojin coated his hand in red. Then, he returned to the mirror. He stared at his reflection for a few seconds, before suddenly whipping his face toward the camera next to him. From this point on, he used the camera as his mirror. That brief pause in front of the actual mirror had served as an editing marker. Eyebrows first dash. Grinning, Woojin used the blood on his fingers to draw eyebrows, mimicking the Pierrot on the Joker card. Red eyebrows on a ghostly white face. Next, he shaded the areas around both eyes. Then, he pressed his fingertip onto his nose, leaving a large, bold red dot. Not enough. He needed more blood. Scooping up another handful from the floor, Woojin returned to the camera. Swipe. With his blood-drenched palm, he covered his mouth. The red smeared all around his lips. It wasn't complete yet. Using both index fingers, Woojin shaped the bloodstains until a grotesquely wide, exaggerated smile was fully formed. A white face, red-stained eyes, nose, and mouth. Woojin glanced at the Pierrot on the card in his hand. Identical. Now that he had completed his Joker face with blood, Woojin lifted his gaze, staring directly into the camera just inches away. He shoved the card into the hoodie's pocket. Then, placing both index fingers at the corners of his drawn-on red lips, he flashed the brightest smile in the world. Fantastic. A single tear slid down from his eye. Amidst the hundreds of foreign crew members watching this unfold on the monitor, Chris Hartnett, his lips slightly parted, had a single thought flashing through his mind. That trophy belongs to him. The Academy Award shimmered before his eyes. Chapter 425, Joker 3. The Joker was completed with flour and blood. A pale white face, with dark red smeared around the eyebrows, eyes, nose tip, and thick, grinning lips. On top of that, it was crude, clumsy, because the flour and blood were smeared on haphazardly. However, that only amplified the tension of this scene several times over. Looking straight at Kang Woojin in such a state. Damn it. A foreigner carrying a large camera on his shoulder. It was cinematographer Adam Dickens. His rather broad face was covered with brown stubble on his nose and chin, and he wore his cap with the brim pushed back. His arms and the nape of his neck were covered in goosebumps. What is this even? Because this scene was far beyond expectations. According to the original script, Kang Woojin was only supposed to pick up the Joker card within the frame, and that would be the end of it. But this Korean actor had effortlessly spun an entirely new shot out of nowhere. Does he feel no pressure at all? The moment he entered Hollywood, Kang Woojin was setting off one explosion after another. As a result, he was drawing the world's attention entirely to himself. The same was true at this filming site. Hundreds of foreigners were staring solely at him, and their gazes were far from friendly. Yet, this Korean actor, Kang Woojin, seemed to throw that aside like it meant nothing, displaying a boundlessly creative performance. For fuck's sake, to think he'd complete the Joker face with blood. Cinematographer Adam Dickens felt that the Joker Woojin was portraying now seemed like a child. A mischievous, young child. One who had been repressed for a long time and was now set free. That's why his curiosity was bursting out, and he even danced along to the music. He showed off the character's personality to the fullest. This place was nothing short of his playground. The problem was, a playground where slaughter has taken place. Contrary to the child playing while immersed in the feeling of liberation, there were corpses lying in the background of this playground he was enjoying. The blend of these two elements created an indescribably eerie horror, and that horror magnified the presence of the Joker, who was grinning in front of the camera. Additionally, that tear falling from one eye is a masterpiece. Soon, from Woojin, who had fully transformed into the Joker, a single unfamiliar tear slid down. To Adam, the cinematographer, it looked like a silent scream. Though he had found freedom as the Joker, this child had no choice but to become this way. The situation, society, they had turned Henry Gordon into this. Director On Bak, watching Woojin through the monitor, thought the same. That tear is the final scream of reason that Henry Gordon had suppressed until now. So did the dozens of Hollywood actors. Even Chris Hartnett, who was letting out a baffled laugh. A maddening Joker with an eerie mix of sorrow. A tear filled with either overwhelming emotion or utter despair, a dual-layered performance. On the flip side, it makes me even more excited, now, that Joker is about to truly unleash himself. His acting is completely insane. To the hundreds of staff, crew members, and other foreign figures present, it delivered both shock and awe at the same time. The problem was, that level of acting was an ad-lib. The fact that Woojin's performance, which had left everyone speechless, was not even in the script. At that moment, swoosh, Kang Woojin, who had been staring at the camera for a brief moment as the Joker, moved his feet without wiping away the tear. One step, then another, slowly stepping backward. Cinematographer Adam did not move. keeping him in the frame, and when Woojin took his third step backward, screech, his foot suddenly slipped, and he lost his balance. It was so natural that Adam quickly shook the camera slightly. Then he captured the flour and blood scattered on the floor before realigning the frame with Woojin, who had lost his footing. Woojin flailed slightly before inevitably falling. His wet hair swayed as he went down, and his face landed right on the heavy, meaty flesh of the corpse's rear end. Since the classical music filled the scene, the sound was drowned out, but in Woojin's ears, he could distinctly hear a squelching chop sound. Was it because the body was so heavy? It was oddly soft. The smell, however, was far from pleasant. Kang Woojin, whose face was now stuck to the slab of meat's rear end, remained still for a moment. Watching this from right behind, cinematographer Adam Dickens was in awe. There was more. Because the pacing and control were nothing short of spectacular. He just reminded us of the absurdity of the Joker to relieve tension. A continuous cycle of suspense, chills, and realism in acting. But he was mistaken. Kang Woojin, whose face was buried in the chunk of meat's rear end, was actually lamenting. Shit, this wasn't part of my plan. He had planned everything up until the moment before, but he hadn't expected to slip and have his face smashed into this actor's ass. And what the hell was this smell? Damn it, did he just fart right before this? At that moment, Woojin unconsciously, he dry heaved. At the same time, he instinctively knew. This was an NG. He also felt a slight pang of guilt toward the heavy actor. It wasn't intentional, I swear. It's just that I've never smelled anything like this in my life. However, for some reason, swoosh. Cinematographer Adam zoomed in on Woojin's face as he slowly peeled it off the actor's rear with a serious expression. Meticulous. Because an unintended mistake could never be undone. He used wit to ease the tension and solidified the character's presence. With the Joker face still on, Woojin remained calm in response to the camera movements following him closely. Staying composed in moments like this was key to winning. Plus, thanks to his accumulated experience in acting so far, he realized something. This atmosphere feels oddly familiar. As long as the director didn't call for an NG, the shoot wouldn't stop. With that in mind, Kang Woojin ran his hands through his damp hair and slowly stood up. His expression was indifferent, but inside, countless thoughts were swirling. What should I say? I could just end it here, but that'd be kind of boring. Raising the Joker within him once more, he finally decided. This damn mess. Your ass smell is disgustingly awful. To just be honest, did you take a dump before you died? And internally, he apologized to the actor lying sprawled on the ground. Soon, Woojin turned his head to face the camera beside him, deliberately offering an extra cut. On Ga Bok, the director, of course, didn't miss this and cut. His signal echoed across the set. Okay. At this moment, the slightly distant camera stopped rolling, and cinematographer Adam Dickens uttered one sentence. That was amazing. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, having seamlessly switched back to his professional persona, thought to himself, what was the poop smell? Then, with a solemn expression, he simply replied, thank you. The heavy actor slowly rose and looked at Woojin's face. His expression was one of complete bewilderment, as if he had no idea why Woojin's face had ended up buried in his ass. Moreover, shit smell? Woojin genuinely wanted to ask him, did you actually go? But instead, he maintained a poker face. Were you surprised? I'm sorry. No, not at all. As long as the scene gets better, it's all worth it. At that moment, director On Ga Bok and the foreign staff entered the pizza shop set, approaching Woojin. On Ga Bok, with a wrinkled yet amused smile, gave him a thumbs up. That was incredible, even your final line. A short while later, Kang Woojin was watching the playback on a monitor set up near the director's seat. For reference, his Joker face, smeared with flour and drawn with blood, remained unchanged. That was per On Ga Bok's instructions. The makeup team had already taken reference photos of his face earlier. Anyway, Woojin was now reviewing the scene alongside the heavy foreign actor. Of course, director On Ga Bok was there as well. Surrounding them were dozens of actors, including Chris, and a throng of foreign staff members sticking close, replaying Woojin's performance in their minds. And then, did you take a dump before you died? As soon as the playback reached that line, the scene came to an end. The heavy actor, who had been watching with a deeply serious expression, slowly nodded. Ah, so that's why he buried his face in my ass. Then, turning to Woojin beside him, he muttered, "That was incredible." Of course, Woojin wanted to say, "Yeah, your shit smell was incredible." But with his persona in full effect, his voice remained low and composed. "I hope you weren't offended." "Not at all. Like I said earlier, as long as it enhances the scene, anything is fine." Director On Ga Bok joined the lively English conversation. As Roger said, the scene composition looks several times richer. "I'd like to go with this, what do you think?" Kang Woojin nodded. "No problem." "Great. Then let's break into teams for a quick meeting. Let's adjust the camera movements, angles, and revise the storyboard on the spot. You take a break in the meantime." With that, Director On Ga Bok called over the cinematographer and the key staff to begin discussions. While it varied depending on the director's style and the situation, it was fairly common in Hollywood to revise the shot composition on set. It wasn't unheard of in Korea either, but Hollywood tended to be far more flexible. Some directors would even tell actors to improvise freely, and if they liked the scene, they would scrap the original script cut entirely and use the footage they shot on the spot instead. Of course, there were also directors and producers who emphasized sticking to the fundamentals, but overall, Hollywood offered a high degree of creative freedom. That's why the key staff members followed On Ga Bok's direction without much resistance. Except for one person. A woman with slightly longer than bobbed hair and sharp features. The person with the most influence on set, the executive producer, Nora Foster. Her expression was far from pleased as she stood with her arms crossed, watching the key staff gather around On Ga Bok. After a few seconds, her gaze shifted to the back of Kang Woojin as he walked away. She had anticipated from the start that these two figures would stand out on set. Kang Woojin's acting was absurd, but this shift in direction, I don't like it. Yet, as someone who had climbed her way up as a renowned Hollywood producer, she had always upheld one thing principles. A minor deviation could later snowball into a major issue. Moreover, if things that had been set in stone were suddenly changed, it could stir up dissatisfaction among the key staff members. For a producer responsible for maintaining harmony across the entire set, this was a situation that demanded vigilance. Still, for now, Nora Foster chose to observe a little longer. She did not intervene. Unaware of Nora's watchful eyes, Kang Woojin chatted briefly with the makeup team before moving toward a makeshift tent with foldable chairs set up on the filming site, rather than heading to his trailer. It was a communal space where everyone could take short breaks. Waiting there were his team members, including Choi Sung-gun. Grinning, Choi Sung-gun handed Woojin a water bottle. "Your acting was killer. You should have seen the looks on everyone's faces outside. Even the stylists and other team members were in an uproar." Choi Sung-gun then moved closer, examining Woojin's Joker face. "Gave me chills. The idea of drawing the Joker face with the blood of your first kill. How did you even come up with that? I kept getting goosebumps while watching the playback." Woojin internally praised himself. Agreed, even I thought it was brilliant. But on the outside, he played it cool. "It's nothing special. Nothing special, my foot. Look at Director On and the key staff over there. They're all flipped out and going crazy." "Well, that's true. The way you slipped and face-planted into the ass, that was great too. And the shit smell line? Genius." At that moment, a familiar blunt voice joined in. Han Yi-young, with her signature blue short bob tied back, spoke up. "But since the Joker character had already fully emerged, it wasn't funny to me. I actually found it terrifying." Woojin stared at her intently for a moment before shouting in his mind. "It really was terrifying. The shit smell, I mean. Misconceptions can be terrifying." However, Choi Sung-gun simply agreed wholeheartedly with Han Yi-young's words. "That's right. Calling a corpse's smell shit stink. You killed it, Woojin. Something else is rolling along on its own again." Kang Woojin, already familiar with such situations, suddenly thought of a dangerous joke. "No, I actually tripped for real. And the line? I just blurted it out. A sneaky confession." Immediately, Choi Sung-gun and Han Yi-young, along with the entire team, stared blankly at Woojin's stern face. Among them, Choi Sung-gun let out a chuckle and shook his head. "That kind of humility doesn't suit you, man." The next day, the 12th, late morning, New York. A massive crowd of foreign reporters gathered in front of a grand hotel in downtown New York. Every single one of them was furiously pressing their camera shutters at the hotel entrance, where a photo zone had been set up. Standing in that photo zone was Miley Cara, Hollywood's top-tier actress, Miley Cara, who was recently confirmed to play Bella in Beast and the Beauty. Her reason for being at this hotel was simple. She was attending a major charity event. While it was partially for image management, she also regularly participated in charity events a few times a year. Pabababapak. As cameras flashed continuously, she stood there wearing wide-leg jeans and a cropped short-sleeve top. After briefly waving at the cameras, she began walking at her manager's gestures. Inside the hotel, the crowd was even denser. There were many celebrities, including fellow actors of Cara's. As she exchanged brief greetings with acquaintances, a female voice suddenly cut through from behind. Miley. At this, Cara turned her head, and her brows furrowed slightly. Oh, because someone she didn't like had appeared. Unlike Cara, who wore casual attire, the woman in heels had striking brown eyes and a face with notably large eyes. Maria Armas, the Hollywood actress who had been the first to audition for the role of Bella in Beast and the Beauty. She had also had a verbal battle in Spanish with Kang Woojin. Now Maria approached Cara and greeted her. Hello, I knew you'd be here. Her voice was devoid of emotion, and the blonde Cara responded coldly. You can feel free to ignore me. Come on, we're about to work on the same project soon. That'd be a bit rude, wouldn't it? What? What are you talking about? Maria shrugged. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but dash. She whispered to Cara. I'm joining Beast and the Beauty too. Cara, momentarily surprised, quickly recovered and put on a relaxed smile. Really? Even though you lost to me? Chapter 426, Joker 4. A woman with captivating dark brown eyes, originally from Spain and currently rivaling Miley Cara, Maria Armas. As Cara threw the question back at her, Maria bit her lower lip slightly. As expected, I don't get along with her. I don't like her. After all, Cara had bluntly asked, even though you lost to me? To be honest, in Hollywood, there weren't many actresses as straightforward and reckless as Miley Cara. It was a response only Cara could make. Maria swept back her hair, which transitioned from brown at the roots to blonde at the tips, as she glanced around before. Responding softly, yeah, even though I lost to you. She tried to keep her expression indifferent, but in truth, Maria's pride was deeply wounded. However, there were too many eyes watching for her to make a scene. Besides, despite failing to land the role of Beauty Belle, she still managed to join Beast and the Beauty. Stay calm. Settle your emotions. She had to at least pretend to be composed. Maria had somewhat anticipated Cara's reaction. Forcing herself to look around at the bustling surroundings, she spoke nonchalantly. Beauty Belle was tempting, but the other roles are just as great. Is that so? Cara tilted her head slightly with a smile. Then, recalling Maria from the past audition for Beauty Belle, she remarked, for someone saying that, you sure seemed like you were putting your life on the line during the audition. Honestly, this is surprising. I never thought Maria would take a supporting role rather than a lead. How long are you going to keep mocking me? Maria's gaze sharpened, but Cara, running her fingers through her blonde hair, simply laughed. Then, acknowledging a passing acquaintance with a nod, she continued in her signature cold tone. Mocking? I'm just being honest. So, since you joined, I assume you're playing the teapot? This was a deliberate jab. The supporting role of the teapot in Beast and the Beauty had a name. But Cara, when else would I get the chance to tease her? She purposely omitted the name when mentioning the role. Naturally, Maria's pride took another hit. Forcing a smile, she whispered icily, Miley, your personality is still as rotten as ever. That's why people call you the blonde robot. What? What? You know it too. People find you difficult to approach. A brief silence. The two top Hollywood actresses exchanged quiet glances, yet the tension was palpable. Sparks flickered between them for about 5 seconds. Ha-dash. Breaking the silence, Cara let out a short sigh, running her fingers through her blonde hair again. I know you hate me, and I don't like you either. So why did you even bother joining Beast and the Beauty? I'm genuinely curious. Cara spoke with sincerity. To be honest, Beast and the Beauty had been perfect so far. She had secured the role of Beauty Belle, and soon, she would officially work alongside Kang Woojin as co-leads. Though things were progressing slowly, she had heard that Beast and the Beauty's production was running smoothly. But with Maria's inclusion, that perfection now felt slightly tainted. As if she were muddying the waters, Maria met Kara's gaze and responded, "Isn't it obvious? Despite the situation, I wanted to be part of Beast and the Beauty that badly. The original Beast and the Beauty is a work I love, both in the past and now. With a live-action adaptation happening, of course, I wanted a role in it." That was the truth. In fact, Maria was a diehard fan of the original Beast and the Beauty. Her previous comment about the prince should be more handsome when talking behind Kang Woojin's back was, in a way, a mistake born from her fan mindset. Regardless, she had swallowed her pride and managed to squeeze herself into the cast of Beast and the Beauty. Though there was one more reason. Kang Woojin, I'm a bit curious about him too. She had seen him at the audition for Beauty Belle. While she still didn't view him favorably, on the other hand, his attitude, his piano skills, everything she had witnessed during the audition had piqued her curiosity. I'm a little curious. How will he portray the Beast? And how will he, who dismissed the Academy Awards, end up entering them? Then, suddenly, something came to Maria's mind, and she moved a little closer to Kara. By the way, about Kang Woojin. At the sudden mention of Woojin's name, Kara's blue eyes widened slightly. Kang Woojin? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Did he live in Spain at some point? Like studying abroad or something? What are you talking about? He's fluent in Spanish. At a native level. Naturally, I assumed he had spent some time in Spain. Spanish. Yeah, you probably didn't know, but I'm pretty sure Kang Woojin must have been in Spain in the past. Maria, unknowingly spreading a misunderstanding. Kara narrowed her eyes at this. Spanish? This woman wasn't one to spout baseless lies. Miley Kara suddenly recalled Woojin effortlessly speaking French at Cannes. French and Spanish? English and Japanese were understandable, but Spanish? That never even crossed her mind. The two women started walking side by side. The event was about to begin, after all. As they moved through the event hall, Maria glanced at Kara a few times before speaking first. You're dating Kang Woojin, aren't you? Pause. Kara, mid-step, came to an abrupt halt, looking completely baffled. Are you crazy? Aren't you? Maria asked back, smiling mischievously. Then it's fine if I make a move on him. That's not happening. Kara answered immediately, her tone icy. But, what the hell? What did I just say, Dash? Even she was confused by her own words. Maria's grin deepened. Didn't you say you weren't dating him? I'm not. Then why not? I didn't say it's not allowed. I said it won't happen. He's not interested in women. Maria recalled how indifferent Kang Woojin had been toward her. He did seem that way. A completely incorrect assumption. This time, Kara was the one unknowingly spreading a misconception. Kang Woojin is obsessed with acting. His head is filled only with his roles. The two top actresses in Hollywood, constantly mentioning Kang Woojin. As they neared the event hall, Kara asked back, But why did you even think I was dating him? Well, isn't it